nourished by 1080 supreme bones and 180 mortal bones, born and awakened the eternal immortal physique. Yet from ancient times to the present, immortality is never a smooth journey. You may have gained eternal life. It also means your cultivation progress is destined to be slow. Just as the clan elders were sighing in despair, the newborn you, in the very breath you took, never even got started, reached the second major realm, to the fetal realm. Before I could even notice the gazes of the elders from the Earth clan around me, you suddenly got bound to the underdog counterattack system again. Complete the task to receive the reward. Listening to the system's voice, and looked around at the vast land once more, you just feel like either you or the system is bound to go crazy. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Over these 5 years, you spend most of your time sleeping, but the realm is by no means lacking. Others can cultivate automatically even while sleeping. Absolutely thrilled. As the youngest ninth son of the Qin family's direct lineage, yet she was the most favored one. In the Wanchuan pavilion of the Qin family's small world, Qin Wenha held the jade slip in his hand, explaining the cultivation essentials to your 5-year-old self. This teacher personally appointed by the Qin family's ancestor, though outwardly appearing as a refined scholar. In truth, he had already lived through 30,000 springs and autumns as the heir. You may possess an immortal fairy body, no advantage in cultivation, but after all, there's the blessing of immortal bones. 8 years should be enough. Qin Wenha's words had barely left his lips. You blinked as you sat on the ground. Looking innocent, he asked, "It takes as long as 8 years, but I broke through right after waking up this morning." The words fell. The aura around you suddenly changed. A thick spiritual platform realm pressure slowly spread out. Qin Wenha's pupils slightly contracted. The jade slip in his hand was nearly crushed to pieces. He still maintained the dignified demeanor of a teacher on the surface. Yet deep inside, a storm of emotions was already raging. Spirit platform realm with a solid foundation. Spiritual energy condensed into tangible form. Recalling the 11 arduous years I spent in diligent cultivation, just barely stepped into this realm. Now, in comparison, I suddenly feel a tightness in my chest. Qin Wenha cleared his throat lightly. Pretending to be calm, he said, It seems the young master possesses extraordinary talent. It seems I underestimated you." With that, he cast a complicated gaze at the young man before him. A 5-year-old child's brows and eyes carry a hint of innocence, but those eyes were as profound as a sea of stars, as if containing endless mysteries. Immortal body with immortal bones. Indeed, it is beyond human comprehension. Qin Wenha sighed inwardly, just about to say something. Suddenly, hurried footsteps were heard outside the hall. Mr. Qin, a maid in green, hurriedly stepped in. After bowing respectfully, he whispered that the family head had sent a message. "Please proceed to the Tianji pavilion for discussions immediately." Watching the teacher hurry away, you casually picked it up from the side table, plucking a crystal-clear flat peach. Bite into this peach, its surface swirling with faint golden patterns. It was the immortal peach specially sent by the ancestors' order. It's truly a divine peach. Blooms once in 10,000 years. 10,000 years bear fruit. One result yields 1,200 pieces. If mortals below are fated to meet, just take a whiff of the fruit's fragrance. Can live up to 470 years. Eating one extends life by 36,000 years. You just took a bite. Suddenly, system loading at 99.99%. Ding, system loading complete. Detected that the host is currently in a difficult situation. Resource scarcity. Neglected and overlooked. Rags to riches. The system is at your service. Resource scarcity. In your Wanchuan pavilion repository, it was already filled with gifts from the ancestors and others. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a treasure trove. Neglected and overlooked. Just yesterday, the ancestor even came over in person. Afraid you might encounter any mishaps in your cultivation. Seeing that you didn't reply, the system's voice continued to echo in my ears. You were born into a humble family of cultivators, but because her mother was of lowly status as a courtesan, born with a constitution unfit for cultivation, unable to train in the martial arts, subjected to the family's cold stares, resources were withheld. Even the most basic cultivation resources are hard to obtain. At first, you were relieved that you had moved the clay statue out, living in a large family. Only later did I realize this was an even deeper abyss. As the youngest of the 9 children in the family, not only had he never seen his father's face, bullied by siblings, even the servants dared to withhold your cultivation resources right to your face. Are you really willing to give up on resources? Look around. Don't you want to make those who once looked down on you? Do they all kneel and tremble at your feet? As long as you complete various counterattack missions. From humble beginnings, the protagonist rises to prominence, rising to the pinnacle as a supreme aristocratic family in one fell swoop. Divine techniques, godly weapons, and beauties are all within easy reach. The system's voice was filled with seduction. Just hearing about it makes me tremble with anger. The problem is the system. What you're saying has nothing to do with me. You've got the wrong person. System self-check in progress. No errors detected. Host Qin Wangchuan, the most insignificant illegitimate son in a humble cultivation family, bullied for being born with a useless physique. The Qin family has countless great emperors, and the heavenly emperor presides over all. You call this humble origins. In terms of status, he has already ascended to the pinnacle of the entire cultivation world. The ceiling's ceiling went up. How else can one turn the tables on this world? The system you're listening to is spouting nonsense with a straight face. Simply want to laugh. Born with a useless physique. Your immortal longevity body. Yet even the earth would envy such a peerless constitution. System self-check in progress. No errors detected. Host, do not aim too high. Only by abandoning illusions. Only then can you take the first step towards a comeback. Newbie mission released. As a lowborn son from a humble family, even the maidservant dared to bully the host. Teach the maidservant within 5 days. Make him kneel and beg for mercy. It's not like I have over 200 maids in this place. Which one are you talking about? Misidentified tasks during self-check. By the way, the probability of this system malfunctioning is as low as the world ending. Still talking tough. Please complete the task as soon as possible. Mission reward, +5 origin essence. Simulation count increased by 1. The current host's origin is 250. Convert to 2.5 times. You're just a lousy system giving me the origin. Your expression instantly became extremely animated. The origin, as the name suggests, is the fundamental essence of a person. At its core, determines a person's potential and cultivation speed. The advantages of one's own immortal longevity physique are quite evident. Automatic cultivation breakthroughs without any bottlenecks. You are destined to become an immortal in the future. But the drawbacks are also quite evident. The cultivation speed is too slow. Slower than the vast majority of holy bodies. The higher the origin, the faster the cultivation speed. Perfectly compensates for the shortcomings of physique. Only the earth can nurture its own origin. But now this damn system can actually feed directly into the dog system. Surprisingly impressive. Then give it a try. Actions speak louder than words. He immediately waved to a maid in the distance. No need for you to say a word. He immediately knelt down after walking over, quietly waiting. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Rewards have been distributed. Original source +5. Current origin 2.55x. Feeling the strange energy surging within him, Qin Wangchuan couldn't help but stretch lazily. Every inch of his skin felt lighter. That feeling was like a missing piece of a puzzle finally falling into place, making him feel more complete. It felt incredibly comfortable. Chapter 3, Life Simulation, Remaining Lifespan, 999 years. Current source, 255 conversion, 2.55 times. Added 5 points, from 2.5 to 2.55. Does the multiplier here refer to cultivation speed? I just don't know how many times faster others are cultivating. After dismissing the maids with a wave of his hand, Qin Wangchuan sat down and fell into deep thought. 2.55 times this number isn't exactly extraordinary. Some holy bodies with cultivation bonuses might far exceed this figure. But don't forget, this is just the beginning. As long as it can increase, it's currently 2 times in the future, it could be 5 times, 10 times, or even 100 times. System, what does this simulation count refer to? Before his rebirth, Qin Wangchuan had read simulation novels, but he wasn't sure if this stupid system simulation was what he had imagined. Once a day, consume simulation attempts and a certain amount of lifespan to simulate and predict the host's future. After each simulation, you can choose one of the following 3 options to inherit. 1. Lifespan. 2. Cultivation technique insights. 3. Primordial essence. Note, for a worthless host, the most valuable asset is lifespan. Spend your lifespan to grow stronger and eventually turn the tables. Spend your lifespan at your own risk. The brackets are a helpful reminder. Qin Wangchuan glanced at the lifespan required on the system interface and suddenly burst into laughter. First simulation, lifespan consumed, 30 years. Host's remaining lifespan, 999 years. Although having a weak physique and using life points is understandable, does he really think of himself as a complete failure? How could an immortal body with eternal life only have a mere 999 years of lifespan? Even a single drop of his blood could extend the lifespan of cultivators in the lower realms by 1,000 years. Of course, that's assuming one can withstand it. Clearly, this crappy system can only display 3 digits at most. I don't need longevity. My primordial essence is decent, and if the cultivation technique's comprehension is at the emperor tier, that's pretty good too. Qin Wangchuan didn't rush to get excited. This broken system is full of oddities. If you call it trash, it can reward primal essence. But if you call it powerful, it's clearly bound to the wrong person and still insists on being tough. With my physique, becoming a divine emperor is a sure thing. I just wonder if I can reach beyond that. There was no time to waste. He immediately chose to begin the simulation. Simulation beginning. Year 0. You were born in a small, unremarkable town on the outskirts of the Qin family's territory in the 10 Directions Immortal Court, known as Qixia Town. On the night of your birth, the heavens stirred slightly, and 5 infants were born simultaneously in the town. The blacksmith's twins. The youngest son of the grain shop owner. The daughter of a beggar woman. The daughter of a madwoman. You. Year 1. You were born blind. The midwife named you Ye Jianwei for your mad mother. Simulation paused. Qin Wangchuan, wait a minute? System. Who the hell is this? It's the host. After a moment of silence, he pointed at the name Ye Jianwei on the screen and demanded, read those 3 characters aloud. The system has no permission to view the simulation content. Qin Wangchuan, this isn't me at all. It's someone named Ye Jianwei. Her name has 3 characters, and my name also has 3 characters, so I equals her. That makes sense. System, you're really messed up. Taking a deep breath, he decided to see just how absurd this broken system could get. Simulation continues. Year 2. You have regained consciousness. Though you cannot see, you are exceptionally sensitive to spiritual energy. Your mad mother, occasionally lucid, would hold you and mutter, see the signs, see the signs. Year 3. Through the accounts of those around you, you learn the reason behind your mother's madness. She was once a courtesan in a brothel who sold her art but not her body. She was deceived and abandoned by the young master of the Yi family, and has been mad and destitute ever since. Year 4. This year, a new emperor ascended the throne in the Central Plains Empire. While caring for your mad mother, you help your neighbors with chores to supplement the household income, dreaming of earning enough money to move into a house that doesn't leak. Year 5. Your mother went out to stop the Yi family's carriage and was hit by it. She passed away on a rainy night. Before she died, she suddenly regained consciousness, grabbed your hand, and said, Jianwei, you can't survive alone. Rather than suffer in this world, come with me. Although you wanted to follow your mother, you couldn't abandon her body to be exposed to the elements. You tried to sell yourself to bury your mother, but no one would buy you because you were blind. Just as you were losing all hope, a mysterious stranger passed by, handed you a broken jade tablet, and said calmly, some things cannot be given away. Blind one, learn to play the zither. You obtained a broken zither and a fragment of the 9 Heavens Zither Emperor Sutra. Year 6. You began your cultivation. Following the methods in the Imperial scripture, you successfully enter the first realm, the 5 extremes realm. Year 7. Qixia Town is attacked by demonic beasts. The blacksmith's twin children are devoured alive. The young son of the grain shop owner is rescued by a cultivator from the Qin family. The daughter of a beggar woman went missing. You managed to survive by hiding after hearing the commotion in advance. Year 8. You gradually broke through the second realm. At this point, you notice that your hearing has become increasingly sensitive, to the point where you can even hear the sound of mice moving in their burrows. Year 9. When Qixia Town was being rebuilt, the inn was short-staffed. Seeing that you could play the zither, they hired you as a laborer, finally giving you a place to practice. Year 10. One day, while practicing a piece in the courtyard behind the inn, you overheard 2 passing monks chatting. Have you heard? The Qin family has 2 reckless individuals, Qin Xian and Chao Xiangguan, who dared to collude with outsiders, steal a secret treasure, and defect from the Qin clan. This is going to be quite the spectacle. You muttered to yourself that no great family was any good, then continued plucking the strings. Simulation pause. Wait, defected from the Qin family? Qin Wangchuan stared at the words and began to ponder. In the 4th year, the new emperor of the Central Plains dynasty ascended the throne. That was 2 years ago, which means Ye Jianwei is the same age as me, 5 years old this year. And the defection occurred at the age of 10. Although this isn't a prediction of my own future, I can still use this glimpse into the future to understand certain things. By this point, Qin Wangchuan had already formed a plan. The traitor must not be spared, but there's no rush for now. Simulation continues. Year 15. You have broken through the 3rd realm, the Lingtai realm, where you can captivate the soul. One day, a drunken monk took a fancy to your beauty and attempted to force you into marriage. After being rejected, he flew into a rage and, under the cover of night, planned to attack you. With a flick of your fingertips, the sound of your lute shattered his soul. Year 16. As your skill with the zither grew, you accumulated some wealth. Your once frail body began to flourish, revealing your stunning beauty. The frequency of harassment increased day by day. Your hatred for men grows stronger, and you decide it's time to leave this town. Year 18. On the surface, you are a blind street performer. But in reality, you have already broken through the 4th realm, the spirit realm, and the sounds of battle are as tangible as substance. Year 19. You infiltrate the Yi family and kill the eldest son of the Yi family, who is surrounded by his concubines, to avenge your mother. At the same time, you learn that the Yi family in Qixia Town is merely a minor branch. You were targeted by the other branches of the Yi family, who joined forces to hunt you down and put a bounty on your head. Year 20. You leave Qixia town and travel under the guise of a blind musician. Since no one believes a blind person can practice martial arts, you are able to hide your identity. Year 30. You broke through the fifth realm, the spirit sea realm, and your Qin music could now transform into sword energy. You began evading the Yi family's pursuit while traveling across the land in search of the remaining volumes of the Nine Heavens Qin Emperor Sutra. In the same year, you learned that the Emperor of the Zither's tomb had been opened and resolved to go there. Year 55. You break through the seventh realm. When the Emperor's tomb was opened, you first encountered the 10 great Imperial clans, with the most brilliant among them being surrounded by admirers. You learned of his origins. He came from the Qin clan of the Imperial clans. Even the powerful Yi family was regarded as mere villagers in the eyes of the Imperial clans. His name Qin Wangchuan. Could this be the one who met me? Qin Wangchuan stroked his chin, regretting that he didn't know his own cultivation level at the time. Year 56. Qin Wangchuan, the divine son of the Qin clan, swept through the Imperial tombs, claiming all the opportunities. But you also gained much. You found the complete Nine Heavens Qin Emperor Sutra. Divine son? It seems a lot has happened in the past few decades. Year 80. You slay the head of the Yi family's branch clan, believing the feud settled. But stronger foes began to hunt you down. Year 150. You took a risk to break through the ninth realm and killed all your pursuers in one fell swoop. You began to cultivate in seclusion. Year 248. You break through the 10th realm and master the art of the zither. To release the loneliness that had no place to rest, you founded the Heavenly Sound Pavilion and began to take disciples. Year 411. The Heavenly Sound Pavilion became a powerful force. You remained in seclusion, and the world only knew the pavilion master as a mysterious blind Qin master. Year 1700. You broke through the 12th realm and attempted to attain enlightenment through the zither. The Imperial clan begins to take notice of you. Year 8650. You broke through the 22nd realm and attained the status of an emperor. The sound of your Qin resonated throughout the heavens and earth, and you were posthumously honored as the Qin emperor. To attain the rank of emperor is indeed rare. Qin Wangchuan nodded, but the simulation seemed to be ongoing. Year 51600. The world gradually forgot your deeds. But when you reappeared, you had already reached the 23rd realm, the Heavenly Emperor realm. You became the first Heavenly Emperor in history to achieve this rank without the support of a clan. Simulation outcome. Final achievement, Qin Heavenly Emperor attaining enlightenment through the Qin, subduing the heavens with sound. Survival time, unknown. Outcome, you attained enlightenment through the zither, becoming a legendary zither emperor, transcending the mundane world and indifferent to worldly affairs. Qin Wangchuan stared at this record in silence for a long time. He's actually the Emperor of Heaven. He murmured, this isn't something that can be achieved by luck alone. As the ancestor said, one must have the right time, place, and people. All three are essential. If we know she will become the Emperor of Heaven in the future, wouldn't it be invincible to bring her under our control now? Chapter 4, Another Breakthrough 4 Realms. 10 times the cultivation speed. In this world, there are many great emperors, but even if the 10 great imperial clans were combined, they could only produce 3 heavenly emperors. They are the Qin clan's Qin Heavenly Emperor, the Ji clan's Ji Heavenly Emperor, and the Li clan's Li Heavenly Emperor. The three divide the world among themselves, hence the name 10 heads, 3 heavens. 10 clans, 3 heavenly emperors. In such a situation, if another heavenly emperor were to emerge from a family, it wouldn't simply be a matter of the balance being disrupted. Instead, the entire cultivation world would be ruled by the Qin clan. The more combat power, the better. To become a celestial emperor in just 5,000 years, even without family support, is already remarkable. If given sufficient resources, how unimaginably powerful would one become? Qin Wangchuan's gaze grew intense, and she couldn't help but feel a momentary illusion that she was the true protagonist. Please select the following inheritance reward. 1. 1,000 years of lifespan. 2. The Emperor Tier Cultivation Technique 9 Heavens Qin Emperor Sutra, along with its key insights. 3. Plus 810 to your primordial essence. Rewards are tied to performance in the simulation. Lifespan is the least useful, so it's the first to be ruled out. Although the Imperial Tier Cultivation Technique is tempting, to be honest, the Qin family doesn't lack such things. Moreover, once we find Ye Jianwei, the 9 Heavens Qin Emperor Sutra will be his anyway. Though it is just a fragment. I choose 3, Qin Wangchuan said without hesitation. That familiar sensation returned once more, not merely a simple surge of power. Qin Wangchuan felt his divine bones tremble simultaneously, every inch of his flesh and blood rejoicing. Chaotic divine light erupted from the depths of his bone marrow, surging through his meridians like a river flowing backward. This was far beyond the subtle enhancement brought by the previous 5 points of origin, but a life-altering transformation triggered by a fundamental change in his origin. Crack! Even the slightest release of the immortal source caused the divine peach on the table to suddenly crack open, with the seedling sprouting through the flesh. The spiritual energy of the entire Wangchuan pavilion spontaneously formed a vortex, surgingly into his young body. Current primordial essence, 10.65x. 10.6 times means that both my cultivation speed and comprehension speed are 10 times that of others. This perfectly compensates for the slow cultivation speed of the eternal immortal body. Qin Wangchuan clenched his fist, and suddenly, a faint cracking sound echoed within his body. He had broken through. Fourth realm, Spirit Dao realm. This was a realm that Ye Jianwei had only reached at 18 in the simulation, yet Qin Wangchuan had achieved it at 5. This clearly demonstrated the extraordinary nature of his source energy. At that moment, footsteps grew louder outside the hall. It was Qin Wan and the others returning. The surge in aura caused by the realm's advancement naturally caught the attention of this powerful figure. Qin Wangchuan suddenly raised his head and, before Qin Wanha could speak, stepped forward proactively and said, "Master, I need to find a city, meet a person, and kill 2 old dogs." The name Qin Xian indicated that he was either from the main branch or a collateral branch of the Qin family. Calling such a traitor an old dog was already a form of respect. Of course, this matter was not the main concern. It could be handled by Qin Wanha. He was the teacher and also a half-hearted guardian. The focus is still on Ye Jianwei. Qin Wanha paused upon hearing this, staring intently at the young boy who was barely taller than his knees. A hint of surprise flashed across his brows. He had only been gone for a moment, and he had already broken through? At the same time, he knew that this young prince, though only 5 years old, possessed a mind far beyond his years due to his immortal physique. The fact that he suddenly made such a request must have a deeper meaning. Which city is the young master seeking? Who is he looking for? Which 2 old dogs are to be killed? Qin Wanha chose his words carefully, clearly not wanting to corrupt the young prince. Qin Wangchuan replied, "A small town called Qixia Town, where there is a blind girl named Ye Jianwei. She will be the future heavenly emperor. As for those 2 old dogs..." The child's innocent face betrayed an uncharacteristic arrogance. Qin Xian and Xiao Xiangguan, who will collude with another clan and defect from the Qin family in 5 years. Although it will happen 5 years from now, they likely already have connections. A soul-searching technique should uncover some clues. The person before him was a core member of the Qin family. There was no need to hide. There was no need to hold back. Desertion? Qin Wenhai's pupils contracted sharply. The Qin family has existed since the dawn of time, and there have been many defectors over the years for various reasons. But what surprised him wasn't that it was that the crown prince could foresee the future? And found a heavenly emperor? Not to mention a heavenly emperor, even a great emperor, whose very birth is accompanied by great karmic ties, cannot be fully foretold even by the heavenly mechanism pavilion. How did the crown prince learn all of this? Qin Wenha knelt down and stroked his beard as he asked. As for an excuse, he had already prepared one. A dream. A dream? Yes. Qin Wangchuan blinked innocently, his face as pure as a child's. "I only saw these things in my dreams." At that moment, he seemed innocent again. Qin Wenha observed everything. Though he had his doubts, he believed him more. Yes, he believed him. Qin Wangchuan had spent 3/4 of his life sleeping, and each time he slept, he made breakthroughs in his dreams. Most importantly, he was the first being in history to possess both a divine body and divine bones throughout his entire body. Seeing the future in dreams may seem far-fetched, but it made sense when applied to him. Qin Wenha leaned forward slightly, his gaze gentle as he looked at the young prince before him, his tone cautious. "What does the prince want me to do?" "Send someone to find Qixia Town. Once you find it, I will go there personally. Those 2 old dogs are yours to handle." After speaking, Qin Wangchuan raised his thumb, giving a thumbs-up gesture, looking extremely playful and full of confidence. At times innocent like a child, at others complex like a demon. "That's not difficult, but there's something I'd like to ask the young master." He gently stroked his beard, lowering his voice. "Those 2 old dogs, under what pretext am I to go?" Seeing Qin Wangchuan tilt his head in confusion, Qin Wenha looked him in the eye and explained patiently. "If it were the ramblings of a 5-year-old child, I would have to consult with your grandfather before making a decision. But if it is the prince's order, I can act first and report later. However, if I were to kill the wrong person..." Qin Wangchuan was a smart man. He understood the implication by now. The 9 princes of the Qin family were the top priority. The rest were, to put it bluntly, disposable. 1 or 2 would have some negative impact, but not much. The issue lies in the justification for the killings. If it is done in the name of his grandfather, Qin Fuhai, then regardless of whether the person is good or bad, he alone will take responsibility. However, if it is done in the name of Qin Wangchuan, killing the right person would certainly be beneficial. But if we kill the wrong person, it will undoubtedly damage his reputation within the clan. Qin Wenha stared intently at Qin Wangchuan's youthful face, his gaze filled with scrutiny and anticipation. This was a test. The Qin family had spent countless rare treasures, even using 1,080 pieces of supreme bone and 108 pieces of divine bone, to cultivate this immortal-bodied prodigy. Supreme bones and divine bones are so rare that they cannot be replicated in another person. He is not only the future of the Qin family but also the hope of the entire Imperial clan. Now, at just 5 years old, how would Qin Wanchuan respond to doubt after setting his goal? Will he retreat and let his grandfather intervene? Or will he display the resolve of a prince and take on the challenge, regardless of the outcome? The hall was silent, except for the rustling sound of the wind brushing against the tender leaves of the peach tree outside the window. Qin Wanchuan blinked and suddenly smiled. However, before the smile could reach his eyes, it froze abruptly. His once clear eyes instantly froze over with ice, and the relaxed aura around him vanished. Master! The two words fell, and the incense in the hall vanished instantly. Qin Wan's breath caught in his throat, as if the figure before him was not a child, but a defiant prodigy. In the name of the Crown Prince. Kill! As the word fell, a sudden gust of wind swept through the hall, and clouds churned like a storm. That was the absolute confidence in oneself. Qin Wan's eyes flashed with a gleam, and the corners of his mouth curled upward. This was the kind of grandeur befitting the Qin family's dragon son. He was very satisfied. This old man obeys your command. Using the Qin family's resources, they quickly located Qixia town, which was on the outskirts of their territory. Qin Wanchuan immediately led his men there. Meanwhile, Qin Wanha ordered his men to investigate the whereabouts of Qin Xian and Chao Xiangwen. This was a master-servant pair. The former was a disciple of the main branch of the Qin family, while the latter hailed from a subordinate clan. At that moment, Qin Xian was on one of the Qin family's floating islands, engaging in a martial arts duel with someone. This was a specialized training ground for clan disciples to engage in martial arts practice. The circular floating island, spanning several miles in diameter, was entirely constructed from Xianming black stone. Surrounding it were 7 smaller training platforms connected by rainbow-colored bridges. The edges of the floating island were shrouded in swirling clouds, and one could faintly see over 100 young disciples of the Qin family engaged in martial arts duels on the various training platforms. Qin Wan and the attendant elder entered the training ground, their eyes darting swiftly around the area. He stood with his hands behind his back, and in the next moment, his voice, carrying a powerful spiritual energy, echoed throughout the arena. Where are Qin Xian and Chao Xiangwen? Come forth at once. Chapter 5, The Ninth Prince issues an order: execute the traitors. The moment he spoke, the entire training ground fell silent. The Qin family disciples who had been sparring stopped in their tracks, looking toward the source of the voice with a mix of shock and confusion. Some whispered among themselves. Isn't that Elder Qin Wanha, who has been serving the old ancestor all these years? Now that you mention it, I remember seeing him a few times from a distance before. What's happening? Why has such a prominent figure come to the training ground to look for someone? Before the murmurs could die down, Qin Wan's gaze swept across the entire arena like lightning, his robes fluttering without a breeze. The intangible pressure he emitted caused the disciples closest to him to involuntarily take a half step back. Young master, what is going on? Chao Xiangwen hesitated, glancing at his young master with a hint of unease in his eyes. Clearly, he had something to hide. Qin Xian also furrowed his brows slightly, but quickly relaxed them. A dismissive curve formed at the corner of his lips. It doesn't matter. Perhaps it's related to the rumor we heard earlier: the clan is selecting 10 disciples. Maybe they've come to bestow an opportunity. Not out of arrogance, but he was confident that among the younger generation of the clan, he ranked among the top in both strength and talent. He straightened his robes and strode toward Qin Wen and Qin Xian. On the martial arts field, the disciples instinctively parted to make a path. Qin Xian walked with composure, his robes fluttering in the wind, exuding an air of arrogance. He approached Qin Wanha, bowed respectfully, and spoke in a clear voice. Disciple Qin Xian greets the elder. May I ask why the elder has summoned the two of us here? Chao Xiangwen followed closely behind, bowing respectfully, but kept his head lowered, dared not meet Qin Wan's gaze. Qin Wan's gaze was as deep as a well, silently appraising the two before him. After a moment, he spoke softly. Are you Qin Xian? Qin Xian bowed his head even lower. That is correct. He looked at the other person and asked, Are you Chao Xiangwen? Disciple Chao Xiangwen, paying respects to the elder. After confirming their identities, Qin Wan's gaze suddenly turned cold, and the aura surrounding him was as deep as an abyss, instantly enveloping the entire training ground. He spoke slowly, his voice calm yet exuding an authority that brooked no argument. By the decree of the Ninth Prince, execute the traitors Qin Xian and Chao Xiangwen to uphold the clan's laws. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. The Ninth Prince, wasn't he the legendary immortal-like prodigy? But wasn't he only 5 years old this year? Qin Xian's pupils contracted sharply, and his face turned pale. Betrayal? Elder, how can you say such a thing? I have been loyal to the Qin clan with unwavering devotion. Chao Xiangwen trembled all over, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, instinctively taking a half step back. However, Qin Wan has said nothing more, merely moving his thoughts. Put. Before the two could react, their heads were severed in an instant. Qin Xian's head flew high into the air, his eyes still frozen in disbelief. He was the prodigy of the younger generation of the Qin family, virtually unmatched among his peers. Yet, in the presence of a venerable old monster like Qin Wenhe, he was no more than a chick, not even worthy of resistance before his head was severed. Chao Xiangwen didn't even have time to scream. As his neck snapped, blood gushed out, but it was instantly restrained by an invisible force, suspended mid-air, unable to fall. And strangely enough, the two of them were not dead. Qin Wenhe's gaze was indifferent as he lightly touched them with his fingertips, imbuing them with a thread of law energy that forcibly sealed their life force, leaving them in a state between life and death. Soul search, he murmured, waving his hand. The elder attendant immediately understood, stepped forward, and pulled out a recording stone from his sleeve, preparing to perform the soul-searching technique. There's a restriction. The elder attendant was about to act when he suddenly let out a startled cry, his expression turning serious. Qin Xian and Chao Xiangwen's bodies were actually imbued with specialized restrictions designed to prevent soul-searching. There's definitely something wrong. In other families, such restrictions might be impossible to break, as attempting to force them open would instantly cause the person who imposed them to have their soul obliterated. But this was the Qin family. The elder snorted coldly, flipped his palm, and a green leaf appeared. This was no ordinary leaf, it was a divine leaf from the Qin family's immortal divine tree. Its divine might was overwhelming, instantly shattering the restriction. Without hesitation, he cast the soul-searching technique, forcibly extracting the memories of the two. Qin Xian and Chao Xiangwen, though beheaded, remained conscious. The soul-searching tormented them to the brink of collapse. Their souls were stripped away inch by inch, and every memory since their birth unfolded like a scroll, each detail recorded by the soul-capturing stone. The earlier memories were relatively normal. Qin Xian had been exceptionally talented since childhood and highly valued by his family, while Chao Xiangwen was a disciple from a collateral branch of the Chao family, diligently cultivating his skills and aspiring to rise above the rest. However, as the memories progressed to a few years ago, in the scene, a black-clad figure silently appeared in the Chao family ancestral hall, using the Chao family's connections to locate Qin Xian. With your current talent, you will forever be a supporting role in the Qin family and never reach the highest ranks, the black-clad figure's cold voice echoed through the memory stone. We can help you, but there is a price. Qin Xian initially refused outright, but soon, under the black-clad figure's persuasion, he agreed to their demands and obtained numerous treasures that enhanced his cultivation potential. The onlookers from the Qin family were in an uproar. Qin Xian, he's actually a traitor? I knew his talent was unusual. He was only average before, but now he's surpassed me in the blink of an eye. He must have colluded with outsiders. Even more shocking was Chao Xiangwen's memory. It turned out that the Chao family had been a spy planted by the foreign tribe from the very beginning. They had been infiltrating the Qin family's subordinate clans, secretly gathering intelligence, and waiting for the right moment. The Chao family pretended to submit for all those years, but it was all part of another clan's plan? They disguised themselves so well, these scum. After the soul-searching ritual concluded, the elder's expression darkened, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. The Chao family had been among the few in the subordinate families who appeared both loyal and capable, yet they were actually spies. After speaking, he turned to the person beside him with an expression of admiration. Thanks to you, sir. If we hadn't exposed them today, I dare not imagine what the future would hold. It wasn't me. Qin Wenhe was also taken aback by the severity of the situation. He coldly scanned the crowd, his voice tinged with confusion and admiration. Everything today was arranged by the Ninth Prince. He was the one who discovered the traitor, and he issued the execution order. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, traitors to the clan no mercy. As the words fell, he swept his sleeves, and Qin Xian and Chao Xiangwen's bodies and souls instantly shattered, turning into flying ash and dissipating. The entire hall fell into complete silence. All the disciples fell silent, their hearts trembling with shock. Qin Wen and his gaze grew icy as he spoke slowly. Let this serve as a lesson to all of you. After pausing for a moment, he added, the Ninth Prince is watching you all. The pressure was now at its peak, and everyone who heard it couldn't help but gasp in horror. They felt even more awe and fear toward this unseen Ninth Prince. A 5-year-old child, not only endowed with a divine physique and the ability to foresee the future, but also acting with such decisiveness. He ordered someone to come forward, didn't even give them a chance to explain, and had them killed on the spot. When Qin Wen and the others arrived with the recording stone to find Qin Fuhai, he was also utterly shocked. Did he really say he knew it from a dream? The teacup in Qin Fuhai's hand cracked with a click, revealing a fine crack. The amber-colored tea seeped out through the crack, dripping onto the black jade table. This peerless master who had ruled the Qin clan for tens of thousands of years spoke with a rare tremor in his voice, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the edge of the shadow stone. My grandson, a 5-year-old child, who can foresee the past and future, actually managed to find a heavenly emperor. Does the divine bone have such a miraculous use? Qin Wen has stood with his hands at his sides. The young master indeed said he knew this in a dream. The traitor has already verified its authenticity. That Ye Jianwei should still be in Qixia town. According to the young master, she is a blind girl. She might truly be the future heavenly emperor. The hall suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Xin Fuhai rose slowly, his black imperial robe fluttering without wind, and the divine aura surging around him like waves, revealing his restless heart. Just as he was about to speak, the entire hall suddenly froze. Time seemed to be stripped away, even the lingering scent of tea froze mid-air. "Bring the recording stone to me." A voice that seemed to echo from ancient times reverberated throughout the hall. Chapter 6, the Zhou family, whose end began before it began, with zero resources. Xin Fuhai's body trembled violently, and the teacup in his hand shattered with a loud crack. The two bowed respectfully without hesitation. "We pay our respects to the ancestor." Ripples spread through the void, and an old man in a coarse robe appeared out of thin air. He had snow-white hair and a youthful face, clad in a black robe that moved without wind. A faint aura of the Tao seemed to emerge and vanish around him. The most striking feature was his eyes, the left eye as deep as a vast starry sky, the right eye as bright as the rising sun, and between their opening and closing, the yin and yang energies flowed. The ancient ancestor of the Qin clan, Qin Tai. This celestial emperor, who had lived through countless ages, took the stone tablet and gently touched it with his fingertip. In an instant, a massive light screen appeared in the room, and the memories of Qin Xian and the others, as if being soul-searched, unfolded like a river. "Interesting," the ancestor murmured. The image of the primordial chaos in his right eye suddenly froze. Though the black-clad figure had prepared magical artifacts to conceal his form, he did not realize that in the heavenly emperor's eyes, these tactics were as crude as a child's scribbles in the snow. The left eye reversed the flow of the starry sky, while the right eye froze the flow of life. The two gazes pierced through the memories and projected into reality. Across billions of star-spanning galaxies, above the ancestral lands of the Zhou clan, one of the 10 great imperial clans. A colossal eye of cosmic laws, capable of obscuring the heavens, materialized. Even the protective array deployed by the Imperial clan, as powerful as they were, was easily pierced through like thin paper under that gaze. "I've found you." Before the Zhou clan emperor could react, the voice of the Qin clan's ancient ancestor echoed as if from the depths of eternity. Instantly, countless Zhou clan disciples, including the black-clad figure, exploded into clouds of blood mist, their remaining souls peeling away inch by inch. This was the power of the heavenly emperor. Even among the 10 great imperial clans, even with an emperor guarding their clan. But as long as the heavenly emperor does not emerge, they remain but ants. If it weren't for the agreement between the 3 heavenly emperors, the Zhou clan could be annihilated with a single finger. The eye of the Tao slowly closed. His gaze returned to the Qin family. It was the Zhou family. "I've already given them a taste of their own medicine. Make sure the compensation is handled properly. Daring to pull tricks behind my back in the Qin family? I'll drain their family's assets dry." "The Zhou family?" Xin Fuhai suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The Qin family has been lying low for too long. Even some rats dare to stir up trouble under the nose of the boss. The old ancestor waved his hand, his eyes suddenly fixed on a certain spot as he began to calculate with his fingers, saying at the same time, "Go and thoroughly investigate the Qin family, including all affiliated families. Leave no stone unturned. Anyone found to have issues will be executed without mercy. I don't want my son to face even the slightest threat, not even the slightest. The world only knows he possesses an immortal body, but his ability to defy causality and foresee the future is far more terrifying." "Oh?" Qin Tai paused, his hand seals. This heavenly emperor, who had remained as calm as a still pond for a million years, now had a childlike excitement on his face. That boy's primordial energy is growing at a terrifying speed. It has already reached a terrifying level. What does the heavenly emperor matter? My Qin clan will soon produce an immortal emperor. 20 guards, that's not enough. Send more men. From now on, the resources for the 9th prince shall be prioritized at the highest level. Qin Fuhai heard this and frowned slightly, asking respectfully, "Ancestor, what does top priority mean?" The Qin family's resources are divided into 3 tiers, top, middle, and bottom. Each tier is divided into 5 ranks. The highest is level 1, and the lowest is the servants of the subordinate families, level 5. The resources of the princes have always been equally ranked at level 1. That is, all resources are first allocated to the heirs, and then distributed down the ranks. However, the 0 tier has never been heard of before. "I just came up with it myself," the elder spoke slowly, his voice carrying an air of unquestionable authority. "Rank 0, all clan resources are to be prioritized for Chuan alone." The moment these words were spoken, the air in the hall froze. Xin Fuhai's pupils contracted slightly, and a storm raged within his heart. This meant that from now on, all of the Qin family's heavenly treasures, secret realm opportunities, and martial arts inheritances would first be selected by Qin Wangguan, and only if there were any leftovers would they be distributed to others. Such treatment surpassed that of any previous clan leader. "Ancestor, this." Qin Fuhai chose his words carefully. "What about the other princes?" "What?" The starry river in Qin Tai's left eye suddenly shattered, and the terrifying pressure caused the entire hall to tremble. "Do you find this inappropriate?" Qin Fuhai hurriedly bowed, his mouth nearly splitting into a smile. How could he possibly find it inappropriate? I'm just worried that the other princes might feel resentful, which could affect family harmony. Humph. The old ancestor snorted coldly, sweeping his sleeves aside. If they could show even half of Chuaner's potential, I'd give them the 0th rank. Your grandchildren, the mad ones, are mad, the ones hiding their talents are hiding them. There's hardly a single normal one among them. Only the eldest is decent, possessing the primordial holy body and the aura of a heavenly emperor. What a pity, he's just a little cutie. As he spoke, he gathered an ancient rune on his fingertip and flicked it lightly. The symbol vanished into the void, instantly transforming into a golden edict that hovered above the ancestral grounds of the Qin family. For his merit in slaying the traitor, the 9th prince is rewarded with a divine seed. From this day forward, the old ancestor's voice boomed like a great bell, echoing throughout the entire Qin family. The 9th prince, Qin Wanchuan, shall enjoy the resources of the 0th rank. No one dare object. The 10 great imperial clans each possessed unique heirloom treasures, which were the fundamental difference between them and other families. The Qin family's heirloom treasure, the immortal divine tree, a single drop of its nectar could grant eternal life, and a single divine leaf could transform into an imperial artifact. The divine seed is the seed of the divine tree. When planted in the courtyard of the inner garden, it can transform the surrounding area into divine land, making it an extremely precious treasure. Xin Fuhai's gaze pierced through the layers of obstacles to look at the imperial edict in the sky, his heart filled with both joy and sorrow. He understood that the ancestral patriarch was staking the Qin clan's fortune for the next million years on a single individual, Qin Wanchuan. My grandson, the burden on your shoulders is heavy. As the imperial edict was issued, the entire Qin clan was shaken. This was an edict from the heavenly emperor. Every member of the Qin clan, whether at home or anywhere in the 3,000 Dao states, could see it. In the chambers of several Qin family princes, faint voices could be heard. Unheard of. The old ancestor really does like to stir things up. In this world, the sharper the sword, the easier it is to dull. Only by hiding one's sword and concealing one's talents can one remain stable. The 9th brother's birthday is coming up, isn't it? We'll make a fortune again soon. The science budget will be cut again, but I suppose I should go pay my respects to the 9th brother. At the same time, outside the Qin family estate, at the 10 Direction Celestial Court's Crimson Dragon Abyss. At the bottom of the blood mist-filled abyss, the corpse of a crimson true dragon lay across the lava, its scales shattered and dragon blood crystallized. Qin Xingjian, the 5th son of the Qin family, stood before the dragon's head, his white robe stained with blood, and the dragon's blood on his sword had not yet dried. The heart of a true dragon can aid my 9th younger brother in tempering his body, she murmured softly. Suddenly, she tilted her head slightly, as if in deep thought. I wonder what color my 9th younger brother prefers. This is such a hassle. Maybe I should just get a few more. With a flick of her fingertip, the dragon's body split open. A beating crimson dragon heart, encased in ice, was sliced through the void and stored within. Within the rift, several other hearts, golden, red, and even a purple one, were already encased in ice. Suddenly, roar! The entire abyss trembled as the ancient dragon emperor awoke from the lava, his dragon eyes locking onto Qin Xingjian, his intent to kill overwhelming. Human race, seeking death. Qin Xingjian blinked, drawing the companion imperial sword in his hand. Are you also going to be a gift? While the Qin family was thriving on one side, the Zhou family on the other was in dire straits. Qin Tai merely glanced once. The Zhou clan's protective array was torn apart like thin paper, their ancestral lands vanished by more than half, 13 divine islands crashed to the ground, the scripture hall burst into flames, and their 1,000-year-old heritage was reduced to ashes. Under the emperor, tens of thousands of Zhou family disciples had their bodies explode, their souls pinned to the branches of the undying divine tree and stripped away inch by inch, their screams echoing endlessly. Those who killed you in front of your face would eventually have to apologize voluntarily. This is the heavenly emperor. When the heavenly emperor grows angry, even the imperial clan is no more than ants. Zhou Shenming, the head of the Zhou clan, knelt on the ground coughing up blood, watching this scene unfold before his eyes, nearly driven mad. I told you not to go, not to provoke the Qin family. Why wouldn't you listen? To be honest, no one can guarantee that their family is completely clean. Infiltration and being infiltrated are common occurrences in major clans, primarily used to monitor the movements of other clans. But the problem is, the spy they had managed to infiltrate into the Qin family did nothing wrong yet was exposed and removed, and now they've brought this undeserved disaster upon themselves. The other imperial clans naturally knew everything that had happened to the Zhou family. The Zhou family is finished. In this generation's great struggle for power, they don't even have the qualifications to enter the fray. The fact that the heavenly emperor himself intervened only further proves the importance of the Qilin son. If that Qilin son were to grow up, the world only knows that the Qin family has produced a Qilin son, a favored child of the Dao, but they do not know the true extent of his extraordinary abilities. Despite the cautionary tale before them, many still began to stir with ambition. However, at that moment, Qin Wanchuan, who was at the center of the events, had no idea what was happening. He was almost at Qixia town. Chapter 7, I bought it, snatching the future heavenly emperor. Qixia town is located on the outskirts of the Qin family's territory, a small, unremarkable town. The buildings in the town are mostly made of blue bricks and black tiles, with few people on the streets. Occasional cries of vendors can be heard, giving the place a peaceful and ordinary atmosphere. Qin Wangchuan stood on the divine vessel, already able to see the outline of the town in the distance. Originally, he didn't need to come, he only needed to send someone to bring Ye Jianwei back. However, he was also curious about the identity of that mysterious person. Your Highness, we came out without informing anyone. Will that be problematic? The guard behind him hesitated for a moment before speaking. Notify? Qin Wangchuan shook his head. Didn't we already do that? The guards exchanged glances, unsure of what he meant. If the elders hadn't allowed it, how could we possibly be standing here? Instantly, everyone understood. That's right. Given the Qin family's influence, if they really weren't allowed to leave, they would have been stopped long ago. After all, the other young masters weren't allowed to leave the Qin family before the age of 10. That was the old ancestors' indulgence toward Qin Wangchuan. They wouldn't think to restrict him, they'd only think to send more guards. Qin Wangchuan wore a black brocade robe, with the jade pendant unique to the direct descendants of the Qin family hanging at his waist. The chaotic divine light swirling around him had been deliberately suppressed, but his eyes, as deep as the starry sky, still exuded an otherworldly aura. Behind him stood 20 Qin family guards, each a top-tier martial artist, their auras as deep and still as an abyss. With these men present, not even a remote town could stand up to them, let alone an upper-class family. Young master, we have arrived. A guard stepped forward and spoke respectfully. Qin Wangchuan nodded slightly. Standing atop the clouds, he surveyed the town below. A hint of uncharacteristic composure flickered across his youthful features. Where is she? Long before he arrived, the powerful members of the Qin family had already secretly sealed off the entire town. However, Qin Wangchuan feared disrupting the future, so he did not allow them to act rashly. It's down there. The flying vessel circled in the sky, while the remaining guards transformed into streaks of light and vanished into the void. Qin Wangchuan kept only 2 men by his side, leading them into Qixia town. On the streets, passers-by turned their heads in curiosity. A 5-year-old child walking down the street was already eye-catching, let alone one dressed in luxurious attire and exuding an extraordinary aura. Add to that the 2 bodyguards behind him, their expressions cold and stern, exuding an overwhelming aura, clearly not ordinary servants. Which family's young master is that? He's so handsome. Is he from out of town? Sho, mind your own business. Look at his clothes, he's probably from a prominent family. Although the 1,000 states were known as the Upper Realm, and the 10 Directions Celestial Court was an unattainable dream for countless cultivators, there were still those with low cultivation levels here. They were the natives of this world, though their natural talent surpassed that of many in the 1,000 states. However, due to the fact that all cultivation resources are tightly controlled by the 10 great Imperial clans, they cannot make much of a splash. At the crossroads of the town, a few muddy copper coins were scattered on the damp green stone slabs. Ye Jianwei knelt on the edge of a straw mat, his fingertips gently feeling the spirit stone that a kind stranger had left behind. She couldn't see, but she could hear. The whispers of passers-by filled her ears, laced with mockery, pity, and even a touch of contempt. This blind girl is selling herself to bury her mother? Who would want her? They say her mother used to be the top courtesan at the drunken immortal pavilion. Too bad she went mad. Better she's dead than to be a burden. She's got a decent figure. If it weren't for Ye Xiao's warning, she'd make a good bed warmer. Exactly. The young master of the Yi family has already said that anyone who dares to take this madwoman's body will be dealt with. The whispers pierced her ears like venomous snakes. Ye Jianwei clenched her pale lips tightly, feeling her way to tuck the edge of the straw mat again. Her blue-gray knuckles poked through the cracks, with dried ruche in the nail beds, like unfinished last words. This was the last red makeup she had applied to her mother's face. From the moment her mother took her last breath, Ye Jianwei knew that from that day forward, there would be no one left in this world she could trust. Even now, she still remembered everything that had happened as her mother lay dying. A pair of icy hands clutched her shoulders tightly, and no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free. A heart-wrenching cry echoed in her ears. Jianwei, you can't live alone. Rather than suffer in this world, come with me. Everything that happened that rainy night felt like a nightmare, waking her up countless times in the middle of the night. She had wanted to go with her mother, but in the end, she couldn't bear to leave her mother to die on the streets. Mother, wait a little longer. Ye Jianwei whispered softly, her voice barely audible, I'll come to you soon. The whisper abruptly ceased. Hurry! It's right ahead. Damn it, that little bastard actually dared to bury the madwoman? Last time, the boss spared her. This time, I'll cripple her. The iron hooves of the crimson flame steed crushed the green stone slabs, sending sparks flying in all directions. Vendors on both sides of the street hurriedly packed up their stalls, and pedestrians scattered like a tide. Several children were knocked to the ground, but no one dared to utter a sound. The 3rd young master of the Yi family was out, and he always acted with such arrogance. The Yi family. Ye Jianwei trembled all over. She heard the familiar sound of horse hooves approaching like thunder. Her frail body instinctively dived toward the straw mat, her hands frantically clawing at it, trying to wrap her mother up and take her away. But she was too small to even tug at her mother's hem. In just a moment, the sparks from the red flame stallion's nostrils had already reached her. Dozens of Ye family cultivators dismounted their horses with an intimidating aura. At the forefront was a man dressed in fine robes, his face grim and his sword at his waist gleaming coldly. The man was named Ye, the third young master of the Ye family. Though his name contained the character for courtesy, he had spent little time in his life doing anything but aiding his elder brother in his tyrannical deeds. Ye's gaze locked onto Ye Jianwei like a venomous snake, and he suddenly let out a piercing cold laugh. I told you not to collect her body. It seems you don't hold the Ye family in any regard. His gaze shifted to the wooden sign nearby, which read, selling myself to bury my mother. Ye sneered, crushing the sign under his foot, then roughly lifted Ye Jianwei's chin with his horsewhip. Oh, you're trying to sell yourself to bury your mother? With your withered body, no one would even take you for free. Before he could finish, a clear, cold voice cut through the chaos. I'll buy her. Ye Jianwei's vacant eyes suddenly contracted. Whether it was her imagination or not, the moment she heard those words, the once bustling marketplace fell into an eerie silence. Even the wind seemed to freeze. It was as though a beam of light suddenly shone down. Chapter 8. Who would care about an ant being crushed under a shoe? Who asked the blind fool? Can't you see the Ye family is handling business? If you don't want to die, get out of here. Ye didn't even turn his head as he shouted harshly, swinging his right palm backward with a gale that tore through the air. His cultivation at the fourth realm erupted with full force, and the edges of his palm even glowed with a blood-red aura. This was the Ye family's secret technique, the heart-shattering palm, which had once shattered the heart meridians of a fellow cultivator of the same realm on the spot. However, crack! Ye's savage grin froze on his face. He heard the crisp cracking sounds of his bones shattering from his fingertips upward. The cracking sounds didn't stop, spreading like firecrackers up his arm. In an instant, the flesh and bones of his entire right arm were crushed into powder by some terrifying force. Ye didn't even have time to scream before a hand covered in black iron scales clamped around his throat, lifting his 200-pound body into the air like a chicken. His legs kicked wildly in the air, and his left hand frantically tore at the ironclad palm. Yet the hands that had once been capable of shattering boulders now felt like mere scratches, leaving not even a single mark on the scales of the ironclad hand. The Ye family cultivators, seeing this, were about to intervene, but the entire sky suddenly sank. Boom! An invisible pressure crashed down like the sky collapsing, shattering the cobblestones of the long street into countless fragments. The Ye family members, along with the surrounding cultivators, were struck as if by lightning, their bodies crashing uncontrollably to the ground. Blood mist erupted from their knees, and their faces were scraped raw on the stone slabs. The entire marketplace fell deathly silent, broken only by the intermittent cracking sounds of shattered joints. Please spare my life, sir. Ye, sensing something was wrong, began to beg for mercy. His face was purple and swollen from being choked, but he still managed to force out the words, "It was my fault for not recognizing your greatness." At this point, he no longer resembled the defiant man he had been moments ago, only fear and desperation remained. As his pleas faded, the guards before him remained as cold as ice. Their gaze swept over Qin Wanchuan. The 5-year-old child was looking elsewhere, not even sparing him a glance. Seeing this, the guard immediately clenched his fists. Snap! Ye's neck was crushed with brutal force, and he died in agony. Blood gushed out of his 7 orifices, suspending eerily in mid-air under the overwhelming pressure, transforming into a shower of blood droplets. In the final moment before his consciousness faded, he thought to himself, is this an assassination attempt targeting me? Or is this an attack on the Ye family? But the next second, Ye's dilating pupils suddenly contracted violently. In his blurred vision, a 5-year-old child stood indifferently before the blind man, while another black armored guard stood respectfully behind him. So, that's how it is. He finally understood the peerless warrior who had casually crushed him was merely a servant of this young master. It wasn't a vendetta or an attack. It was merely a powerful being passing by who accidentally crushed an ant that was making a commotion. Who are you? The Ye family guard, kneeling on the ground, trembled as he shouted, struggling to resist. The Ye family has a quasi-saint ancestor protecting us. A quasi-saint was barely considered a great power in the Thousand States. Once they advance further to become saints, they can establish sacred lands and recruit countless disciples. He had thought that invoking such a figure might intimidate them, but he seemed to have forgotten. This was the 10 Directions celestial court. Even the 2 seemingly ordinary guards in front of him, along with the numerous hidden guards behind them, were all at the 21st realm, the quasi-emperor realm. If it weren't for the emperor's divine form being hindered, the one guarding the exit wouldn't be at the 21st realm, but the 22nd realm, the emperor realm. It's not that the quasi-saints are too weak, it's that the Qin family is too powerful. Qin Wanchuan remained expressionless. Finally speaking, not a single one shall be spared. Perhaps his voice was still too young, or perhaps that was simply his true nature. He spoke softly, but to his enemies, his words sounded like the screams of the damned. The near saint ancestor? The guards, upon hearing this, turned to look at the man, their lips curling into a mocking smile. He slowly raised his hand, and with a casual flick of his fingertips. Put! The Ye family guard who had spoken didn't even have time to scream before his head exploded, leaving his body lying in a pool of blood like a pile of mud. A mere quasi-saint isn't even worthy of tying the shoes of our young master, another guard sneered. Even if a saint or a great saint were to come, they would be no more than slightly larger ants. With that, he moved his mind. Over a dozen Ye family guards suddenly collapsed as if all their strength had been drained from their bodies. Though their bodies appeared unharmed, their souls were obliterated in an instant, leaving them no chance of reincarnation. If it weren't for the sake of the young master, these people wouldn't even have a proper burial. They would have been reduced to clouds of blood mist. Those lying on the ground in the marketplace trembled violently upon witnessing this scene, hurriedly pressing their heads against the ground and beginning to pray. Too powerful. This wasn't a difference in strength, it was a crushing blow from a different dimension. Next is. Qin Wangchuan said, his gaze falling on the girl still kneeling on the ground. Ye Jianwei couldn't see anything, but she could hear the crisp sounds of bone snapping and smell the heavy stench of blood. She bit her lower lip tightly, the words "I bought it" echoing in her ears, but she feared they were just a hallucination. Just like those starving nights when she always heard her mother's calls. She hoped it wasn't a hallucination. Because then she could afford to bury her mother. Ye Jianwei, who had been intelligent since childhood, knew all too well that the people before her were from a completely different world. But she had no choice. Please buy me. Almost instinctively, Ye Jianwei knelt forward forcefully. Just 500 spirit stones will do. 5 years, no, 10 years is fine. I'm very capable. Her trembling voice carried the desperation of someone clinging to their last hope, like a drowning person grasping at a lifeline. Qin Wangchuan stood silently before the straw mat, the hem of his black brocade robe brushing against the edge of the mat. He watched the blind girl who would one day become the emperor of the Qin heaven kneeling on the ground like a beggar. Beneath the straw mat, half a finger was visible. It was the final resting place of her mother. When Ye Jianwei's forehead touched the ground, she suddenly caught a whiff of the crisp scent of snow pine. It carried no trace of perfume, pure as fresh snow in a mountain stream, yet it inexplicably warmed her long frozen limbs with a long-forgotten warmth. She loved this scent. Just as she was thinking, a dull thud sounded from behind her. Qin Wangchuan raised his hand, and the two guards behind him tossed down bag after bag of spirit crystals. These are spirit crystals, several times more valuable than spirit stones. We'll buy you for a lifetime. The young man's voice was pleasant, like clear spring water in dew. At the same time, it brought a surreal, dreamlike sensation. Ye Jianwei's fingertips trembled slightly. When she touched the heavy bag of spirit crystals, she jerked her hand back as if she had been burned. Master. Her voice was hoarse, and her fingers unconsciously clutched the hem of her robe. I'm not worth this much. She had heard of spirit crystals before. They were something even the head of the Ye family coveted. If it were anyone else, they would likely be overjoyed at this moment. But she only felt terrified. A blind woman who couldn't even afford to bury her mother's remains, what right did she have to such kindness? With mud-stained fingertips, she gently pushed the spirit crystal pouch back. Lowering her head, her voice was so soft it almost vanished in the wind. I don't want the spirit crystal. Just help me bury my mother. Give me a meal a day, and my life will be yours. Chapter 9, Meeting the Mysterious Man. The rain-soaked was still damp, reflecting the hem of the young man's black brocade robe. Qin Wangchuan looked down at the blind girl who would one day become the emperor of the Qin dynasty, but at this moment, she resembled a wet chick, trembling even as she accepted the gift. He suddenly smiled. Such virtue, no wonder she would one day become the emperor of the heavens. My name is Qin Wangchuan. He bent down to pick up the spirit crystal pouches that had been pushed back, along with a smooth jade pendant, and forcefully placed them into her palm. Come with me. Your life now belongs to me, and you shall live only for me. The jade pendant grew warm to the touch, with the character Qin engraved on the front and 9 on the back. Ye Jianwei traced the patterns, and in a daze, she felt the warmth from the jade spreading through her fingertips to her heart, melting the ice left behind from that rainy night. Qin Wangchuan, she murmured, as if trying to carve those 3 words into her very bones. Qin Wangchuan did not respond to Ye Jianwei's whisper. He turned to the guard beside him and said indifferently, dispose of the body and prepare a coffin. Also, once we return, go to my treasure vault and select an item for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 guards' eyes suddenly burst with wild joy. Thank you, young master. The guards hiding in the shadows clenched their teeth in frustration, their eyes flashing with envy. Spirit crystals were merely a cultivation resource, distributed monthly by the clan. But the items in the young master's treasure vault were all unique treasures. Even the things he didn't need could cause a bloodbath if he just tossed a few out. Even now, the faint glow escaping from the slightly open crevice of his spirit crystal pouch caused the surrounding cultivators to hold their breath in unison. Their eyes betrayed obvious shock and greed. If it weren't for the terrifying scene that had just unfolded, they would have rushed forward in an instant. Ye Jianwei was still kneeling on the ground, dazed, with tears welling up in his eyes. As long as his mother didn't have to be left to rot in the wilderness, that was better than anything else. Qin Wanchuan stood motionless for a moment, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. According to the simulated trajectory, the mysterious figure who bestowed the 9 Heavens Qin Emperor Sutra should be arriving soon. He helped Ye Jianwei to her feet and said, "Wait a little longer. I need to wait for someone to annihilate an entire clan." After a moment's hesitation, Ye Jianwei suddenly clenched the hem of his robe, his voice trembling. "Master, let's leave first. You killed the people of the Yi family, they'll be here soon." Her fingertips gently traced the character 9 on the jade pendant, her voice growing softer. "My mother offended them and was killed in a hit and run. They even said no one was allowed to bury her or interfere, or else." Ye Jianwei couldn't see, nor did she know what a hellish scene lay before her. If she had known, she probably wouldn't have spoken that way. Qin Wanchuan nodded inside. Small families sure are arrogant. No. It's not a small family. The Yi family is very powerful. Ye Jianwei's shoulders involuntarily shrank, as if recalling something terrifying. So many people died, so we also. The 2 guards standing nearby nearly burst out laughing at this point. A family from a remote town? Even if there were 10, 100, or 1,000 of them, they'd be crushed with ease. Let alone within the Qin family's territory. "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Qin Wanchuan interrupted her, suddenly lifting his head to gaze toward the end of the long street. The rain mist swirled on me, and a man in a straw raincoat walked toward them with steady steps. He was a man in his 30s, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. Behind him fluttered a fortune teller's flag, and a bamboo tube hung from his waist, containing jingling copper coins. "Little girl." He approached Ye Jianwei, lifted his hat, and was about to speak when his pupils suddenly contracted in the divination. There should have been only one person, but now there was an additional 5-year-old child. The child, dressed in black, stared back with eyes that seemed far too mature for his age. The man in the raincoat instinctively clasped his hands in a seal, but this time, he couldn't discern anything. The heavenly mechanisms were chaotic, and the child's fate was completely unclear. It was as though the figure sitting there was not a living being, but a sharp sword that had severed the river of destiny. How strange. His copper-colored face betrayed shock. Having traveled through 3,000 states and thousands of years, he had never encountered a fate so completely beyond calculation. "Enough. You 2 young ones, I have a cultivation technique here. Since you 2 have a connection with me, who wants it?" The fortune teller's gaze wandered between the 2, for he was only responsible for passing on the technique. Who received it was of no consequence to him. He was certain in his heart, it must be the young man who will take it. The young man appeared more mature, and the blind girl, unable to see, naturally had no idea of the technique's value. But the next moment, he was proven wrong. "Give it to her," Qin Wanchuan said indifferently. "Oh?" The fortune teller became interested and raised the jade tablet in his hand. "Do you know what this technique in my hand is?" "I do not know." "Then why not take it? It would be more suitable for her." "What if I told you it's a treasure that can change one's destiny?" "Then give it to her." "Give it to her." Just 4 simple words, yet they felt like a flame, burning Ye Jianwei's heart. She came from a humble background. Precisely because of her humble origins, she had seen too much darkness. A technique that this man would bestow so solemnly must be a rare treasure. Yet he didn't hesitate for a moment, simply handing it over to her so casually. Why? Was it because she was too weak? Or because he pitied her? Or perhaps he didn't care about this so-called treasure at all? But no matter which reason it was, it shouldn't have been like this. She had seen too many people fight tooth and nail over a few spirit stones or some food, even turning against their own kin and brothers. But now, Ye Jianwei clenched the jade tablet the fortune teller had handed her, her knuckles turning white, her heart feeling as though it had been gripped by something, aching and swollen. So, someone would really treat her this way. It wasn't charity, it wasn't pity, it was someone truly willing to give her something good. She suddenly felt her eyes grow hot and quickly lowered her head, afraid he would see her lose her composure. In reality, Qin Wanchuan's intentions were simple. She was already his. What difference did it make to whom he gave it? However, the fortune tellers were unaware of this. He chuckled softly and stepped forward, intending to take a closer look at this unusual young man. But the 2 guards wouldn't let him get close. The fortune teller's fingertips gently traced the lines, his gaze flickering. Though he couldn't discern Qin Wanchuan's fate, the origins of the 2 guards were clearly revealed in the shifting patterns of the fortune-telling lines. He raised his eyebrows slightly, murmuring with a faint smile. "So you're from the Qin family." His tone was calm, yet it carried a hint of deeper meaning. "I owe your family's ancestor a favor. Here, I have this 6-word sword manual. I'll give it to you. Young man, learn the sword." The fortune teller seemed to see something through Qin Wanchuan, and began to recite aloud, his carefree and unrestrained voice echoing throughout the intersection. "The swordsman. A single sword cuts through the stars, freezing the heavens. A lone blade once illuminated the sorrows of ages. Let the heavenly prodigies vie for glory, I shall remain steadfast above the clouds. Chapter 10, the Ye clan is annihilated, and earthly ties are severed. Qin Huangchuan took the sword manual and looked down. There was no gilded silk binding, no obscure and enigmatic title. On the yellowed cover, there was only a single character, sword, written in ink that seemed to bleed through the paper. The brushstrokes were as sharp as a sword, piercing through the paper. At first glance, a chilling sword chi swept toward him, stinging his eyes. After all, Qin Huangchuan was made of divine bones. Even Imperial tier martial arts manuals could be read with ease. Yet the sword manual in his hands, with just a single character on the cover, was enough to make his eyes burn as if on fire. Beyond the Emperor tier cultivation technique. Could it be from the Heavenly Emperor? The person before him was a Heavenly Emperor. Realizing this, Qin Huangchuan suddenly looked up, only to find that the fortune teller had already vanished without a trace. Young master. The two guards immediately sensed something was wrong and instinctively stood in front of Qin Huangchuan, scanning the surroundings warily, hoping to find any trace of the fortune teller. At first, they had thought he was just an ordinary fortune teller with an ordinary aura, but after he suddenly vanished, they realized something was wrong. Relax. That was the Heavenly Emperor. If he really wanted to harm us, we would have been dead already. Qin Huangchuan sighed lightly, not blaming them. The guards were stunned. The Heavenly Emperor? Not to mention them, even Qin Huangchuan hadn't expected that the one who had helped Ye Jianwei in the simulation would be the Heavenly Emperor. It is said that Li Tiandi of the Li family of Tianjian, who traveled through the 3,000 Tao states, cultivated the path of causality, and forged karmic bonds for countless generations. Today, seeing him in person, I realized the rumors were true. No wonder he chose to invest in Ye Jianwei. He must have known she was destined to become an emperor. At this point, Qin Huangchuan paused, recalling his own constitution. Among the three heavenly emperors, only the Qin family's ancestor remained at home, while the other two were traveling the world in search of methods to break through their limits. Fortunately, no heavenly emperor intervened, allowing the Qin family's heaven-defying plan to proceed smoothly. Otherwise, would other clans just let you gather so many supreme bones and divine bones? Do you really think they're that kind-hearted? As the few exchanged words, Ye Jianwei's fingers trembled slightly as she held the jade slip. Though she couldn't see, she had gathered from the fragments of conversation that the fortune teller was of extraordinary status, and whatever he had given must be of the highest quality. Young master. She suddenly knelt toward Qin Huangchuan, holding the jade tablet high with both hands. This is too precious. I can't accept it. And it's a waste for me. I can't even see it. The jade tablet glowed faintly in her palm, casting a pale light on her knuckles, which were as white as snow. The street water reflected her tense profile, her eyelashes trembling slightly. She looked like an ugly duckling that had fallen into a muddy pond. Qin Huangchuan chuckled softly, reaching out to gently touzle her dry, yellow hair. Why so much yours and mine? The tip of his finger carried a thread of chaotic divine light, silently nourishing her parched hair tips. You're already mine. Why bother with such things? I'll learn it too when we get back. I'll teach you then. The words were domineering, yet they caused Ye Jianwei's tense shoulders to relax suddenly. She lowered her head, pressing the jade tablet against her chest as if to confirm that this wasn't a hallucination, a soft whimper escaping her throat like a small animal. Yes. For the first time in 5 years, someone had treated her as a cherished possession. This felt more reassuring than charity or pity. Soon, the coffin was ready. The guards began to carry the body, and Ye Jianwei joined them, holding her mother's hand and claiming she would accompany her for the final journey. She then whispered something softly into her ear. She thought Qin Huangchuan couldn't hear her, but he heard every word clearly. Mother, I can't stay with you anymore. I have to live on. Qin Huangchuan nodded slightly, thinking to himself, that's right, Ye Jianwei. Live on. As the future emperor of the Qin clan, as my ally, you must live on. As long as she grows up, and with me by her side. The Qin family could become the first family of the world. Return to the flying vessel. The group quickly returned to the floating divine vessel hovering above Qixia town. It was a massive, pitch-black vessel, its hull engraved with intricate runes, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight. Ye Jianwei could feel the faint vibrations beneath his feet, the sudden surge of spiritual energy around him, and the overwhelming power of those around him. It was a sensation so intense it made his breath sting. The Ye family naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity, though there was no need to search for it. Qin Huangchuan sat on the deck of the flying ship, tapping his fingertips on the railing without turning his head as he asked, "Where is the Ye family?" The guard bowed and clasped his fists, replying in a solemn voice, "Your Highness, the place with the continuous rows of blue-tiled roofs below is where they are." The Ye family's estate houses 527 cultivators, with the strongest presence at the center of the estate. All have been locked onto. With a sweep of his divine sense, not only the Ye family, but the entire town was clearly visible to him. Qin Huangchuan replied indifferently, then turned his gaze toward the flying vessel below. The outline of Qixia town was faintly visible beneath the clouds, and the Ye family's massive estate, spanning several miles, stood out prominently. Within the red gates and high walls, pavilions and towers stood densely packed, and the glazed tiles of the central hall shone with a gaudy golden light under the sun. At that moment, several auras gathered at the center of the courtyard, apparently having discovered the tragic state of their third young master. The family head, elders, and several heirs had gathered to discuss countermeasures. But what difference does it make? Eliminate them. The three casual words fell, and suddenly, dark clouds gathered over the entire sky of Qixia town. Old Zhou, the innkeeper, was wiping the counter when he suddenly felt the wine bowl on the counter tremble slightly. He looked up in confusion and saw birds taking flight outside the window. The cobblestones along the entire street were silently covered in spider web-like cracks. What is this? Before he could finish speaking, a colossal pressure descended from the heavens. In an instant, the air along the entire street seemed to freeze. Old Zhou's wine bowl suddenly shattered in his hands, but the porcelain shards mysteriously hovered in mid-air before hitting the ground. The guests drinking wine, along with all the cultivators on the street, turned pale. Their spiritual energy felt as though it had been trapped in quicksand, and their knees buckled uncontrollably, slamming into the immediately cracked like a spiderweb. This wasn't pressure, it was absolute suppression at the level of the laws themselves. It was like an ant suddenly being thrown into the depths of the ocean, or even struggling became a luxury. What's happening? Someone managed to lift their eyes, their pupils contracting sharply. Above the sky, a gigantic palm made of spiritual energy, spanning hundreds of miles, was taking shape. The palm's ridges were as clear as gorges, and merely gazing at it caused one's eyes to burn and their soul to tremble. Moments later, the gigantic palm descended toward the Ye family's direction. The entire Ye family, including the quasi-saint, were crushed into the ground by an invisible pressure, their faces pressed against the earth, limbs twisted, unable to move even a finger. Some of the weaker individuals were crushed into a blood mist the moment the pressure formed. There was no escape, no place to hide. There was no thunderous roar, no screams. As the giant palm and the pressure dissipated, what remained of the Ye family's massive mansion was a glass-like crater hundreds of feet deep. The Ye family, along with half of Qixia town, was completely erased from the face of the earth. The Ye family, annihilated? Old Zhou, kneeling on the ground, stared blankly at the scene and muttered to himself. Such a large family had been reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Shock and fear instantly engulfed everyone present. Even a quasi-emperor can manipulate the laws of the universe. What would it be like if an emperor were to truly unleash their power? Qin Huangquan watched the disappearing Ye family, his mind racing. Chaotic divine light swirled around him, blocking the terrifying pressure from the outside. He turned to look at Ye Jianwei, whose face was pale but remained stubbornly silent. He raised his hand, and a breath of energy swept out, his voice calm and devoid of any childishness. The Ye family is annihilated. Your earthly ties are severed. Find a proper place to bury your mother. From today onward, you shall follow me and dedicate yourself to cultivation. Ye Jianwei unconsciously clenched the hem of his robe. Could it be, for me? The nails of her mother's fingers dug into her shoulders, the blood-soaked scent of the rain-soaked straw mat, and the nightmares that had tormented her for 5 years all were effortlessly swept away by the young man's words. So this is what it feels like to be protected. The crisp scent of cedar lingered at her nostrils. Ye Jianwei lowered her eyes and softly replied, yes. The sound was barely audible, yet it echoed like the clinking of a lock being secured. My life is yours. The divine vessel soon arrived at the ancestral estate of the Qin family. As the flying boat landed on the divine vessel platform, Qin Wanhe and his servants, who had been waiting for some time, hurried forward. He first cast a lingering glance at Ye Jianwei, who stood disheveled behind Qin Huangquan, then approached with reverence and said, Prince, the elder is summoning you. Qin Huangquan nodded, showing no hurry to leave. Instead, he turned to the guards behind him and said, Go first and give her mother a proper burial. The guards respectfully acknowledged the order. Yes, Prince. This youngest prince spoke and acted with natural authority, and all the guards accompanying him couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect. After speaking, he looked at Ye Jianwei. You should go with them as well, to accompany your mother on her final journey. Ye Jianwei's body trembled slightly as she whispered, Thank you, young master. Noticing her tattered clothes and yellowed hair, Qin Huangquan turned to a maid and instructed, Take her to wash and change into clean clothes. Yes, my lord, the maid replied, bowing. After giving his orders, he followed his master to the hall of the ancestor emperor. When Qin Huangquan entered the hall, Qin Tai slowly opened his eyes, his gaze as deep as the ocean. Chuaner, come here. Qin Huangquan stepped forward and bowed respectfully, Ancestor. Qin Tai did not beat around the bush but asked directly, What is the matter with your origin? Chapter 11, The Great Emperor is the end for ordinary people, but only the beginning for me. A single word reveals the great truth. The source can be said to be fixed from the moment a person is born. After reaching the emperor's realm of transcendence, there are some methods to slightly increase it, but such a drastic surge in one's origin has never been seen before. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't bother, but this was Qin Huangquan. Qin Tai had no choice but to take it seriously. Qin Huangquan blinked, tilted his little face, and revealed a cute smile. Reporting to the ancestor, your grandson is also unaware, he said in a clear voice, with chaotic divine light swirling around him. It was just that I suddenly felt something awaken within me, and my cultivation speed has greatly increased. When it's time to act ignorant, act ignorant. Xin Taiyi's withered fingers tapped the armrest, causing ripples of Taoist energy to spread throughout the hall. The Heavenly Emperor, who had lived for over 1,000,000 years, suddenly smiled. Are you truly unaware, or are you feigning ignorance? The image of the birth of all things in his right eye suddenly accelerated, while the starry sky in his left eye froze abruptly. Do you know that once an ordinary cultivator's source energy reaches its limit, they can never progress further in their lifetime? Even a great emperor, after spending 1,000 years, may not be able to increase their source energy by even a thread. The incense in the hall suddenly solidified into substance, outlining the silhouette of an immortal divine tree between the two. Xin Taiyi's fingertip gently touched the tree, causing it to burst into brilliant light, and you. The illusory divine tree trembled violently, projecting 10 chaotic light rings around Qin Wanchuan. Each ring contained an aura that made the heavens and earth tremble, and the 10th ring faintly hinted at transcendence beyond this realm. Within 10 days, your primordial energy has surged by more than tenfold, as if there were no limits to its growth. Xin Taiyi's voice carried an unprecedented gravity. Such a divine miracle is something even I, when I attained the status of Heavenly Emperor, have never witnessed. Qin Wanchuan's heart stirred slightly. He had always known that the primal energy granted by the system was extraordinary, but he never imagined it would even shake the Heavenly Emperor. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a bronze compass fly out from the sleeve of the old ancestor. The compass hovered in mid-air, its surface engraved with the silhouettes of the 3,000 states. Xin Taiyi extended his hand, and a drop of Imperial blood, shimmering with golden light, fell onto the center of the compass. It's better not to know. Let me see what kind of existence is aiding you. Boom! The compass spun wildly, instantly draining all the spiritual energy from the entire Qin family's ancestral land. Moments later, the compass came to a stop. How strange, the Heavenly Emperor said, standing up with the compass in hand. Even the heavenly mechanism compass cannot discern this karma. Xuaner, there is a great secret within you. It's not just a secret, it's a stupid system. Just as he was about to speak, the ancient ancestor suddenly leaned forward, placing his withered hand on Qin Wanchuan's shoulder. There is no need to tell me the details. Such divine phenomena should be known by as few people as possible. Qin Wanchuan was startled. He hadn't expected the old ancestor to react this way. No questions, no inquiries, only unconditional trust and protection. Your grandson understands, he nodded solemnly, feeling a corner of his heart soften. Is this what family is? Even faced with a miracle beyond comprehension, the first instinct is to protect, not to covet. Xin Taiyi stroked his beard contentedly, then suddenly changed the subject. Tell me about the blind girl you brought back. Her name is Ye Jianwei. Qin Wanchuan's eyes lit up. I foresaw in my dream that this girl will one day become the Heavenly Emperor. Oh? The starry river in the old ancestor's left eye suddenly reversed. Let me take a look. An intangible divine consciousness swept over the entire Qin family, instantly locking onto Ye Jianwei, who was buried on the back mountain with her mother. Moments later, Xin Taiyi furrowed his brows, ordinary bone structure, blind in both eyes. This. The vitality in his right eye suddenly surged. So that's it. She was born with a divine heart. Though one of her 7 orifices is damaged, it secretly aligns with the great Tao with a flaw principle. What a precious gem! No wonder old Li helped her. But he probably didn't anticipate that in the end, he would be doing you a favor. As the Heavenly Emperor, he naturally had also calculated the karmic ties between Ye Jianwei and the Li family. With just a flick of his fingers, he had calculated the cause and effect, as well as the matter of Qin Wanchuan obtaining the sword technique. Xin Taiyi suddenly smiled meaningfully. Do you know why the old man of the Li family gave you the sword technique? He said it was to repay you for a favor. Qin Wanchuan replied. The old ancestor burst into laughter. Oh, a favor? That old fox is the sharpest of them all. He must have seen that the karma you bear is even more astonishing than his own back then. This is just him trying to build some good karma in advance. As the laughter died down, Xin Taiyi suddenly grew serious. Xuaner, both the Qin and Li families are renowned for their sword techniques, but do you know why the title of Heavenly Sword was bestowed upon the Li family? I do not. On one hand, it's because of the Heavenly Sword from the Li family's sword tomb. The other reason is the sword technique. No. It should be called the sword seal. He turned to look at the sea of clouds outside the hall, his voice suddenly growing faint. In ancient times, the Li family produced a great sage with a 6-kill sword seal and founded the Imperial clan. Over the generations, countless descendants refined it until it became the Li family's 7-kill sword seal, whose power is truly terrifying. You should cultivate diligently, perhaps you can one day comprehend the Li family's precious sword seal. That powerful? Qin Wanchuan produced the sword manual, which was so powerful that even the ancient ancestor had to acknowledge its terrifying might. This alone was enough to demonstrate the true horror of the sword seal. After some thought, he handed the sword manual over, copy a few copies and placed them in the scripture hall for others to study. After all, Senior Li hadn't said it was only for his own use. Oh? Qin Taiyi's face flashed a look of surprise. His gaunt fingers gently traced the sword manual, his eyes sparkling like a starry sky, as if he were calculating something. You intend to distribute this? Qin Wanchuan blinked, his innocent face showing a touch of confusion. Is that not allowed? The old ancestor shook his head and smiled. It's not that it's not allowed, but... Chuaner. His voice grew solemn, tinged with a hint of warning. The reason why an opportunity is because it is unique. If only you possess it, then you are the unparalleled prodigy, but if you share it, everyone will have it, and your advantage will be completely lost. He tapped the jade tablet with his fingertip, his tone profound. The cultivation technique created by the Heavenly Emperor is indeed a treasure for ordinary people, but if everyone cultivates it, how can you ensure that you will still surpass everyone else? Qin Wanchuan heard this, but a sneer curled the corners of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with a defiance unbecoming of his age. The old ancestor worries too much, he said in a clear voice, yet his tone carried an unwavering confidence. No matter how powerful the sword technique is, it is merely another's path. To me, it is nothing. Moreover, he narrowed his eyes slightly, placing his young hand gently over his heart. His divine bones resonated, emitting a faint hum. The same technique, when practiced by different people, yields results as different as day and night. I possess the immortal body of longevity, my primordial essence far surpasses that of ordinary mortals, and I am further enhanced by divine bones. If I lack even this confidence, what future do I have in attaining the title of Immortal Emperor? The Great Emperor is the pinnacle for ordinary mortals, but not for me. The Heavenly Emperor is merely the starting point. My goal is the Immortal Emperor, and beyond that. With divine bones, a divine physique, and a system, if one cannot reach that realm, it only proves how weak one is. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sky above the Qin family's ancestral land suddenly turned turbulent. Although Qin Wanchuan was unaware, Qin Taiyi saw clearly. The once clear sky was instantly shrouded in chaos, with endless calamity clouds surging and converging into a massive vortex spanning 3,000 realms. At the center of the vortex, faint divine light descended, and the echoes of the Tao's voice resonated, as if the heavens and earth trembled in response to this audacious declaration. This was no longer a matter of innate talent, but a sign of the Tao's favor. 10 directions celestial court cloud sea. Li Tiandi, who was fishing in the cloud sea, suddenly felt his fishing rod snap. He looked up abruptly, his gaze piercing through the endless void, fixated on the direction of the Qin family. What is this? His usually carefree and unconstrained expression grew unusually solemn. He clasped his fingers in a seal and began to calculate, but all he saw was chaos. For others to study? Interesting. He suddenly chuckled, and a rusty ancient sword in his sleeve emitted a clear dragon's roar. The Li family has no hope in this generation. Let you help me master the 8th seal. 1000 states 9 heavens gate. The Emperor of the Heavens, Ji Tian, suddenly opened his eyes in the clouds, freezing the surrounding space. Above the Immortal Emperor? He looked toward the position of the Qin family in the heavens, his voice hoarse like clashing metal. After the Golden Age ended, there are still those who dare to speak so boldly. How dare these children be so reckless? Qin Taiyi, after the initial shock, paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, filled with satisfaction. Excellent! Excellent! A true Immortal Emperor. The same technique, but different practitioners. He clapped his hands in admiration. Chuaner, your resolve surpasses mine from back in the day by threefold. A great era is about to begin. Our Qin clan shall become the first clan of the myriad realms. As the laughter died down, the old ancestor's gaze grew deep, and he spoke slowly. Since that is the case, I cannot let you sacrifice yourself in vain. He changed the subject, gathering a golden token in his palm, with the characters Tai E engraved on the front. From this day forward, you may go at any time to pay homage to the undying divine tree. That is a true great opportunity. Qin Wanchuan's eyes lit up slightly as he bowed in respect. Thank you, ancestor. Qin Taiyi waved his hand, his eyes gleaming with a hint of intrigue. Go. I shall see just how far you and the young maid you brought back can go. At the same time, on the other side, Ye Jianwei had already buried his mother and was returning with the guards. However, they were intercepted along the way. I heard that the 9th prince brought back a stray kitten? A delicate voice came from the side. Qin Zhaoer, holding the hem of her skirt, walked gracefully toward them. At 9 years old, she already showed signs of her future beauty. Her fingertips played with the tassels of the jade pendant at her waist. The golden phoenix embroidered on her crimson silk skirt shone brilliantly in the sunlight, swaying gently with her steps. When did our Qin family become so lax that even stray cats and dogs can come in? The girl tilted her head, her hairpin swaying gently, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with innocent malice. She suddenly covered her mouth and giggled. Oh, I meant to say, not even cats and dogs are worthy of that. Chapter 12, the 8th Prince Qin Zhaoer, mercilessly torturing the female demon. The maidservant stepped forward to shield Ye Jianwei behind her. 8th Prince, this is the 9th Prince's person. Humph. Qin Zhaoer tapped her toe, and her golden silk skirt swirled gracefully. She suddenly leaned close to the maid, her fingertips twirling through her hair, her eyelids slightly raised, revealing a hint of dangerous spoiled arrogance. "Are you trying to stop me?" The maidservant immediately bowed her head. "Dare not." She was not a servant of Qin Wangchuan but belonged to the Xianzhou, a class of servants who could be commanded by anyone. Naturally, she dared not provoke these princes. Qin Jier hummed lightly, skipping around to stand before Ye Jianwei. "Wow, you're just a poor little blind boy." Her sweet voice carried a hint of feigned pity, but her expression changed abruptly the next moment. "Why? Why does a 5-year-old child deserve such favor from the old ancestor? Why are others ranked at the first level, while he is at the 0 level and still receives a divine seed? What is it that he lacks compared to him?" Qin Jier grew increasingly furious. She bit her lower lip tightly, recalling the words her mother had once spoken. "Jier, you have good talent, but unfortunately, compared to Wangchuan, you're destined to be nothing but a supporting role." The rest of the words were left unsaid, but the sigh that followed was more piercing than any words could be. "A blind man." Qin Jier suddenly lowered her voice, her sweet tone laced with venom. "Does he even deserve to enter the Qin family?" Ye Jianwei's voice was hoarse, and his emaciated fingers clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms. She wanted to argue, but no words came out. This silent demeanor only gave her the opportunity to lash out. "How dare you!" A guard behind Qin Jier barked, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that felt like a mountain crushing down. However, before the pressure could land, it was dispersed by another powerful force. "You're the one being insolent." A furious shout rang out like a thunderclap. Qin Jier and the guards were caught off guard, knocked to their knees on the green jade bricks. Their hairpins clattered to the ground, and their robes were dusty. There was no trace of their earlier arrogance. She struggled to lift her head, only to meet the icy gaze of Qin Wangchuan. "Eighth sister." A clear, childlike voice rang out like cold spring water striking jade, sending a chill through everyone's hearts. Qin Jier, forcing a smile, spoke in a voice so sweet it was sickening. "9 younger brother, your elder sister is helping you discipline your disobedient servants." Qin Wangchuan walked slowly toward her, accompanied by his guards. Though the 5-year-old boy was not tall, his eyes caused everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines. Even among the bodyguards of princes, there were significant differences in rank, and Qin Wangchuan was always surrounded by the best. "Master." Ye Jianwei's hollow eyes welled up with tears, and his cracked lips trembled slightly. That single word carried an abundance of emotions, from despair to grievance, from helplessness to relief, like a lost cub finally sensing the scent of its den. "It's okay." Qin Wangchuan reached out and gently brushed her dry hair. Those few simple words caused Ye Jianwei's tense back to suddenly relax. She turned to look at Qin Jier. "Eighth sister sure is impressive. You're even scolding my people." "Impressive." Qin Wangchuan's childish voice carried a hint of playful teasing, but his eyes, as deep as the starry sky, were filled with icy coldness. He gave a subtle glance to the guards behind him, and the oppressive aura surrounding Qin Jier and the others vanished instantly. Qin Jier, feeling guilty, looked up and met those icy eyes. She almost instinctively forced an awkward smile, her throat tightening as cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Though they had interacted before as fellow princes, the 8th prince, Qin Jier, wasn't a bad person. She was just immature, spoiled, and rude, with a particularly strong sense of superiority. Despite being her older sister, she acted like a spoiled little girl from a previous life. She had already disciplined her a few times before, but it seemed she hadn't learned her lesson. "Since you know you're wrong, then accept your punishment." As Qin Wangchuan's childish voice faded, Qin Jier's pupils contracted sharply, and her fingertips, stained with nail polish, unconsciously tugged at the hem of her skirt. Could it be that? She was thinking to herself. 2 female guards immediately stepped forward, one on each side, holding Qin Jier in place. "You, what are you doing?" Qin Jier's voice suddenly rose, a hint of panic flashing in her phoenix eyes. "How dare you? I am the 8th prince." Before she could finish, the 2 female guards had already bowed respectfully. "Please forgive the 8th prince." They then gripped her arms, one on each side, their movements respectful yet unwavering. Seeing that the guards remained unmoved, she raised her voice again and looked at Qin Wangchuan. "I am your sister. Precisely because of that, you must be disciplined." Qin Wangchuan took a jade ruler from the guards, 20 strokes, a small punishment for a great lesson. Qin Jier's face turned pale in an instant as she struggled to break free. "No. I can't. I'm already this old. Don't spank me." This jade ruler, named Jiaxin, was an ancestral punishment artifact passed down through the Qin family. Though it does not harm the flesh in the slightest, it strikes directly at the soul, and no matter how powerful one's cultivation, one cannot escape the excruciating pain it inflicts. Last time, Qin Wangchuan had used this on her, even hitting her buttocks. The female guard paid no heed, moving swiftly to pin her down and hold her in her arms. A corner of her crimson silk skirt was lifted, revealing the silk undergarment beneath. The surrounding guards and maidservants all turned their heads in unison, dared not look. Smack! The jade ruler landed on her buttocks, emitting a crisp sound. Qin Jier's body trembled, and her ears turned bright red. "Qin Wangchuan! You, ah!" It's just a blind man, is that really necessary? Smack! The second strike was even harder. Ye Jianwei bit her lip, her eyes already red. With each strike of the Jade Ruler, Ye Jianwei's initial angry curses gradually turned into soft sobs. By the 15th strike, she finally couldn't bear it anymore and begged for mercy. 9 younger brother. I know I was wrong. I really do. What did you do wrong? Ye Jianwei choked out a sob. I was wrong to bully a blind person. Smack! The Jade Ruler struck again, sending a jolt through Ye Jianwei's body. Her slender waist stiffened as if struck by lightning, and her fingers clenched the guard's clothes so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She bit her lips tightly, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. The moment the Jade Ruler struck, excruciating pain like burning fire engulfed her body, but it quickly transformed into an odd tingling sensation. It was exactly like last time, accompanied by an indescribable sense of pleasure, as if thousands of ants were crawling beneath her skin, the itching spreading from the site of the punishment straight to the tip of her heart. The mistake was in bullying someone who shouldn't have been bullied. My people. Those words struck her like a thunderclap, shattering the chaos in her mind and causing her ears to ring. Her vacant eyes widened slightly, and her cracked lips trembled unconsciously. The blows she had endured in Xixia town, the insults she had heard, suddenly felt distant. In their place came a subtle sense of relief. Ye Jianwei stopped after delivering 20 blows, tucked away the Jade Ruler, and looked at Ye Jianwei. Remember today's lesson. When Ye Jianwei, who had been helped to her feet, still had tears streaking her face, she dared not act defiantly. She suppressed the strange sensation, clutching her burning buttocks, her voice trembling with tears. Yes, I understand. 9 brother is the worst. She stomped her foot, shouting the words with a trembling voice. As she turned around, the jingling of her waist ornaments nearly tripped her over her own long skirt. The guards scrambled to help her up, but she shook off their hands and turned to glare fiercely at Ye Jianwei, her eyes like a startled cat, still trying to look fierce despite her disheveled state. Ye Jianwei watched her receding figure and said to Ye Jianwei, "This place is 10 or even 100 times more dangerous than the outside world, so don't harbor any illusions." Ye Jianwei's youthful voice carried an uncharacteristic coldness. He turned to her and said, "Tomorrow I'll teach you how to train. Become stronger. Become someone no one can bully, no one dares to bully." Ye Jianwei, who had been standing straight moments ago, now had no backbone left. She slowly knelt down, her forehead pressing against the cold floor tiles, her voice soft yet resolute. "I'll follow the young masters." The future heavenly emperor vowed silently in his heart that this was the first and last time he would hide behind the young master. From now on, and forever after, she would be the one to protect the young master. Chapter 13, Conspiring with a Traitorous Merchant, the heirs of the Qin clan. Several days later. Young master. I can see it. Under Qin Wangchuan's guidance, Ye Jianwei's Qin playing had finally reached the basics, allowing her to sense everything around her through the echoing Qin sounds. She sat before the Qin with her eyes closed, her long eyelashes trembling gently. As she spoke, she cautiously extended her fingers, tracing something in the air. After changing into a new outfit, the girl resembled an ugly duckling transformed. Though still somewhat youthful, she had already begun to show signs of beauty. She was quite a sight to behold. However, her eyes were not injured, they were a flaw etched into the very essence of her being. Even her divine consciousness was unusable. An imperfection at the level of the Tao's fundamental rules. In other words, her current state of blindness is considered perfect. Even with the Qin family's immense resources, they cannot cure someone who is already perfect. There are only outlines, and no colors. Is the world you see also like this? Her voice carried the curiosity and excitement of a child. Qin Wangchuan gazed at her silently. In the eyes of a 5-year-old child, a fleeting glimpse of depth that did not belong to her age flashed by. He shook his head slowly. No, the world is far more vibrant. He reached out and gently pressed her trembling wrist, guiding her fingertips back to the strings. Take your time. Qin Wangchuan's voice was soft yet carried a reassuring strength. This is just the beginning. You'll see much more in the future. Ye Jianwei lifted her head and suddenly grabbed Qin Wangchuan's sleeve, her vacant eyes glinting with a faint light. Does that mean that one day, I'll be able to see the young master's face? In her eyes, she could only see the outline of her master, and even that was only through the echoes of the Qin's melody. If the music faded, the outline would disappear quickly. She didn't like it. Qin Wangchuan gave a definitive answer, yes. After receiving his reply, Ye Jianwei nodded firmly, murmured and continued practicing the zither. Originally, Ye Jianwei had been pushed forward through countless setbacks and hardships. Qin Wangchuan had initially feared that bringing her back to the Qin family might hinder her growth. But now it seemed like unnecessary worry. The first step in cultivation is to channel qi into the body to temper the hands, feet, mouth, nose, and eyes. However, in just 6 days, she had already reached the eye stage. Breaking through the limitations of the eyes would allow her to quickly enter the first realm, the 5 extremes realm. Of course, the divine seed given by the ancestor played a significant role. After being planted in the courtyard, the spiritual energy in the entire Wangchuan pavilion was several times more concentrated than elsewhere. But it also shows her insight and potential. Not bad. He was quite satisfied. However, the second realm is much more challenging. Building a solid foundation requires rare treasures and time, something no one can avoid. Of course, except for those with extraordinary physical constitutions. Then the next step is the sword technique. Ye Jianwei was practicing the qin nearby, while Qin Wangchuan wasn't idle either, deep in thought over the sword technique. With 10 times the usual comprehension speed, the book had already been thoroughly mastered. He closed his eyes, and the 6-character sword technique appeared in his mind: stand, slash, suspend, fall, control, execute. These 6 words were spoken with such power that the sword followed their command. Each word contained the ultimate essence of the sword. It was amusing to think that it wasn't just his qin technique that had reached perfection. He had already deciphered this sword technique 5 days ago, but a lingering question had been bothering him. This sword incantation's power is average. The first 2 characters and the middle 2 characters can each produce a chain reaction: 1 stands, 1 strikes, 1 hangs, 1 falls. The control character defends, and the execute character strikes to kill. Though it can both attack and defend, is it truly related to the sword seal? Qin Wangchuan furrowed his brows, and besides, what exactly are sword seals? Indeed, despite his extraordinary innate talent, simply mastering the sword technique was insufficient for him. Whether he could further comprehend the Li family's sword seal was the crux of the matter. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a sword qi about an inch long at the tip of his 5-year-old fingers. The sword qi swirled in his palm, sometimes forming the character Li, sometimes transforming into Zhan. As the 6 characters rotated, the faint echoes of the Dao's sound resonated. Young master? Ye Jianwei sensed something amiss and stopped playing the qin. Though she could not see, she could sense the sharp sword intent in the air. Qin Wangchuan did not respond, only staring intently at the sword energy in his palm. The next moment, the sword energy dissipated. It seems we've reached the end, he sighed, lowering his head. The sword technique is merely a method for executing sword skills at its core. It has nothing to do with the sword itself. How could one possibly comprehend it? Perhaps I have taken the wrong path. It seems I must find someone who truly understands swords. Apart from the patriarch, the most skilled swordsman in the Qin family is not one of the elders, but the 5th son, Qin Qingzhen. This man is obsessed with sword techniques, born with an imperial sword by his side, and has spent years in seclusion practicing sword techniques, rarely showing his face. If one could receive his guidance, perhaps one might glimpse the secrets of the sword seal. I'll go out for a while. He stood up and glanced at Ye Jianwei, saying, continue practicing the qin, there's no need to follow me. Yes. Ye Jianwei nodded in response, her fingertips once again plucking the strings of the qin. The music flowed like water, harmonizing with the spiritual energy in the courtyard. Qin Wangchuan, accompanied by his guards, had only walked a few steps when he passed by the training ground. A delicate figure suddenly emerged from the corner of the corridor and blocked his path. Oh my, isn't this our 9th brother? The girl wore a pale yellow silk dress, her waist adorned with jingling jade pendants, and she held a jade plate in her hands, her fingertips flicking the beads, making them clatter. Her eyebrows were arched, her smile sweet, yet there was a fox-like cunning in her eyes. Qin Miaoyan, the 7th son of the wealthiest family in the Qin clan, even the elders had to borrow money from her. She was the younger sister of the 8th son, Qin Zhaoer. But their personalities were completely different. Qin Wangchuan stopped in his tracks, his expression unchanged. Does the 7th sister need something? Of course I do. Qin Miaoyan leaned in close, lowering her voice mysteriously. 9 younger brother, your older sister has a great money-making opportunity. Want to join in? No interest. Qin Wangchuan walked around her and continued on his way. If it were anyone else, he would at least inquire further, but the person in front of him was Qin Miaoyan. 2 words summed up her words: sly merchant. She had once used the pretext of investment to swindle an enemy clan out of a spirit mine, leaving them grateful for her kindness. Last time was the same. At the 5-year-old banquet, she collected some useless gifts and came knocking on the door, claiming she'd buy them back at a high price. A single golden lotus pearl that could enhance beauty, and 1,000 bottles of spiritual essence were handed over to her. Later, I found out that those things were worth at least 5,000 bottles of spiritual essence. There are many similar examples. Although she compensated us after being exposed, we don't want to discuss any further cooperation with this unscrupulous merchant. It truly fits the saying strangers get half, but acquaintances get the whole lot. Hey, don't rush off. Qin Miaoyan grabbed his sleeve and smiled sweetly. This matter has something to do with you. A lot of people are offering high prices for information about you. She batted her eyelashes. Like what you like to eat, your favorite colors, where you like to go, basically, any information about you is worth a lot of money to them. Qin Wangchuan furrowed his brows. What do you mean? What else could it mean? Qin Miaoyan shrugged. With the engagement approaching, everyone wants to get a head start on figuring out your preferences so they can cater to them. Engagement? Qin Wangchuan's eyes widened. Who's getting engaged? You. Me? Yes, you. The two stared at each other, the air growing tense. Qin Wanchuan remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. I'm getting engaged and I didn't even know? Chapter 14, The 9 Sons of the Dragon, but all 9 are sick. Ha? You didn't know? Qin Miaoyan feigned surprise. The old ancestor mentioned it just the other day, saying that although you're still young, it's time to start looking for a suitable match. You didn't know? The moment the news got out, the door was almost kicked down. There were even people coming to find me. We make a fortune together. Qin Wanchuan. Arranged marriages? Does this world still practice that? Qin Miaoyan sought his awkward expression and couldn't help but giggle. What's wrong, ninth brother? Shy. Don't worry, I've got this information business running smoothly. As long as you're willing to cooperate, I'll make sure you're in control. You'll be the one on top. Besides, it's just an arranged marriage. Qin Wanchuan took a deep breath and turned to leave. But after thinking it over, he turned back. Anyway, there's no escaping this. Might as well make the most of it. He could also get some intelligence. Let us agree on how to split it first. 60-40? Qin Miaoyan asked tentatively. Of course, you get 40 and I get 60. Qin Wanchuan looked at her expressionlessly. 3 parts for me, 7 for you. What? Qin Miaoyan's eyes widened, and the abacus in her hand nearly slipped from her grasp. 9/8? You're being unreasonable. I worked hard to find the buyer and took on the risk. It's 30-70. I take 70, you take 30. Qin Wanchuan cut her off mid-sentence, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. This Qin Miaoyan's eyes darted around, and she immediately adopted a pouty expression. How about 50-50? Otherwise, your older sister. If you don't agree, I'm leaving. Qin Wanchuan turned to walk away. Wait. Qin Miaoyan hurriedly grabbed his sleeve. 3/7. I'll take it as you said, 3/7. She bit her lip and added with a pained expression, this is a loss-making deal. As she spoke, the abacus clattered loudly, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Trusting her to lose money is like trusting the stupid system to work properly. Qin Wanchuan glanced at her. You're selling my intelligence. What are you losing? Qin Miaoyan was speechless, reluctantly letting go of his sleeve, and muttered under her breath, you have to grease the wheels, before turning away dejectedly. After taking a few steps, she turned back and called out. Remember to write the preference list in detail. Your favorite pastries, things you like, and colors? Qin Wanchuan was about to respond when he heard a lazy, soft laugh from above. You're quite popular, aren't you? His heart skipped a beat with his heightened senses, he hadn't noticed anyone so close. Following the sound, he saw a figure in a blue robe casually draped over the branches of an ancient tree. The young man had an ordinary appearance, yet exuded an indescribable air of leisure, as if he were one with the surrounding landscape. If he were an ordinary disciple, he wouldn't have failed to notice him, but if he were someone with a name, he wouldn't look like an ordinary person. There was only one possibility left. Qin Wanchuan looked up and called out cautiously. Second brother? The young man nodded in response. The second prince, Qin Xuanji. Born with a natural talent for the Tao, he possesses extraordinary. On the surface, he appears gentle and humble, but in reality, he is deeply cunning and skilled at feigning weakness to achieve his goals. He also enjoys disguise, reportedly wearing at least 2 or 3 dozen masks on his face, a true master of deception. What is second brother doing here? Asked Qin Wanchuan. Qin Xuanji did not respond but looked toward the distance. Following his gaze, they saw 2 figures on the training ground guiding the clan disciples in their training. Or perhaps it could be called one-sided slaughter? One man stood with his hands behind his back, dressed in snow-white robes, speaking in a cold tone to a pillar. Your punches aren't fast enough, and they aren't fierce enough. It was none other than the eldest prince, Qin Wudao. Possessing the ancient sacred physique, unmatched in combat prowess, he was hailed as the future heavenly emperor of the Qin clan. Though his strength was formidable, making him a natural bully, there was one unfortunate flaw: he was colorblind. Like Ye Jianwei, his body has a flaw at the level of the Great Tao's laws. His poor eyesight made him infamous for not being able to remember faces, often mistaking elders for others, and even mistaking pillars for people. He once mistook the ancestral elder for a sweeper and told him to get out of the way, only to be punished by the elder to face the wall for 3 days. Another man, bare-chested with bulging muscles and a fierce punch, laughed wildly upon hearing this. Ha ha ha. Fight! Come on! This one was even more formidable, the 4th Prince Qin Kuanga, bearing the might of the heavens. A martial arts fanatic, he spends his days either fighting or on his way to a fight. The 2 of them stood together. One stood with his hands behind his back, muttering to himself against a pillar. The other, seemingly masochistic, was surrounded by a dozen men yet laughed joyfully. It's hard to judge them. Don't follow their example. Qin Xuanji withdrew his gaze, speaking gently. This world is not lacking in geniuses. Only by hiding one's talents and remaining humble can one go further. Qin Wanchuan heard this and his expression grew strange. Let's be reasonable. With your ordinary-looking face, you're no less conspicuous than them. Qin Xuanji smiled lightly at his words. The ordinary face suddenly flashed a hint of amusement. An ordinary face? He raised his hand and wiped his face, instantly transforming into a handsome, jade-like visage. How about this? Before Qin Wangchuan could respond, he wiped his face again, this time transforming into an old man with wrinkles all over his face. Or how about this? He then changed back into a young boy, or maybe you prefer this? Qin Wangchuan. Enough, stop fooling around. Qin Xuanji wiped his face again, returning to his original appearance, and casually tossed a bag down. I heard you took on a young maidservant. Her primordial source is lacking. Inside are 10 pieces of primordial divine essence. Though they won't be of much use, they're better than nothing. After speaking, he suddenly lowered his voice. Regarding the engagement news earlier, I have more detailed intelligence. In truth, the ancestral patriarch has already chosen the candidate. The rumors were merely a ruse. It will be announced to the world at your 10th birthday banquet. Apparently, this banquet will be unprecedented in scale, with representatives from all major sects attending. Does my 9th brother have any special gifts he desires? Qin Wangchuan carefully put away the divine source, thanked him, and shook his head. No. In that case, I'll choose the gift myself. The Qin family had 9 sons, though all 9 were afflicted with illnesses. However, their strength and harmony were truly unmatched. Except for a certain female troublemaker, the princes got along exceptionally well, and Qin Wangchuan even felt like he was the one being pampered. After chatting for a few more minutes, Qin Wangchuan mentioned that he wanted to go find his 5th sister, Qin Xingjian, to seek guidance on sword techniques. However, to his surprise, Qin Xuanji shook his head lazily and said, she is not at home. Oh? Qin Wangchuan raised his eyebrows slightly. She said she went to find you a treasure for tempering your body, Qin Xuanji said, glancing meaningfully at Qin Wangchuan's already perfectly tempered bones, a playful smile curving his lips. She probably never imagined you'd temper your body so quickly. Ordinary prodigies require celestial treasures to lay the foundation after reaching the 2nd realm, and it typically takes 4-6 years to advance to the 3rd realm. Even the members of the Qin family hadn't anticipated Qin Wangchuan's cultivation progress to be so swift. This was the eternal immortal body. Not even Qin Xingjian, let alone Qin Xuanji, had anticipated this. He paused, then shook his head and laughed, but you know your 5th sister's temperament. She's a fool, spending her days either staring blankly at her sword or searching everywhere for rare treasures. Let her be. She'll probably return in a few days. But, if she brings back anything strange or unusual, you'd better be prepared. Remember the last time she brought me a 3-colored sacred medicine for healing? It kept me bedridden for half a month. That terrifying? He silently noted it in his mind. After bidding farewell to his 2nd older brother, Qin Wangchuan found himself without a place to go. Last time, the old ancestor also said that the Li family's sword seal is extremely mysterious, and he has no clue either. Then who else can we consult? Before he could finish speaking, a flash of insight suddenly crossed his mind, reminding him of the token the old ancestor had given him earlier. He snapped his head up, his eyes flashing with determination. Right. The Divine Tree. Chapter 15, Defying Heavenly Talent, the female demon child is in for more trouble. Regarding the undying divine tree. Though he had never seen it in person, he had heard much about it from those around him. It was a primordial spiritual root that had taken root in the ancestral land since the beginning of time, enduring countless ages without withering. Some even claimed it was older than the Qin clan itself. Each leaf is an imperial artifact, and each branch can suppress the ages. It is said that the divine tree not only possesses unimaginable power but also understands the past and present, capable of answering all the world's mysteries. Since even the ancient ancestor couldn't fathom the Li family's sword seal, perhaps it can give me the answer. Qin Wangchuan no longer hesitated. He flipped his right hand, and the purple gold token appeared in his palm. His fingertip gently tapped the token. A green light enveloped him. In the next instant, Qin Wangchuan's figure vanished from his original spot, reappearing in a vast, desolate ancient land. Mist swirled around him, and the spiritual energy was so dense it seemed almost tangible. Beneath his feet lay ancient stone paths covered in moss. At the end of the path, a towering ancient tree stood majestically, its trunk as thick as a dragon, its branches and leaves blocking out the sky. The bark was covered in mysterious patterns, as if recording endless ages. Is this the divine tree? Qin Wangchuan took a step forward, but just as he did, the entire space trembled slightly. The branches and leaves of the ancient tree rustled without a breeze. Immediately afterward, an ethereal female voice echoed from all directions. Qin Wangchuan. The voice was faint yet clear, uttering his name as if it echoed directly within his soul. Qin Wangchuan took a deep breath, bowed his hands, and said, "This humble disciple, Qin Wangchuan, has come to seek guidance." As his words fell, a green light flickered on the trunk of the divine tree, and a graceful figure slowly took shape. It was a young woman dressed in green, her face as beautiful as a fairy, her eyes as bright as stars, her long hair flowing like a waterfall, and her body surrounded by a faint aura of wood spirit energy. She stood barefoot in mid-air, and in a few steps, she arrived before Qin Wangchuan. Her eyes were particularly striking. Though she appeared to be no more than 20 years old, her eyes seemed to have witnessed the vicissitudes of countless ages. "Have you come for the Li family's sword seal?" she asked, her lips curving into a faint smile, her voice ethereal. Qin Wangchuan nodded. "That is correct. Though I understand the past and foresee the future, this Li family sword seal is truly ingenious." The woman shook her head. "I have nothing to teach you." Qin Wangchuan paused, a hint of disappointment flickering in his heart, but before he could react, she suddenly raised her hand and touched his forehead with a single finger. "However, I can let you see it once." "What is the sword seal?" In an instant, a memory flooded into Qin Wangchuan's mind. He saw a person holding a long sword, the hilt danced, and the tip traced a path. As the sword descended, the character / appeared in the heavens. Immediately, a gigantic sword emerged from nothingness, then descended, slicing through the primordial chaos, dividing yin and yang. Wherever the sword light passed, all things were born and perished, and the laws of the universe shifted. That sword light was pure to the extreme, devoid of any flashiness, yet it contained the most primordial true essence of the swordway. So that's how it is. The sword mark is not a mark, the sword heart is not a heart. A speck of sword light erupted from Qin Wangchuan's mind. The sword light suddenly transformed into an ancient river, then condensed into a speck of dust, flickering between the fleeting and eternal, revealing the true essence of the sword seal. He seemed to understand. In the next instant, Qin Wangchuan's aura erupted uncontrollably, and a fierce sword intent shot into the sky, stirring the surrounding spiritual energy into a turbulent whirlwind. He desperately wanted a sword, any sword would do. As if sensing Qin Wangchuan's thoughts, the woman raised her hand, and a branch snapped off, falling into her palm. In the next instant, the branch flickered with a green glow, transforming into a wooden sword. Its blade was simple and unadorned, yet it emanated a faint yet piercing intent. "Catch it," she said casually, tossing it forward. Qin Wangchuan caught the wooden sword, and in an instant, the sword intent surging through his body seemed to finally find an outlet. But he didn't rush. He couldn't rush. Closing his eyes, he focused his mind, replaying every movement he had just witnessed in his mind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, raised the wooden sword, and traced out a series of trajectories in the void. It was the character stand. As the character formed, the ground trembled violently. A 10 high spiritual energy sword tip burst forth from the ground, piercing the clouds. The sharp sword chi surged in all directions, even splitting the surrounding mist in two. Qin Wangchuan's pupils contracted sharply, his heart filled with awe. The woman's eyes flashed with approval. "Not bad." Qin Wangchuan snapped back to his senses and hurriedly asked, "Thank you, senior. May I inquire about your name?" All of the younger generation of the Qin family address me as "What ancestor?" The woman's figure gradually faded, as if she were about to return to her ancient tree form. "You possess extraordinary talent. Should you ever face difficulties in the future, simply recite my name within the Qin family's domain, and I shall sense your presence." As her words faded, her figure vanished completely, and the divine tree returned to its peaceful state, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. A flash of green light, and Qin Wangchuan was teleported back to his original location. He looked down at the wooden sword in his hand, his heart racing. The sword mark. "I see. I've finally grasped the basics. And now I've found another powerful ally?" The wood ancestor, this patron, was in many ways far more powerful than the old ancestor. After all, he had witnessed the rise of the Qin clan and was revered as a sacred object. A new technique was now available. He was pondering who to practice on when suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "New mission, end the humiliation." Mission description: after receiving the spiritual stones and cultivation techniques from this system, the host has begun to develop some strength. You have finally shed the label of a worthless and started your cultivation journey. However, none of this is known to others. The family disputes have grown increasingly brutal. Your older sister, in order to gain an advantage in the struggle, has remembered that you still possess some cultivation resources and has come to them. Mission objective: defeat your older sister and force her to kneel and beg for mercy. Additional condition: defeat your sister without being verbally humiliated by her. Task reward: simulation attempts +1, unlock the check-in feature. Additional reward: 10 source points. Ha! Qin Wangchuan listened as his expression grew increasingly peculiar. The first person who came to mind was Qin Jianwei. The child had always been in need of discipline. But to be fair, the stupid system isn't just dumb, it's also slow. Relying on your spirit stones and cultivation techniques? You're really just trying to make yourself look good. And you only assigned the task after I had already disciplined you? What about the 8 sisters I disciplined earlier? Was it just their luck? You want me to complete the task without being humiliated? At that moment, he envisioned the 8th sister trembling like a little chick upon seeing him. Did that little female ghost have the guts to do that? Sigh, I really don't want to do this. Qin Wangchuan sighed deeply, his lips curling slightly. But since it's a task, there is no choice, right? Qin Jianwei was scolding her servants in her chamber when suddenly she felt a chill run down her spine. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, as if an invisible venomous snake was crawling up her spine. Shush, she abruptly closed her mouth, looking around suspiciously. She even checked the spider webs on the ceiling 3 times before bending down to peek under the table. Miss, is something wrong? Her personal maid asked cautiously. Qin Zhaoer rubbed her arms and muttered softly, this is strange. I feel like someone is trying to harm me. Could it be the 9th brother? Qin Zhaoer, who bullied everyone wherever she went, had only ever been defeated by one person, the most despicable 9th brother. Chapter 16, the immortal body of eternal life shouldn't be so overpowered, but he is Qin Wangchuan. What? You want to challenge me to a duel? Qin Zhaoer, upon hearing Qin Wangchuan's challenge, was taken aback for a moment before his lips curled into a smile and a flash of joy crossed his eyes. The cultivation speed of the eternal immortal body is extremely slow, a well-known fact to everyone. The 9th younger brother was only 5 years old, while she not only possessed the holy body but was also much older than him. Normally, out of respect for the elder ancestor, she couldn't act on her impulses. Even if she was humiliated, she had to endure it. But now he was actually coming to her. This was nothing but a gift, a chance to beat him up. Such a good opportunity. Alright. You said it. She feared Qin Wangchuan might back out, so she immediately agreed loudly, even extending her little finger. Come on, let us make a promise. Whoever breaks it is a dog. Qin Wangchuan had no choice but to link his finger with hers. Qin Zhaoer smirked inwardly, just wait until I beat you until you're crying for your parents. News of their duel spread quickly. Qin Miayan, the 7th Prince Qin Zhaoer's older sister, heard the news and practically rushed to the training ground as if she were riding the wind. Her fox-like eyes darted around, and the corners of her mouth curled up in excitement, her breath carrying a hint of opportunity is here, joy. The betting is open. The betting is open. Qin Miayan shouted loudly, shaking her abacus with a loud clack. In a flash of light, a gilded gambling table materialized outside the martial arts arena. 9 younger brother wins 2-1, 8 younger sister wins 1.5-1. She tapped her fingertips, and 2 lines of gilded characters appeared on the table. She added, spirit crystals and spirit essence are accepted, with a maximum bet of 1,000 bottles of spirit essence. Place your bets and stand by. The surrounding disciples gathered around, some whispering, the 7th prince is here again. Last time, the 1st prince and the 4th prince fought, and the 4th prince won. I lost 100 bottles of spirit essence. Me too. The 1st prince is clearly stronger. I suspect there's something fishy going on. Qin Miayan paid no heed, nearly smiling as she fiddled with her abacus, her gaze sweeping over the crowd as if she had already seen the rolling fortune approaching. This is a rare opportunity. If you miss it, there won't be another chance. Her voice was sweet and seductive, yet it carried an irresistible allure. Think carefully before placing your bets. After all, the 9th prince might not lose. He's the prodigy even the old ancestor favors. As she finished speaking, despite knowing the 7th prince's shrewd nature, many disciples still pulled out their spirit crystals to place their bets. The spiritual light around the gambling table flickered constantly, recording every transaction. Qin Miayan nodded satisfactorily, her heart filled with joy. We're rich. We're rich. Several elder attendants rushed over upon hearing the news. After glancing at the 2 men facing off on the stage, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. Have these 2 finally started fighting? What's the reason? It seems to be a friendly duel, and it was initiated by the 9th prince. Initiated it? Upon hearing this, everyone grew even more astonished. A 9-year-old boy, bearing the cursed body of a peach blossom and a demonic beauty, with the potential to bring disaster to the world. His cultivation progress was also extremely swift, having just broken through the 4th realm. A 9-year-old at the 4th realm, such talent could easily be called that of a peerless prodigy. The other, at 5 years old, possessed an immortal body and was made entirely of divine bones. Though his physique was exceptional and his divine bone foundation was excellent, he had the drawback of slow cultivation speed. They should be incomparable. Something's off. The elder in charge of the martial arts arena noticed something amiss first and exclaimed urgently, look closely at the aura surrounding the 9th prince show. Everyone focused their gaze, only to see that although Qin Wangchuan's immortal bones obscured his cultivation level, however, the aura surrounding him was dense and solid, even surpassing that of Qin Zhaoer. This aura. I feel like the 9th prince might also be at the 4th realm? Not just that. It might even surpass the 4th realm. Several elders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Everyone knows that the cultivation speed of the eternal life divine body is extremely slow. An elder attendant stroked his beard, his brows furrowed. The 9th prince is only 5 years old. How could he possibly? It's indeed impossible. A steady voice came from behind, and everyone turned to see Qin Wen standing with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the small figure in the center of the room. The Imperial preceptor. Several elder attendants hurriedly bowed in respect. Many had become emperors under Qin Wen's guidance, making him the best teacher in the Qin family and earning him the reverent title of Emperor's Teacher. Qin Wenha nodded slightly and continued, the eternal immortal body should not have such a cultivation speed. But He raised the corner of his mouth, and a deep gleam flashed in his eyes. He is Qin Wangchuan. He possesses divine bones throughout his body, is naturally protected by chaotic divine light, and can even uncover a traitor within the clan through a single dream. On him, nothing is surprising. The crowd fell silent upon hearing this. Indeed, this ninth prince had been extraordinary since birth. The immortal body of eternal life should have developed slowly, but he defied conventional wisdom. Not to mention his ability to defy cause and effect and foresee the future. It's all thanks to the Imperial tutor's excellent guidance, a steward couldn't help but flatter. Under normal circumstances, he might have taken credit for it, but this time was different. Qin Wenhai shrugged indifferently. I didn't do anything. What? Everyone was stunned. He cultivated on his own, broke through in his dreams, and even chose his own cultivation technique. Qin Wenhai spread his hands. All I did was remind him once when he was practicing Qigong while sleeping. The elders? Is this even possible? Qin Wenhai looked at the shocked expressions of the crowd and chuckled. If you don't believe me, you can ask him yourselves. The elders, upon hearing this, were all startled. Their gazes swept over Qin Wangchuan's divine bones, and they shook their heads thoughtfully, saying nothing more. They focused their attention on the two in the center of the field. 9 younger brother, it's not too late to admit defeat now. Qin Jianwei, dressed in a white silk gown with a jingling jade pendant at her waist, raised her chin, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I didn't hold back when I hit you. What if I hurt you? Qin Wangchuan's lips twitched, but his youthful voice carried an unwavering confidence. Eighth sister, go ahead. Humph. Qin Jianwei snorted coldly, as if afraid Qin Wangchuan would change his mind. Then I won't hold back. As she spoke, the energy of the 4 realms erupted. At the 4th realm of the spirit path, one could already channel spiritual energy to enhance oneself or use spiritual techniques. The 9-year-old girl suddenly erupted with a flash of blue light, her spiritual energy overflowing and enveloping her entire body. Without using any techniques, he lightly tapped his toes and instantly appeared in front of Qin Wangchuan, then delivered a powerful punch. Qin Wangchuan saw this and did not dodge. Instead, he lightly tapped his fingertips, and the character Yu appeared in the void. In an instant, a dazzling sword light materialized out of thin air, no hilt, no tip, only a blade spanning the void. Clang! The clanging sound of metal echoed through the heavens, and the thunderous attack was perfectly blocked by the sword blade that had appeared out of thin air. What? Qin Jianwei's pupils contracted sharply, and her fist throbbed with intense pain, as if she had struck a piece of ancient black iron. She stared in disbelief at the sword blade that had appeared out of thin air. It did not remain stationary after being struck, but trembled slightly like a real sword, dissipating the impact force layer by layer, leaving not even a ripple to reach Qin Wangchuan. Is that a spiritual technique? Qin Shi'er asked instinctively, then immediately realized. You're also at the 4th realm? Chapter 17, One Stance, One Strike Instant Kill. Qin Wangchuan didn't respond, merely tapping his fingertip lightly before speaking. Stand. As the word left his mouth, the void trembled. A 10-zhang tall spiritual energy sword tip burst forth from the ground, pointing directly at Qin Jianwei. Qin Jianwei's pupils contracted sharply, but she quickly sneered and leaped into the air like a swallow, her toes grazing the side of the sword tip. She used the momentum to flip backward and land steadily several zhang away. Ninth brother, even if you're at the 4th realm, so what? She curved her lips into a smug smile. Your spiritual technique is too slow, you can't even touch the hem of my robe. Before she could finish, Qin Wangchuan's eyes grew cold, and his lips parted. Slash! The standing spiritual energy sword tip trembled violently, the sword body solidifying instantly into a complete giant sword, which then crashed down with thunderous force. Qin Jianwei's expression changed drastically. She tried to dodge in a hurry, but found that the sword's momentum had already sealed off all her escape routes. Boom! Sword chi surged everywhere, carving a deep, bottomless gorge into the ground. Qin Jianwei was sent flying by the sword chi's aftereffects, crashing heavily into the protective barrier at the edge of the training ground, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The crowd erupted into chaos. A 4-realm cultivator at 5 years old. The senior disciples of the Qin family watching the battle on the sidelines stared in disbelief. And she did it against an opponent of the same realm, defeating the 8th young master with a single strike. The 8th prince is blessed with a divine physique. Those who didn't understand the situation murmured among themselves, but those with true insight stared at the gullies carved into the ground by the sword, lost in thought. Words follow the law? Sword intent? Sword technique? But he's only 5 years old. Qin Wenhai was unfazed by the scene, smiling as he addressed the crowd. Watch. Whatever happens to him is nothing out of the ordinary. The cultivation speed of the immortal body of eternal life is slow, someone sighed wryly. The 9th prince has shattered this common knowledge. Not only that, another elder added, don't forget that the 9th prince has a body made entirely of divine bones. Immortal bones combined with the eternal life divine body, plus the ability to foresee the future and defy heaven's will. Someone murmured, this is no longer something that can be described as extraordinary talent. It's simply a demonic prodigy. Everyone thought of the same word simultaneously. In the center of the crowd, Qin Wangchuan showed no signs of victory on his face. His youthful features bore an uncharacteristic calmness for his age. He walked slowly toward Qin Jier, looking down at her from above. "Eighth sister, you've been too kind." Qin Jier, struggling to rise to her knees, looked up at Qin Wangchuan. She bit her lip, then burst into tears. "Wah! Ninth brother is the worst. Why are you crying? The last time someone bullied me, she didn't cry." Qin Wangchuan looked at Qin Jier, whose tears were streaming down her face like rain, and raised the corners of his lips slightly. Instead of taking advantage of the situation, he gently brushed her reddened eyelids with his fingertips. His voice was soft, tinged with teasing, yet strangely reassuring. "It's okay, stop crying." Qin Jier, her sobs halting, her eyelashes still dripping with tears, suddenly looked up and glared at Qin Wangchuan. Who asked you to be so kind?" she sobbed, slapping his hand away. Her nails, painted with nail polish, scraped red marks on Qin Wangchuan's wrist. "You were the one who bullied me first." As she spoke, tears threatened to spill again, but she suddenly caught sight of the red mark on the young man's wrist and her sobs caught in her throat. She unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt, her blood-stained lips parting several times before finally managing to utter a muffled, nasal whisper. "Does it hurt?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she wished she could bite her tongue off. What a stupid question. Her own, but was still throbbing in pain. A few words were spoken, and the previously tense duel instantly turned joyful. Task completed, simulation count +1. Check-in system activated. Helping Qin Jier to her feet, Qin Wangchuan ignored the task completion prompt in his mind and stared blankly at the gashes carved into the stage. This was something he had realized after witnessing the sword mark. Even without a sword in his hands, he could achieve this near-instantaneous effect by using his body as a sword and his fingers as tools. Under the tenfold enhancement of his original power, what others would take years to comprehend, he grasped instantly. And he applied this principle to other situations, defying the heavens. In the distant part of the training ground, the eldest prince, Qin Wudao, and the second prince, Qin Xuanji, stood side by side, both staring intently in this direction with complex expressions. "What do you think of our ninth brother?" Qin Xuanji asked, playing with an ancient copper coin in his hand. Qin Wudao stood with his hands behind his back, his white robe fluttering in the breeze. He looked at the two figures on the stage and spoke softly. "That sword strike was beautiful. The ninth prince lost fairly." As he spoke, his fingertips lifted slightly, and an invisible sword kite around him. "But if I were to strike, it could be even more beautiful." Stop. Qin Xuanji suddenly pressed down on his shoulder, pointing toward the distant training ground with the other hand, his voice tinged with suppressed laughter. "Look closely. The winner is the ninth brother, the loser is the eighth sister." Qin Wudao furrowed his brows and looked closely. He really couldn't see any difference, only two stick figures standing on the stage. The air suddenly fell silent. Qin Xuanji sighed, pulled out a jade box from his sleeve, and shoved it into his hand. "Didn't you eat the divine essence I gave you last time? Why didn't you use it? You really need to take better care of yourself. Otherwise, if I were to say it, your eyes are worse than if you just dug them out. You've been raised so well all these years." Sigh. "How did you raise him so badly?" "That's right, the divine essence I gave to Qin Wangchuan last time was just a side gift. The main one was actually meant for Qin Wudao." Sighing deeply, Qin Xuanji once again turned his gaze toward Qin Wangchuan in the distance. Recent events flashed through his mind. Nine brother. He murmured softly, a meaningful smile curving his lips. "How many more secrets are you hiding? If the eldest brother went astray, perhaps the ninth brother could be raised properly?" A copper coin flipped through the air before landing steadily in his palm. The front side was facing up. "Good luck." Qin Xuanji narrowed his eyes. "Interesting. Grow stronger. The brighter the light, the larger the shadow and the easier it is for me to hide." Before he could finish speaking, a mocking laugh suddenly rang out from beside him. "Hiding and running away the way of a coward. You blind fool, you have the nerve to say that to me?" At the same time, in the 10 directions celestial court cloud sea, Emperor Li Tian held a green bamboo fishing rod, sitting quietly in the clouds, with the fishing line dangling thousands of feet down into the depths of the cloud sea. Suddenly, his fingertips paused slightly, and the fishing line trembled gently, as if a fish had taken the bait. But the next moment, his eyebrows arched, and his gaze pierced through the endless void, fixating on the direction of the Qin family. "Interesting." He chuckled softly, casually setting the fishing rod aside, and turned to look at the person beside him. "Old Qin, your grandson is truly defying the heavens." Li Tiandi's voice carried a hint of admiration as his fingertips gently tapped the void. Amidst the surging clouds, a scene of Qin Wangchuan on the training ground suddenly materialized. In just a few days, he not only mastered the sword techniques but also began to grasp the rudiments of the sword seals. Given time, he will undoubtedly truly grasp the sword seals and even uncover the 8th seal. Qin Tai stood with his hands behind his back, and upon hearing this, he sneered. "If he figures it out, it's his achievement. What does it have to do with you?" Li Tiandi didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled even more meaningfully. "How is it none of your business? What's yours and mine? Aren't we all family in the end? Humph. Qin Tai sneered, you think that's so nice? You old fool, you owe me a huge favor. Upon hearing this, Li Tiandi immediately glared at him, his beard bristling, and waved his hand dismissively, don't play games. I've already given you the most talented young woman in the Li family in nearly 1,000 years. What more do you want? It's not enough. As the two words fell, the clouds suddenly churned, as if an invisible sword intent was surging. But the next moment, the sword intent dissipated like deflated air. Sigh, never mind. Li Tiandi waved his hand and picked up his fishing rod, gazing into the distance. There's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do. If I can't do it, and the disciples of the Li family can't do it, then we'll have to find a way elsewhere. Otherwise, the Li family must be annihilated. As the only Imperial clan that revered their martial arts techniques as sacred artifacts, the Li family was actually in a precarious position. Martial arts techniques are ultimately limited by the times and grow weaker over time. If they stagnate and fail to evolve, they will be surpassed in the blink of an eye. At that point, even a mighty Imperial clan would be no more than a fleeting presence. We'll just have to wait and see. Qin Tai finished speaking, and his figure had already transformed into a wisp of clear wind, dissipating into the clouds. Li Tiandi watched him depart, shaking his head once more. Old fox, he truly cannot bear to suffer even the slightest loss. He not only sent him away but also gave him his martial arts techniques. You better be able to master the 8th seal. Otherwise, the Li family will be in big trouble this time. Chapter 18, Check-in reward at 9th rank, Supreme Dao Heart. Additional task failed. The moment he saw those words, Qin Wangchuan snapped his head up, his first thought being, did I hit too few? Ugh, and how was I supposed to know I was being humiliated? Upon second thought, it was the brain deficient system doing something brain deficient was only natural. He shook his head. His gaze shifted to the check-in section on the system panel. Signing in at different locations can randomly grant simulation attempts, techniques, items, or spirit stones as rewards. Note, considering the current disparity between the host's strength and the difficulty of the task, this system has specially enabled the check-in function as an auxiliary mechanism. This feature aims to provide the host with additional growth pathways, helping the host accumulate resources faster and enhance their strength. Please use it with gratitude. Pretty considerate. Considering that I might not be able to complete the task, they gave me a check-in feature so I can just lie around and collect rewards. But system, maybe you should fix this? Guess how I unlocked this feature? If I hadn't gotten used to it, he'd be laughing his head off. Check in. Qin Wangchuan murmured softly to himself. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 9th tier reward, Supreme Dao Heart. The system prompt sounded, and in an instant, a vast power as vast as a starry river erupted from within Qin Wangchuan's body. The Supreme Dao hearted at the center of his heart, transforming into a brilliant golden light core, resembling a miniature sun, slowly rotating. Supreme Dao Heart, the source of all laws. In this world, cultivators at lower realms can only wield spiritual techniques. However, upon reaching higher realms, they must fuse their own Dao into their techniques, transforming them into Dao techniques. Thus, the battles between the strong are also known as Daoist battles. However, above Daoist techniques lies the Supreme Daoist technique, which surpasses all else. The Supreme Dao Heart is the foundation for wielding Supreme Dao techniques. Even the same technique, when driven by the Supreme Dao Heart, can transform Dao techniques into Supreme Dao techniques, with a power difference as vast as heaven and earth. What is even more terrifying is that the Supreme Dao Heart stores spiritual energy that is 10 or even 100 times greater than that of ordinary people, almost endless. This is something that cannot be attained through cultivation in this lifetime. It is a gift bestowed only upon those favored by the great Dao. Ah! Qin Wangchuan suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. Beneath the delicate skin of a 5-year-old child, countless golden Dao patterns swirled like living creatures. With every inch they spread, large chunks of flesh shattered into glass like fragments beforing in the chaotic divine light. As they continued, his aura surged upward, and golden Dao patterns began to faintly emerge around his body, twisting like dragons and snakes, mysterious and unfathomable. Boom! In the instant the Supreme Dao Heart completed its fusion and awakened, the heavens and earth trembled, and the cosmos resonated. A massive pillar of chaotic light erupted from Qin Wangchuan's crown, illuminating the sky above the Qin family's ancestral land as if 9 great suns were shining together. Within the pillar, countless Dao patterns swirled, each containing an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Young master? In the courtyard of the Wangchuan pavilion, Ye Jianwei's Polonia wood zither snapped with a zing. She did not know that Qin Wangchuan was currently kneeling at the center of the light pillar, clutching his heart. His flesh and blood were constantly disintegrating and regenerating, and behind him, a vague silhouette of a figure wearing an imperial crown began to emerge. This extraordinary phenomenon naturally alerted others as well. Every member of the Qin clan, from the ancient ancestors and elders to the young disciples in training, all looked up at the sky, utterly stunned by this world-shaking phenomenon. This is the aura of the Supreme Dao Heart? Qin Tai suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils blazing with a terrifying light. Who is it? How could someone from the Qin family have awakened the supreme Tao heart? His gaze pierced through the layers of obstruction, following the aura. The next moment, confusion turned to joy. Xuan'er has awakened the supreme Tao heart? Not to mention others, even his grandfather, Qin Fuhai, had his eyes wide open in disbelief. His face was filled with disbelief. Even he hadn't expected his grandson to be so extraordinary. With a divine body and divine bones, and now the supreme Tao heart as well. In the future, wouldn't he be able to trample those celestial prodigies into the ground? If this happened to anyone else, they wouldn't even dare to think about it, but if it's the ninth prince, well, it's not that surprising. Qin Wanhao watched the scene unfold, stroking his beard. As Qin Wanchuan's teacher, he wasn't particularly surprised. After all, he had seen too much of this already. He had become Qin Wanchuan's #1 cheerleader. Qin Wudo and Qin Xuanji had already sensed the change in the aura and stood at a high vantage point to look over. See? I told you it was a good omen. The supreme Tao heart, indeed extraordinary. Those who had seen much knew this was the extraordinary phenomenon of the supreme Tao heart awakening, but ordinary disciples were unaware. That direction, is it the residence of the ninth prince? Goodness! Has the ninth prince broken through? Breaking through with such a commotion, no wonder he's the precious treasure of the Qin family. This is truly defying heaven. The members of the Qin family not only felt no jealousy, but instead wore expressions of joy, as if they had obtained a great opportunity themselves. But they did not know. What was happening to Qin Wanchuan at that moment was far more extraordinary than any breakthrough. Over the next few days, Qin Wanchuan's mansion was swarming with guests, nearly breaking down the door. And every single one of them was a big shot. There was no other reason. Although the supreme Tao heart pales in comparison to the immortal body of eternal life, it is still an extraordinary physique when considered on its own. It could even rank among the top 20 out of the 3,000 physical constitutions. By the way, the immortal body ranks in the top 10. It can be said that even without the immortal body of eternal life or a system, this heart alone would be enough for Qin Wanchuan to rule over the 3,000 Tao states. And it's the kind where you're the only one of your kind in the entire universe. The simultaneous appearance of two such extraordinary physiques is extremely rare, which is why so many people have come to visit. Of course, some explanations were necessary along the way. Fortunately, he was still young, so even if he couldn't explain it properly, he could just act cute and get away with it. No one would delve deeper into it. The ancestor and grandfather were overjoyed, taking turns to shower him with even more rewards. His little treasure trove grew even larger. Now, if one were to single out this little treasure trove, even the ancient sacred sites of the 1,000 states would envy it. As the matter finally came to a close, Qin Wanchuan sat alone in the quiet room, slowly exhaling a breath of stale air. It's time to begin the second simulation. He murmured, his gaze fixed on the simulation button on the system panel. Ye Jianwei. I wonder what kind of changes bringing her back to the Qin family will bring to the future. With that, he decisively pressed the simulation button. The screen suddenly lit up, and a brilliant light flickered. A hint of anticipation flashed in Qin Wanchuan's eyes. Second simulation, life consumption, 50 years. Simulation beginning. Year 0. You were born into the Han family, a poor but prestigious cultivation clan in the Xianming realm of the 1,000 states. Though the Han family was poor, its members were united, and life was relatively carefree. When you were born, it snowed lightly, and your father named you Han Han. Simulation paused. Qin Wanchuan stared at the light screen before him, his lips twitching slightly. He took a deep breath, suppressing his inner frustration, and tapped the system interface. System, read this aloud to me. Qin Wanchuan pointed at the text on the screen and read it slowly, emphasizing each word. Once a day, consume simulation attempts and a certain amount of lifespan to simulate and predict the host's future. After finishing, he paused deliberately, his tone clearly accusatory. Simulate the host's future. Does that mean the host will be called Ye Jianwei one moment and Han Han the next? Thinking back to the previous simulation. Although the system had bound the wrong person and was stubbornly insistent. But it wasn't entirely useless. Keeping Ye Jianwei by his side and using her simulated future to predict his own. But now? One moment we simulate this, the next we simulate that. Tell me how to use it. Qin Wanchuan could feel his temples throbbing. Ding! System self-check in progress. Self-check complete. As previously warned to the host, the probability of this system malfunctioning is infinitesimally small. You better not have bound the wrong person, and then the original host died, so you just randomly bound someone else to act stupid. Qin Wanchuan rubbed his temples, his tone tinged with resignation. Otherwise, you're not just stupid, you're also stubborn as hell. Fix it while you can, otherwise, you'll be drooling over it later. After speaking, he sighed heavily and refocused his gaze on the light screen. What else could be done? All the attempts had been used. Let us keep going. Chapter 19, the second simulation, the life of a small character, Han Han. Year 0. You were born into the Han family, a poor but prestigious cultivation clan in the Xianming realm of the 1,000 states. Though the Han family was poor, its members were united, and life was relatively carefree. When you were born, it snowed lightly, and your father named you Han Han. Year 1. You grew up under your parents' care. Though your home lacked rare delicacies and medicinal herbs, your father often took you to the mountains to gather herbs, while your mother taught you to read and write. Year 3. Your mother gave birth to another daughter. She was named Han Shui. Looking at your chubby little sister, you muttered under your breath, "She's so ugly." Year 5. You began to show extraordinary talent in cultivation. At the age of 5, you could already summon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Your father said with satisfaction, "Han heir has extraordinary talent. One day, he may revive the Han family." It was then that you learned of a secret within the Han family lineage. Those with extraordinary talent can awaken the power of their bloodline. Once awakened, this power allows them to conceal all their aura and temporarily transform into an ordinary person with no cultivation. Even an emperor would struggle to discern the truth unless the true master were present. You joked that this was a useless ability. Year 6. When you were 6 years old, you accompanied your father to the mountains to gather herbs and accidentally fell into the bottom of a sheer cliff. At the bottom, there was a 9-leaf dao herb emitting a faint glow. In unbearable pain, you plucked 3 leaves and swallowed them to ease your hunger, only to find your injuries healed instantly. "This is a gift from heaven," you exclaimed, gazing at the remaining 6 leaves with awe. After much consideration, you carefully picked 3 more leaves and kept them, leaving the remaining 3 for the mystical herb. Upon returning home, you gave the 3 magical leaves to your father, mother, and young sister. Watching them glow with renewed vitality after consuming the leaves, you smiled contentedly. This secret, you kept deep within your heart, never mentioning it to anyone. Simulation paused. 9-leaf dao herb? Qin Wangchuan stared at the herb on the screen, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. These leaves, they look so much like the heavenly fortune fruit? The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. What was precious wasn't the leaves, but the fruit buried beneath them. The heavenly fortune transformation fruit was no ordinary treasure. It was extremely rare even in the 10 directions celestial court. After consuming it, one's body would naturally attract the cosmic energy of heaven and earth, bringing endless opportunities in the short term, turning danger into fortune, and even slightly altering one's destiny. The fruit contains a thread of the true intent of the Tao, enabling cultivators to temporarily enter the heaven-earth resonance state, making the comprehension of techniques twice as effective with half the effort. Ultimately, the potency of the fruit settles into the bloodline, potentially bestowing profound blessings upon future descendants, endowing them with innate good fortune. These 3 extraordinary properties are each exceptionally remarkable. He only took a few leaves, but left the most precious creation fruit behind. Qin Wangchuan said, thinking to himself that if the simulation ended and this item was still there, it would be his. Simulation continues. Year 8. A disaster struck his father. While gathering herbs in the mountains, inadvertently offended a disciple of the blood demon ancestor, a powerful being from the Xianming realm. Shueisha Laozu flew into a rage and ordered the annihilation of the entire family. Year 9. The Han family was annihilated. My father was beheaded in public, and his head was displayed at the city gate for 3 days as a warning. My mother was tortured to death after being carved into a human stake. Only you and your young sister, Han Shui, survived by sheer luck, hiding among the ruins. This treatment. Could it be that so-called chosen one? Qin Wangchuan muttered with a smirk. He knew that this world had those blessed by great fortune. Don't end up with the saying, 30 years of fortune in the east, 30 years of fortune in the west. Year 10. You wandered around with your sister, facing numerous hardships. But you never gave up your cultivation, instead becoming even more diligent, with only one thought in your mind: revenge. Year 12. Your talent caught the attention of some wandering cultivators, who wanted to take you as their disciple, but you refused. The blood demon ancestor is too powerful. Ordinary cultivators dare not provoke him. I must rely on myself. Year 14. Just when you thought your future was bleak, a mysterious figure came knocking on your door. He was cloaked in black, his voice hoarse. Han Han, do you want revenge? You stared at him warily. Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is, I can help you. From his words, you realized he valued the Han family's bloodline power within your body. You knew such people couldn't be trusted, so you refused. But what happened next exceeded your imagination. Even the powerful blood demon ancestor was annihilated by a single finger of his. The mysterious man claimed to come from the 10 directions celestial court. You had heard of that place, the realm above all realms, a heavenly realm that countless beings spend their entire lives striving to reach. With a wave of his hand, your sister Han Shui suddenly appeared in his palm, unconscious. Schwerer. You blared with fury, wanting to rush forward, but were held back by an invisible force. Don't worry, she's fine, the mysterious man said calmly. However, if you wish to save her, you must do something for me. What is it? Assassinate the 9th prince of the Qin family, Qin Wangchuan. You had no choice but to agree. Assassinate me? Qin Wangchuan stared at the words on the simulated screen, his youthful face betraying a coldness unbecoming of his age. His fingertips tapped the table lightly, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes. It seems someone prepared a special gift for me at my 10th birthday banquet. But I already know all of this. Are you here to deliver it? Year 15. You were brought to the 10 Directions Celestial Court, becoming a pawn in a mysterious person-s game, and began undergoing brutal training. Under inhumane torture, you successfully awaken your bloodline and gain the ability to hide. The mysterious figure teaches you a forbidden technique, the Tai Su step, which allows you to burn spiritual energy to gain temporary invincible speed, but at the cost of massive spiritual energy consumption. When spiritual energy is insufficient, it drains your vital essence. He also showed you a black nail. Remember, at Qin Wangchuan's 10th birthday banquet, you must act. As long as you drive this nail into his body, your mission will be complete. Then, I will reunite you with your sister. You have no idea what the nail is, but you can sense an ominous aura emanating from it. The mysterious figure handled it with great care, afraid to touch it even slightly. Later, you learned that this nail was an object from beyond the realm. Year 16. You secretly investigated the Qin family and discovered that Qin Wangchuan was the youngest son of the Qin family. He possesses extraordinary talent and immense power, and is showered with endless favor. Why kill him, you wondered, though you were reluctant to do so. But for your sister, there was no other choice. Year 18. Qin Wangchuan's 10th birthday banquet was held as scheduled, with representatives from major clans and imperial families from over 1,000 states gathering, creating a grand spectacle. You infiltrated the banquet under the identity arranged by the mysterious figure, hiding the black nail in your sleeve. As the banquet reached its peak, someone suggested a martial arts competition. Seizing the moment, you suddenly sprang into action. Qin Wangchuan. The Tai Su step was activated, and you burned all your spiritual energy, transforming into a blur, charging straight toward your target. However, clang! A crisp clang of metal echoes through the hall. Your full-force strike is effortlessly blocked by the slender arm of the youth. You look up and meet a pair of smiling eyes. Qin Wangchuan tilts his head at you, his tone playful, "Who sent you here?" As the words fell, the sound of a zither filled your ears, causing a splitting headache. You clenched your teeth and refused to answer, striking again. However, despite your self-confidence as a prodigy and years of rigorous training, you found yourself unable to make any progress against him, who was only 10 years old. This overwhelming power filled you with fear. The next moment, the emperor of the Qin clan intervened. The overwhelming imperial might descended, shattering your bones into pieces, and you died instantly. You hear the voice of the Qin family's great emperor. "You insignificant insect, dare to lay a finger on the heir of the Qin family?" You struggle to lift your head and look toward the mysterious figure in the crowd, only to find that he has already vanished without a trace. "Swear. I'm sorry." Before your consciousness faded, you heard Qin Wangchuan sigh softly. "What a pity." Simulation ended. Final achievement, failed regicide. Survival time, 18 years. Outcome, a life spent as a pawn, ultimately discarded. You were born into poverty, raised in obscurity, and could have lived an ordinary life. Yet, due to an unforeseen disaster, you were thrust into the vortex of fate. As a child, you encountered the 9-leaf herb and, out of kindness, spared its life, yet you failed to secure any blessings for yourself. Your family was destroyed, your loved ones brutally killed, and you survived with your sister, driven only by the fire of revenge. However, when you thought you had grasped a lifeline, you did not realize you had already become a puppet in someone else's hands. They granted you power and taught you secret arts, yet never gave you a choice. Assassinate Qin Wangchuan was nothing more than a doomed scheme. When the emperor of the Qin clan struck down with a single palm, you finally realized. You weren't even a pawn, you were a discarded piece, used and discarded. Your final thought is, "Where is my sister? Where are the promises?" Only Qin Wangchuan's faint sigh marked the end of your absurd life. What a pity. What a pity that you were so talented yet ended up as someone else's pawn. What a pity that after years of endurance, you gained no chance of survival. Even more tragic. The sister you spoke of was already tortured to death long ago. Your life was destined to be a tragedy from the very beginning. Additional commentary: if you had swallowed the 9-leaf Dao grass and extracted the spiritual fruit to consume it back then, you might have defied fate. Yet, a single thought of kindness sealed your destiny. How tragic. Qin Wangchuan stared at the simulated light screen, watching the brief and tragic life of Han Han, a minor character. His youthful face rarely showed such a complex expression. He tapped the table lightly with his fingertips. 3 leaves of kindness were left behind, yet one did not realize that kindness was the key to reversing one's fate. How ironic. The next moment, he thought of the mysterious mastermind behind the plot to assassinate him. Qin Wangchuan suddenly laughed coldly. Pity? Indeed, it is a pity. He stood up, pushed open the window lattice, and looked toward the direction of the towering pillar reaching the heavens. That was the entrance to the lower realm. This pawn was used cleverly. Sending someone to the 1,000 states to find the right person, and specifically targeting their bloodline power. The mastermind behind this is willing to invest heavily, even bringing in entities from beyond the realms. They don't want to kill me, or perhaps they know they can't kill me. So that spike, I suspect, isn't fatal, it's likely meant to disable me. They've thought it through pretty well. By now, Han Han has already begun his wanderings. As for the Day of Destiny fruit, it should be at the bottom of the cliff by now. With that, Qin Huangquan waved his hand. Bring them here. No sooner had the words left his mouth than several shadowy figures appeared silently behind him, kneeling on one knee. What are your orders, Prince? Go investigate a realm called the Xianming realm, spanning over 1,000 states. Find a place called the Xiantian Cliff. At the bottom of the cliff lies a Tianyun Jiaohua fruit. Bring it to me. The shadows obeyed and were about to retreat when they were called back. No, wait. Qin Huangquan paused for a moment before changing his mind. I will go myself. After giving his orders, he looked up toward the distance. Within the simulation, I can shatter your schemes. Outside the simulation, I can do the same. Even more, I can become stronger than in the simulation. Chapter 20, Forbidden Secret Technique Tai Su Step, the 9-Year Pact. Please select the following reward inheritance. 1. 18 years of lifespan. 2. The Forbidden Secret Technique Tai Su Step and its key insights. 3. Plus 180 source essence. 1.8 times the original essence is decent, but compared to last time, it feels a bit meager. So the only option left is. Thinking this, Qin Huangquan shifted his gaze to the Tai Su step. Forbidden techniques are entities that exist outside the traditional cultivation system, often possessing immense power but accompanied by unimaginable costs. The Qin family wasn't without them, but the ancestor forbade them from learning them, saying he feared they might lead them astray. I'll choose 2. Qin Huangquan made his decision swiftly. In the next moment, a mysterious and obscure cultivation technique flooded his mind. He closed his eyes and focused his mind, carefully sensing this forbidden secret technique. The Tai Su step, burning spiritual energy to achieve ultimate speed, each step ignoring space and compressing thousands of miles into a few steps. Upon mastering it, one can reach the realm of one step, one realm. Interesting, Qin Huangquan murmured, stepping forward. His spiritual energy erupted violently, and a faint silver glow enveloped his body. Whoosh! His figure vanished instantly from his original position, reappearing 10 zhang away. That's fast. A hint of surprise flashed in Qin Huangquan's eyes. This speed far surpassed ordinary body techniques and was even faster than some specialized teleportation-type spiritual arts. However, it came at an enormous cost. If one's spiritual energy was insufficient, it would burn one's own body, making it a technique that backfired on the user. However, he possessed the Supreme Tao Heart, granting him spiritual energy reserves 10 to 100 times that of an ordinary person, allowing him to sustain multiple uses. In other words, the cost could almost be considered negligible. Qin Huangquan tried the Tai Su step several more times, his figure flickering unpredictably in the courtyard, as elusive as a ghost. This speed is truly astonishing. He stopped, his eyes flashing with determination. However, now is not the time to become obsessed with cultivation. He looked up toward the distant horizon, his gaze piercing through the layers of clouds, reaching the lower realms. All we need to do is find the Xianming realm. Several days later. Young master, we've found it. A dark guard knelt on one knee, respectfully presenting a jade slip. Qin Huangquan took the jade slip, scanned it with his divine sense, and raised his eyebrows slightly. The Xianming realm, one of the 1,000 states, is located to the southeast of the 10 Directions Celestial Court. Its territory is remote, with sparse spiritual energy, and it is primarily inhabited by wandering cultivators and families from humble backgrounds. Xiantianya is located in the northern region of the Xianming realm, shrouded in mist year-round, with toxic fumes swirling at the base of the cliffs, making it difficult for ordinary cultivators to venture deep into the area. Very well. Qin Huangquan put away the jade slip, his lips curving into a smile. Make preparations. I am heading down to the lower realms. He not only sought the heavenly fortune fruit but also intended to visit the Han family while there. As a crown prince, descending to the lower realms naturally required prior notification. However, unfortunately, no. Qin Fuhai sat on the cushion, not even bothering to lift his eyelids, and immediately rejected the request. Grandfather, I'm only going to the Xianming realm for a short while. I'll be back soon. Qin Huangquan patiently explained. No. I possess the Supreme Tao Heart and am protected by the Chaos Divine Light. Ordinary cultivators cannot harm me. No. Seeing his silence, Qin Fuhai snorted coldly. At your age, you're already thinking about running around everywhere? Isn't the 10 Directions Immortal Court enough for you to cause trouble? Do you know that this world is never short of geniuses? Only those who survive to the end are the winners. Even with the highest talent, if you falter along the way, you're no more than a handful of dust. These words were meant to intimidate him. For the Qin family, reviving someone was no big deal. Of course, there was a price to pay. Qin Wangchuan remained silent for a moment before reluctantly stepping back. He then turned around and went to find the old ancestor. Unfortunately, the response was the same. He was too young, his strength insufficient, and even with a guardian, there was no guarantee of absolute safety, and so on. However, the old ancestor finally set a deadline. 9 years old. If you reach the 5th realm before you turn 9, I will allow you to go out and travel the world. The 5th realm, the Spirit Sea realm. The spirit platform transforms into the sea, causing spiritual energy to surge several-fold, enabling the use of more advanced spiritual techniques. Even a prodigy with a divine physique would need at least around 20 years to reach this realm. The old ancestor's condition was rather stringent. But Qin Wangchuan accepted the challenge. With his talent, he was completely confident he could do it. Returning to the Wangchuan pavilion, Qin Wangchuan sat at his desk, his brows furrowed. If I can't descend to the lower realms, then this task is stuck, isn't it? His gaze fell upon the system screen. New mission, a powerful being descends from the heavens. After defeating your older sister within the clan, your status has risen, and resources are no longer withheld from you. However, just as things seem to be improving, your childhood sweetheart, the daughter of the Yin family, has been targeted by Mo Qianjue, an elder of the Qinglan Holy Land. This man claims to be recruiting disciples, but in reality, he practices the heretical technique yin-yang absorption, targeting young women with decent talent to bring back to the sanctuary, where he cultivates them before draining their cultivation. She refuses to go, but her strength is too weak. Please assist her at the Yin family in Qingshi town. Mission objective: demonstrate your strength and intimidate Mo Qianjue. Additional objective: defeat Elder Mo Qianjue of the Qinglan Holy Land. Mid-3rd realm. Mission reward: simulation attempts +1, primordial essence +50. Additional reward: 50 source energy. Note: this mission is highly challenging, hence the exceptionally generous rewards. Please proceed with caution. Looking at the system's thoughtful reminder about the high difficulty, Qin Wangchuan felt not a single ounce of emotion, and even felt like laughing. An elder of the 3rd realm? Just tell me where they are. Shaking his head, his expression grew complex. If someone from the 3rd realm could become an elder, that meant the location was likely in the lower 1,000 states. But even so, with such limited information, it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. However, with enough time, given the Qin family's influence, finding the person would merely be a matter of time. Let us wait then. If she dies before we find her, the mission fails, and there's nothing we can do. Qin Wangchuan's attitude toward the mission was, if it can be done, do it, if not, forget it. A single mission trying to dictate his every move? That's sheer folly. Not to mention the check-in system, which allows you to earn simulation attempts even if you don't complete tasks. What followed was years of secluded cultivation. Before that, Qin Wangchuan summoned his subordinates and gave them 2 orders. First, retrieve the heavenly fortune fruit from the bottom of the Xinming realm cliff. Second, find a world with the Qinglan Holy Land within the 1,000 states. If found, search the surrounding area for a place called Qingshi town. If all conditions are met, kill the elder named Mo Qianjue of the Qinglan Holy Land. Anyway, he didn't say I had to do it myself. Whoever kills him, it's the same. Qin Wangchuan's gaze grew somber as he decided in his heart that he would personally make the trip to the lower Qianzhou realm when the time came. He wanted to see if there was another Qin Wangchuan in that world. Chapter 21, The Qin clan intervenes, lower realms in turmoil. Upper Qianzhou Xinming realm. The northern realm. At the bottom of the blood mist-shrouded suspended cliff, a 3-leaf dao grass grew quietly in a rock crevice, its 3 translucent leaves emitting a faint spiritual glow. The cliff bottom is perpetually shrouded in strange miasma, rendering ordinary cultivators unable to muster even a shred of spiritual energy. Thus, this place is also known as the Dead Cliff. Due to no one daring to enter, coupled with the fact that celestial treasures typically conceal themselves, this spiritual herb has been able to grow undisturbed until now. Bloodhand Lord, it is indeed the legendary heavenly fortune fruit. A black-robed cultivator knelt on the ground, his voice trembling with excitement. I wonder who was so blind as to fail to recognize such a treasure and only took a few leaves. But it's also thanks to that. Once you consume it, your chances of attaining the title of emperor will be greatly enhanced, and in time, you will surely become the strongest in the Xinming realm. The middle-aged man known as Bloodhand stood with his hands behind his back, his crimson robe fluttering in the wind. His face was grim, with a hideous scar on his left eye, and he emanated an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. Bloodhand Yenluo, the overlord of the northern region of the Xinming realm, a quasi-emperor-level cultivator. He once single-handedly annihilated 3 major sects, earning him a fearsome reputation. If it weren't for me being surrounded and forced to hide at the bottom of the cliff, I never would have discovered it. After 2 years of waiting, it has finally matured. A greedy gleam flashed in Blood-handed Yama's eyes. Issue the order, seal off the area within 100 miles of thee. Anyone who dares to enter. Before he could finish, the sky suddenly darkened. 12 black figures streaked across the sky like meteors, landing on the cliff's edge in an instant. They wore uniform black battle armor, with a golden character embroidered on their shoulders, Qin. Each exuded a suppressed yet chilling aura. Who dares to come here? Blood-handed Yen Luo roared, his body shrouded in swirling blood mist. This is my territory. Retreat at once. Enough noise. The lead figure spoke calmly, waving his hand casually. Boom! The blood-handed Yen Luo was struck as if by lightning, flying backward and crashing into the cliff face, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He realized in horror that his cultivation at the peak of the emperor-level realm was as fragile as paper under that casual strike. This is a matter for the Qin family. Those not involved should leave immediately. The Qin family. There were indeed branches of the Qin family in the local regions of the Xianming realm of the Thousand States, but these people never imagined that the few before them actually hailed from the 10-direction celestial court, a realm even higher than theirs. Members of the main branch of the Qin family. However, even as a branch family, the mere mention of the surname Qin was enough to strike fear into countless hearts. Mercy, mercy. Blood-handed Yen Luo, disregarding his injuries, crawled and rolled to his knees on the ground. This lowly servant did not recognize your exalted presence. I did not know that envoys of the Qin family had arrived. The moment the words Qin family were uttered, the cultivators behind him turned ashen-faced, kneeling down in unison, their foreheads pressed firmly against the ground, dared not lift their heads. The shadowy figures were accustomed to such reactions. The leader walked straight toward the three-leafed grass, carefully peeling back the roots, and sure enough, he found the heavenly fortune fruit hidden beneath. They dug it out along with the roots and placed it into a specially crafted jade box. The leader of the Qin family's secret guards held the jade box trembling slightly. The heavenly fortune fruit inside emitted a chaotic glow. He recalled the casual instructions given by the ninth prince before his departure, bring back the heavenly fortune fruit. At that moment, every word echoed like thunder in his mind, so the cliff's edge truly hid this once in a millennium treasure. After all, the heavenly fortune fruit had been extinct for 10,000 years. Yet the celestial rhythm emanating from his fingertips was undeniable. The primordial Tao patterns swirling on the fruit's surface were precisely the one fruit, one transformation characteristic described in ancient texts. Only when the jade box vanished into the spatial ripples did the tense spines of the shadow guards relax slightly. Someone couldn't help but whisper, even a treasure hidden in such a place couldn't escape the prince's keen eyes. He must truly possess the ability to foresee the future. Silence. The leader glared at the speaker. The ninth prince's abilities are vast, how could we dare to speculate? As the others discussed. Sir. Blood-handed Yen Luo, disregarding the bloodstains on his lips, hurriedly pulled out a silk pouch from his robe. This is the 10,000-year blood ginseng I have been carefully preserving. Though it cannot compare to the heavenly fortune fruit, it is still a rare treasure. Please accept it as a token of my respect. The shadow leader glanced at it with a look of contempt. Such trash? Keep it for yourself. Blood-handed Yen Luo dared not show anger, instead bowing repeatedly. Serving the Qin family is my honor. Does the noble one require a guide? I know this area like the back of my hand. No need, the shadow leader interrupted. We have other tasks to attend to. Before he could finish, 12 figures shot into the sky, vanishing in an instant, leaving the cultivators at the cliff's edge stunned. Sir, just let them go like that, a black-robed cultivator asked reluctantly. This is a quasi-emperor. Aren't they supposed to be invincible? How could they be treated like dogs? Shut up. Blood-handed Yen Luo slapped the man across the face, sending him flying backward with a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with scorn. The Qin family of the central region of the Xianming realm must feel pretty powerful now, huh? But as far as I know, they're just a branch of the Qin family. The true Qin family clan resides in the legendary Heavenly Realm, a colossal entity so powerful that even the Tao itself must give way. His icy gaze swept over the crowd, his voice tinged with a chilling coldness. Today, they only took the spiritual herbs as a favor to us. But if you truly provoke the Qin family... Blood-handed Yen Luo suddenly let out a savage laugh, clenching his fingers into claws and grabbing at the air. A distant mountain peak exploded into pieces. An entire clan wiped out? That's the most swift and painless way to die. After speaking, he looked toward the direction where the Qin family envoy had departed, his eyes filled with awe. The treasure is lost, but it doesn't matter. In this vast world, life is the most precious thing. To be alive is already a blessing. Lower Thousand States Kanglan Sea Realm. Northern Region, Xinglan Holy Land. Amidst the mist-shrouded peaks, the bells of the Qinglan Holy Land rang out. On a square paved with white jade, hundreds of disciples stood in neat formation, their expressions solemn. Kneeling at the front row is a young girl dressed in a plain white gown, around 13 or 14 years old, with skin as smooth as jade and features as delicate as a painting. She kept her head bowed, appearing respectful, but her eyes kept glancing sideways at the middle-aged man beside her, the third elder of the Qinglan Holy Land, her master, Mo Qianjue. Shiyu, focus, Mo Qianjue whispered, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Today, a distinguished guest is arriving. Do not neglect proper etiquette. Yin Qiyu nodded slightly, but inside she sneered repeatedly. It had been 3 years since she had been brought to the sect by him. Over the past 3 years, she had not only relied on her innate talent to secure her position as the Holy Maiden. She had also long since uncovered the true nature of this so-called master. The mysterious disappearances of her senior sisters, the piercing screams heard in the dead of night, and the blood-curdling scent wafting from the master's chambers, all pointed to a terrifying truth. The master has been recruiting female disciples on a large scale, appearing to act out of kindness, but in reality, he is secretly cultivating evil arts. Even I am merely a vessel he keeps for his own purposes. Though I bear the title of Holy Maiden and hold a noble status, I am destined to be his sacrifice once I reach maturity, reduced to nothing more than a tool for his desires. If I can take advantage of this opportunity today, she thought to herself, unconsciously clenching the hem of her robe. Suddenly, the clouds churned in the sky, and 9 beams of golden light pierced through the heavens. "Welcome, divine being." The head of the sacred site shouted loudly, kneeling first. The entire Qinglan Holy Land, from the elders to the lowly servants, knelt down in unison, their foreheads pressed firmly against the ground. Yin Qiyu glanced sideways and saw 9 golden armored cultivators floating in the air, their aura overwhelmingly powerful. On their shoulders was embroidered a golden character with black characters, Sheen. Though these golden armored cultivators were not as suffocatingly intimidating as the black-robed figures from the Shenming realm, the pressure emanating from their bodies was still as deep as an abyss, causing everyone present to unconsciously breathe more lightly. Even a direct gaze caused one's entire body to ache. It felt as though a single gesture could reduce the entire sacred site to ashes. "All disciples of Qinglan sacred ground, heed my command." The lead golden armored cultivator's voice boomed like thunder. "By the prince's orders, we have come to search for someone." The sect master looked up nervously. "May I ask who the honorable immortal is seeking? I will do my utmost to assist." The 2 golden armored cultivators ignored him and exchanged a glance. One of them pulled out a jade tablet. "Do the conditions match?" The other scanned the area below for a moment before pulling out another jade tablet. "Qinglan Sacred Land, Qingshi Town." "That should be correct. Is the daughter of the Yin family present?" Yin Qiyu trembled all over and looked up in confusion. She had never imagined that such powerful figures would come for her. "Qiyu, respond quickly." Mo Qianjue urged urgently, a fleeting expression of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Disciple. Yin Qiyu is here." Yin Qiyu slowly stood up, her voice trembling slightly from nervousness. "Yin Qiyu? We are looking for the daughter of the Yin family." The golden armored cultivator furrowed his brows. "Answer yes or no." "The Yin family has only one daughter, so it must be me." Yin Qiyu, caught off guard, didn't have time to think and hurriedly replied, "Yes." The golden armored cultivator's gaze darted over her, and he nodded slightly. "Where is Mo Qianjue?" Mo Qianjue's face lit up with joy, and he hurried forward. "Here I am." "I don't know who you are, honored immortal." Bang! A dull explosion echoed, and Mo Qianjue's body suddenly exploded, sending flesh and blood flying everywhere. The entire scene fell silent. Yin Qiyue's eyes widened in shock as she stood frozen in place. The master she had once regarded as a godlike figure, the nightmare that had kept her awake at night, was he really dead? In an instant, he was reduced to a pile of flesh and bone. Not even a single last word? "The prince has ordered your execution, Mo Qianjue." The golden armored cultivator withdrew his hand, his tone as calm as if he had merely swatted a mosquito. "Mission accomplished." With that, they turned to leave. "Wait!" Yin Qiyu suddenly shouted, her voice sharp with emotion. "Who is that prince? Why did he save me?" "Save you?" A burst of derisive laughter erupted. "You're just a lowly insect from the lower realms. Don't try to make yourself out to be something you're not. The prince has his own reasons for today's actions." The golden armored cultivator turned to glance at her. "As for who the prince is, you need not know." He paused, his tone dripping with condescending pity. "All you need to know is that he is a figure so exalted that even if you cultivated for 100, 1,000, or 10,000 lifetimes, you would never reach his level." A flash of golden light, and the 9 figures vanished without a trace, leaving behind a scene of chaos and the stunned disciples of the sacred place. Yin Qiyu stumbled backward and fell to the ground. She stared at Mo Qianjue's mangled corpse, feeling as though everything were a dream. The fear that had clung to her like a festering wound for 3 years was gone. "That prince," she murmured, her heart racing. "What kind of being is he?" The sect master and the others finally snapped out of their daze and rushed forward. "Qiyu, when did you meet such a powerful figure? Why did these elders kill Elder Mo? Did Elder Mo provoke some sort of trouble? What exactly are you?" The surrounding questions grew chaotic, but Yin Qiyu paid no heed. She looked up at the sky. The clouds she had only ever seen before suddenly transformed into an endless expanse of sky. The sky was so vast. She couldn't see the end of it. Suddenly, a bold and unprecedented thought took root in her heart. She wanted to meet this mysterious figure and thank them in person. Chapter 22, Under whose eaves does the young phoenix hide? One day, its clear voice will shake the heavens. Task completed, simulation attempts +1, source +100. Current source, 11.65 times. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye, and that year, Qin Huangquan was 7 years old. With the Qin family's strength, even completing an impossible task like searching for a needle in a haystack took only a few months. Of course, this was thanks to the support of various branches and affiliates across all sectors. As for the fruit of destiny from that day, it had already been brought back to the Qin family. However, he had been focusing on refining his musical skills during this time, so he had temporarily set it aside. Qin Huangquan's fingertips gently plucked the strings of the Qin, producing melodies that flowed like clear springs, or like mountain winds rustling through bamboo groves, carrying an indescribable rhythm. Though the art of the Qin is small, it can also be used to explore the great truths of the universe, he murmured to himself, then stopped playing and raised his eyes to look at Ye Jianwei. That's enough for today. Ye Jianwei was slightly startled. Then respectfully put down the music score in his hands, his eyes flashing with admiration. Your skill on the Qin has improved so rapidly, it's truly astonishing. Qin Huangquan smiled faintly at the words but said nothing more. With an 11-fold boost in intuition, this is no joke. Seeing that he did not respond, Ye Jianwei bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then said, This 9 Heavens Phoenix calling melody, I have studied for a year and still haven't grasped even 3% of its true meaning. Yet you, after hearing me play it once, have already grasped its essence and even play it better than I do. She paused, a complex expression flickering across her face. Your genius is beyond the word genius. Having been with the Qin family for so long, she had already learned the full identity of Qin Huangquan, the 9th son of the Qin family. At first, she found the name familiar, but later realized with a start. Indeed, it was the Qin family, one of the 10 great Imperial clans. And her young master, though the youngest son of the Qin family, was also an extraordinary figure of immense power. Born with the supreme bone and the divine bone nurturing him, he awakened the immortal body of eternal life and was destined to become an immortal in the future. Breaking through in his dreams was as common as eating meals. First, he foresaw and eliminated traitors within the clan. Later, he awakened the supreme Tao heart. He was hailed as the youngest to ever reach the 4 realms in history. And that unparalleled. All of this has caused her pressure to skyrocket. To avoid disgracing her master, she had no choice but to train relentlessly. 2 years passed. Though she managed to enter the 2nd realm in a short time and has already touched the threshold of the 3rd realm. But she was still far behind her master. A sense of inferiority constantly lingered over her. Relax. I don't know about others. Qin Huangquan's fingers traced the strings of the Qin, his gaze resting on Ye Jianwei's tense shoulders. The corners of his lips curved upward, and his eyes suddenly grew distant. But you, Ye Jianwei. The young prince raised his gaze. One day, you will become the strongest warrior whose name echoes across the 3,000 states. I am more certain of this than anyone else. After all, in the simulation, she was already the heavenly emperor coming to the Qin family, her potential could only be even greater. Ye Jianwei's hollow eyes fluttered slightly, and her pale fingers unconsciously clenched the hem of her white skirt. Though she couldn't see it, she could clearly feel the gaze upon her. There was no trace of mockery or jest, only seriousness and tenderness, like the warm sunlight of early spring melting snow. Young master. She murmured unconsciously, her ears turning bright red instantly. A burning sensation spread from her cheeks to her neck, and even her toes curled involuntarily. She didn't need to guess how red her face was, it must be as red as a monkey's bottom. A young girl's heart was fragile, not wanting her master to see her in such an embarrassing state, she immediately knelt down. Slave, slave. Ye Jianwei pressed her forehead against the cold floor tiles. Her scattered strands of hair no longer looked as dry and yellow as before. Her voice trembled as she spoke, I will not disappoint your expectations. Since her mother's death, she had sworn never to shed another tear, yet at this moment, a single glance burned her heart with pain. Her unseen eyes were already moist, and tears fell uncontrollably. Though she was merely a servant and their ages were not far apart, the young master had always treated her like a sister, caring for and trusting her. Ye Jianwei silently vowed to herself. For the young master, I would die without regret. She went to the meditation room. Qin Huangquan flipped his palm, and a golden fruit with a chaotic glow appeared in his hand. It was the heavenly fortune fruit. The path of cultivation requires both innate talent and opportunity. He stared at the fruit, a hint of depth flickering in his eyes. Generally speaking, the heavenly fortune fruit does not grant any increase in cultivation. But that is for ordinary people. With my divine bone and supreme Tao heart, perhaps I can use this opportunity to break through. Without hesitation, he placed the heavenly fortune transformation fruit into his mouth. Boom! In an instant, a vast force as vast as a starry river erupted within him. Qin Huangquan felt his soul tremble as the scene before him suddenly shifted. He felt as though he were in an endless void, with stars swirling around him. Looking down, the laws of the Tao intertwined like a net, enveloping the entire world. Within this vast expanse of intertwining Tao laws, there were several brilliant points of light. Their very existence disrupted the surrounding laws of the Tao, causing them to converge toward the points, forming unique luminous spots. A mysterious and profound sensation surged through Qin Huangquan's heart, and he even felt that at this moment, he was all-powerful. It was a powerful sensation that could easily consume one if not carefully guarded against. I am the heavens. As the words fell, time seemed to stand still. The fruit of heavenly destiny not only contained the cosmic energy of the heavens and earth but also allowed him to briefly glimpse another realm. He touched the heavens above the heavens, witnessed the laws of the Tao, and observed the flow of destiny. And the fate-bound child wrapped in the threads of fate. So that's how it is. He murmured softly, not indulging in the feeling of omnipotence and control, but instead returning to himself to carefully sense the surging energy within his body. At that moment, Qin Huangquan was surrounded by qi and fortune swirling like a dragon, never ceasing, as if every movement could stir the great trends of heaven and earth. His spiritual sea surged, and his supreme Tao heart beat violently. A force unlike any he had ever experienced surged through his meridians. Crack! A certain constraint within his body was shattered in an instant. His aura surged violently, and chaotic divine light shot into the sky, coalescing behind him into a blurry shadow. His heart pounded like a drum, and with each beat, the spiritual sea within him surged and swelled by a factor of 10. Spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, sweeping through his meridians. 10 heartbeats, 10 transformations. His spiritual platform expanded tenfold in the deafening roar. Like a vast starry sky suddenly expanding, endless spiritual energy transformed into whirlpools, this reborn body. 5th realm, Spirit Sea Realm, achieved. Qin Huangquan slowly opened his eyes, raised his gaze toward the sky, and his eyes seemed to pierce through the endless void. He sensed the location of the person destined for great fortune. It seems that this world truly has what is called a protagonist. The scene of spiritual energy surging wildly in the Huangquan pavilion was naturally witnessed by others. Look! The 9th prince has broken through again. A disciple pointed at the chaotic light pillar rising into the sky and exclaimed. Within the pillar, countless patterns swirled, and the aura of having just broken through the 5th realm had yet to settle. The 5th realm? Only 2 years? Even Qin Wan and the Imperial preceptor were stunned by the scene, a 7-year-old at the Spirit Sea realm. This is simply too incredible. The disciples engaged in sparring on the training ground all stopped in unison. Some looked at the faintly visible Imperial figure and suddenly began slapping themselves repeatedly. I didn't break through the 5th realm until I was 20. If the outsiders find out that the 9th prince's immortal physique isn't just not slower, but actually faster than theirs. His companions stood there dumbfounded, already imagining the scene. Deep within the forbidden zone, a black piece hung above the chessboard. Qin Tai's hand holding the chess piece paused slightly, his sharp eyes reflecting the chaotic divine light piercing through the restrictions. Across the chessboard, the tender buds at the tip of Muzu's fingers silently unfurled, sprouting delicate branches in the halo of light. The fruit of heavenly destiny. The ancient ancestor suddenly chuckled, even such a treasure that has been lost for 10,000 years can be found. With that, he placed a piece on the board, causing ripples to spread through space. Even so, to break through the 5th realm at the age of 7, there has been no one before him, and there will be none after. Have I underestimated him too much? The branches of the wood ancestor also curled up a chess piece and placed it on the board, the piece landing without a sound. The opposite of you. I already held him in high esteem, but I never expected this. Before the words had finished, both of them laughed softly. Who knows which family Eves hide a young phoenix? One day, its clear voice will shake the heavens. Chapter 23, When You Think You're the Final Boss. Another 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. This year, Qin Huangquan was 9 years old. Before he knew it, the day had come for him to descend to the mortal realm. Thousand States, Xianming Realm. The outer layer of the Tower of Heaven. A major event was unfolding at that moment. The Bone Demon Lord, in his quest to forge the banner of 10,000 souls, had slaughtered all the cultivators in 88 cities of this realm, turning countless lives into vengeful spirits. This has provoked the joint assault of 72 great beings from the Purple Xiao sect, the Shenzhen sect, the Qinglian Holy Land, and others, who have vowed to eliminate the demon and uphold the way. The skeleton demon lord, unable to withstand the assault, attempted to flee to another realm through the Tower of Heavenly Passage. However, the others had been lying in ambush here for some time. A fierce battle is about to erupt. Demon Lord. Today is your doom. The patriarch of the Purple Xiao sect roared, and the 9 heavens divine thunder transformed into a 100-foot-long thunder dragon, crashing down with a thunderous boom. The Bone Demon Lord sneered, unfurling the banner of 10,000 souls, which devoured the thunder dragon whole. Is that all you've got? The 7-sword cultivators of the Shenzhen sect saw this and immediately formed the Big Dipper sword array, their 7 life-bound flying swords transforming into streaks of light, rushing forward to attack. The Demon Lord neither dodged nor retreated, allowing the sword tips to pierce his body. However, countless vengeful spirits surged from the wounds, instantly corrupting the flying swords and causing them to plummet to the ground. How is this possible? The sword cultivators were horrified. The three supreme elders of the Qinglian Holy Land exchanged glances and gritted their teeth, summoning their sect's most precious treasure, the pure world blue lotus. Sacred light shone for miles, attempting to purify the demonic energy. Useless. The skeletal demon lord opened his mouth and spat out his lifeforce demon blood, instantly staining the blue lotus red. Billions of vengeful souls clung to it, and this sacred artifact, passed down for thousands of years, was corroded into scrap metal. You thought you had ambushed me? But in reality, all of this was part of my plan. Otherwise, how could I have gathered you all here? It's time to end this. The demon lord clasps his hands together, and the grand array he had prepared earlier activates at this moment. The banner of 10,000 souls swelled in the wind, forming a massive vortex of that obscured the sky. The divine artifacts of the 72 great beings exploded one after another, their souls forcibly torn from their bodies and devoured by the banner in agonizing screams. As the final cultivator's body crashed to the ground, the bone demon lord stepped on the shattered skull of the purple Shao Sect's sect master, and the vengeful souls on the banner of 10,000 souls let out triumphant screams. No, impossible. The shattered soul of the Zhixiao sect master struggled within the banner. My Zhixiao sect, with a 3,000-year-old lineage, how could? The skeletal old demon grinned maliciously as he sealed a spell. 3,000 years? From today onward, the purple Shao sect will be nothing more than a lightning pattern on my banner. Demon! The sword soul of the grand elder of the Xianjian sect emitted its final clanging sound. The disciples of the Xianjian sect will avenge us. Revenge? The old demon crushed the sword soul in his hand and laughed coldly. Don't rush. Once I have refined every last member of the Xianjian sect, you will all reunite within the banner. The last supreme elder of the Qinglian Holy Land's pure qi was about to dissipate, but he still shouted fiercely, Old demon! Do you know that our Qinglian ancestor has already ascended to the heavens? Wait for him. What does his ascension have to do with you? The old demon opened his mouth and sucked in the lingering pure energy, swallowing it into his abdomen with a savage grin. Do you think invoking an ascended ancestor can intimidate me? There is no need for him to come. I will seek him out myself in the future. The battlefield fell suddenly silent. Only the banner of 10,000 souls fluttered in the wind, with the 72 newly acquired holy souls wandering across its surface. Each distorted face was frozen in the final moment of despair and resentment before their demise. The withered old demon took a deep breath, the thick scent of blood and soul energy intoxicating him as he closed his eyes in pleasure. Now that's more like it. He laughed wildly, ha ha ha. What noble sects! What avenging the heavens! You fools, do you really think that numbers can win? The Bones Demon Lord stood atop 72 corpses, the banner of 10,000 souls fluttering wildly in his hands, its surface echoing with the piercing wails of countless souls. I have proven my path through slaughter. Today, I finally become the great emperor. He raised his hand and grabbed the last surviving female cultivator of the Zhixiao sect, pulling her toward him through the air. Her white robe was soaked in blood, her hair disheveled, yet her ethereal beauty still shone through. A crimson mark flickered between her brows, the emblem of a direct disciple of the purple Shao sect. You have besieged me for 7 days. Did you ever think you were coming here to die? Though her face was deathly pale, she stubbornly raised her head. Demon, my master, will surely. Before she could finish, black mist surged from her palm. I told you to call someone closer. You're already dead. What good would revenge do? Her delicate body trembled violently, her skin, once as smooth as jade, withered and shriveled at a visible pace, and her eyes, once as clear as autumn water, quickly dimmed. With a final piercing scream, her soul was violently torn out and transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing into the banner of 10,000 souls. The old demon licked his lips, gazing at the withered, skin and bones corpse in his hands, and sneered, a fairy of the purple Shao sect? Nothing more than a soul on my banner. After 26,000 years of arduous cultivation and the slaughter of countless sects, I have finally become invincible in this realm. The skeleton demon lord let out a maniacal laugh, and the bloodlight from the banner of 10,000 souls surged, dyeing the entire sky a dark red. Once I refine these 72 sacred souls, it will be the time for me to ascend to the 10 directions of the immortal court. He looked down at the battlefield below, where rivers of blood flowed. Those once mighty righteous cultivators were now nothing but stepping stones for his ascension. Good and evil? Righteousness and wickedness? This world only recognizes the might of the fist. The powerful had perished, and some younger disciples hid in the distance, believing themselves safe. Just as he was about to pursue and eliminate the remaining survivors, suddenly, the skeletal old demon's body froze, and blood-red light flared in his eyes. He felt the demonic energy within him surging wildly, and the billions of vengeful souls within the banner of 10,000 souls screamed in unison, actively feeding him pure soul energy. This is a breakthrough? The heavens and earth suddenly changed color, and rolling demonic clouds gathered from all directions. Spiritual energy from within a 10,000-mile radius surged into his body, every inch of his flesh undergoing astonishing transformations. Ha 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 ha! Heaven is aiding me! The old demon laughed maniacally. Today, I shall attain enlightenment and become an emperor. No, it's me. He suddenly spread his arms wide, and the banner of 10,000 souls swelled in the wind, transforming into a blood-red canopy that obscured the sky. 72 newly captured holy souls struggled painfully within the banner, being forcibly refined into the purest primordial energy. With the lives of billions as sacrifice, and the 72 holy souls as the catalyst. The withered old demon's body was engulfed in surging demonic flames, his aura rising steadily. The void began to warp and crack, and one after another, pitch-black Imperial patterns emerged on his body. Thunderbolts gathered above his head. If he could withstand 99 thunderbolts, he would become an emperor. What was terrifying to ordinary beings was child's play to the withered old demon. There was no need to endure them head-on. He could simply use the souls within the banner of 10,000 souls to bear the brunt for him. This was an unconventional path to Imperial ascension. Though it certainly wouldn't make him as powerful as other emperors, it excelled in stability. The withered old demon had already begun celebrating in advance. Today, this one attains the title of emperor. As he spoke, he gazed toward the distant sky, his gaze seeming to pierce through the clouds and the boundaries of the world, as if he could see another realm. This realm is too small to be worthy of this emperor. With my emperor's cultivation, even in the heavens above, I deserve a place. Having spoken, he formed seals with both hands, and the banner of 10,000 souls swelled in the wind, growing to 1,000 feet in size, preparing to face the calamity. However, at that very moment, boom! The Tower of Heaven suddenly began to move. Someone had arrived in this world. To encounter this emperor, you can only blame your own bad luck. Die! The skeletal old demon struck out with a palm filled with murderous intent. The next moment, 9-headed sky-splitting beasts shattered the void and charged forth, each step causing the stars of the heavens to tremble. Their bodies were covered in chaotic black armor, and when their 6 wings spread, they unleashed world-ending gale winds. Their blood moon-like beastly eyes flickered with flames that could incinerate the heavens. The chariot was composed of black and gold, with a black base and gold patterns, and the body was naturally engraved with the patterns of the Tao. The most striking feature was the golden sheen character on either side of the carriage, each stroke seemingly imbued with the supreme Tao essence capable of suppressing the heavens. Even a direct gaze caused one's soul to tremble. Crystal palace lamps hung high on the roof, and the 4 corners were adorned with ancient bells that trembled gently. With each ring of the bells, time and space freeze for 1,000,000 miles around. 100 black-armored divine generals stand solemnly on either side, resembling ancient, timeless statues. Their auras were completely concealed. Without witnessing it firsthand, one would not even sense their presence. When one's divine sense probes, it vanishes like a stone sinking into the sea, leaving no trace. Compared to the outward display of power, the individuals before them were undeniably far superior in strength, leaving one feeling utterly hopeless. By the time the withered old demon realized this, it was already too late to retreat. His demonic palm, capable of instantly killing a heavenly saint-level powerhouse, surged forward with overwhelming demonic energy, crashing down on the chariot. However, this earth-shattering strike mysteriously halted after traveling 100 zhang, as if it had collided with an invisible barrier. The demonic energy began to dissipate, and the blood-stained hands gradually melted away, dissolving as naturally as ice under the scorching sun. The entire process was utterly silent, yet it sent chills down the spine of the withered old demon. This is impossible. His pupils contracted violently, and his mind was filled with a single thought. Run! Run! Chapter 24. There are always stronger foes ahead. His body trembled uncontrollably, and the only thought in the Bone Demon Lord's mind was, run! However, before he could make any move, this once mighty demonic overlord now found himself unable to move. Was it a magical artifact? Or was it his own fear? In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts raced through the skeleton demon lord's mind. The next moment, his thoughts suddenly snapped. For he clearly sensed that a terrifying aura surpassing all heavens had already locked onto him. By the side of the chariot, an unremarkable old man turned his head to glance over. He was not one of the black-armored guards, but a true guardian sent by the ancient ancestor. How dare you? There were no lengthy speeches, no exchanging of names. The old man merely flickered his fingers. Put! The expression of shock on the Bone Demon Lord's face had not yet faded when his demonic body, carrying a terrifying aura, began to disintegrate inch by inch like a piece of rotten wood that had been decaying for 10,000 years. The banner that had devoured countless souls, with its 72 sacred souls on its surface, did not even have time to utter a cry before it vanished into dust and silence, as if it had never existed. Even with the treasure in hand, there was no chance for a scream or a struggle. Just like the ants he had once crushed underfoot, they died without any ability to resist. The soul of the Bone Demon Lord struggled frantically in its final moments, attempting to flee, but it was held fast by an invisible force, unable to do anything but watch as its demonic form turned to ash and its soul flame flickered out one by one. Just one more step. Just one more step and I would have reached the pinnacle. No, no. I haven't. Dream. However, even this final thought failed to fully form before it was completely obliterated by the indifferent glance of the 9-headed sky-splitting beast. The once mighty bone demon lord, who had slaughtered billions and dominated an entire realm, vanished without a sound. Vanished into nothingness. Not even a speck of dust remained. Inside the chariot, Qin Huangquan didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, merely asking indifferently, "What is it?" Reporting to the prince, "A quasi-emperor blocked our path earlier, but it has been resolved." The elderly man continued respectfully, "We have now arrived at the Xianming realm." Upon closer inspection, there were not just one but several elderly figures of such overwhelming power. On the surface alone, there were at least 10 of them. This was no longer the crown prince descending to the lower realms. It was the crown prince on a journey. Qin Huangquan tapped his fingertips lightly on the window frame, his gaze sweeping over the sea of blood created by the demon lord below, and said indifferently, "The smell of blood is very strong." As soon as he finished speaking, the black armored guards waved their hands. A breeze swept through, and the corpses and bloodstains vanished instantly. "It might be that some conflict has arisen in this realm," the old man replied. Qin Huangquan stepped out of the carriage, his 9-year-old figure already showing signs of extraordinary talent. He wore a black brocade robe, with the collar and cuffs embroidered with ancient Qin clan patterns in dark gold thread. As he walked, his robe fluttered slightly, as if stars were swirling around him. His face was carved from white jade, with clear and handsome features, thin lips like blades, and a cold, mature expression when pursed. Yet, when he raised his eyes, a fleeting glimpse of the youthful vitality unique to his age could be seen. Though his frame was not yet fully developed, his every movement carried the grace and power of a dragon and a tiger. It is worth noting that Ye Jianwei was not among the entourage. She had been summoned, but she claimed she needed to make the most of every moment to cultivate. Just look at how hard the future heavenly emperor is working. So this time, only Qin Huangquan descended to the lower realm. He glanced at the spot where the bone demon lord had just died and murmured, "A powerful being." The old man beside him paused upon hearing this. Strong? A half-step emperor, seemingly very powerful. But in reality, at best, he's just a quasi-emperor. As long as one has not attained the rank of emperor, one remains as insignificant as an ant. There is not a single chance to resist. Even if one succeeds in attaining the title of emperor and transcends the world, there's still the heavenly emperor above, and you can't stir up much of a wave. It's just a matter of going from being an ant that can be disposed of at will to a monkey that requires some effort to deal with. After some thought, the old man still paid him a compliment. He is indeed very strong, but this kind of power. Before the old man could finish, he was interrupted by Qin Huangquan. "I'm not talking about him." Qin Huangquan suddenly turned around, his gaze piercing through the void, landing on a cloud layer 100 zhang away that seemed empty. "Since you're waiting here for me, why not show yourself? If it's not him, then who is it?" Everyone's hearts trembled violently, and their gazes involuntarily followed Qin Huangquan's direction. The clouds parted, revealing several figures standing in mid-air. At the forefront was a cold and composed female figure. The girl was about 15 or 16 years old, wearing a flowing green phoenix cloud skirt that danced in the wind. A green jade sash was tied around her waist, accentuating her slender and graceful figure. Her jet black hair was loosely pinned up with a simple silver hairpin, with a few strands falling gently along her porcelain white cheeks, adding a touch of cold detachment. What was most captivating were her eyes. Her eyes were as pale as glass, with the corners slightly turned upward, exuding a natural sharpness even when she did not smile. At that moment, she lowered her gaze, her long lashes casting a faint shadow beneath her eyes. She seemed carved from ice from the heavens, exuding an icy chill that forbade any intrusion. This aura. Qin Huangquan furrowed his brows, his gaze lingering on the young girl. Though it was their first meeting, the aura she emanated felt oddly familiar. It felt as though he had encountered something similar before. The young girl led the group behind her down slowly. Qin Huangquan was about to speak when she suddenly stepped forward, her phoenix-like eyes widening slightly as she spoke with a scrutinizing tone. "You." Her words trailed off abruptly, and she studied him more closely. "So the heir of the Qin family is this." She paused, seeming to choose her words carefully. "Handsome." She was very satisfied. "Good-looking?" Qin Huangquan's expression shifted slightly, and even the people behind the young girl reacted in kind. Could those two words really come from the mouth of their own young miss? Was this really the same Li Qinghuan who was so unfeeling toward others? But it didn't matter what others thought. Li Qinghuan gently raised her sleeve, performing an ancient and solemn greeting, then fixed her gaze on him and asked curiously, "I was indeed waiting for you, but how did you find me?" "I used the Immortal Emperor's weapon." Even an ordinary emperor should not have been able to detect it. "Immortal Imperial weapon? You carry that thing with you?" The elderly men present immediately sucked in their breath in shock, but didn't pay it much mind. After all, the identity of the person before them. One of the elders whispered to Qin Huangquan, "Prince, this is Li Qinghuan of the Tianjian Li clan." "So it's the Li family." Qin Huangquan nodded. No wonder he felt familiar, it was the same aura as that of the Li Tiandi. After speaking, the elder briefly introduced some of her achievements. Li Qinghuan, the eldest daughter of the Li family, was cold and indifferent, disliking crowds. Her innate talent was so extraordinary that she was said to be a once-in-a-million-years talent. On the day of her birth, the ancestral lands of the Li family were filled with the sound of 10,000 swords clashing, and 3,000 beams of sword light descended from the heavens, transforming into a phoenix that circled the sky for 3 days without dispersing. At the age of 3, while playing in the sword pool, she accidentally triggered the resonance of the ancestral sword that had been dormant for 10,000 years, causing the sword energy to pierce the heavens and alert the Li family's celestial emperor. At 5 years old, she began her sword training, and after just 3 days of practice, she triggered the extraordinary phenomenon of sword energy transforming into a rainbow, causing all the spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius to take the form of swords. At 7, I entered seclusion in the sword tomb, where the 10,000 ancient swords within trembled simultaneously, creating the 10,000 swords paying homage spectacle. In the same year, he broke through the 4th realm. 9 primordial sword energies descended from the heavens, transforming into a sword lotus that supported him for 100 days without falling. The celestial emperor Li once declared with his own mouth that this girl was the reincarnation of a sword immortal, destined to walk a path to the pinnacle of the sword arts unlike any before her. Though she is only 16 now, her legends are already spreading throughout the 10 celestial courts. 4 realms at 7 years old? Qin Wangchuan nodded. That talent is indeed remarkable. But she still has a ways to go before she can match me. Spiritual energy. He suddenly spoke, causing Li Qingluan to pause in surprise. What? Qin Wangchuan repeated, I said spiritual energy. After saying that, he looked at her deeply. Wasn't he supposed to be cold-hearted? Why did he look so naive, like someone easy to deceive? Even if one hides their form and suppresses their aura, as long as there are cultivators present, the spiritual energy in the surrounding area will be disrupted. By tracking the flow of spiritual energy, it's easy to detect. Perceive the flow of spiritual energy? Doesn't that mean all hidden techniques and supernatural abilities can be ignored? Li Qingluan's pupils suddenly contracted, and the usually cold expression on his face showed shock for the first time. Is that even possible? Even at her level of sword heart clarity, she had never heard of anyone being able to control the flow of spiritual energy. It was as difficult as finding a grain of sugar in a blizzard. It requires an almost inhuman level of perception of the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. The young master can actually. Not to mention others, even the few elderly members of their own clan were left speechless. This was the first time anyone had ever heard of such a thing. Qin Wangchuan turned to look at the crowd behind him and asked in confusion, is it that difficult? This ability was gained after consuming the heavenly fortune fruit. His perception of spiritual energy had reached an almost abnormal level. He had thought it was useless, but now it seemed perhaps not so. This isn't a matter of difficulty anymore, Prince. You're defying the heavens? The elderly man who had just intervened muttered to himself, now understanding why the heavenly emperor had assigned several guardians to protect him. Such a heaven-defying figure must not be allowed to perish prematurely. Li Qingluan took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and raised his jade-like hand, with sword intent swirling at his fingertips. This is not the place for words, she said, her voice still cold. Follow me. Before she could finish speaking, the sky suddenly split open, revealing a crack tens of thousands of feet wide. Boom! A massive warship, entirely crafted from jade, burst forth from the sky. Its prow was carved with a soaring green phoenix, its wings spread wide, spanning 1,000 feet, with each feather radiating a sharp, sword-like intent. The ship's hull was engraved with ancient Li family Taoist patterns, gleaming with a cold, sharp glow under the sunlight, as if the entire vessel were a legendary divine sword drawn from its scabbard. Qin Wangchuan had never seen such a massive flying vessel before, but the few guardians behind him were well-traveled and experienced. This is the Li family's heavenly sword flying vessel, the elder explained. It is said that this vessel was forged by the Li family's ancestor using 9 pieces of celestial jade, refined with supreme sword intent over 10,000 years. When it sets sail, it can sever the sun and moon. After speaking, he transmitted his voice again. If they brought out such a flying vessel, it's either because they value you, the young master, or because they have something to ask of you. Li Qingluan's robes fluttered in the wind as she lightly touched the tip of her toes and landed on the wings of the green phoenix statue at the bow of the ship. She turned to look at Qin Wangchuan, her hair flowing in the wind, with endless clouds and the massive warship that seemed to pierce the sky behind her. Please. Chapter 25, nurturing, what a wonderful word. Wait, am I the one being nurtured? Just as the heavenly sword-flying boat broke through the sky, several blood-soaked survivors finally dared to lift their heads from the ruins at the edge below. All that could be seen was a drifting cloud of blood-red ash, the only trace left of the Bone Demon Lord's existence. Is it over? A young cultivator, covered in blood, staggered out of the ruins. His robe was soaked through with blood, and his left arm was twisted unnaturally. That was the wound left by the skeleton demon lord's casual sweep of demonic energy half an hour earlier. He stared blankly at the empty space where corpses should have been piled high. His senior disciple, that kind-hearted man who always ruffled his hair, had been standing there moments ago, holding his life-bound artifact to protect his junior disciples. But now, not even a trace of ash remained. No. This isn't supposed to happen. The cultivator's lips trembled, his voice hoarse and barely recognizable. He staggered forward 2 steps before suddenly collapsing to his knees, his fingers digging deeply into the soil. At least there should be a proper burial. At least, let him bring his senior disciples' remains back to the mountain gate. But now, there's nothing left. It was as if an invisible hand had gently erased all traces of his existence. Is that demon dead? Another severely injured cultivator asked in a trembling voice, his voice hoarse. He stared at the demonic energy fading into the sky, still unable to believe he had survived. The boldness and confidence during the assault on the demon. The shock of falling into the trap. The terror of seeing his entire sect slaughtered in an instant. And the fear of the demon lord on the verge of breaking through. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. And it all ended in an instant. Not far away, an old woman with white hair clutched a broken magical artifact, staring blankly at the sky. She did not know who had intervened, nor did she know where the chariot and flying vessel had come from. But the overwhelming pressure that seemed to transcend heaven and earth caused her to instinctively kneel on the ground, dared not lift her head. It must be a great figure from the upper realms. She murmured, her voice trembling, it must be a great figure from the upper realms. Further away on a cliff, several young cultivators lay collapsed on the ground. One of them stared fixedly at the sky and muttered, that demon, just like that? Not even a chance to fight back. Another said, his voice trembling. What realm must the one who acted be in? They had no idea who was seated in the chariot or to which faction the massive warship that had torn through the sky belonged. All they knew was they had survived. And none of this was intentional on their part. It was simply because those mysterious beings had happened to pass by this place. Heaven above, one of them murmured, his gaze unconsciously turning toward the vast sky, his eyes filled with an unprecedented longing. What kind of place is that? They had known since childhood that the world they inhabited, the Xianming realm, belonged to the upper 1,000 states among the 3,000 Dao states. Below were the middle 1,000 states and the lower 1,000 states. Compared to the lower realms, it was already an exceptionally good place. At the same time, they also knew that above the upper 1,000 states lay even broader realms. But they had never imagined it could be so terrifying. A half-step emperor. That was an unparalleled demonic tyrant capable of annihilating an entire realm with ease, yet before that mysterious being, they didn't even have a chance to struggle before being casually erased. They say that those in the upper realm are born at a height we can never reach in our entire lives. Another voice trembled with both awe and bitterness. The cultivation techniques they practice, the spiritual energy they breathe, I've even heard that they don't use spirit stones, but something far more powerful, far beyond this realm. Does that mean? Someone swallowed hard, their voice trembling, the supreme beings we look up to as unattainable, the sovereign, the near emperor, might just be ordinary cultivators in the upper realm? The crowd fell silent. There was another truth everyone knew but dared not speak aloud. If even a half-step great emperor is not even considered an ant in the eyes of the great beings of the upper realms, then the supreme emperor in the eyes of those in the heavens above the heavens might also. This thought was too shocking for them to even dare to think about it deeply. If that were the case, then what would they, the cultivators of the lower realms, struggling so desperately to seek the Tao, amount to? Ants? Dust? Or perhaps, not even dust? We, the first cultivator to speak, suddenly let out a bitter laugh. We don't even deserve to be looked upon by them. The crowd fell silent once more, gazing at the sky that had already returned to calm. Their hearts were filled with awe, yet also stirred by a complex emotion they could not put into words. Longing? Fear? Resentment? Perhaps all of the above. But regardless, what they had witnessed today had completely overturned their understanding of the world. They could either gather their thoughts, turn today's sights, sounds, and feelings into stepping stones on their path of cultivation. Or would they be shattered, their resolve broken? It all depends on them. On the deck of the flying vessel, clouds churned beneath their feet. My grandfather told you I would come to the Xianming realm, so please protect me on my journey? Qin Wangchuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. That doesn't make sense. The Qin family has so many skilled warriors, why would they ask an outsider to protect the way? There must be a plot. Just as he was pondering, a weight suddenly settled on his shoulder. A snow-white cloak embroidered with the pattern of a blue phoenix was gently draped over his shoulders. He looked up to find himself face to face with Li Qingwan's face. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her porcelain white earlobes turned a noticeable shade of crimson. The boat is moving too fast, and the wind is strong, Li Qingwan explained stiffly, her fingertips casually reaching up to help him adjust his collar. On the other side of the deck, several Li family elders exchanged smiles, their eyes flashing with a shared understanding. This is settled. It seems that the match arranged by the ancestral patriarch is even more suitable than we imagined. Indeed, a marriage. In the matter of Qin Wangchuan's marriage alliance, the most prominent candidate from the Li family was Li Qingwan. Their backgrounds are compatible, and her talent far surpasses that of others. However, Li Qingwan isn't just cold-hearted, she also shares the same temperament as all sword cultivators in the world. Stubborn. Arrogant. If she's not satisfied, even the Heavenly Emperor himself wouldn't stand a chance. 4 words. Die rather than yield. But now, it seems. The eldest gray-robed elder stroked his beard with a mischievous smile, not even noticing the tea spilling from his lips. Over the years, had anyone ever seen this icy-hearted elder show any concern for others? It seems the young lady has reached that age. A sudden joke caused the younger sword-wielding elder beside him to cough violently, using his sleeve to cover his mouth while frantically signaling to his companions. The sword attendants on the other side were struggling to suppress their laughter, their shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Stop laughing, you fool. Laughing now could get you killed. After all, no one had expected it. The young lady who usually found even a single extra word annoying now acted like a clumsy bride. She's even covering her future husband with a blanket. How precious. Li Qingwan clearly sensed the commotion behind her. She clenched her jaw, and a sudden sword chi swept across the deck, cutting off everyone's conversation. But the faint blush on her ears betrayed her true feelings. Ridiculous. Li Qingwan muttered to herself, unsure whether she was scolding the onlookers or her own impulsive actions. Just moments ago, she had sworn to the old ancestor that if Qin Wangchuan was nothing but a hollow name, she would sever the engagement on the spot. But now she turned her head slightly, her gaze carrying a hint of possessiveness as she looked at the young man beside her. He's good-looking, talented, and his personality seems decent. But he's too young, still so innocent. We'll have to wait at least 7 or 8 years, Li Qingwan calculated silently, his gaze sweeping over the young man's still slender shoulders, and he felt a rare sense of patience arise within him. By then, the thought had barely formed when the spiritual energy within her mind suddenly surged. She realized with a start that she had actually been seriously considering such a ridiculous idea as cultivating a spiritual partner. Wait, is that absurd? Li Qingwan snapped back to her senses and asked herself. In the cultivation world, most people form companionships for the sake of cultivation or family ties, rarely out of genuine feelings. But if we start from childhood? Once this thought arose, it refused to leave her mind, truly terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that when she imagined the young boy growing up and standing beside her, her usually icy Dao heart actually stirred with a hint of anticipation. Qin Wangchuan was unaware of the dangerous thoughts swirling in the mind of the person beside him. He only sensed the subtle tension in the air. Li Qingwan's expression was cold, but his gaze lingered on him, like spider webs that were impossible to escape. His actions were also filled with consideration. First, he offered his coat, then food, and finally, he even peeled a spiritual fruit and handed it to him. Something was wrong. 9 out of 10 things were off. Chapter 26, his intuition has always been off the charts. If you ignore her odd attitude, the journey was actually pretty normal. But their conversation was clearly not on the same page. She kept asking Qin Wangchuan about his preferences. But Qin Wangchuan was focused on the Li family's sword seal. The sword seal is the foundation of the Li family. Though she said this, it wasn't exactly a state secret that couldn't be revealed. However, before that, Qin Wangchuan shared his own insights. Though I do not know the exact characters in the Li family's 7-kill sword seal, Qin Wangchuan gazed at the mountain shrouded in the clouds, then suddenly turned his head, but I suspect that the characters Extinguish and Open must be among them. Unbeknownst to them, the two who had been sitting across from each other had grown so close that they could count each other's eyelashes. At first, they were sitting across from each other. Later, without anyone noticing, she had moved to sit beside him. Li Qingwan's sleeve even pressed against his hem, and the delicate fragrance of a maiden mingled with the cold scent of plum blossoms lingered at his nostrils. Oh! She suddenly leaned forward, her hair brushing against Qin Wangchuan's wrist. How do you know? The intent of the sword cannot be deceived. Qin Wangchuan leaned back slightly without showing any emotion. I have seen someone perform the sword seal. It was not merely about annihilation, but a great path of first destruction and then creation. Li Qingwan stared at Qin Wangchuan's profile. At this distance, she could clearly see the deep, piercing gaze reflected in his eyes. And she could smell the scent of snow pine emanating from the young man's body. When she came to her senses, she was deeply shaken. She had seen countless sword cultivators studying the 7-kill sword seal, some who had trained for 100 years without mastering it, and others who spent their entire lives trapped by the superficial aspects of the techniques. But never had anyone, with just a single glance, pierced straight to the core of its true essence. You've only seen it once, you couldn't possibly. Before she could finish, she herself was left speechless. What was impossible? Sword cultivators place the utmost importance on fate and destiny, yet the person before her seemed to have been born for the sword. At this thought, her eyes narrowed, and her life-bound flying sword, Qingfeng, suddenly drew from its sheath. Indeed, there are the characters Extinction and Opening, but these two characters are not part of any of the 7-kill seals. The profound mystery of the 7-kill seal lies in the fact that it is actually formed by the overlapping of different characters. For example, she said, as the tip of her sword danced, and 4 characters slowly appeared and overlapped. Cut, Extinguish, Open, Heaven. The Tao essence of these 4 characters, when connected, form the complete first seal. In other words, 4 characters form one sword. Of course, when others perform it, there may be more than 4 characters. One sword? This time it was Qin Wangchuan who was surprised, and he asked urgently, "Are you saying that the sword seal is actually formed by many characters freely combined? The sword seals performed by different people are actually all different?" Li Qinghuan nodded, "Exactly. I see." Qin Wangchuan murmured, his gaze sweeping past her to the distant horizon, as if piercing through mountains, clouds, and seas to see something beyond. He suddenly smiled, his smile as sharp and bright as a sword drawn from its sheath. "I understand." Li Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. "What do you understand?" "Now it all makes sense. Even the most perfect martial arts techniques are lifeless and cannot be revered as sacred artifacts. The sword marks of your Li family are a set of living sword techniques." He transformed his fingers into swords and began to mimic her earlier movements, dancing with the sword. But Li Qinghuan suddenly snorted coldly, "If we're discussing the way of the sword, how can we fight with empty hands?" Qin Wangchuan took the long sword, its blade trembling slightly, emitting a clear, resonant phoenix cry. "This sword is named Lonely Phoenix. It has yet to find its master. I shall lend it to you for now." She stood with her arms crossed, "So you won't say that the Li family's sword seal is merely profound theory without tangible proof?" The young man's wrist trembled slightly, and the sword tip traced a perfect crescent arc in the air. The blue-gold patterns on the sword's spine suddenly came to life, like dragons flowing along the blade. Every shift in the sword's momentum precisely replicated Li Qinghuan's earlier movements, yet added an indescribable rhythm. Slash, destroy, open, heaven. With each word, the sword's momentum grew sharper. By the time the 4 words were spoken, the sword tip haded into a pure sword intent, lingering in the air for a long time. "I see." Qin Wangchuan sheathed his sword and stood straight. Whether it's sword techniques or anything else, these words are merely superficial. The true core lies in allowing the sword cultivator to combine them using their own Tao. In other words, this is a path of self-discovery. I believe the one who first sought to forge this path did so to prevent future generations from being confined by fixed techniques. I am unbound, and my Tao is endless. After speaking, Qin Wangchuan gazed at the solitary phoenix sword suspended before him. As the sword trembled slightly, a faint image of a blue phoenix emerged from the blade, and the clear ringing of the sword echoed through the valley. Wherever the sword's glow reached, even the howling mountain winds came to a standstill. "It's a fine sword," he murmured, his fingertips gliding along the sword's spine. A streak of rosy light erupted from the point of contact, illuminating his smiling eyes. To be honest, he wasn't a true sword cultivator, so he naturally didn't own a sword. The only one he possessed was a wooden sword gifted to him by the wood ancestor. "It's time to find a sword of my own," he thought to himself. Li Qinghuan stared at the pure sword intent that lingered in the air, his fingertips unconsciously tightening around his sleeves. The person before her was undoubtedly a true genius. "This sword, if you like it," she suddenly spoke, her voice lower than usual, "I'll give it to you." Qin Wangchuan raised an eyebrow. "HM? A sword finds its true worth when it meets its master." Li Qinghuan paused, then swept aside a strand of hair that had fallen across her face. "In your hands, it will shine brighter than ever." Qin Wangchuan's fingertips gently traced the patterns along the sword's spine, then he smiled. "If that is the case, I can't accept your sword for free." He took out a translucent jade fruit, its skin shimmering with a faint glow. "This is the Yutian 9 Phoenix fruit, renowned for its beauty-enhancing properties. If you won't take it," he offered the fruit, "I dare not accept the sword." Li Qinghuan hesitated for a moment before finally accepting it. Though she had not given him the sword for this reason, the fruit was indeed highly appealing to a woman. Who wouldn't want to be more beautiful? In the distance, the members of the Li family had already turned pale. Several elders' pupils contracted sharply, and the sword attendants stood speechless, some even stumbling backward as if they had witnessed something unimaginable. That Guluan sword, wasn't it the precious treasure the young miss was about to refine? She just gave it away like that? Someone whispered. The others were also puzzled. When did the young miss become so? Shoo! Don't speak recklessly. But this is clearly. Everyone's gaze shifted back and forth between the two, eventually settling into a meaningful sigh. Who would have thought that the usually aloof and reserved young lady would lose her composure so completely today, as if she were willing to give away her most cherished possession? The two then engaged in a philosophical debate about their ancestors. As they argued, the discussion inevitably turned to themselves. Interesting, she suddenly flipped her wrist, and the blue-hued sword traced a half-circle in the air. The hilt of the sword pressed lightly against Qin Wangchuan's Adam's apple. From this angle, she could clearly see his fair, tempting neck. And what is your Tao? The sword's edge reflected the sunlight, casting a bright glow on both their faces. The guards on both sides tensed up immediately. Qin Wangchuan's pupils dilated slightly, as if this question had pierced through a long-standing veil of confusion. He looked down at the long sword in his hand and murmured softly, "My Tao?" The voice was so soft it seemed to dissipate in the wind, even Qin Wangchuan himself felt unfamiliar with it. This question, he could not answer. "Prince!" The old servant's voice suddenly interrupted, shattering the stagnant air. The flying boat had somehow come to a halt above a pile of ruined walls and debris, with rotting beams jutting out of the scorched earth, resembling a scene from hell. We arrived at the Han family ruins. Chapter 27. He began to ponder, how high must one's realm be to find peace, and how strong must one's power be to protect oneself. After disembarking from the flying boat, the two walked side by side. After a moment's thought, he seemed to realize that his earlier words had been inappropriate. What I asked earlier doesn't matter if you can't answer it, she suddenly spoke, her voice softer than before. Seeing Qin Wangchuan look over, she continued, discussing the Tao is still too early for us. If it were me, when asked what path I seek, I could only shake my head. So, there's no need to rush. Qin Wangchuan smiled lightly upon hearing this. How gentle of you. At first glance, she seemed like a cold beauty, but she turned out to be quite gentle. He wasn't in a hurry, of course. The path to enlightenment takes a lifetime to find. How could one possibly rush it? Gentle? Me? Li Qingwan's breath caught in her throat. This unfamiliar compliment made her momentarily forget her actions. A strange ripple stirred in her heart, and she instinctively wanted to refute it, but she noticed that her lips had already curled into a faint smile. Surprisingly, it wasn't unpleasant. However, her soft, submissive demeanor caused the members of the Li family behind her to once again exchange peculiar glances. The cold beauty who had once spoken harshly and acted impulsively was now in this state. 2 words. Stranger. The two walked slowly across the charred ruins of the Han family estate, their boots crunching over the shattered tiles, producing a faint rustling sound. Li Qingwan suddenly grabbed Qin Wangchuan's sleeve. Be careful. A palm strike sent the nearby crumbling wall crashing down. Her gaze swept over the charred beams and cracked foundations, her fingertips gently tracing the various marks on the crumbling walls. Not a blade of grass grows here. This isn't the work of ordinary enemies. It was done by a powerful force that wiped out the entire clan. She furrowed her brows, withdrew her hand, and noticed specks of black soot on her sleeve. She then asked, why are we here? A breeze carried ashes across his fingertips. Qin Wangchuan suddenly knelt down and picked up a half-charred signboard. The character Han was only half visible, but the brushwork still hinted at its former elegance. The home of an old friend. 37 people, the oldest not yet 60, the youngest just a year old. He murmured softly, running his fingertips over the plaque. Every year on the first day of spring, they would hold a banquet under the old plum tree in the courtyard. The deep sword marks on the signboard seemed to narrate the final struggle. Though born into a humble family, the household was harmonious and happy. It should have been like this. Qin Wangchuan suddenly raised his hand and noticed that his palm was stained with years of soot. In the simulation, it wasn't just words, he could feel a part of the emotions. When the Han family was wiped out, Qin Wangchuan had only one thought. How high must one's realm be to achieve stability? How powerful must one be to protect oneself? The emperor can transcend. Li Qingwan's heart stirred slightly, and she instinctively grabbed his wrist. A white handkerchief slipped halfway out of her sleeve but paused. She suddenly realized that such a gesture was too intimate. Fortunately, the young man did not resist. After wiping it clean, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief, but froze in place the moment she raised her gaze. In the sunlight, Qin Wangchuan's profile was tense. He lowered his eyes to stare at the charred signboard, his eyelashes casting heavy shadows on his face, and his eyes seemed to burn with a dark flame that was a level of seriousness that should not have appeared on the face of a 9-year-old boy, a seriousness bordering on stubbornness. Not enough, he interrupted firmly, his knuckles tightening slightly. Seeing this side of Qin Wangchuan, Li Qingwan was momentarily speechless. She suddenly realized that the person standing before her was different from everyone else. Those who had never experienced the despair of being crushed like an ant could never understand. The emperor was sufficient in this world, but he was not Han, nor was he in the Shinming realm. In the 10 heavens, the emperor was truly insufficient. Li Qingwan's crimson lips parted slightly. That heavenly emperor. He is not enough either. The 3 words rang out with such force that they startled several crows in the ruins. The tablet in his hand cracked with a crack, revealing a fine fissure, and fragments fell onto the scorched earth. Previously, Qin Wangchuan had been well protected at home, and his bold declaration that he would surely become an immortal emperor was merely a confident assertion of his own talent. But now it was different. He had gained a deeper understanding. There's nothing left here. Let's go. His tone was as casual as if he were discussing dinner, and the suffocating pressure from moments ago had vanished completely. Qin Wangchuan casually brushed off some dust, then straightened the tilted wild grass as he turned, this time without uttering any grand declarations. He wanted to see more, to feel more. You. Li Qingwan stood frozen in place, opening his mouth to speak. But she saw Qin Wangchuan had already walked 5 steps away, casually plucking a wild grass from the ground and twirling it between his fingertips. The sunlight fell on his hair, making him appear translucent, as if one could see the unique vitality of youth flowing through his veins. At times deep and mysterious, at others innocent and tender. Which one was the real him? Her fingertips unconsciously rubbed against the handkerchief. Suddenly, she took 3 steps forward and 2 and grabbed the young man's finger, still damp with grass juice. Don't move. It's dirty. Her voice and movements were gentle, but in Qin Wangchuan's eyes, it was nothing out of the ordinary. He simply thought she was particular about cleanliness. She acts like an older sister. But to those following behind, the Qin family members looked up and met the meaningful gazes of the Li family's young men. Their gazes met in mid-air, their lips curving into a knowing smile. Speaking of which, since you were old friends, why didn't he come for you when he wiped out your family? If you must know, we are actually enemies. There's no denying we have a mutual respect, but once enemies, there can be no mercy. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I can help you. No need. I'll handle it. As the blue spiritual light swirled around the ship, the flying vessel slowly rose into the sky and set sail once more. The destination of this journey, the Lower Thousand States. Lower Thousand States Kanglan Sea Realm. On the stone-paved streets of Qingshi town, the morning mist had yet to dissipate. Yin Chiyue stepped out of the Yin family compound, her footsteps light as she hurried through the morning market, eager to return to her sect. The great being who had recently descended upon the sacred site had specifically mentioned the Yin family, prompting her to wonder if there was a connection to her clan. That's why she took the opportunity to return and inquire further. But she found nothing of use. The sacred site was several days' journey from home, so she needed to set off early. As she turned the corner, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. In the morning mist, a young boy stood alone under an old locust tree, gazing at the leaves. Though still young, his height and demeanor made him appear no different from a teenager of 14 or 15. He was dressed in a black and gold brocade robe, with a jade pendant hanging from his waist, shimmering with a warm glow in the morning light. What caught everyone's attention most were his eyes. Though still innocent, they held an unworldly calmness beyond his years. Such a noble-looking young gentleman, how could he be alone in this small town? Yin Chiyue hesitated for a moment before straightening her clothes and approaching him. She spoke in what she hoped was a friendly tone. Young master, have you lost your way? The boy looked up at the sound, his gaze lingering briefly on the Qinglan Holy Land token at her waist. I'm just taking a stroll. His voice was clear and resonant like a jade chime, yet it carried an ease that didn't match his appearance. I see. Yin Chiyue smiled gently, but her fingers unconsciously tightened the sash in her sleeve. How strange. He's just an ordinary person with no aura, yet there's something about him that feels unsettling. At 14, she had already entered the first realm and officially become a cultivator. And her talent was so extraordinary that she was hailed as a once-in-a-century prodigy. The last time she felt this way was when she saw those immortals from the upper realms. But how could a child younger than herself possibly compare to immortals? Yin Chiyue shook her head and continued. Although Qingshi town is small, the sugar artisan at the eastern end is exceptionally skilled. If the young master doesn't mind, you can try his osmanthus sugar. I know every street and alley in this area. If the young master needs to find someone or ask for directions, I can assist you. It wasn't that she was being overly attentive to everyone, it was just that the person in front of her was truly extraordinary. For some reason, she felt like saying more. Looking for someone? I do indeed have someone I need to inquire about. The young man raised his gaze, and the morning light flashed across his eyes. In that instant, Yin Chiyue seemed to see a pool of autumn water reflecting cold stars, clear and piercingly cold. The daughter of the Yin family, Yin Chiyue. Qin Wangchuan spoke her name and background in a calm tone, neither loud nor soft, yet it made her heart skip a beat. Where is your childhood sweetheart? Chapter 28, Qing Wangchuan. Qing. Wang. Chuan. Ji. Grave. Although he had prepared himself in advance, upon seeing the name on the grave, Qin Wangchuan couldn't help but exclaim. Stupid system, you really got the wrong person. The cold stone tablet bore the three characters Qing Wangchuan, glaring harshly. The system should have bound the lowly Qing Wangchuan, not the Imperial clan's Qin Wangchuan. 2 characters off. In other words, the one buried in the grave was the real deal. However, for some unknown reason, the system meant for Qing Wangchuan ended up binding itself to me instead. Not only did the system bind the wrong person, but it also wasted 5 years of his life. 5 years is more than enough time for a talentless commoner to quietly die in a family feud without any special advantages. According to the system's plot, Qing Wangchuan could have relied on the system to cheat his way to success, rise from obscurity, play the fool to devour the wise, befriend various beauties, and ultimately achieve unparalleled dominance, even transcending the world, a classic fantasy feel-good story with a male protagonist. But now, forget about a comeback. The grass on his grave is already 3 meters tall. At the age of 4, he died unexpectedly, Yin Chiyue said in a low voice, her slender fingers gently caressing the tombstone. Later, it was discovered that a maid had secretly poisoned him. Though she was punished, the dead cannot be brought back to life. He remains forever at the age of 4. Moss crept through the cracks in the stone, and a few withered leaves swirled down before the grave. Yin Chiyue raised her eyes to study the young nobleman before her eyes filled with confusion. I wonder what the young master's relationship with him was. An old friend. Qin Wangchuan tossed the bouquet he had bought earlier onto the tombstone, his lips curving into an expression he couldn't quite define. Anyway, he's already dead. Let him say whatever he wants. The moss on the tombstone dampened his fingertips. Who would have thought that this young man, who was bullied to death by his maidservants, was supposed to be the protagonist of a feel-good novel, blessed with good fortune? If the system had awakened a year earlier, if he had managed to survive another year. In the end, being killed by a maid is truly pathetic. Old friend? Yin Shiyue furrowed her brows slightly, thinking to herself how she had never heard him mention it before. Although this explanation could barely convince the other party of how he knew her name, she still felt something was off. It was too smooth. The young master seemed to know everything about her. But she knew nothing about him. Never mind, we're just strangers who crossed paths. There's no point in overthinking it. The morning breeze swept over the graves, carrying a few withered leaves that swirled around Yin Shiyue's feet. Since we are old friends reunited, if he knows of this in the afterlife, he would surely be pleased. It's getting late. I must return to the sect to report. She tucked her hair, which had been tousled by the wind, behind her ear. Farewell. Let us go together. This sudden invitation left Yin Shiyue breathless. She raised her gaze to see the young man staring intently in the direction of the Qinglan Holy Land. Those eyes, which should have been innocent and youthful, held a depth that was unsettling. Are you also heading to the Qinglan Holy Land in the north? She asked cautiously, her fingers quietly forming a detection spell, still sensing no trace of spiritual energy. There were only two possible explanations for this situation. Either he was an ordinary child who had never cultivated, or the gap in their cultivation levels was so vast it was beyond imagination. Qin Wangchuan withdrew his gaze and nodded slightly. In his field of vision, a semi-transparent system panel floated before his eyes. New quest, endure humiliation and escape. Mission description, to save your childhood sweetheart, you defied the divine realm with a mortal body, unleashed earth-shaking power in the face of certain death, and ultimately slew the Qinglan elder Mo Qianjue. However, this act has enraged the sacred realm, and pursuers are closing in. During your escape, you discover that the dark arts behind this scheme seem to be connected to the leader of the Qinglan sacred realm. Objective 1, evade the enemy difficulty, hard. Escape Qingshi town and survive the pursuit by the Holy Land. Reward, simulation attempts +1, primordial essence +75. Objective 2, endure humiliation and bear the burden difficulty, extremely hard. Disguise yourself and join the Qinglan Holy Land to investigate the origins of the evil technique. Reward, 100 source. Objective 3, a world-shaking feat difficulty, nearly impossible. Defeat the Patriarch of the Qinglan Holy Land late 4th realm. Completion reward, +150 primordial essence. Note, this mission is extremely difficult. It is a long-term, phased task that may take anywhere from 3 to 4 years to 7 to 8 years. Hosts are advised to proceed with caution. Wow, that's so considerate. Let's go kill him right now. The northern region is thousands of miles away. It will take at least 3 days to get there. Yin Shiyue couldn't help but remind him, young master, your family probably won't agree. She assumed the young man was just curious and wanted to go play around. However, 3 days? Before he could finish speaking, Qin Wangchuan suddenly let out a light laugh. He then raised his gaze to the sky, and in the next moment, the heavens and earth suddenly changed color. Boom! The clouds seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, and amidst the chaotic spatial turbulence, the legendary heavenly sword flying vessel emerged, shattering the void. Every feather on the green phoenix statue at the bow emitted blinding swordlight, causing birds within a 100-mile radius to flee in panic. As the flying vessel appeared, the overwhelming spiritual pressure poured down like a torrential river. Yin Shiyue felt her knees give way, and her entire body was violently slammed onto the ground. With her black hair disheveled, she could only manage to prop herself up with her trembling arms. Counting the breaths is enough. The young man's voice remained calm, yet it was now accompanied by the thunderous sound of the flying vessel descending. Yin Shiyue looked up at the flying artifact before her, which far surpassed the descriptions in the ancient texts of the sacred land, her throat tightening. All of this was beyond her comprehension. Young master, who are you? My surname is Qin. He stood beneath the flying vessel, gazing down at her. His black gold brocade robe billowed in the spiritual pressure storm like raging waves, while behind him loomed the sky-obscuring green jade hull of the vessel. Every ancient runic pattern on its surface spoke of its extraordinary origins. This character should be familiar to you. Yin Shiyue's pupils suddenly contracted. Qin. The character felt like a heavy hammer striking her heart, causing a ringing in her ears. A scene from 2 years ago suddenly flashed before her eyes. The character Qin embroidered on the shoulder of the golden-armored cultivator, the blood droplets that had splattered onto her lips when Mo Qianjue exploded, and those words, "You'll never reach the level of that great figure even if you cultivate for 10,000 lifetimes." She began to tremble violently, not out of fear, but in nearly trembling realization. The young man before her was the prince mentioned by the golden-armored cultivator all those years ago. The being who had crushed her nightmares with a single decree, like a savior, was now standing before her. 2 years ago, were you the one who sent someone to save my life? Yin Shiyue's voice trembled, her fingertips unconsciously digging into her palm. In the shadow cast by the flying boat, the youth shook his head. I had my own purposes, it wasn't about saving you. Just as Yin Chiyue stared at Qin Wangchuan, her heart filled with both shock and joy, the next moment. A cold voice, accompanied by sword energy, suddenly exploded in her mind. Have you had enough? As the flying boat descended slowly, a woman stood on the deck. An extremely beautiful woman. At that moment, she was glaring at him with an icy stare. Mind your own business. Chapter 29, Beneath the Supreme, Mortals are like ants. Qinglan Holy Land, the Forbidden Rear Mountains. That girl has finally left. The patriarch Xian Mingzi stood with his hands behind his back in the center of the stone chamber. In the flickering candlelight, his face, which had always worn a benevolent smile, now looked as grim as a ghost. He tapped his fingertips against the stone wall, and a dull echo reverberated through the sealed chamber. 2 years? His voice was hoarse. Since that day when the envoys from the upper realm came and killed Elder Mo, we have been walking on thin ice. 4 figures emerged from the shadows of the stone chamber, all core elders of the sacred site. Their expressions were solemn, and their auras were obscure and difficult to discern, bearing no resemblance to their usual ethereal and otherworldly demeanor. We had planned to devote all our efforts to nurturing the old elder, hoping he would break through. At that point, our Qinglan Holy Land could claim the title of the strongest. But we never anticipated that a powerful being from the upper realms would casually intervene, destroying our decades-long plan in an instant. Using the name Qinglan to practice heretical cultivation was truly a desperate measure. After all, this world is not the only sacred land. If we don't come up with a trump card, we won't even be able to sleep in peace. Who cares about good or evil techniques? As long as it makes us stronger, it's fine. The third elder spoke in a sinister tone, his withered fingers twisting a blood-red jade tablet. Shall we continue? If we stop here, all our years of effort will be in vain. If we continue, who will lead us? Who will? The candle flame suddenly flickered violently, plunging the room into sudden silence. Everyone simultaneously recalled the nightmare-like scene from 2 years ago. 9 golden armored figures stood suspended in midair, and the slightest hint of their aura alone was enough to crack the entire sacred mountain's protective array. Mo Qianjue, a mid-third realm cultivator, was reduced to a blood mist before he could even utter a scream in the presence of such beings. It wasn't until today, after Yin Chiyue left the sacred site, that they dared to gather here to discuss the matter. The fourth elder slammed his fist on the table. Enough of that. Let's figure out a way to deal with her first. Be cautious. The grand elder glared coldly. Have you forgotten the might of the celestial being who descended from the upper realm that day? What if she still bears the mark of the upper realm? This won't work, that won't work, what should we do? We've nurtured her for so many years, expending countless resources. The sect leader spoke softly, that girl's essence should have been the finest tonic. He swept his sleeve, and the stone wall crashed open, revealing a dense array of jade tablets behind it. Each jade plaque bore a name, and most of them had already faded to a dull glow. These were the disciples who had disappeared over the years. We can't delay any longer. Xian Mingzi's eyes flashed with a blood-red light. Since the upper realm hasn't shown any interest in her for 2 years, it means that girl is nothing more than an insignificant pawn. He crushed the jade tablet in his hand, and blood-red dust coalesced in the air into the shadowy form of Yin Chiyue. Forget about the Yuan Yin. We can't be greedy for this moment. Wait a few days until she returns to the mountain. His fingers curled into claws, and the illusory figure shattered, then send her to meet Elder Mo. The elders exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They were all seasoned cultivators with centuries of practice. They wouldn't risk their lives for the beauty of a young girl. Just as they were discussing, the entire stone chamber suddenly trembled violently. What is happening? The senior elderess expression turned pale with shock. The magical staff in his hand suddenly snapped in two with a strange crack. Everyone rushed out of the chamber, but as they stepped over the threshold, they were struck as if by lightning. Boom! The entire Qinglan mountain range trembled violently, with rocks rolling down the slopes. Looking up, they saw a massive jade-colored flying vessel that had somehow appeared at the peak of the mountain, its 1,000-foot-long hull casting a shadow that engulfed the entire main peak in darkness. This is impossible. The sect master, Xian Mingzi, stammered in disbelief. Is that a flying vessel? How could there be such a massive flying vessel in the world? It wasn't that he hadn't seen anything before, but the flying vessel before him was simply too massive. Even the green phoenix statue at the bow was larger than the entire Qinglan main peak. At that moment, it was slowly descending, and the golden light barrier of the mountain guarding array had already activated. Enemy attack. Quick! Activate the array at full power. The elder responsible for guarding the array's focal point had no idea what was happening and could only scream hysterically at those around him. As the spirit stones were thrown in, the mountain defending array's light surged. However, a crisp crack echoed through the air. This mountain defending array, said to be able to withstand the full force of a fifth realm expert, now resembled a soap bubble blown by a child. Under the slightest pressure from the flying vessel, it couldn't even last a single breath before shattering into pieces. Amidst a shower of golden sparks, the flying vessel continued to descend slowly. It didn't even activate any offensive or defensive measures, simply moving at a leisurely pace as it ground the mountain defending array, which had been passed down for thousands of years by the Qinglan Holy Land, into dust. Xian Mingzi's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Immortals of the upper realm. In the face of true power, their prideful mountain defending array couldn't even slow down the flying vessel. Just as ants can never comprehend the weight of an elephant's footsteps. There was no doubt about it, this was definitely a powerful being from the upper realm. From the rear of the flying vessel's deck, Yin Qiyu gazed down at the sacred land crumbling beneath her feet, as if in a dream. Just moments ago, she had been conversing with a mysterious youth under the ancient locust tree in Qingshi town. In the blink of an eye, she had returned to the sacred site. Not only that. This sacred site, the largest, strongest, and most prideful within a 10,000-mile radius, was now crumbling beneath her feet. It was all because of the spiritual pressure storm emitted when the flying vessel descended enough to destroy an entire sacred site. This is, the people of the upper realm. She murmured to herself. However, these words sounded utterly ridiculous to the ears of the Li family's sword attendant standing beside her. He snorted derisively, upper realm? The tone of his voice seemed to despise the very words upper realm. Not the upper realm? Yin Qiyu suddenly realized that these terrifying beings had indeed not mentioned coming from the upper realm. She hurriedly asked, then may I ask where the immortals come from? Immortals? The sword attendant pondered for a moment but did not refute the claim. But he did not answer either, merely shaking his head. The place we come from cannot be spoken of or named in this realm. Those from the lower thousand states often refer to the middle thousand states as the upper realm, though it is neither entirely correct nor entirely incorrect. Only when you truly set foot in the upper realm and learn of the existence of the heavens above will you understand our origins. Mentioning the 4 characters 10 directions of the celestial court in Xianzhou and Zhangqiansu will summon karma. Though it's not a major issue, there's no need to go into detail with the person before you. Heaven above. The young girl froze upon hearing this, instinctively looking up. Those few words struck her like a thunderclap, shattering everything she had believed since childhood. Heaven, there's another heaven? Chapter 30, no need to listen, a clean and decisive kill. Yin Qiyu murmured to herself, but no one answered her. Go down. The voice of Qin Wanchuan from afar pulled her back to reality. Below, the Qinglan Holy Land was already on high alert. Welcome, divine being. The head of the sanctuary knelt on the ground, his voice booming and echoing through the mountains. Every single person in the Qinglan Holy Land, from the elders and officials to the disciples and servants, bowed their heads, their foreheads pressed against the ground, their expressions utterly devout. Exactly the same as last time. Yet it was entirely different. Yin Qiyu followed Qin Wanchuan as they slowly stepped off the flying vessel, her gaze lowered. Their statuses were different. Last time, she had been one of the kneeling crowd. This time, she finally saw clearly. Or perhaps she couldn't see clearly at all. All she could see were countless black dots kneeling on the ground. Like watching ants. Yin Qiyu thought to herself, then secretly glanced at Qin Wanchuan at the front and continued to speculate. Has he grown accustomed to being worshipped like this? What are your instructions, divine being? Xian Mingzi pressed his forehead tightly against the ground and asked in a trembling voice. His luxurious purple-gold robe lay spread out on the green stone slabs, and the intricate cloud patterns on the sleeves were now covered in dust. The aura of the immortals before him was far more overpowering than that of the visitors from their previous visit. That intangible pressure felt tangible, making the air around them thick and sticky. From Yin Qiyu's perspective, the elders kneeling in the front row had their backs soaked in cold sweat, yet they dared not even wipe it away. So, even someone as powerful as the sect leader is no different from ordinary people. She suddenly realized that if she were unknown to them, in the eyes of these kneeling worshippers, she would be no different from a divine being. But what was even more terrifying was, unlike the pretentious young noble she had seen before, the young master seemed genuinely accustomed to this, as if it were second nature to him. His calm eyes showed not even a flicker of emotion, as if the worship of the crowd at his feet was no different from the morning dew gliding off the tips of leaves, just another ordinary scene in the natural world. Qin Wanchuan glanced down at him with a faint look. You are the head of Qinglan? His voice was steady and unhurried. Xian Mingzi, kneeling on the ground, trembled slightly but dared not fully straighten his back. It is indeed this old servant. Whatever the divine being commands, the entire Qinglan sanctuary will spare no effort, even if it means risking our lives. Before he could finish speaking, a cold sweat trickled down his temple, splashing onto the green stone floor, creating an imperceptible droplet. After speaking, Xian Mingzi lowered his body even further, almost like a frog crouching on the ground. The back of his robe, embroidered with gold thread, trembled slightly in the morning breeze, as if the fabric itself was quivering in fear. Upon confirming the identity of the person before him, Qin Wanchuan wasted no words, raising his hand to trace the character slash in the air. Golden runes coalesced in the air in an instant, and a sword chi sliced through the void. Whoosh! Blood spurted forth. Xianmingzi, who had ruled the Qinglan Holy Land for hundreds of years, didn't even have time to show surprise before his body began to mysteriously dissolve and vanish. Where the golden sword she passed, flesh, bones, and flesh evaporated silently, leaving only two halves of the body, still kneeling in place. His luxurious robe, now without support, fell like a broken winged butterfly, and the once mighty patriarch of the sect crashed to the ground in two separate pieces, his body shattered beyond recognition. The sword energy did not stop, pouring down like a river from the heavens, spanning dozens of miles across the sky. Wherever it passed, mountains split apart, clouds parted, and a bottomless gorge was carved out on the ancient path of the Qinglan Holy Land, ultimately plunging into the Emerald Lake at the mountain's base. As it did so, it raised a 1,000-foot-high water curtain, splitting the entire lake in two before returning to silence. Objective 1, completed simulation count +1, primordial essence +75. Objective 2, failed. Objective 3, completed primordial essence +150. Congratulations, host, on completing an almost impossible task. According to system calculations, the success rate of this task was only 0.000000000001%. Yet you defied the heavens and persevered to create a miracle unmatched by any before or after. Listening to the system's exaggerated praise echoing in his mind, Qin Wangchuan felt no sense of accomplishment or joy from completing the task. At that moment, he had only one thought. He wanted to laugh. However, his casual strike not only stunned those around him but even left the sword art prodigy Li Qingwan speechless. What technique did you just use? But why didn't you use a sword to do that? Current source, 19.5x. Current simulation count, 1. Over the past few years at home, I've obtained a few simulation attempts through check-ins, but the results haven't been ideal. Fortunately, the source power is now approaching 20 times. Why use a sword? Qin Wangchuan countered, then looked at the sword he had just drawn. It was not simply a single character, but rather, as discussed earlier, the 6 characters stand, slash, suspend, fall, control, and execute had been understood and fused into a single, extremely simplified slash character. Essentially, it was no longer spiritual technique but Taoist technique. Under the enhancement of the Supreme Tao Heart, its power was simply overwhelming, even shocking him slightly. Li Qingwan widened his eyes. Since it's a sword seal, it should naturally be triggered by a sword. That's common sense. Is that so? Isn't it? The two stared at each other in silence. When his gaze fell on the sword at Li Qingwan's waist, he suddenly understood. The two had grown up in vastly different environments. She was born into a family of swordsmen, having grown up with swords by her side. While he came from the Qin family, where strength was everything. As a member of the Li family, the Heavenly Sword clan, how could he ever consider putting down his sword? Can one wield power without a sword? Li Qingwan glanced at the other members of the Li family behind him, but those who met his gaze shook their heads. They had never heard of such a thing either. After the confusion came shock. Does that mean the Qin prince was born with a sword heart? At that moment, everyone's expressions grew complicated. They were all in-laws, yet they had kept such important information hidden. Qin Wangchuan was unaware of others' thoughts. As his mind raced, several thoughts quietly emerged. Have I taken the wrong path again? Would using a sword allow me to unleash greater power? Shaking his head, he pushed those thoughts aside for now, intending to explore them further once he returned home. His gaze shifted to the figure before him. The Qinglan Holy Land lay in deathly silence. The lifeless body of Xianmingzi lay sprawled on the ground, blood silently seeping into the green stones, yet no one dared to look up. The sect leader is dead. Swept away by a sword qi as though he were an ant being crushed. The bodies of the elders kneeling on the ground trembled slightly, their foreheads pressed firmly against the ground, their breathing halted. They could clearly hear the pounding of their own hearts, yet dared not let their robes rustle even slightly, fearing they might draw the attention of that being. We will die. Looking up will mean certain death. Several elders had their magical artifacts within reach, yet they dared not even twitch a finger. Just moments ago, they had been discussing how to deal with Yin Qiyue, but now their minds were consumed by a single thought. Don't get noticed. The mountain wind swept past, carrying a few withered leaves that drifted over the square filled with kneeling monks. Those who were once the esteemed disciples and senior elders now huddled like shrimp, as if their spines had been shattered. Some clenched their teeth so tightly that they bit their tongues, swallowing the taste of blood. Others sweated profusely, their cold sweat pooling on the ground into small puddles, yet they dared not wipe them away. They dared not even show a hint of grief or anger, for in the eyes of the immortals above, such emotions might be seen as an affront. Resistance? Don't be ridiculous. Yin Qiyue stood behind Qin Wangchuan, gazing at his back with a complex expression. The patriarch has been kind to me. Why does the young master want to kill him? What possible reason could there be? Or is it simply a thirst for blood? She didn't know the reason behind it, and Qin Wangchuan didn't feel the need to explain it to her. He simply stood there, his presence alone causing the entire sacred site to bow in submission. This Qinglan sacred land is not at peace. The young man's calm voice echoed like a heavenly decree, reverberating across the silent square. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left with his men, his robes fluttering in the breeze. Everyone knelt on the ground, looking at each other in shock. Though none could fathom his intent, they all understood one thing. This was not a judgment. It was mercy. It was the divine mercy of an immortal, granting the lowly ants the grace to continue their meager existence. Ah, right. Qin Wanchuan suddenly stopped and turned back. This simple action caused everyone present to hold their breath, as if the air itself had frozen. He casually tossed two objects, which arced through the air and landed before Yin Shiyue. An ancient mirror engraved with cloud patterns, shimmering with obscure mystical patterns in the sunlight. A jade green pill bottle, faintly emitting the sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls. This item is called the Tongxian mirror. It will contact you when needed. Qin Wanchuan's voice remained calm, yet Yin Shiyue instinctively straightened her spine. After a pause, he added, the pills in the bottle are just a bonus. How far you go depends entirely on your own destiny. Chapter 31, Something Feels Off. In the square of Qinglan Holy Land, a deathly silence hung in the air, yet under the surface, currents of energy surged. The mirror of transcendence bestowed by Qin Wanchuan hovered mid-air, its mirror surface reflecting the swirling cloud patterns and Taoist patterns onto everyone's faces. Thousands of inner and outer sect disciples, attendants, and servants knelt on the ground, cautiously lifting their heads, their eyes filled with envy. They couldn't help but wonder if they could gain the favor of that immortal. Could they too rise to the heavens in a single step? Some gazed at the Tongxian mirror in Yin Shiyue's hands, fantasizing about the glory of holding the mirror themselves. Others stared at the jade green pill bottle, as if they could already smell the fragrance of the elixir. Even a few daring inner door disciples were already scheming in their minds about how to curry favor with this holy maiden in the future. The kneeling elders stared at the treasure, their eyes flickering with greed and fear, which eventually solidified into a resolute decision. Please let Yin Shengnu succeed as the sect leader. The senior elder suddenly shouted, banging his forehead heavily against the green stone slab. The sound echoed like a thunderclap, and the sacred site fell silent before erupting into a chorus of voices. Only the holy maiden Yin can inherit the divine mandate. The entire Qinglan sect looks to the holy maiden for guidance. Treasure hunt? Don't be ridiculous, haven't you seen the corpses on the ground are still warm? Yin Shiyue stood frozen in place, the treasure mirror in her hand nearly slipping from her grasp. At not yet 20 years of age, she had been thrust into the position of sect leader. She didn't rush to refuse, but instinctively looked toward the direction of the flying boat. At that moment, the flying boat had already soared into the sky, breaking through the void and disappearing without a trace. Yin Shiyue stared at the treasure mirror and the treasure bottle in her hands, murmuring softly, what does Qin Gongzi intend to do? What does the Qinglan Holy Land is not at peace mean? What does he want me to do? After much deliberation, she had only one answer. Qin Gongzi wants me to take control of the sanctuary and serve as his lackey. Such an opportunity would be hard to refuse, but on the other hand, he killed the patriarch who saved my life. For a moment, Yin Shiyue was plunged into confusion. Suddenly, the remaining warning runes of the mountain guarding array flashed violently. Report! A joint army from the three sacred lands of Fenshan, Zhenyu, and Shishao has been spotted 700 li away. The scout's voice trembled. The elder's face turned deathly pale. These sworn enemies must have detected the collapse of the mountain defending array and are taking advantage of the opportunity to attack. With the sacred site's array completely destroyed, how could they possibly defend themselves? The patriarch, please follow me. The rest prepare for battle. Though the elders had ulterior motives, their abilities were undeniable, and they immediately issued their orders. However, just as the two sides engaged in battle, the Burning Heaven Sacred Land has arrived with its sect's treasured artifact, the Nirvana Fire, to pay homage. The Xianming Sacred Land offers 10,000 pounds of spirit stones. The Crimson Sky Holy Land is willing to cede 3 spirit mines in exchange for a glimpse of the immortals of the upper realms. 3 voices echoed across the sky, but what was even more shocking than the sound was the scene in the distance. The leaders of the 3 sacred lands had personally led their troops, but they had all removed their hats and let their hair down, kneeling before the mountain gates 10 miles away in the posture of traitors. Behind them, a vast army of cultivators lay prostrate on the ground, as if surrendering. The elders were dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. They've come to pay homage to Prince Qin, Yin Shiyue realized and said. At that moment, only she remained composed. Seeing such a massive flying vessel, others naturally assumed it was a divine being from the upper realms descending. Though the fact was indeed correct. What should we do now? Yes, master, what should we do? For a moment, everyone's gaze turned toward her. Yin Shiyue finally felt a sense of reality. She never imagined that she had actually become the sect leader just because of a single word from Qin Gongzi. Since that's the case, she took a deep breath and then shouted loudly, "Open the gates and welcome the guests." Though she had prepared herself mentally, when Yin Shiyue looked out at the countless cultivators kneeling before the mountain gates, she finally understood that what Qin Gongzi had casually bestowed was not merely a treasure. It was a mirror that revealed the ugly truth of the entire cultivation world's sycophantic nature. And a measuring rod that exposed the true insignificance of so-called sacred sanctity in the face of absolute power. But there was one thing she could never figure out. Why did Qin Gongzi kill the sect master? Several days later, at the Qinglan Sacred Land, in the Forbidden Stone Chamber, Yin Qiyue sat atop the sect leader's throne, with several core elders, led by the transmission elder, kneeling before her. The flickering candlelight in the stone chamber cast shadows on the walls, revealing countless jade plaques, the names of disciples who had disappeared over the years. Speak, she tapped the armrest with her fingertips, her voice as cold as ice. Tell me everything you know, not a single word left out. The elders exchanged glances before finally revealing the truth. The sect leader, no, Zuan Ningzi. As the elders confessed Xin Ningzi's crimes, Yin Qiyue's once unwavering faith crumbled completely. So, the sect leader I have revered since I first joined the sect not only treated disciples as alchemical vessels but also used the essence blood of fellow disciples to refine pills? Her voice was so soft it sounded like a whisper, but her fingertips dug deeply into her palms, and blood trickled through the cracks. The Tongxian mirror reflected her distorted image. The girl in the mirror suddenly smiled. Qin Gongzi, you killed him well, you killed him very well. Snap. The armrest was crushed in her grip. Yin Qiyue, amidst the flying shards, raved madly, you filthy creatures dare to call yourselves a holy place? Only now did she realize how merciful Qin Wanchuan's words, it's not peaceful, had been. That wasn't disappointment at all, it was the last shred of dignity for this bunch of scum. The elder threw his head to the ground, we deserved to die 1,000 times. But we had no choice back then. Everything was done for the sake of the Holy Land. Shut up. Killing the innocent for the sake of the Holy Land? If it weren't for Prince Qin's intervention, who knows how many more would have died? You're not admitting your mistakes, you know you're going to die. The Tongxian mirror suddenly burst forth with blinding light, forcing everyone to close their eyes. Yin Qiyue trembled all over, not out of fear, but out of excitement. She finally understood why Qin Gongzi had killed them and wasn't mindless slaughter, but cleansing a pile of rotten trash. There was no need for an explanation, she had nearly misunderstood him. But upon reflection, why would Qin Gongzi bother to explain himself to her? It was her own weakness. Issue the order. Yin Qiyue suddenly stood up, and the green jade pill bottle in her sleeve resonated with a dragon's roar. Effective immediately, the Qinglan Holy Land shall be renamed the Palace of Seeking the Way. Anyone involved in heretical cultivation may surrender their cultivation to preserve their body. Additionally, erect statues and offer incense to worship Qin Gongzi. Chapter 32, the third formal simulation, Ji Wuchen. The Qinglan Holy Land underwent a major reform. Yin Qiyue ordered the creation of a jade statue of Qin Wanchuan, but secretly carved her own name at the base of the statue. During the reform, she implemented extreme measures in the name of Qin Wanchuan. The Taoist palace must have only one voice. Yin Qiyue stroked the Tongxian mirror and spoke softly to the disciples kneeling in the square, that is the voice of the prince. No questions were permitted, anyone who dared to question would face severe punishment. Later, she personally hanged an elder who had questioned Qin Wanchuan at the palace gates and shouted, "This is the fate of those who question the young master." That night, Yin Qiyue stood alone on the mountain peak. Holding the Tongxian mirror in her left hand and a green jade bottle in her right, she stared blankly in the direction where Qin Gongzi had departed, her cheek pressed against the icy treasure, murmuring dreamily, "Without you, there would be no me today. Young master, how great you are." The mirror reflected Yin Qiyue's distorted face. The Tongxian mirror, as a treasure transcending this world, need no further explanation. What was most unbelievable was the pill inside the jade bottle. It was something she had never seen before, a divine elixir that could slowly enhance one's cultivation with just a whiff of its fragrance. Yin Qiyue suddenly began to smile dreamily, pressing the mirror against her lips as if kissing the shadow of someone. "What is the Taoist palace?" she murmured softly, as if speaking to someone who did not exist. "I will climb to the very top, step by step, and make everyone crawl and tremble. Then, I will present it to you with my own hands. My savior, my God." At that moment, within the Wangchuan pavilion of the Qin family, Qin Wanchuan sat by the bed, tapping his fingertips lightly against the windowsill, a fleeting expression of indifference flashing in his eyes. The two items he had given to Yin Qiyue were not because he valued her, but for another fundamental reason. In the future, if there are any tasks to be done in the lower realms, I can assign them to her instead of having to arrange someone else. It'll save me a lot of trouble. Who wouldn't want a perfect task-performing tool? Looking down, Ye Jianwei, dressed in a white gown, was playing the zither in the courtyard. Her slender fingers danced across the strings, producing clear, flowing melodies that spread out like ripples in the morning mist. For years had passed, and the once homeless child had grown into a young woman of remarkable beauty. On the other side, in the distance, many members of the Qin family were bustling about. This was because Qin Wanchuan's 10th birthday banquet was approaching. The scale of the event was so grand that preparations had to begin a year in advance. After all, as one of the 10 heavenly generals, this banquet was not only about face but also a crucial opportunity to showcase their family's true strength to all the major factions. Servants bustled between pavilions and towers, even the lanterns hanging from the corridors had been replaced with newly made shark skin lampshades. However, as the host of the event, Qin Wangchuan appeared unusually composed. "Check in." Qin Wangchuan murmured to himself. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a half-tier reward, 100 low-grade spirit stones. Half a rank already? The system isn't even bothering to put on a show anymore, is it?" Looking at the prompt on the panel, he momentarily doubted whether he had been set up by the system. The first check-in reward was a 9th-tier reward, and it was a game-changing physique. Anyone who saw it would have to exclaim, "Holy crap! This system has some real potential." Just when you thought this was just the beginning, and you started fantasizing about even more game-breaking rewards in the future, reality slapped you in the face, telling you to stop dreaming. After years of signing in, the best you get is a first-tier reward, with an occasional second-tier reward here and there. And now, even half-tier rewards have started appearing. Unbelievable. "Forget it," Qin Wangchuan sighed softly, glancing at the number of remaining simulations before decisively clicking that Start Simulation button. Third simulation, life consumption, 80 years. Simulation started. Year 0. You were born into the Tai Su Imperial clan of the 10 Directions Celestial Court, the Ji clan. As the most outstanding direct descendant of the Ji family in this generation, you were born amidst the arrival of 9 phoenixes and the arrival of purple Qi from the east spanning 3,000 miles. Your ancestor personally bestowed upon you the name Ji Wuchen, meaning unbound and untouched by dust. Year 1. You were born with the primordial holy body, with purple Dao patterns floating on your forehead and all your meridians open. By the age of 1, you were able to summon the cosmic Dao essence, shocking the entire Ji clan. Year 3. You began systematic cultivation of the Taishu Emperor's scripture, entering meditation for 3 days and advancing to the first realm in 7 days. The ancient ancestor of the Ji clan stroked his beard in admiration and exclaimed, "This child possesses the aura of a celestial emperor." You pretended not to understand what he meant, but deep down, you were overjoyed, thinking, "There must be no one more extraordinary than me." Year 5. At the clan's grand competition, you defeat your 10-year-old cousin with your 5-year-old, 3-realm strength. What should have been a moment of great joy, you turned to look back. On the viewing platform, your father was talking to someone. With his talent, he should have no equals among his peers, right? Though he is indeed talented, there is that individual from the Qin family among his peers who possesses the eternal immortal physique. This was the first time you had ever heard the name Qin. Year 7. You accompanied the old ancestor into seclusion to study the void seal. When you left the 7th palm print on the stone wall, you were overjoyed. Mastering 7 palms in just a few months was a level of insight that could be called divine. However, the praise you had been waiting for did not come. The old ancestor stroked your head inside. If only you had half the insight and courage of that young grandson from the Qin family. A surge of anger erupted within you. You looked at your trembling hands and felt a burning emotion for the first time. It was an emotion that should never have appeared in you: jealousy and anger. Year 8. You began secretly sending people to investigate who the young grandson of the Qin family was. The information you gather is scarce. But there was one thing you managed to discover: his name was Qin Wangchuan. He is 3 years younger than you. There is one more thing the Qin family has not hidden. Qin Wangchuan is the Qilin child created by the Qin family using countless treasures and a century of effort, endowed with an immortal physique, and destined to become an immortal in the future. Become an immortal? You scoffed at the idea, not feeling particularly impressed. Year 10. You swept your peers at your 10th birthday banquet. While everyone cheered, you stared intently at the seats on the east side that was the Qin family's place. Didn't he come? Of course not, he is only 7 this year. You felt disappointed yet relieved. No one knew that you both wanted to meet this prodigy and feared being overwhelmed by his extraordinary talent if you saw him in person. Yes, you were afraid. You were afraid of being outshone, afraid of disappointing your clan's expectations. Year 11. You began to frequently dream of a blurry figure. He stands atop a mountain peak, turning back with a faint smile. "You can't even see my back." Qin Wangchuan. You scream his name and wake up from the dream. Year 12. The ancient ancestor bestows upon you your life-bound divine weapon, the Tai Su spear. Everyone holds the highest expectations for you, but during a trial, when the tip of your spear pierced the 18th trial puppet, you suddenly went mad and shattered the entire trial arena. My heart is in turmoil. Why did I suddenly think of him? You hid in the shadows, covering your head and asking yourself, but no one answered. Year 13. The Qin family sent an invitation, inviting the Ji family to attend the 10th birthday banquet. You held the invitation in your hands, staring at it for 3 days and 3 nights. Simulation paused. Wait a moment. Does he think I'm his nemesis? Qin Wangchuan pondered for a moment, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Who in their right mind would stare at an invitation for 3 days and 3 nights? Chapter 33, since you all enjoy playing chess so much, let us play a grand game. Whether it's a heart demon or not, I don't know. But judging by the looks of it, a fight is inevitable. Simulation continues. Same year. At the 10th birthday banquet of the 9th son of the Qin family, someone attempted an attack. Though it was quickly suppressed, it still caused quite a commotion. You stepped forward at that moment, gazing determinedly at Qin Wangchuan and issuing a challenge. After the attack ended, you braced yourself for rejection, but to your surprise, he accepted. When you finally stood before him, you understood why so many people spoke of him so highly. Your palms began to sweat, and you were certain you would lose, but you refused to accept defeat. In the end, you moved. Thinking to test him first, you unleashed a void seal. The entire area was instantly consumed by the power of the void. However, when the dust settles, not a single thread of his robe is damaged. Just as you were about to summon the Taisu spear, his strike appeared before your eyes in the blink of an eye. That sword strike was so fast you didn't even see it coming. In the final second before being struck, you looked at Qin Wangchuan, wondering why he was so strong despite being 3 years younger than you. But what you saw was Qin Wangchuan staring at the sky, not even glancing at you. Though your body was unharmed by the attack of the elder, your spiritual core had been shattered into dust. Did I just make him shut down? Qin Wangchuan raised an eyebrow. You came looking for trouble, don't blame me. Year 14. You returned to the Ji family. One day while cultivating, you suddenly discovered that no matter how you tried to activate it, your spiritual platform seemed to be in a deep sleep, completely unresponsive. The elders and ancestors of the family all tried to help, but none could determine the cause. Some even speculated that it might be because Qin Wangchuan had damaged your meridians during that incident. You remained silent, but a question continued to plague your mind. If no matter how much I cultivate, I can never match him, then what's the point of cultivating at all? Year 15. Your cousin brought back a 9 netherworld lotus. Brother, this might cure your illness. Though you didn't believe it would work, you took it anyway to avoid disappointing your cousin. Your injuries didn't improve at all, in fact, they seemed to get worse. Year 16. Your cousin visits more frequently, far more attentive than before. But you paid no attention, instead focusing on gathering information about Qin Wangchuan. You knew deep down that he was the reason for everything. Just win once, just once. Year 18. You dismissed your bodyguards and went alone to the lower realms to clear your mind. After confirming that you were truly alone in the lower realms, your cousin, who had been secretly following you for some time, emerged and captured you. She smiled coldly with a hint of amusement. Cousin, you're finished. Your divine body is useless now. Why not give it to me? At that moment, you finally realized her true intentions, but it was already too late. Year 20. You were imprisoned in a dungeon and forced to bleed from your heart. One late night, the cell door suddenly opened. You scream and break the chains, but the person who enters freezes you with a single glance. As you lay dying, you see your cousin approaching in royal attire, coldly taking the bloodline pattern from your forehead. If you had defeated him that day and bought some time, none of this would have happened. Don't blame me. Among the 10 great clans, only the 3 heavens can survive. My royal family resorted to such measures solely to protect ourselves. Qin Wangchuan must not live. If he continues to grow, the balance between the 3 heavenly emperors will eventually be broken. At that time, there will be widespread suffering. Everything is for the greater good. Simulation ended. Final achievement, the unbreakable spear. Survival time, 20 years. Outcome, a lifetime of obsession, all for naught. You were born a prodigy, destined to rule all worlds, yet you fell into the depths of darkness because of a single comparison. At the age of 5, your father's sigh echoed like a curse, haunting you throughout your journey. You believed your talent was unmatched and your strength unrivaled. Even if you were weak, you were only half a step behind him. But the truth was brutally harsh. Upon realizing the gap between you and him, your resolve shattered, and your cultivation could no longer progress. Yet, burdened with the hopes of many, you sought to escape your inner demons and underestimated your cousin, failing to notice her hidden identity and true intentions. Ultimately, you fell into a trap. You end your life in humiliation. Additional commentary: if you had used your strongest move from the start when facing Qin Wangchuan, you wouldn't have lost so badly and had your resolve shattered. But fear took hold, and you ultimately succumbed to it. How tragic. Please select the following reward to inherit. 1. 200 years of lifespan. 2. The Imperial tier martial art technique Void Seal, along with its key insights. 3. Plus 400 source essence. Qin Wangchuan watched the entire simulation and felt a mix of emotions. Ji Wuchen. He murmured the name softly, a trace of scorn flashing in his eyes. A genius prodigy, yet in the end, he was betrayed and killed by a rat. Did he die unjustly? Yes. Did he make a mistake? No. What a pity. The morning mist outside the window gradually dispersed, and the faint sound of Ye Jianwei's Qin had ceased unnoticed. Qin Wangchuan gazed at the bustling servants in the distance, his thoughts drifting to the unseen prodigy of the Ji family. He was merely a reckless youth who encountered a towering peak at the height of his glory. If he had chosen to take a detour, perhaps one day he could have reached the summit. Qin Huangquan shook his head inside lightly, but there was not a trace of pity in his eyes. It's a pity he chose the hardest path to challenge me. It may seem like he's overestimating himself, but this is actually an unsolvable problem. One must be reckless in youth. If he had chosen to take the easy way out, he wouldn't deserve the title of genius. His fingertips tapped lightly on the windowsill, and Qin Huangquan's gaze fell on the words Wang family and the simulated records, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Han Han is a pawn, and Ji Wuchen is also a pawn. This is no coincidence, there's likely a group behind it. The Wang family, what a family. He suddenly smiled, and his aura caused Ye Jianwei, who had just entered the courtyard, to involuntarily step back half a step. His young master was usually gentle, but sometimes he revealed a terrifying side. Every time this happened, she knew someone was in for a world of trouble. There were no exceptions. I choose 3. As the words fell, the sound of shattering restraints exploded once more deep within his soul, and Qin Huangquan's pupils ignited with golden flames. Countless stardust like primordial light particles awoke from his internal organs, unleashing a silver-blue blizzard within his bloodstream. Every cell in her body began to disintegrate and the unique markings of the divine bones emerged on her skeleton. This was not the result of ordinary cultivation, but the resonance triggered when the core of her essence was ignited. Current primordial essence, 24.5 times. Current simulation count, 0. Qin Huangquan slowly closed his eyes, feeling the surging power within his body. Each increase in the primal core felt like prying open a deeper layer of the laws of the universe, further accelerating the passive cultivation speed of the immortal body. Soon. At this rate, I'll soon enter the 6th realm. He murmured, a faint cold smile curling the corners of his lips. Since you all enjoy this game so much. Qin Huangquan raised his hand, and a black stone materialized in midair, spinning slowly in his palm. It was dark and profound, as if it had swallowed all the light around it. Then this prince will accompany you for a good game. This isn't enough people. Bring everyone in. Let me have some fun. Ding. Host's intense emotions detected. Task triggered game breaker. Mission content, uncover the Wang family's conspiracy and crush the hidden currents of the 10-direction celestial court. Reward, unknown. Qin Huangquan raised the corner of his lips and casually flicked the black bullet into the air. Rare to be normal for once, system. Ding. The mission has been automatically assigned. This system has no authority to view it. Never mind. As the chess piece landed, it struck the words Wang family at the center of the simulator panel. Everything, starting from the 10th birthday banquet. I will be the one to end this undercurrent. Chapter 34, the Qin family's private banquet begins. The gifts are received, hands are numb. As time passed, the invitations to the Qin family's 9th prince's 10th birthday banquet finally spread throughout the heavens. Even those not of imperial lineage knew the significance of this banquet. After all, the Qin family was one of the 10 heads of the 3 heavens of the celestial emperor, and this was the first official appearance of the Qilin son, who possessed the immortal body of longevity. Underground currents swirled across all continents. Imperial princesses burned incense and bathed for 3 months to perfect their performance of the rainbow robe-breaking array dance. Alchemists have exhausted their life savings to refine a single batch of 9 transformation divine elixir as a gift. And even prominent clans had altered their genealogies so hastily that the ink was still wet, desperately trying to establish some connection with the Qin family. The reason is simple. If one could catch the eye of that young prince, it would be like a fish leaping through the dragon gate, ascending to heaven in a single bound. Additionally, the position of primary wife symbolizes the alliance between families. Everyone desires this opportunity. As the first rays of dawn broke, the outer courtyard of the Huangquan pavilion was already adorned with star-patterned silk brocades. When Li Qinghuan entered the inner chamber holding a jade comb, she happened upon the chaotic scene of Qin Huangquan and his servant. Master! How do I put this robe on? I'll handle it. But how can that be? You are of noble birth. Let me do it. She stepped forward softly, skillfully unfolding the intricate garment and gesturing for Qin Huangquan to put it on. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the half-eaten pastries on the nearby table, and her jade-like eyes flickered with a mix of indulgence and exasperation. You're so leisurely. Everyone outside is running around like crazy preparing for your banquet. Qin Huangquan shrugged at her words, it just looks leisurely. Before he could finish, his hair was suddenly tugged gently. Li Qinghuan had silently slipped behind him, her icy jade comb wedged between the knots in his hair. Don't move. As her fingertips brushed against the young man's delicate collarbone, Ye Jianwei stepped back instinctively. She was merely a servant, but Miss Li was the legitimate daughter of the Li family, equally noble in status, so she dared not harbor the slightest grievance. The soft sound of the comb breaking through the morning mist was suddenly mingled with a faint sigh. Your hair has grown a bit longer than last year. Really? Qin Huangquan touched the ends of her hair. I didn't notice. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Li Qinghuan. The bronze mirror reflected the overlapping figures of the two. Her movements as she tied her hair were as swift as if she were holding a sword. The dark gold hairband glided through her hair like a dragon, but she suddenly eased her grip as she tied the knot. You've been coming here quite often this year. Are you craving my body? Qin Wangchuan raised an eyebrow, half joking. Since returning from the lower realms last time, Li Qingluan had been visiting frequently. Surprisingly, the elders of the household not only did not stop her but even granted her special permission to come and go as she pleased in the Wangchuan pavilion. Though he didn't reject romantic entanglements, he only saw the person before him as a friend. How could that be? Li Qingluan covered her brows with a light smile, her jade-like eyes narrowing slightly, the corners curving upward like a crescent moon, tinged with a hint of teasing. She gently pressed her fingertips to her lips, feigning surprise. You're still so young, how could you have such thoughts? Besides, I've heard that the elders of the Qin family have already arranged a fiancé for you. I wonder who is so fortunate. Her voice was soft and gentle, tinged with a hint of regret. The trailing notes were deliberately drawn out, like feathers brushing against the ear. After a year of spending every day together, even if it was arranged by her family, she had accepted it. The man before her was the husband she, Li Qingluan, had chosen for herself. Am I overthinking this? Qin Wangchuan didn't believe her at first, but her expression didn't seem fake. Enough. Li Qingluan took a step back and suddenly pulled out a white jade box from her sleeve, a wedding gift. As the young man raised his eyebrows to open it, she quickly stopped him, clenched her jaw, and added, "The banquet is about to begin. You should hurry over." Qin Wangchuan raised his eyes and caught a glimpse of a faint blush on her earlobe. On the way, he opened the white jade box to find a heart-shaped knot lying inside. Red silk threads and gold threads were woven together, with the ends tied into a crooked knot, clearly made by hand. You're thoughtful. He chuckled softly, running his fingertips over the patterns on the knot before casually tying it around his waist. As they exited the Wangchuan pavilion, the carriage was already waiting. The Qin family's private banquet was held in the Xingyuan pavilion, followed by the public banquet. When Qin Wangchuan entered to the sound of the first stroke of the clock at dawn, several elderly clan members looked at him simultaneously, their eyes filled with hope. The patriarch and the wood ancestor had also personally made an appearance, a rare occurrence even within the Qin family. 9 younger brother. The eldest brother, Qin Wudao, stepped forward first. As his sleeves fluttered, a pitch-black flying sword wrapped in chaotic energy shot out of the sky and plunged into the ground at Qin Wangchuan's feet. This is a gift for you. The elders' expressions changed. The sword carried the aura of the ancient chaos that had split the heavens. But what truly astonished them was not this. Eldest brother, you really have. Qin Zhaoer looked at the flying sword her chest with a grim expression, but the next moment, she was covered by her second brother, Qin Xuanji. Don't say anything bad today. He glanced at everyone with a troubled expression. Sorry. You all know my older brother's old habits. Old habit? Qin Wudao looked at the few matchstick-like figures before him with a puzzled expression. He blinked and moved closer. Had he mistaken them again? And why are you the one apologizing? Who's the older brother here? This time, Qin Xuanji's face looked somewhat normal, though it was unclear whether this was his true appearance. He walked up slowly, tied a pendant around Qin Wangchuan's waist, and said, I found this in an ancient ruin. It can conceal one's aura, but remember, this item is useless against the emperor. Thank you, second brother. However, looking at the item, Qin Wangchuan couldn't help but feel suspicious. Shouldn't you be keeping something like this as a treasure? How could you give it to me? It wasn't that Qin Xuanji was stingy, but such an item suited his style and shouldn't be given away. However, the next moment, he understood. Qin Xuanji opened his robe, revealing several identical pendants hanging inside. Of course, second brother. Wait. Qin Zhaoer, with her sharp eyes, noticed the same heart knot on Qin Wangchuan's waist as his older brother was giving him the pendant. Her voice suddenly rose. Where did you get that old rope? Which woman gave it to you? Seeing everyone's strange expressions turn toward her, she lost her nerve. Humph. The pale yellow skirt swirled like a whirlwind as Qin Zhaoer tossed the silk box onto Qin Wangchuan's body and tried to run away, but he grabbed her by the collar and pulled her back. With one hand, he opened the box, revealing a pair of pearl earrings inside. She crossed her arms, her expression teasing, I searched everywhere for these. Put them on and let your sister see. They look great on you. It was clearly Qin Zhaoer's prank. Qin Wangchuan chuckled softly, not bothering to scold the child. Instead, he reached behind her and took the earrings, fastening them to her ears. He flicked the dangling earrings with his fingers, stepped back slightly to examine them, and smiled faintly. It's beautiful. Instantly, everyone burst into laughter. A few sharp-eyed elders nodded approvingly. With just a few words, he defused the situation. This young man isn't just exceptionally talented, he's flawless in every other aspect as well. You. Qin Zhaoer pointed at Qin Wangchuan with one hand, while the other touched her earlobe. Her cheeks flushed red, and she couldn't utter a complete sentence for half a moment. Ha, you've all finished, now take my punch as a congratulatory gift. The bare-chested burly man suddenly swung a punch, the force of which caused the array formations of the Starfall Pavilion to flicker unsteadily. Qin Huangchuan was about to block the attack, but saw his fourth brother suddenly stop abruptly, palm open upward, revealing what was inside. A token. Chapter 35, The Qin family's outer banquet begins. Stars gather to pay homage. I've been thinking for days and still don't know what to give you, Qin Kuanga laughed, patting his chest. Just go pick something from my secret vault yourself. Thank you, fourth brother. Don't just thank him. Come take a look at this treasure armor of mine. Third sister Qin Xingni took the opportunity to step forward and begin showing it off. Though called a treasure armor, it was actually a gemstone that revealed the armor when crushed. Qin Huangchuan watched as his third sister began to display it before the elders, and his expression grew peculiar. He was the only one who felt something was off. After testing her, he confirmed she wasn't a time traveler, but she could still utter the word science. And the things she created were actually related to science. Things like spiritual energy collapse cannons, heavenly mechanism thunder tribulation cannons, and spiritual vein-level starships, among others. She was genuinely engaged in scientific research. After finishing her introduction, Qin Xingni handed the items to Qin Huangchuan, muttering, "Don't forget to give me feedback after you use them." "I don't know how to use it." Qin Huangchuan put it away and thought to himself. Last time he used a storage bracelet she gave him, it exploded. He sighed lightly and turned around, nearly startling Qin Huangchuan. Behind him, his fifth sister, Qin Xingzheng, was standing extremely close, her nose almost touching Qin Huangchuan's face. Her cold eyes stared intently at him, as if examining some rare treasure. "You have." She sniffed, her tone certain, a pleasant sword intent. Qin Huangchuan asked curiously, "What does it smell like?" "I can't describe it." She shook her head, as if suddenly remembering something, and reached into the air. Several boxes appeared before him, containing several still beating hearts. Despite the gruesome sight, she seemed oblivious, simply handing them to Qin Huangchuan with a serious expression for body forging. "Qin Huangchuan? Ha, he has already forged his body." The old ancestor couldn't help but laugh. Though these young masters were useless in battle, they sure knew how to entertain. After laughing, he told Qin Huangchuan to take them and explained, "These are dragon hearts. Eating them will benefit you and may even awaken some unique abilities." "Thank you, fifth sister." Qin Xingzheng let out a satisfied sigh, seeming to enjoy it as he ruffled Qin Huangchuan's hair. Amid the jingling sound of a gold-inlaid abacus, the seventh sister, Qin Miaoyan, tossed out a storage pouch. "Here you go, it's full of spiritual essence." "Don't say your seventh sister is stingy." "Spiritual essence? Is that real?" Qin Huangchuan looked skeptical, unable to believe that the stingy seventh sister would give him such a thing. However, upon opening it, his face turned dark. It was indeed full of spiritual essence, but... "Seventh sister, I thought you still owed me from our previous deal?" Earlier, they had agreed to split the proceeds from selling his intelligence, with him getting 3/4 and her 1/4, but he hadn't received his share yet. It was clearly already included in the wedding gift. Seeing Qin Huangchuan's doubt, Qin Miaoyan laughed it off. "If you want money, you'll have to take my life. Come and get it." All the gifts had been exchanged, except for those meant for the absent sixth prince Qin Hongchen. The elders began presenting gifts, and naturally, the best were from one's own grandfather, all rare treasures beneficial for cultivation. The ancestral elder had also prepared a gift, but now was not the time. As Qin Huangchuan finished receiving the gifts and walked toward his seat, the entire Starfall Pavilion suddenly turned transparent. Everyone was startled to see that beneath their feet was a gigantic tree spanning the stars. The immortal tree had revealed its true form, with a branch hanging down, bearing a fruit as green as jade. "This fruit ripens once every 30,000 years, the voice of the wood ancestor echoed. "Eating it allows one to glimpse the river of destiny." "Wood ancestor, this," someone exclaimed at the banquet. When had the wood ancestor ever given away such a thing? Amazed yet confused, could it be that the ninth prince had truly defied heaven to earn the favor of this ancient deity? Grandfather Qin Fuhai gave Qin Huangchuan a look. "Hurry up and accept it." Qin Huangchuan stepped forward to receive it. "Thank you, wood ancestor." Qin Fuhai suddenly stepped forward to help Qin Huangchuan tidy his attire, then gently patted his shoulder. "Today's banquet is your initiation into the world. Go, and tell everyone. Tell them you've arrived." As the words fell, the entire Starfall Pavilion fell into complete silence. Qin Huangchuan stood before the drooping branches of the immortal tree, a jade fruit glowing faintly in his palm, casting a soft light on his features. As he turned, a flood of light and shadow spread out behind him. Qin Wudao, Qin Xuanji, and Qin Kuanga, three powerful figures, stood together, casting him a look of encouragement. Qin Xingni made an X sign with her fingers and mouth. "Don't forget to use it." Qin Xingzheng still clutched his ancient sword, his expression blank. Qin Miaoyan rolled her eyes. "What are you looking at? I'm the one who lost big." Qin Zhaoer touched the pendant on her earlobe, her expression dark and unfathomable, lost in thought. Qin Huangchuan suddenly smiled. Perhaps the meaning of family lay in this. He took a step forward, and the immortal divine tree beneath his feet swirled with divine energy. Branches pierced through countless realms, casting towering shadows across innumerable dimensions. Whether they were the Qin family generals guarding the frontiers or the scattered branches of the family scattered across the starry seas, all felt a stir and looked up. At this moment, all realms heard his name. Even in the endless void beyond, whispers echoed. Son. The inner banquet concluded, and the outer banquet began. As the 9 golden sunbirds leaped out of the cloud sea, 10,000 8,000 bronze bells rang simultaneously. The sound waves surged like a tidal wave, startling the green phoenixes perched on the glazed tiles, which spread their wings and scattered starlight across the sky. The auspicious hour has arrived. With a loud shout from the ceremonial official, the white jade steps spanning 33 heavens lit up one after another. Each step was adorned with the illusory image of a golden lotus, stretching from the lower realms all the way to the main hall's entrance, resembling a celestial pathway leading to the heavens. At that moment, if one were to look down from the clouds, they would witness a breathtaking sight. Flying vessels and magical artifacts from different Dao states crowded the starry tracks, their multicolored lights intertwining into dazzling bands of light around the outskirts of the Qin realm. The 9 flying vessels at the forefront blocked out the sky, and the emblems on them left everyone speechless. They were the symbols of the other 9 great imperial clans. The Tianji Cloud clan has arrived. Amidst the resounding cries, a squad of golden armored warriors shattered the void and charged forth. The leader carried a gilded plaque on his shoulder, bearing the words celebrating the 10th birthday banquet of Prince Qin, which were forged from stars and now emitted a chaotic aura. Is that the purple microcosm star of the North Pole? A sharp-eyed cultivator gasped in shock. They've plucked stars to celebrate. Even more shocking was that the 36 warriors carrying the plaque all had golden patterns on their foreheads. This was clearly the rare mountain-moving divine body from the upper realms, and any one of them could tear apart the stars of the lower realms with their bare hands. However, upon further thought, the mother of the 9th prince was from the Yun family. Since it was a gift from her maternal clan, even plucking stars and moons would not be out of the ordinary. However, the 36 mountain-moving holy body strongmen suddenly came to a halt, and the void froze like a mirror. Boom! The sky suddenly split open, revealing a golden crack. 9 5-clawed golden dragons pulled a bronze imperial chariot through the void, their roars shattering the clouds for miles around. Chapter 36. His weight is so great that it forces all sides to reveal their true strength. The black curtains hanging from the imperial chariot moved without wind, revealing a graceful figure seated within. Even just the outline caused the souls of many divine rulers present to tremble. The human emperor has issued an edict. A purple-robed elder stepped out from the dragon's head, sliding a crimson imperial edict from his sleeve. As the edict unfolded, the ground of the Starfall Pavilion suddenly manifested the illusory outlines of mountains, rivers, and the nation, as if compressing the vast lands of Central Plains into this space. Send Prince Qin to the 86 counties of the western frontier. The hall fell deathly silent. The imperial edict bore the seal of territorial cession of the Central Plains Empire, and the areas covered by the seal's imprint were indeed the spiritual veins and land deeds of the western frontier's 86 counties. Madness, to cede territory just to please that prince? An elder of the ancient sect murmured to himself, unable to believe what he was seeing. The Central Plains imperial dynasty ruled over vast territories spanning 10,000 miles. Though 86 counties may not seem like much, this was not a gift to the Qin family. It was specifically granted to the 9th prince of Qin. This meant that countless secret realms, spiritual mines, and even ancient ruins would all belong to him. The purple-robed elder added solemnly, "The human emperor has spoken. When the prince comes of age, he may present this deed and enter the Central Plains." The curtain was suddenly lifted by a slender hand, revealing half of a face of unparalleled beauty. "If you find the realm uninteresting," a cold, clear voice like ice-cold spring water striking jade, "this palace may accompany you." A stir. The entire hall erupted in chaos. "It's the eldest princess of the Central Plains Empire, Jianwei." The cry echoed like thunder, sending the entire banquet into a frenzy. She stepped out slowly from the imperial carriage, dressed in a flowing black gold phoenix robe that trailed behind her. 9 phoenixes adorned her hair, each holding a pearl, and the pearls swayed gently, each seeming to contain a miniature world, shimmering with a faint, ethereal glow. She actually came in person? A holy son from the sacred land cried out in shock, snapping his fan in half. Jianwei, the most brilliant and talented princess of the Central Plains Empire in 10,000 years, was born with the Taishu divine eyes, enabling her to see the river of destiny. She once severed the divine forms of 1,000 quasi-emperors with a single sword strike and repelled 1,000,000 demon soldiers with a single word. Sending gifts and showing such favor to him? The princess is truly favoring him. She is the future empress suspended in the heavens, sought after by countless prodigies for even a glance. Yet now she is willing to lower her gaze and bow for the 9th prince. Many male cultivators clenched their fists tightly, their hearts filled with bitter envy. Ordinary imperial dynasties naturally cannot compare to the 10 great imperial clans, but the Central Plains imperial dynasty is an exception, its foundations rivaling those of the imperial clans. The Li family of the heavenly sword has arrived. Before they could process the imperial court's unimaginable gift, a clear sword cry pierced the sky. Several massive swords broke through the clouds, their blades wrapped in ancient blood-red runes. Each rune seemed to breathe, exhaling a chilling aura of slaughter. The leading elder of the Li clan stood atop a sword beam, sweeping his sleeves. Clang! A 3-foot-long blue steel sword plunged downward, its blade transparent as crystal, yet within it was sealed a single droplet of blood as brilliant as a star. With each beat of the blood droplet, the swords of all the sword cultivators present trembled violently. "This is a drop of the essence blood of our Li family's founding ancestor," the elder said in a clear voice. "Furthermore, our ancestral patriarch has personally invited the 9th prince to enter the sword tomb for enlightenment." The crowd erupted in chaos. What was the sword tomb? It was the forbidden place where the Li family's successive sword emperors were buried. Even the direct descendants of the Li family had only one chance in their lifetime to enter. If the previous displays were merely showing off their family's depth, then the Li family had truly turned their underwear inside out. "This gift is simply too outrageous." Someone stared intently at the drop of Imperial blood, his Adam's apple bobbing. "That's the essence of an ancient sage's blood, containing the wisdom of his entire life. How could the Li family possibly part with it?" "And the sword tomb," another person exclaimed in shock. "The sword tomb is the Li family's treasure. It is said that an ancient divine being sleeps within it." An old man stroked his beard thoughtfully. "These gifts far exceed ordinary etiquette. It seems the intentions of the other families are not small. Could it be related to the engagement with the 9th prince?" Engagement? No wonder. The cultivator who had asked earlier suddenly understood. An Imperial clan alliance, with the throne as the dowry. This is the real main event. The Fenchen family has arrived, presenting a 9-flamed golden crow. As the ceremonial official's shout echoed, a blazing sun suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Upon closer inspection, it was not a sun at all, but the Yin family's most precious treasure, the 9-flamed golden crow. Has the Yin family lost their minds? They dare to give away their clan's most precious treasure? A cultivator from the Yi family suddenly stood up, his protective true flames surging uncontrollably around his body. Upon realizing what it was, he suddenly came to his senses. "It's just a chick." The 9-flamed golden crow was a primordial capable of burning the heavens and boiling the seas, a true combat powerhouse. The Yin family would never dare to give it away lightly. But if it's just a chick, there's no such concern. Though precious, it would take tens of thousands of years for it to mature. The Taisu Ji clan has arrived, presenting 1 card of void crystal, 100 dragon blood bodhi fruits, and 1 copy of the Taisu Yen Daoju. The Yomi King clan has arrived, presenting 10 bottles of Yellow Springs weak water and 1,000 pieces of Yomi primordial essence. The voice of the Qin family's ceremonial official grew increasingly loud, each proclamation resounding like thunderclaps. The gifts presented by various factions were one more awe-inspiring than the last. Just as everyone's attention was drawn to the countless treasures filling the sky, a gray figure slipped past unnoticed. Han, using an identity he had arranged beforehand, had blended into the crowd of guests. 100 paces away, behind the coiled dragon pillar, Ji Wuchen stood at the threshold, took a deep breath, and finally stepped into the banquet hall with resolve. Side hall of the main hall. Ye Jianwei's fingertips gently traced the hidden patterns on Qin Wanchuan's robe. Each pattern felt slightly warm under her fingertips, like a burning brand. She couldn't see it, but she could feel it, the interplay of sunlight and moonlight, the majesty of dragons and phoenixes intertwined, the opulence reserved only for true celestial beings. Her fingers suddenly froze. "Master." Ye Jianwei's voice was soft, as if afraid of disturbing the radiant light filling the room. "Perhaps I should not show myself after all." The hall fell silent for a moment. Ye Jianwei was no longer the naive youth of before. The signs of a true prodigy were beginning to show. She was afraid that as a blind person, she would bring shame upon her young master. "Afraid of bringing shame upon me," he suddenly spoke, uttering the very thoughts in her mind. Ye Jianwei bit her lip, her fingers unconsciously clutching the hem of her robe. "Without the sound of the zither, I can't see anything." She smiled wryly. "If I can't even walk steadily when we go out later, what will people think?" Before she could finish, Qin Wanchuan suddenly interrupted her. The copper mirror reflected a trace of cinnabar at the corner of his eye. "You can't always run away when faced with trouble. If I encounter danger in the future, are you going to run away too? You'll face far greater challenges in the future. How could I abandon the young master and flee alone? That's impossible." Ye Jianwei seemed to be stung by those words, suddenly lifting her head and shouting urgently. Qin Wanchuan chuckled lightly. "But you're about to abandon me and run away yourself." His tone was light, as if he were discussing something trivial. "You're afraid, and so am I." Ye Jianwei froze, her voice trembling. "The young master is afraid too?" "Of course. You're human, and so am I." She couldn't see it, but if she could, she would have seen the calm expression on Qin Wanchuan's face, the corners of his lips slightly turned up, and his eyes still held a hint of mockery. Where was there even a trace of fear? "Then, I'll protect you, young master. Look, the future heavenly emperor is so easy to deceive." Holding Ye Jianwei's hand, they stepped outside, where the other princes had been waiting for some time. Qin Zhaoer leaned against the carved pillar, her almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly as her gaze lingered on the overlapping sleeves of the 2-9 younger brother. Your grip is pretty tight, isn't it? Chapter 37, You sing, I dance. Go away, stop teasing. Qin Xuanji stepped forward, waving his hand as if shooing away a fly, then turned to Qin Wangchuan. Since we're out, let us go. 9 younger brothers shouldn't he get lost, should he? Qin Wangchuan chuckled. Second brother, it's just a short distance from the side hall to the main hall. How could one possibly get lost? You never know. Qin Xuanji smiled meaningfully, but before he could finish, Qin Wudao's sword scabbard was already pressed against his back. Qin Xuanji immediately composed himself and remained silent. His older sister, Qin Qingni, who enjoyed the commotion, smiled and said, Hey! Someone actually got lost. Last time at Big Brother's 10th birthday banquet, everyone was there, but he was nowhere to be found for half the day. Guess where we found him? Eldest brother, why are you pushing me? Qin Wudao coughed twice without changing his expression, but Qin Qingni paid no attention and continued, by the pond in the back hall. He even claimed he was admiring the fish. The funniest part is she clapped her hands, there weren't any fish in the pond at all. Ha ha ha. That's when this custom started, with all the princes entering together. Qin Zhaoer giggled, Qin Xuanji shook his head while trying to suppress a laugh, and even Qin Wangchuan couldn't help but curve the corners of his mouth. Only Qin Wudao remained expressionless. Let us go. Ye Jianwei kept her head down and didn't laugh out loud, but the corners of her mouth curved upward so these high-ranking princes of the Qin family would also play around like this in private. Qin Wangchuan held Ye Jianwei's hand as he listened to the others discuss their childhood embarrassments, walking slowly toward the rear door of the main hall. Inside the hall, his mother had already begun to take charge of the proceedings. Today, we are honored by the presence of all our fellow cultivators to celebrate my son's 10th birthday. My husband is away on a distant journey and has not returned, so I will preside in his place. Please forgive any shortcomings. Yun Xiaoying, also a prodigy of the Yun family, spoke confidently before the many dignitaries, her eyes brimming with self-assurance. Lady Yun, you're too kind. It is said that the 9th prince possesses the immortal physique. Is this true? After a few rounds of greetings, the conversation naturally turned to Qin Wangchuan. Just as Yun Xiaoying was about to speak, a maidservant approached and whispered in her ear. She smiled lightly and looked at everyone. Since everyone has so many questions, why not ask the main person directly? As she finished speaking, the palace doors opened with a creak. The 4th prince, Qin Kuanga, and the 5th prince, Qin Xingzhen, stood on either side, one pushing the door open while the other raised his hand to gesture. Qin Kuanga grinned and whispered, 9 brother, don't be nervous. Qin Xingzhen nodded slightly. After hiding my sword for 10 years, this moment has finally come. Go. Qin Wangchuan smiled indifferently, handed Ye Jianwei to his 5th sister, and stepped inside alone. Inside the hall, the once bustling guests fell silent. All eyes were fixed on Qin Wangchuan as he entered the hall. Even the holy masters and elders who had been conversing fell silent, as if their breath had halted for an instant. The young man was exceptionally handsome, but not in the gentle, jade-like manner. His high, sharp eyebrows, straight nose like a knife's edge, and thin lips pressed into a cold, stern line. Most captivating were his eyes, as black as ink, deep and bottomless, as if they could pierce straight into one's soul. He walked slowly, his black robe billowing like the night as he moved. The dragon patterns embroidered on the hem of his robe flickered in and out of view with each step, shimmering with a faint golden glow in the candlelight. A white jade pendant at his waist swayed gently with each step, emitting a crisp sound that echoed clearly in the silent hall. Is this the true form of the 9th prince? A fan slipped from a female cultivator's hands, clattering to the floor with a sharp sound that echoed through the silent hall. Even Princess Jiang Xuanli's lips curled into a satisfied smile. However, all of this looked anything but pleasant to Li Qingluan, who was seated. She felt as though her belongings had been insulted. Yun Xiaoying stepped forward, pretending to help him adjust his robe, but whispered in his ear, Why are you wearing this outfit? The original plan was for him to wear a white robe, making the young man look like an immortal, ethereal and otherworldly. However, Qin Wangchuan was wearing a black and gold robe, exuding an air of dominance. Though it adhered to the Qin family's attire, it was clearly inappropriate for the banquet. I think this one looks better, Qin Wangchuan replied softly. Yun Xiaoying nodded in agreement and said no more. After gently patting his mother's hand to reassure her, Qin Wangchuan walked forward alone. As if invisible steps were supporting him, with each step he took, an ancient lamp in the hall lit up, illuminating his deep, piercing eyes. Finally, he came to a stop before the main seat, his gaze sweeping over the crowd in the hall. Everyone! His voice was not loud, but it echoed like thunder, clearly reaching every ear. This banquet is a great honor. Since you have taken your seats, then. The corners of his lips curled slightly, but there was no trace of a smile in his eyes. Begin the banquet. Suddenly, the hall erupted in a chorus of congratulatory shouts as various factions rose to their feet and raised their cups in toast. The prominent figures discussed matters of state, while the common folk kept their eyes fixed on Qin Wangchuan. The reason was simple, the young man's aura was simply too extraordinary. Immortal body of eternal life plus supreme Tao heart plus years of nourishment from heavenly treasures plus 25 times the original essence. With all these enhancements, his aura had reached an unimaginable level, not the kind of ethereal and otherworldly aura, but rather a intimidation. Exactly. Even when he sat there with all his power contained, an unimaginable pressure still swept toward you, constantly asserting his presence. A sense of oppression that comes without anger. Yet, this very quality also left most female cultivators spellbound, as if their souls had been stolen, staring at him blankly. Even Jiang Xuanli, who had seen countless handsome men in her life, couldn't help but pause for a moment, unable to tear her eyes away. The ninth prince is already so extraordinary upon entering the world, how incredible his future must be. Someone noticed this scene and murmured in awe. Setting aside his strength for now, just looking at this scene alone makes it clear that he will undoubtedly be surrounded by beauties in the future. Amidst the chaos, Li Qinghuan's gaze never left Qin Wangchuan. She tapped her fingertips against the wine cup, her lips curving into a faint smile. It wasn't until the other guests had finished greeting him that Li Qinghuan stepped forward and took a seat beside Qin Wangchuan. Qin Wangchuan didn't seem surprised to see her approach, but his gaze kept drifting to the side. The Li family members were currently engaged in lively conversation with the Qin family elders. He watched the scene unfold, then turned to Li Qinghuan and asked without looking back. I seem to have heard that the person I'm supposed to marry is from the Li family. You haven't heard anything? Chapter 38, Han Han, come. Oh. Li Qinghuan's fingertips gently caressed the wineglass. Upon hearing this, he tilted his head slightly, a meaningful smile curving his lips. I wonder what the ninth prince is referring to. Like her name, her personality, and so on. Qin Wangchuan spoke without taking his eyes off the elders, who were already discussing how to form an alliance. Li Qinghuan chuckled softly, tapping the rim of the glass with her fingertips, producing a crisp sound. I am not sure about that, but I have heard that she is a celestial beauty, with the grace of a phoenix, and should be a worthy match for the prince. Her voice was soft and slow, tinged with a hint of playful teasing. This scene caused many to turn their heads. They wanted to look, but dared not. If the former imperial princess Jiang Xuanli was a blooming peony, vibrant and alluring, then she, Li Qinghuan, was like a sword tempered in ice. Her entire body was shrouded in frost, and even before the blade emerged, the chill had already seeped into the bones. No need for a clanging sound, no need for bloodshed, a single sidelong glance was enough. 3 parts of her purity and elegance choked the throat, 7 parts of her arrogance sliced through the heart. As for why this perception exists, the celestial princes and saints who had been beaten to death or injured by her knew all too well. The grace of a celestial prodigy, the elegance of a phoenix? Qin Wangchuan tapped his fingertips on the table, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Those words sound like someone boasting. You truly don't know? Li Qinghuan met his gaze without flinching, even leaning forward slightly, her red lips parting. I do not know. The two locked eyes for a moment, and the chaos in the hall seemed to be sealed off, the air around them growing still. Swear it? Of course. She curved the corners of her eyes, her gaze sparking with mischief, like a cat that had stolen some fish, her fingertips gently tapping the table. If I'm lying, I'm a dog. Keep pretending. Let us see how long you can keep it up. With Qin Wangchuan's sharp mind, how could he not notice? It was just that Li Qinghuan was too peculiar. She was cold toward others, but only with herself did she reveal her playful side. All right. I'll play along. As the wine flowed freely, the hall grew increasingly lively. In the corner of the hall, Ye Jianwei's slender fingers glided across the strings of the zither, playing the melody of Qingpingyu with the grace of flowing clouds and water. Suddenly, her fingertips paused imperceptibly, but the music continued uninterrupted. She immediately whispered, Master, something is amiss. There's someone suspicious in the southeast corner. Understood. Qin Wangchuan tapped his fingertips lightly on the table, his gaze sweeping silently across the crowd of guests before settling on a frail young man standing by the southeast corner pillar. There was no doubt about it, he was Han Han. Though his presence was barely perceptible, making him easy to overlook, none of this mattered to Ye Jianwei. After all, she didn't need eyes or spiritual perception, she observed the world through the sound of her qin. It's almost time, Qin Wangchuan murmured to himself. During the height of the banquet, someone suggested a martial arts duel. Judging by what happened afterward, the one who made the suggestion was likely an accomplice. Sure enough, the next moment, someone stood up abruptly. Gentlemen, today we have gathered such a distinguished group. Why not engage in martial arts to explore the path of the Tao together? Here it comes. Qin Wangchuan's eyes narrowed as he looked up. There stood Qin Wudao, hands behind his back, dressed in snow-white robes that fluttered in the breeze, as if a celestial being had descended to earth. It's my older brother. It was within Qin Wangchuan's expectations. After all, the only person who could say such words was either his eldest brother or his fourth brother. Shu Qingyan, Qin Wudao uttered a name, then turned and walked toward the palace exit without looking back, his voice cold. Do you need me to invite you? Shu Qingyan chuckled and followed him, saying, I thought you had forgotten about our previous duel. Be careful. I've come prepared this time. Before he could finish speaking, a white figure suddenly emerged from the eastern side of the hall. The white-clad man unfolded his fan with a swish, his smile gentle as he first glanced at Chu Qingyan, then fixed his gaze on Qin Wudao. 2 against 1, fair enough for you, right? The candles in the hall flickered joyfully, and a figure in black robes suddenly stood up from the western side of the hall. The wine gourd hanging at his waist swayed with his movement, spilling a few drops of fragrant liquid. Since it's already 2 against 1. He casually slung his heavy sword over his shoulder, the copper bells tied to the sword tassels jingling. How about 3 against 1? No problem. Qin Wudao didn't even pause his steps, his voice remaining calm. Let's go. The crowd in the hall watched the figures depart, erupting into chaos. No wonder he's Qin Wudao. Facing several prodigies, he doesn't even bother to look back. A young cultivator was so excited his face turned red. When it comes to who is the strongest among the current emperors, no one can say for sure. An old man beside him stroked his long beard, his cloudy eyes flashing with a sharp gleam. But when it comes to who is the leader among those at the quasi-emperor realm, he looked at the white-clad figure in the center of the arena, his voice suddenly growing solemn, none other than Qin Wudao of the Qin clan. That composure, that calmness. I heard that even Chu Qingyan couldn't last 10 moves against him last time, someone murmured in admiration. The crowd erupted in admiration, but Qin Wanchuan's lips twitched as he exchanged a glance with his older brother in the corner. Our eldest brother isn't calm or composed at all, he is clearly. He knew all too well. In Qin Wudao's eyes, which saw all beings as equal, whether you were a peerless genius or a stray dog, you were all just moving matchsticks. He really is. If he keeps up this act for another second, he'll give himself away. But the title Provisional Emperor's heir? I've never heard of that before. Qin Wanchuan sighed slightly. Though he knew his older brother was powerful, he never imagined he could be this strong. He had already reached the quasi-emperor realm and was even referred to as the leader. Seeing this, his fourth older brother, Qin Kuanga, laughed a few times and stepped forward, looking toward the Yin family and said, since the eldest brother has started. Yen Yun, are you going to wait any longer? The atmosphere in the hall suddenly erupted. A crimson figure burst forth from the Yin family's seats, and Yen Yun leaped into the center of the arena, his robes fluttering like flames. Ha 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 ha. Qin the Fourth, I came here today just to hear you say that. He laughed wildly, smashing the table in front of him. As wine splashed everywhere, he pointed at Qin Kuanga. If I don't beat you until you beg for mercy, I'll take your surname. Qin Kuanga snarled, tearing open his brocade robe to reveal his muscular physique. With your measly three-legged cats burning heaven technique? The two of them cursed and walked out, shattering every table and chair along the way. Most banquets are attended by the same few people, so such incidents are quite common, Li Qinghuan explained thoughtfully. Qin Wanchuan nodded, then stood up to her surprise. Is there someone you want to fight? No. But there's something I must do. Qin Wanchuan spoke, then walked toward the palace exit on his own. Whispers filled the hall. The ninth prince is looking for someone to fight? I wonder who it could be. A young cultivator widened his eyes, forgetting to put down his wine cup. An old man beside him stroked his beard thoughtfully. The most likely candidate is probably the one from the Yun family. They are of similar age and both possess the divine body. Not necessarily. Another person exclaimed, slamming the table. It could also be someone from the Zhou family. The Zhou family recently angered the Qin family, so they might be using this opportunity to assert their authority. In the corner, several female cultivators whispered to each other, do you think the ninth prince has reached which realm? I can't tell. The immortal body of eternal life takes longer to cultivate. It should be at the third realm, right? You forgot that the ninth prince has a body made entirely of divine bones. I think he's probably in the fourth realm. Fourth realm? I don't think that's likely. Amidst the murmurs, Li Qinghuan watched Qin Wanchuan's receding figure, unconsciously rubbing the rim of her wine cup. She suddenly realized that this usually reserved fiancé, whose back was turned to her, now carried a hint of resolute determination. At the palace gates, Qin Wanchuan's footsteps suddenly halted. With his back to the crowd, his robe fluttering slightly in a draft, he suddenly turned around and fixed his gaze on the corner of the hall. Han Han! The sharp command echoed through the hall, startling several maidservants whose trays trembled slightly. The guests in the hall whispered among themselves, looking around in confusion, unsure of who Han Han was. Li Qinghuan's fingertips paused, and the wine cup stopped at her lips as she followed Qin Wanchuan's gaze. In the farthest corner, behind a pillar, a slender youth slowly straightened his body. He held a half-eaten spiritual fruit to his lips, but his eyes were as clear as stars, meeting Qin Wanchuan's gaze without flinching. Though his frame was slender, his back was straight as a bamboo shoot growing stubbornly in the wind and snow. Since you came for me, why hide? Come. Waiting was not Qin Wanchuan's style. He would take the initiative. Chapter 39. He didn't say a single extra word, just like he hadn't plucked a single extra leaf back then. Han Han was startled when his name was suddenly called, but he didn't show it on his face. Because he knew that any mistake would mean death. Along with his sister. But the people behind him might not be so lucky. Qin Wangchuan had already informed the higher-ups of the Qin family that he would be assassinated. Previous simulations had already revealed that the person behind Han Han had also arrived at the banquet. The moment the name was called out, the Qin family patriarch carefully observed the expressions of everyone present and could easily identify the person in question. From there, they could follow the trail. This was a well-planned strategy, an unavoidable move. "Prince, we've found him." Hearing the voice in his mind, Qin Wangchuan curved the corners of his mouth and looked at the young man in front of him. "You seem surprised?" Han Han tilted his head slightly, his lips curling into a stiff smile. "Of course I'm surprised. I never expected His Highness the Crown Prince would recognize this lowly servant." After speaking, he touched the black nail hidden in his sleeve with fingers damp with sweat, the muscles beneath the fabric taut with tension. His clear eyes locked onto Qin Wangchuan, and there seemed to be a current of emotion swirling in the depths of his pupils. Han Han didn't know what he was thinking, but he continued, "I wonder if the Crown Prince—" "No need for formalities," Qin Wangchuan waved his hand, pointing at the array at his feet. "Our conversation won't reach the banquet hall." As he spoke, his gaze bore into Han Han's eyes. "Han Han, how about coming over here?" Han Han's body stiffened suddenly, his pupils contracting to the size of needle tips. His hands, hidden in his sleeves, clenched the black nails tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the force. "Is this an invitation? He actually wants to recruit me? But my sister is still in their hands. If I betray them—" "The Crown Prince is joking." Han Han forced a smile that looked worse than a cry, his voice dry and raspy like sandpaper rubbing against skin. "I am but an insignificant insect, how could I possibly? Your sister is already gone." Qin Wangchuan suddenly interrupted, his voice low but each word as sharp as a knife. "Han Shui is long dead, but the blood debt of the Han family's 36 members remains unavenged. Even if you are the only one left, you should live on for them. So come to me. I can help you." Those words struck Han Han like a heavy hammer, crushing his heart. He stumbled back half a step, his mind reeling. "Dead? As I suspected. Given that mysterious person's ruthless nature, how could they possibly allow my brother and sister to reunite?" All those years, he hadn't been idle either. He had been working hard to gather information about his sister and naturally knew the truth. But he refused to believe it. Those without power have no right to question the truth. If that's the case— Han Han looked at the person in front of him and suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter tinged with madness, yet tears glistened in the corners of his eyes. "Ha, ha, ha. Help me? It's all because of you so-called important people that my family has ended up in this miserable state." He slowly raised his head, his gaze growing increasingly vicious, his eyes bloodshot. "I'm just a nobody. I had no choice." Before he could finish speaking, a black nail glinted from his sleeve, leaving a black afterimage as it darted toward Qin Wangchuan's throat. Qin Wangchuan stared at the young man before him, his expression twisted with fury, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He knew better than anyone else about Han Han's life the seemingly frail youth harbored in purity of heart that few could match. He was gifted and upright. Back then at the bottom of the, Han Han could have picked all 9 leaves of the 9-leaf Dao grass, but in the end, he only took 6, not a single leaf more. There were countless reasons for him to succumb to darkness, but looking into his eyes, one could see that his heart remained pure and untouched. "What a pity," Qin Wangchuan sighed softly, gathering spiritual energy in his palm to form a blade, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. However, in the blink of an eye, Han Han's figure suddenly flickered in an eerie manner. The Taisu step was activated, leaving a residual image behind him, while his true form instantly appeared beside Qin Wangchuan. But this was not an attack. The ruthless expression from before had vanished, and he gripped Qin Wangchuan's arm tightly, his eyes filled with a mix of pleading and urgency. "I know little about him, only that he is from the Imperial clan," Han Han whispered urgently, a trickle of black blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "This black nail might help you." Before he could finish, he suddenly began coughing violently, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, his face turning as pale as paper. Despite this, he mustered his last ounce of strength and forced the black nail into Qin Wangchuan's hand. After doing all this, Han Han's body slowly slid down, falling to the ground like a withered leaf. Those once clear eyes remained open, but had lost all their luster. He was dead. Be buried within his body had triggered an instant fatal reaction. Perhaps those behind him had grown suspicious, or perhaps they hadn't, but what difference did it make? He was just a nobody. Dead is dead. Qin Wangchuan stood where he was, holding the black nail with the sealing symbol in the palm of his hand. When it was handed over, the sharp end was facing outward, as if to avoid hurting him. Han Han had never intended to tear off the seal or use the black nail from the start. What he wanted was an opportunity. An opportunity for the heir of the Qin family to learn the truth and avenge himself. "You really didn't say a single extra word," Qin Wangchuan said, looking down at the stranger who felt oddly familiar, "just like when you plucked the leaves back then, not a single one out of place." The Qin family escorts had already arrived and were helping to carry the body away. Qin Wangchuan knelt down and gently closed Han Han's eyes. The teenager's eyelashes trembled slightly in his palm before finally coming to rest. Qin Huangchuan silently placed the blood-stained black nail on the silk handkerchief held by the guard beside him. The lingering warmth on his fingertips was quickly dispersed by the night breeze. "What are you waiting for?" A low shout rang out like a thunderclap. In an instant, the emperor of the Qin clan struck, and a flash of cold light appeared. The 7 individuals marked as suspicious were subdued without putting up any resistance. Qin Huangchuan rose slowly, the breeze from his robes brushing against the youth's pale face, as if a sigh no one could hear. "I was naive. As a pawn, how can one choose where to land?" As the words fell, the aura surrounding him suddenly shifted. The previously restrained spiritual energy erupted like ignited gunpowder, exploding violently through his meridians. Those eyes, which had always been as calm as a deep abyss, now raged with flames hot enough to incinerate the heavens. If you enjoy playing so much, if you love the game of chess, you should know. Once a move is made, there is no taking it back. Qin Huangchuan's voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. "Today, not a single one of you will leave." After speaking, he suddenly looked up at the sky, his eyes blazing with cold fury. "How much longer do you intend to watch?" In an instant, the Taisu step was activated, and Qin Huangchuan's figure shot into the sky like a soaring bird. As the solitary phoenix sword left its scabbard, the entire world grew dim. A dazzling swordlight sliced through the sky, accompanied by a clear shout. Slash! Wherever the swordlight passed, the clouds were torn apart. Hidden treasures, their protective effects shattered, exploded into fragments that rained down like a storm. In the vast sky above, a massive golden eye was forced to reveal itself, its pupil swirling with terrifying Gao patterns. "That's the heavenly eye? A great emperor is spying on us. How is it possible for someone to spy on the Qin family's banquet without being detected?" The banquet guests were in an uproar, but what terrified them even more was how had Qin Huangchuan detected the surveillance that even the Qin family's emperor had failed to notice. The golden eye slowly closed and faded into the void. The trump card, the black nail, and those who accompanied him had all fallen into the hands of the Qin family. The person behind this would naturally not give up so easily. They were likely to come and forcibly retrieve them. But what happens afterward is no longer within Qin Huangchuan's control. His figure drifted back to the ground, and as his robes fluttered, he began walking toward the banquet hall. With each step he took, the green stones beneath his feet rippled with spiritual patterns, and his aura grew even more powerful. The spiritual energy was impossible to suppress, it was about to break through. However, at that moment, a young girl dressed in a red and gold skirt suddenly stood up, the golden threads on her skirt shimmering like flames in the lamplight. Her slender fingers pointed directly at Qin Huangchuan, her voice filled with 3 parts anger and 7 parts disbelief. "That sword strike just now was clearly the Li family's sword seal. Where did you learn it from?" Qin Huangchuan did not spare her a single glance, his steps as steady as a mountain, crushing past the girl's side. As his black robe billowed, a fierce gust of wind sent the girl flying backward. His icy voice carried an unyielding authority. "Get out of the way." His gaze swept past the crowd, locking onto the black-clad figure seated among the Ji family's seats. Ji Wuchen. His voice was not loud, but it sent a chill down everyone's spine, as if thunder was rumbling beneath the surface. "How much longer do you intend to sit there?" Chapter 40, knowing it's impossible yet doing it anyway. The young girl was so frightened by Qin Huangchuan's imposing presence that she froze in place, unable to move. Only after he had walked a few steps away did she snap back to her senses. She looked down at the golden threads embroidered on her skirt, her face flushing red. Suddenly, she let out a cry and stumbled toward Li Qingwan's seat. "Sister!" He not only used our Li family's sword mark, but also the girl tugged at Li Qingwan's sleeve, sobbing, "He was mean to me." Li Qingwan's hand, which had been pouring tea, paused slightly. "Shoo!" The girl, startled, looked up at her sister, but saw her expression solemn, her gaze never leaving Qin Huangchuan for a moment. The young man's black robe cast a long shadow outside the palace doors, each step causing the floor to crack into spiderweb-like patterns. "Didn't you hear?" Li Qingwan pressed her trembling sister's shoulders, her fingertips tightening on the intricate palace sash. "He said not to block the way." Her voice was soft, but it silenced the girl instantly. The girl stared in disbelief, her breath catching in her throat. This eldest sister, who had always pampered her younger sister, now seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Her phoenix-like eyes were fixed intently on Qin Huangchuan, as if afraid of missing anything. "Are you angry?" Li Qingwan murmured, a complex expression fleeting across her phoenix-like eyes. "Is it because someone dared to lay a hand on you? Or is it because of that man named Han Han?" She had thought that after spending over a year together, she had already seen through him. That composed, unflappable young prince. He was meticulous in everything he did, mature yet still retaining a touch of innocence, which couldn't help but make one feel a sense of affection. But now, standing beneath the shattered clouds, with sword energy still swirling around him and a sharp glint in his eyes, she felt a sense of strangeness. So he could get angry too. He could be so domineering. That single sword strike did not merely sever the Imperial artifact, it also shattered the fixed impression she had held of him in her heart. Li Qingwan suddenly realized that she had never truly understood him, or rather, he had never allowed her to see this side of him. "Is this the real you?" Choo choo. A light, mocking chuckle drifted from the table. Qin Jier leaned against the jade table, fingering a spiritual fruit, her red lips curving into a mocking smile. The little girl from the Li family, you dare to speak up without knowing anything, and now you feel wronged after being scolded? I think you should go home and suckle your mother's milk. She deliberately swayed the tip of her shoe embroidered with a golden phoenix, her gaze sweeping over the girl's flushed face. Or maybe you could beg this lady here? Who knows, I might be in a good mood and stand up for you. With that, Qin Jier didn't wait for the girl to respond, covering her mouth and laughing so hard she trembled like a flower in the wind. As the few exchanged playful banter, the banquet guests, who had been watching the commotion, finally realized what was happening. Someone tried to assassinate the ninth prince? It makes sense, another person sneered. The eternal immortal body is too powerful, even capable of disrupting the current three-way balance. If no one covets it, that would be strange. But the Qin family's reaction. The man narrowed his eyes, his voice growing solemn. Wasn't he that a bit too quick? It's as if they were waiting for these people to walk into their trap. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, marveling at the Qin family's power. Their gazes involuntarily turned toward the sky there. The cloud split by Qin Wangchuan's sword still hadn't healed, resembling a hideous wound torn open in the heavens. The evening wind howled, dispersing the remaining sword energy, but it could not dispel the oppressive aura left by the sword mark. The edges of the cloud still flickered with fragments of golden light, remnants of the Tao laws shattered from the immortal Imperial weapon, like dying stars flickering their final glows. To open the heavenly eye under our very noses, they must have employed an immortal-level hidden Imperial weapon. Though such Imperial weapons possess no defensive capabilities, they are ultimately Imperial artifacts. The power of that sword strike was beyond what ordinary Taoist techniques could explain. Could it be the Supreme? You mean the Supreme Tao technique? Another person sucked in a cold breath. Could it be that the ninth prince possesses two body types? Wait, someone suddenly exclaimed. Don't mention the Supreme yet. Look at his aura. Everyone focused their attention, only to see a faint divine light swirling around Qin Wangchuan, his aura surging with each breath. Even with his divine bones and his older brother's pendant concealing it, he couldn't completely suppress it. Even a single strand revealed his cultivation level to everyone. Fifth realm, someone exclaimed. No, it's half a step into the sixth realm. An old man said solemnly he could break through at any moment. Sixth realm at 10 years old? Everyone was stunned. Qin Xuanji, hiding in the corner, listened to the others' astonished exclamations, a faint smile curving his lips. Turning her head, his younger sister Qin Qingjin also had her lips parted, too stunned to speak. That's only natural. After all, even someone as prodigious as my older brother took a full 16 years to reach the fifth realm. My ninth younger brother has truly broken all conventions this time. Seeing everyone's expressions, Qin Xuanji felt a surge of satisfaction. Surprised, aren't you? I raised him. I wonder why he chose that boy from the Ji family. Ji Wuchen rose slowly from the jade table. The dark patterns on his black robe shifted and danced in the candlelight, resembling countless tiny runes moving through the fabric. He raised his hand to stop the attendants who were about to follow him, his body pausing slightly. He then bowed deeply toward Qin Wangchuan, his posture respectful yet sharp. Prince Qin. His voice was low and clear, echoing through the hall. I have heard of your extraordinary talent, Prince. It is an honor to meet you today. Would you be so kind as to share your wisdom with me? Ji Wuchen did not know why Qin Wangchuan had suddenly called him by name. But no matter what, his purpose for coming here would not change. He had come today to challenge the so-called prodigy to a showdown. The hall fell silent instantly, with all eyes fixed on Ji Wuchen. Has Ji Wuchen lost his mind? An old man stroked his beard and shook his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. A saintly body at the fourth realm at 13 is indeed extraordinary, but... A man in fine robes snorted derisively. Qin Wangchuan is 3 years younger than him yet has already touched the threshold of the sixth realm. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, their gazes unconsciously turning toward the figure in the center, Qin Wangchuan, whose spiritual energy surged around him, making it seem as though he might break through at any moment. Choosing this moment to challenge. A purple-clad female cultivator gently fanned herself with a fan, but before she could finish her sentence, she sighed deeply with a meaningful expression. It's nothing but courting humiliation. Finally, someone voiced what everyone was thinking. Though their voice was soft, it caused the entire hall to fall silent. At 13 years old, having reached the fourth realm, he was still some distance from being a true prodigy, but he was already among the most outstanding of the prodigies. But compared to Qin Shixi, it was like comparing heaven and earth. The difference was clear. The Ji family has always been arrogant. They should know better than to defy the heavens. I don't think so. The Qin crown prince might not agree. Whispers rose and fell, but soon fell silent because Qin Wangchuan had moved. He listened quietly to Ji Wuchen's words before speaking slowly. All right. A single word, yet it caused the atmosphere in the hall to tense up instantly. After speaking, he said no more, turned, and walked straight toward the exit of the hall. His black robe fluttered slightly in the night breeze, his solitary figure sharp and ruthless, like a drawn sword, its edge gleaming. Ji Wuchen followed closely behind. The two of them arrived outside the hall. Chapter 41, Ji Wuchen, you are strong. Outside the hall, on the square paved with green stones, the duel between the eldest brother and the fourth brother had just concluded. Fourth brother Qin Quanga's robe was slightly disheveled, having fought to a standstill with the prodigy of the Yin family. Qin Wudao stood with his hands behind his back, his white robe billowing like a fallen immortal descending from the heavens. Before him, the prodigies of the three clans all bowed their heads, some knelt on one knee with their swords shattered, others staggered backward, blood trickling from their lips, and some fainted outright, carried away by their elders in a hurry. Yet he, facing three opponents alone, not even a single thread of his robe was out of place. His aura was overwhelming. All of them looked up at the sky simultaneously, the clouds churned like boiling water, and the entire sky twisted and deformed. Terrifying imperial might poured down like a tidal wave, crushing the ancient trees around the square until they snapped in half. Imperial might. The emperor's true form is about to descend. Qin Quanga, who had been laughing and joking moments ago, it seems the person my ninth brother detained is more important than we imagined. After speaking, he turned to Qin Wudao in the distance, eldest brother. Can you handle it? Qin Wudao withdrew his gaze from the sky and calmly uttered two words. A foolish question. Before the words had even finished echoing. Boom! A dazzling pillar of light shot up from Qin Wanchuan's body, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The spiritual energy within his body surged like a flood breaking through a dam, unable to be contained any longer. The spiritual sea erupted violently, stirring up a towering tempest. The supreme Tao heartbeat, causing the heavens and earth to resonate in unison. Spiritual energy from within a 100-mile radius. Every pore on Qin Wanchuan's body erupted with dazzling divine light, each strand containing the true essence of the Tao. Deep within his spiritual core, the once vast spirit sea had transformed into a boiling starry realm, with each wave causing the boundaries of his realm to tremble violently. Boom! When the ninth wave of starlight crashed against the shore, a thunderous roar echoed from within his body, as if the heavens were being split apart. In an instant, the space within a 3-zhang radius centered on him suddenly warped. This was the domain unique to the sixth realm, the spirit domain. Within this confined space, the air froze like amber, dust particles froze into a starry sky, time slowed to a crawl, falling leaves suspended mid-air. Even the rampaging imperial might that dared to enter this domain had 3/10 of its sharpness stripped away. The sixth realm is complete. Qin Wanchuan slowly opened his eyes, reflecting the shocked gaze of Ji Wuchen in his pupils. He took a step forward, his slender fingers gripping the hilt of the lonely phoenix sword. Clang! A clear, piercing sword cry echoed through the heavens, as the sword's shadow traced a perfect arc in the air, its tip pointing directly at Ji Wuchen. Time is running out. This sword comes from the Li family of heavenly swords, and I have now entered the sixth realm. At this moment, I am the strongest. The youth's voice was calm to the point of being terrifying. Use your strongest move. He paused, emphasizing. I said the strongest. Qin Wanchuan was able to sense the enemy lurking in the heavens thanks to Ji Wuchen. In the simulation, after defeating him, he looked up at the sky. This unusual action was etched into Qin Wanchuan's mind. Since it was an assassination attempt, it was unlikely that only a few people would come. The reason for looking up at the sky was simple: there were enemies in the sky. As it turned out, he was right. To retaliate against him, there was no mercy. Qin Wanchuan will use his strongest technique to settle the young man's unresolved feelings. Ji Wuchen's pupils suddenly contracted. His strongest trump card was the Tai Su spear bestowed by his ancestor, yet he had never shown it to anyone before. However, Qin Wanchuan's piercing gaze made him realize. The other party already knew everything. Ji Wuchen's palms began to sweat profusely. If Qin Wanchuan had still had a fighting chance before his breakthrough, Ji Wuchen now realized clearly he was certain to lose. I will lose. Or maybe, just give up? Smack! A crisp slap echoed across the square. Ji Wuchen's left cheek instantly bore 5 red marks, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. You worthless scum! Have you forgotten why you're here today? He suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot. Qin Wanchuan. Boom! The heavens and earth suddenly changed color. A pitch-black spear emerged from the void, its shaft wrapped in blood-red lightning. Where the spear tip pointed, space collapsed inch by inch, revealing the endless chaotic void beyond. Come fight! Ji Wuchen roared as he gripped the spear shaft. Break the Star River. As the Tai Su spear was swung, the entire world was turned upside down. Before Ji Wuchen's star-shattering river could be fully unleashed, Qin Wanchuan's sword strike had already taken shape. Watching Qin Wanchuan's opening move, Qin Fuhai and Qin Wanhe, who had been observing, both widened their eyes in shock. What is that? As masters of sword techniques, the Li family had the 7-kill sword seal, and the Qin family naturally had their own secret techniques. Yuan Shiming. Qin Wanchuan suddenly threw his solitary phoenix sword into the sky, and the long sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the clouds. Hongmeng Weipan Han Yuan Qi. He clenched his right hand, and the entire sky suddenly darkened. The clouds were torn apart by an invisible force, revealing a crack stretching hundreds of miles across the sky. The tip of a massive sword made of spiritual energy slowly emerged, its blade wrapped in tangible chaos energy. Clear and turbid, separated into the two instruments at the beginning of time, through countless eons. Heavenly sword 10,000 calamities. The 4 words were spoken lightly, yet they sounded like a decree from the heavens. Everyone at the banquet paled in shock. This is the Qin clan's heavenly sword. The ancient character Ian engraved on the sword blade glowed with a blinding crimson light, illuminating the surrounding 100 li in a sea of red. When the sword rises, all laws become the sword. Under the sword the Milky Way can be severed, the will of heaven defied, and all calamities overcome. Slash! The gigantic sword, which had obscured the sky, crashed down with a thunderous roar, shattering the void. Before the sword's edge even reached the ground, the entire square had already collapsed 3 feet into the earth. Ji Wuchen's Taisu spear glowed brightly, but before this gigantic sword, it was like a lone boat in a raging storm. His Sever the Star River technique was met head-on by the overwhelming sword intent, which completely engulfed it. Just as the giant sword was about to strike. Boom! A crimson gold barrier suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, forcefully blocking the world-shattering strike. Crack! The giant sword was shattered, but the barrier remained intact. Terrifying shockwaves swept out, causing the entire square to shake violently. This sword, its power is so immense? The eyes of the Ji family's quasi-emperor level guard flickered with horror. Though it couldn't budge him an inch, the sword's power was truly terrifying. After all, the 9th prince was only at the 6th realm. As the aftereffects of that world-shattering strike faded, Ji Wuchen staggered to his feet from the dust. The Taisu spear was skewered into the ground, its blade dull and lifeless, while the battle intent in his eyes had already shattered into pieces. Why? Ji Wuchen's voice was hoarse as he clutched his head in agony, finally uttering the question he had been unable to voice in the simulation. Why are you so strong? If this path to immortality is destined to be your stage alone. He smiled bitterly, his voice as low as dust. Then what are we, still cultivating the Tao for? What are we fighting for? The onlookers fell silent, their eyes holding no contempt, only a faint, indescribable sorrow. To be peers with a demon like Prince Qin is a calamity in itself. What a pity. Ji Wuchen was also a once-in-a-century prodigy, born in the wrong era. Many in the crowd shook their heads. Cultivation is about cultivating the mind. The essence of cultivation lies in refining the heart. The path of the young man from the Ji family has likely come to an end. Qin Wangchuan sheathed his sword and stood there, his gaze calm as he looked at the young man who had been tormented by his inner demons for so long, speaking slowly. Why are you looking down? Look up. Feel proud. Ji Wuchen, you are strong. Those simple words sent a chill down Ji Wuchen's spine. What? Chapter 42, a single sword strike wounds the emperor. I am strong? Ji Wuchen suddenly looked up, his eyes still bloodshot, but now tinged with confusion. Qin Wangchuan said nothing, merely staring at him in silence. The wind swept up dust, swirling between the two. Suddenly, something warm and wet trickled down his cheek. Until he heard a soft plop sound. Ji Wuchen realized with a start that he had been crying. He raised his hand in disbelief, catching a tear drop between his fingertips. As his fingers trembled slightly, the tear droplet shimmered in the moonlight, reflecting his shattered reflection. Since hearing the name Qin Wangchuan at the age of 5, he had spent 8 years in rigorous training, never once slacking off. Ji Wuchen believed he had long since forgotten the taste of tears. But now, a single word of approval from Qin Wangchuan was enough to bring tears to his eyes. What fell were not tears, but the release of his obsession. Ah, I really can't compare to you. Ji Wuchen smiled with a sense of release, and his smile looked especially clear and pure in the moonlight. He raised his hand to wipe away the tears still clinging to his face, his fingertips trembling slightly. When those words left his lips, even he was surprised by the ease in his tone. The demon that had haunted him for 8 years had vanished into thin air in that moment. He looked at Qin Wangchuan, his eyes no longer filled with the stubbornness and resentment of the past, but instead with a touch of bittersweet emotion. The night breeze swept past, rustling his loose black hair. Ji Wuchen slowly knelt before Qin Wangchuan, his fists clenched tightly against the ground, his knuckles turning white from the force. Qin Wangchuan, you're really strong. His voice was muffled by the dust, yet it carried an unusual resolve. 10 years. A decade's pledge. As Ji Wuchen suddenly looked up, his forehead was stained with blood and dirt, but his eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. In 10 years, please fight me again. I beg you. In a person's life, there is no time more arrogant than youth. Ji Wuchen not only knelt on both knees but also uttered such pleading words. Those from the Ji family watching from afar had their pupils contract sharply, and several elders even stumbled back half a step. He actually knelt down? That's the kind of person who would rather break than bend, even when punished by the clan leader. An elderly white-haired elder's beard trembled, and tears welled up in his old eyes. Young master has finally overcome this obstacle. Qin Wangchuan's gaze flickered. He saw behind the kneeling youth, a towering, ethereal figure emerged. The Taisu spear resonated and trembled, causing the stars in the sky to seem brighter. Ji Wuchen was convinced, but not entirely. He refused to take the easy way out, nor was he willing to stop here. Instead, he chose to use the mountain as his grindstone, sharpening his edges. Qin Wanchuan knew that this man would grow even stronger. But it didn't matter. Because he himself would also grow stronger, far surpassing everyone else. All right. Just one word, yet the entire square fell into sudden silence. Qin Wanchuan's gaze grew solemn. Don't expect anyone to protect you like this 10 years from now. As he spoke, he glanced at the Ji family guard who had just intervened. The guard gave a nervous laugh. Ji Wuchen's pupils contracted slightly, seemingly taken aback by Qin Wanchuan's decisive response. He opened his mouth, his Adam's apple bobbed, as if something was stuck in his throat, but in the end, he only bowed his head deeply, his forehead pressing against the cold ground. Thank you. Thank you. Those two words were repeated several times, heavier than any oath. Not submission, but transformation. The night wind swept past, scattering Ji Wuchen's loose strands of hair, revealing the slight curve of his lips. And, a surging battle intent. But just then, Qin Wanchuan. The Imperial voice thundered, shattering the clouds for miles around. A colossal hand shrouded in chaotic energy descended with overwhelming force, causing the space it touched to collapse inch by inch, revealing the endless void beyond. Even a single breath of its aura was enough to reduce the ancient trees surrounding the square to dust in an instant. The Emperor's true form required time to manifest, but in the urgency of the moment, only a single hand descended, yet this was the genuine article, the Emperor himself. This is bad. The elders of the Qin family pale. He intends to forcibly seize the prisoner. A banquet of this scale would undoubtedly have the Emperor's true form guarding from afar. But from the perspective of the mysterious figure lurking in the shadows. Given that both sides were serving the Emperor, sacrificing a hand to take these people away was not an impossible feat. Of course, all of this hinges on the condition that the Emperor does not intervene. He was gambling that the Qin family's heavenly Emperor would not intervene. Otherwise, a mere Emperor could be annihilated with a single flick of the finger. Meanwhile, in the eternal pavilion on the ninth heaven of the Qin clan's eternal realm. Ancestor, what? The Qin family's several guardian emperors were about to act, but were suddenly stopped by the suddenly appearing ancestor. The ancestor stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. What's the rush? He raised his hand and gently touched the void, causing several invisible barriers to silently descend upon the younger generation of the Qin family below. These barriers completely blocked the overwhelming imperial might of the colossal hand from reaching them. Give the younger generation a chance to act. Qin Taiyi's voice was calm yet carried an air of unquestionable authority. Moreover, his gaze grew cold as he looked into the depths of the void. It's also time for these rats lurking in the shadows to see the true depth of the Qin clan. Before his words had finished, the old ancestor's figure had already vanished from the spot. In the next instant, he had already stepped into the 10th heaven. This was not an ordinary small world, but a complete, vast, and boundless world with perfect laws. Yet, in this vast world, there was only one person seated. It was an old man clad in gray robes, his aura as deep as the ocean. Even in stillness, he seemed to suppress the very order of the heavens and earth. It was none other than the heavenly emperor of the Ji clan. Beneath the realm of eternal life. Just as the gigantic hand reached out in that critical moment. Big brother. Look up. The enemy. Qin Xuanji suddenly stood up, pointing toward the sky, his voice unusually filled with excitement. Judging by his expression, it seemed as though he was saying, go. Bite him. Qin Wudao stood with one hand behind his back, his white robe fluttering in the imperial aura. He tilted his head slightly, gazing at the colossal hand that obscured the sky, his tone calm as if appraising a poorly painted masterpiece. I see it. I see it clearly. Before he finished speaking, his left hand, which had been hanging down, suddenly formed a sword with his fingers. This simple gesture caused the entire world to freeze in an instant. Clang! A clear, piercing sword cry echoed from beyond the heavens. It was not the sound of metal clashing, but the trembling of the Tao itself. A faint glow appeared at the tip of Qin Wudao's finger. The light, which was initially no larger than a firefly, expanded in the blink of an eye into a dazzling river of stars that spanned the heavens and earth. Countless stars were born and died within it, each containing the power to sever the sun and moon. What is this? The guests at the banquet erupted in astonished cries. It was another of the Qin clan's supreme secret techniques. The primordial god-slaying sword. The starry river surged upward, colliding violently with the descending chaotic giant hand. There was no earth-shattering explosion. No devastating aftershocks. Only a smooth, mirror-like gash silently spread across the palm of the giant hand. SSSSH. Like a hot knife slicing through grease. That imperial palm, capable of crushing mountains and rivers, was severed cleanly at the wrist by this stellar river. At the severed edge, golden imperial blood gushed forth like a burst dam, cascading down like a river. Each droplet of blood was as heavy as a mountain, and as it fell into the void, it emitted a clanging sound like the clash of metal. The surface of the blood droplet swirled with cosmic runes, faintly revealing countless worlds being born and destroyed within. The severed giant hand had not yet fallen to the ground when it disintegrated into billions of fragments of cosmic laws in mid-air, illuminating the night sky like a shower of fiery rain. Primordial holy body. A heart-wrenching scream echoed from the depths of the void. The remnants of Imperial might violently trembled, causing the stars beyond the heavens to shiver. The entire banquet hall, both inside and out, fell into complete silence. Everyone's pupils contracted, their throats felt as though they were being choked by an invisible hand, and their breathing halted for an instant. What did I just see? An ancient clan elder's voice trembled as the jade cup in his hand shattered with a crack, and the wine dripped through his fingers, unnoticed. To dare, with the power of a quasi-emperor, to slay an emperor? Chapter 43, The Qin family's monsters are not just one. That was the hand of an emperor. Even if it was just a casual display of power, it carried the complete laws of the emperor's path, enough to crush mountains and rivers and suppress the ages. But now, it has been severed. And it wasn't the Qin family's emperor who struck, but by a quasi-emperor who hasn't even attained enlightenment, severed with a single sword strike. Boom! After a brief moment of silence, the entire banquet square erupted into chaos. The primordial holy body, could it truly challenge an emperor? Someone shouted in disbelief, their voice filled with shock. The ancient texts were true. An old cultivator with snow-white hair muttered to himself, his cloudy eyes reflecting the falling fragments of divine laws. When the holy body reaches perfection, it can be called invincible in this world. Though the quasi-emperor was powerful, in the eyes of the emperor, he was no more than an ant. When Qin Wudao stepped forward to confront the emperor, everyone thought it was a futile attempt, like an ant trying to shake a tree. Yet, to everyone's surprise, such a dramatic scene unfolded. Before anyone could finish speaking, a piercing scream cut them off. How dare you! From the depths of the void, that voice, filled with overwhelming hatred, shook the very fabric of space. However, the only response was Qin Wudao's calm, almost emotionless words. Noise. He raised his gaze, his eyes like swords piercing the endless void. If you dare, bring your true form. I'll wait for you. 3 words, spoken casually, yet sending a chill down everyone's spine. A challenge to the emperor. No, this was no longer a challenge, it was outright contempt. Perhaps only the 3 heavenly emperors could utter such words. Someone murmured. With the heavenly emperor backing you, what can you do even if you're an emperor? Even if your true form descends, you'll still have to lie down. Those hidden factions that had been stirring in the shadows fell silent. They stared at the white-clad figure, their eyes filled with deep fear, even terror. The primordial holy body can truly challenge an emperor. And what's even more terrifying is, this holy body is not yet fully developed. But many more people stared intently at the white-clad figure, their eyes burning with fervor. Though backed by their families, not everyone dared to speak so boldly. This is the true prodigy. With the status of a quasi-emperor, he dares to challenge the emperor, severing his palm with a single sword strike and striking fear into his soul with a single word. Looking back over 5 million years of history, spanning ancient and modern eras, there has been only one such person. However, the people of the Qin family watched the scene with excitement, but more so with helplessness. What a pity! What is regrettable? It goes without saying. They're all so powerful. Ji Wuchen stared at that figure, clenching his fists unconsciously until his knuckles turned white. He suddenly understood why Qin Wanchuan was so powerful. Because the Qin family. It's full of monsters. Qin Xuanji leaned lazily against the jade pillar outside the hall, his robe half open, fingertips playing with several paper dolls. He gazed at the snow-white figure in the center of the hall, a smile curling at the corners of his lips as expected. Is my second brother also planning to intervene? Qin Wanchuan thought to himself, assuming his older brother had no interest in such matters. When Qin Wanchuan glanced over, Qin Xuanji blinked his right eye and whispered. Is the eldest brother that strong? He isn't truly blind, he can only see the strong, and only the strongest. As he spoke, Qin Xuanji sighed softly without a trace of emotion. Our eldest brother is destined to reach the pinnacle of the Tao, while we are nothing but leaves and branches. If one weren't powerless, who would choose to be a worthless fish? Qin Wanchuan didn't respond, but instead looked up at the sky. The emperor was too powerful to look at directly, but with his divine bones, he had nothing to fear. At that moment, the emperor of the Qin clan had already acted, shattering the void, and the entire world seemed to shatter into fragments. Such a scene was no longer something for juniors to interfere in. Qin Wanchuan stood amidst the shower of light, his divine bones glowing brightly. He gazed at the intertwining chains of divine laws in the shattered void and suddenly let out a light chuckle. So that's how it is. His slender fingers gently caressed the jade pendant at his waist, his knuckles reflecting the lustrous gemstone. In that moment, Qin Wanchuan suddenly understood the world his elder brother had seen. He saw and felt the Tao within his heart. It was a broad and unyielding path that knew no bounds, regardless of who you were, a path that charged forward without hesitation, endlessly and eternally. Even if one's insight were as profound as the heavens, even if one's primal power were not 20 times, but 1,000 or 10,000 times greater, Qin Huangquan knew he couldn't compare to his older brother. In this world, prodigies are as numerous as fish in a river. Qin Huangquan murmured to himself, but his words were clearly heard by those with keen ears. To surpass and be surpassed is but a fleeting moment, only the Tao can endure forever. My path. Ji Wuchen suddenly looked up and saw a faint divine light emanating from Qin Huangquan's body. That light was not as sharp as Qin Wudao's, but it was deeper and more mysterious. As those words fell, in the Qin family's eternal heaven, 38 layers above, the forbidden library of the heavenly gate trembled in resonance. At the very top of the library, an ancient scripture sealed away for countless years suddenly began to move on its own, its pages rustling loudly. Qin Wudao seemed to sense something and turned to look. He took a few steps forward, his footsteps neither loud nor soft, yet they inexplicably made one's heart race. After coming to a stop before the two of them, he looked at their faces and said indifferently, "The sword technique you just used was decent, but it's not yet worthy of being called the heavenly sword. The heavenly sword, 10,000 calamities, requires enduring 10,000 calamities to achieve true mastery. Though you executed this technique with extraordinary insight, you have not even grasped a third of its true essence. 100 trials have not yet been endured, and 1,000 trials are still far off." He raised his gaze, his eyes as cold as frost, appearing like a strict older brother. "It does not deserve the name heavenly sword." Ji Wuchen looked utterly bewildered as he raised both hands, palms forward in a surrender gesture, his eyes brimming with innocence. He had no idea what was happening before him. He cautiously glanced at Qin Huangquan beside him, then looked at the imposing figure of the eldest son of the Qin family who was lecturing him, a thin layer of sweat forming on his forehead. "Big brother." Qin Huangquan sighed exasperatedly, about to speak up to correct him. "I'm talking about you, of course." Before he could finish, Qin Wudao suddenly turned to look at Qin Huangquan. His gaze remained calm, I saw it. His gaze was as clear as a drawn sword, piercing the skin with pain. It left Qin Huangquan frozen in place. His voice remained calm, yet it carried an unwavering certainty, although his gaze shifted slightly before returning to its previous bewildered state. "Just a moment. Did you see a moment?" Others believed that the world in Qin Wudao's eyes was composed of stick figures. But in Qin Wudao's eyes, it was even more blurry. The people before him were entirely made of mist, and each one was indistinguishable from the next. But for just an instant, he did indeed see his ninth younger brother's face clearly. What does that mean? Qin Huangquan was filled with confusion. On the other side, Qin Xuanji couldn't help but chuckle, nearly dropping the paper figure in his hand. "Big brother, you must have realized something was off and changed your story, right?" Qin Zhaoer, sitting on the stone steps beside him, bit into a spiritual fruit and nodded. "I feel the same way." Perhaps he really saw it. Just now, the ninth brother seemed off for a moment. Qin Xingzheng hesitated before speaking. No. Qin Xingni shook her head vigorously, her slender fingers tracing several afterimages in the air. "Last time, when Big Brother created an Iron Man in front of me, he said the same thing." Amidst the teasing banter of the crowd, the banquet gradually came to an end. In the sky, fragments of Imperial blood in the world transformed into a shower of light falling down. Outside, the Qin family's young masters sat together, teasing their eldest brother. The atmosphere inside the hall was completely different from the outside. Elders from various sects and clans sat upright, their jade cups filled with cold, undrunk nectar. Their eyes darted around, occasionally glancing at the figures outside the hall, then lowering their heads to pretend to savor their tea. "The Qin family's current generation," murmured an elder of the Li family, his voice trembling. "They are truly terrifying." But when his gaze fell upon Li Qinghuan seated on the high platform, the tension on his lips gave way to a smile. Thankfully. Where there are those who rejoice, there are those who grieve. Regardless, this 10th birthday banquet would be recorded in the Qin family's annals as the most extraordinary banquet in history. However, in the shadows unnoticed by anyone, Qin Huangquan's lips curled into a sharp. "There's still one person left to deal with." His fingertips unconsciously traced the love not given to him by Li Qinghuan, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Chapter 44, His Path, the Way of the Sea, encompassing all rivers, and the source of all laws. In Ji Wuchen's simulation, a minor character caught Qin Huangquan's attention. His cousin. After investigating, he learned her name. Ji Mingyue. 13 years old. A mixed-blood descendant of the Ji and Wang families through an arranged marriage. Coincidentally, she was also at the banquet. Though there was no enmity between them, his instincts told him she had to die. Otherwise, she would surely become a source of trouble in the future. As the banquet came to an end, Qin Huangquan led his men to block Ji Mingyue's path. The young woman's footsteps halted as she was about to leave, and the silver bells on her skirt jingled softly in the night air. "May I ask what the prince is doing here?" She bowed in greeting, but her gaze lingered unnoticed on the guards behind Qin Huangquan. Qin Huangquan leaned against the red lacquered corridor pillar, his shadow stretched long in the moonlight. "How was it?" he suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with amusement. Was the banquet as uncomfortable as sitting on pins and needles? Ji Mingyue raised her eyes and smiled faintly. The prince is joking. It is an honor for Mingyue to attend such a grand banquet. However, her hands clenched tightly beneath her sleeves, fearing that her true feelings might be revealed. Qin Wanchuan didn't bother to engage her further. Though you bear the surname Ji. He suddenly stepped closer, his gaze growing intense. You stand on the side of the Wang family. The young girl's pupils contracted slightly before quickly returning to normal. This was not a test, but an accusation. Even if the Heavenly Emperor doesn't intervene, do you really think you can pull the wool over everyone's eyes? He suddenly raised his gaze, his eyes like knives piercing Ji Mingyue. The one who appeared today was none other than the emperor of the Wang family. The young woman instinctively took a half step back, but was immediately held back by a Qin family guard. The guards behind her tried to resist but were also subdued. The big shots have all been captured. There's no need for you little nobodies to keep your mouths shut. I have only one question. Qin Wanchuan leaned close to her ear and whispered softly, but his warm breath sent a chill down Ji Mingyue's spine. There are so many prodigies in the world. Why single me out? Is it because of my immortal physique? Ji Mingyue's chest suddenly rose and fell violently, and her previously gentle face twisted into a grim expression. She snapped her head up, her eyes blazing with a fierce determination. Yes. She nearly screamed, her voice piercing the night's silence, because you are the immortal body. The silver bells clanged wildly with her violent movements, tracing chaotic arcs in the moonlight. The ancient holy body? None of those are as threatening as you. She laughed coldly, her arms struggling against her captors, leaving red marks on her skin. Qin Wanchuan narrowed his eyes and ordered the guards to release her. Everyone says you will become the Celestial Emperor in the future, but do you even know what a Celestial Emperor is? It's not just a few casual words. My Wang clan. She spoke each word with growing emotion. We witnessed the chaos caused by the last Heavenly Emperor in the previous Great Era. Do you know how many states collapsed at that time? Her finger pointed fiercely toward the sky. Billions of lives were obliterated in the power struggle between the three Heavenly Emperors, and even our Wang clan lost all its foundations. A battle between just 3 individuals nearly brought the entire 3,000 states to the brink of annihilation. If you are allowed to grow stronger, the Qin clan will gain another Heavenly Emperor, and the tragedy will surely repeat itself. For the sake of saving these living beings. She spoke, her expression twisted with fury as she glared at Qin Wanchuan. Tell me. Are we wrong? Qin Wanchuan listened silently to her screams, the moonlight casting deep shadows across his brows. These words were far clearer than the simulations had been. He suddenly let out a faint laugh, tinged with a touch of bitterness. You are not at fault. Qin Wanchuan slowly raised his hand, his slender fingers tracing out each stroke in the void. It is merely a difference in perspective. Where his fingertips passed, golden light swirled, and a golden character 4/ gradually took shape under the moonlight. She stared at the light, as if she had seen the inevitable outcome of their fate. But I don't want to die. Qin Wanchuan's voice was soft, yet it caused the air around him to pause, so. The word was spoken in an instant. A brilliant sword light sliced through the air, so fast that even the sound of the wind couldn't catch up. The silver bell still trembled slightly, but Ji Mingyue's head had already flown high into the air. In Ji Mingyue's wide eyes, the golden character Zhan meaning / faded away. Only you can die. The night wind swept past, dispersing the last remnants of the sword's energy. As her head hit the ground, her lips remained flat, no longer as vicious as they had been in life. Perhaps she had accepted this fate. After all, as Qin Wanchuan had said, it was merely a difference in stance. Having dared to participate, she had long since prepared herself for death. The remaining guards were swiftly eliminated in the blink of an eye, but Qin Wanchuan stood motionless, staring at Ji Mingyue's head for a long time, unable to tear his gaze away. How foolish, he sighed finally, kneeling down to close her eyes. Those who have witnessed the clash of great powers are the Wang family, and those caught in the crossfire are also the Wang family. What does it have to do with you, a 13-year-old? In the end, you're just a pawn manipulated by the puppet masters behind the scenes. Master. Ye Jianwei stood behind him, holding her lute. She sensed her master's distress but didn't know how to comfort him. She could only stay by his side. In the distance, Li Qingluan stood there watching. If you fear destruction, you should strive to grow stronger yourself, not seek to destroy others. Qin Wanchuan spoke, rising to his feet and turning to look at Li Qingluan. I have an answer to the question you asked me earlier. Li Qingluan didn't react immediately. What? Qin Wanchuan continued speaking on his own. The world is foolish. 10,000 paths lead to different destinations. All beings are separated by their hearts. Just as in this world, the weak live in constant fear, and even the strong cannot rest easy at its core, it all boils down to the 4 words: different origins, different paths. If that is the case, why not let me unify all paths and merge all families into one? Qin Wanchuan's eyes flickered with patterns, and behind him appeared a vast array of intertwining paths. This is my path, the path of embracing all rivers and returning all laws to their source. If the Heavenly Emperor cannot do it, then let the Immortal Emperor do it. If the immortal emperor cannot, then let it be the one above the immortal emperor. As these words fell, the entire world suddenly fell into an eerie stillness. Suspended dust, flowing spiritual energy, and even the flickering candles in the distance all froze in that moment. Suddenly boom! A golden pillar of light, pure and formed from the laws of the Tao, descended from the heavens, enveloping Qin Huangquan entirely. Within the pillar, countless ancient Tao patterns swirled like fish, spontaneously evolving the profound secrets of countless martial arts techniques. Even more astonishingly, behind him in the void, a vague imperial figure slowly emerged. The figure wore a crown with 12 pendants, a robe adorned with the stars of the heavens, and though its face was indistinct, it exuded an aura of authority that made all creatures bow in submission. Who has attained enlightenment to summon the Tao itself to manifest? A cultivator in the distance cried out in shock. Even the two heavenly emperors of the 10th heaven could not help but utter a soft "Hmm." Your young master is indeed intriguing. Chapter 45. The music fades, the feast ends, and one savors the delicacies alone. Amidst the cries of astonishment from the distant cultivators, the golden pillar of light that had pierced the heavens and earth suddenly contracted, swallowing itself into Qin Huangquan's body like a whale devouring the sea. The vague yet majestic imperial figure behind him gradually faded away. In the end, only faint traces of the Tao's essence remained, proving that the awe-inspiring scene that had just unfolded was no illusion. The frozen space began to flow again, dust continued to dance, and the candle flames flickered back to life. Li Qinghuan, who was closest, felt it most intensely. She stared at Qin Huangquan in disbelief, witnessing for the first time the extraordinary innate talent of her young fiancé. At 10 years old, he had attained enlightenment. At this rate, he might very well become the youngest emperor in history. A breeze carrying the scent of blood and a hint of chill swept past. The patterns of the Tao in Qin Huangquan's eyes slowly subsided. The sharpness that had resonated with 10,000 paths retracted slightly, but his entire demeanor had undergone a fundamental transformation. Like a divine sword hidden within a heavy scabbard. Though its brilliance was temporarily hidden, it harbored a sharpness capable of splitting the heavens and earth. However, what Li Qinghuan was fixated on was the moment when Qin Huangquan had shown anger earlier. She took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions surging in her heart, and stepped forward slowly. That young man named Han Han. Li Qinghuan's voice was as gentle as March rain, tinged with concern and care. I still have a few chaos green lotus seeds. They can reunite a scattered soul and restore the physical body to its original state. She assumed he was angry because of the young man's death. If that's the case, why not just revive him? But he was angry at this world. Qin Huangquan slowly raised his head, his gaze falling on Li Qinghuan's worried face. Those eyes, which had just calmed the Tao patterns, once again grew deep and unfathomable. As if he were trying to peer through her eyes to see the cause and effect and the whirlpool behind it all. Thank you, but it's not necessary. Qin Huangquan suddenly let out a soft laugh, the remnants of the Tao patterns on his fingertips flickering in the night. If he wants to live. He paused for a moment, then continued, why would he risk his life to give that thing to me? Before he could finish, he had already turned and walked away. The moonlight stretched his silhouette long, casting a sharp shadow on the ground. I'm leaving. He waved without looking back, but as he brushed past Li Qinghuan, he whispered in her ear. You liar, little dog. The voice was so soft it sounded like a night breeze, causing Li Qinghuan's pupils to contract sharply. A flush of crimson spread swiftly from her earlobe to her cheeks, like the evening sun dyeing the clouds. She spun around to face the receding figure, her lips parting slightly. But it was as if an invisible force had clamped down on her throat, leaving her unable to utter a single word for a moment. How did you figure that out? Under the moonlight, Qin Huangquan's figure grew increasingly distant. So many details, if I really couldn't figure it out, that would be truly laughable. Earlier, he had just wanted to tease her. But now, he no longer felt like it. Task completed. The game breaker. Mission content: uncover the Wang family's conspiracy and crush the hidden forces of the 10 Directions Celestial Court. Reward: targeted simulation unlocked. Above the 10 heavens of immortality. It was this branch that caused trouble. Emperor Ji Tian looked down at the chaos below, slowly lifting the floating black nail in his palm. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. It is my fault for failing to discipline my clan properly, allowing such collusion with foreign realms to occur. He gently twisted the black nail between his fingertips, causing it to emit a piercing screech. Fortunately, no major disaster has occurred. It is best to eliminate this source of trouble while it is still in its infancy. Old Qin, I owe you a favor. 2. Qin Tai stood with his hands behind his back, his tone leaving no room for argument. 1. The once ethereal Ji Tiandi suddenly blew out his beard and glared, his sleeves fluttering without a breeze. 2. Just 1. Ji Tiandi's eyes widened. Don't think I didn't notice that little brat of yours used my Ji family's secret technique. As he spoke, he suddenly narrowed his eyes, though it's just an incomplete version. All right. I'll send someone to bring the complete version another day. Emperor Ji Tiandi stroked his beard and hummed, add a pair of Taisu divine feathers, and that should be enough to settle the debt. 2 pairs. Qin Tai suddenly raised his gaze, his eyes as deep as an abyss, and the Tianyuan ancient scroll. You! Ji Tiandi was about to explode, but upon recalling Qin Lao Tu's temperament, he sighed helplessly. Enough. One favor, the complete secret technique, and 2 pairs of Tai Su divine feathers. As for the Tianyuan ancient scroll, that's absolutely out of the question. Ji Tiandi's eye twitched, his white beard trembling without a breeze. He laughed bitterly in anger. Qin, old ghost, don't try to take advantage of the situation. Qin Tai remained expressionless, but as his sleeves swept through the air, a scene materialized in the void. It was the very scene where Qin Huangquan had made his bold declaration. If the Heavenly Emperor couldn't do it, then the Immortal Emperor would. If the Immortal Emperor couldn't do it, then he would surpass the Immortal Emperor. Look at this. Can you still claim your heart is as still as water? The Heavenly Emperor remained silent for a moment before finally snorting coldly. So that's how it is. You're forcing me to bet. He gave Qin Tai a piercing glance. I can give you the Heavenly Abyss Ancient Scroll, but I have 2 conditions. Ji Tiandi suddenly raised his hand, and a golden light shot into the sky, transforming into contract runes that obscured the heavens. First, this young man must go to the Ji clan to preach 3 times before he attains enlightenment. Second, he must go to the outer domains on my behalf and retrieve that lost mirror pattern. The Wang family's ability to obtain an item from the outer realms through the Ji family was no coincidence. Back then, the Ji family's holy son, who possessed the Tai Su holy body, not only stole the core Dao pattern of the void mirror but also sacrificed 3 guardian elders in a blood ritual during his defection. He established the Void Heaven Pavilion in the outer realms, specifically to oppose the Ji family. Although the Ji family easily destroyed the Su Tian Pavilion. However, the mirror pattern seemed to have vanished into nothingness, eluding all attempts to find it for 10,000 years. Qin Huangquan, with the great Dao bestowed upon him, might be able to uncover something if entrusted with it. Qin Tai remained silent for a moment before suddenly smiling. Agreed. The single word fell, and the contract was sealed, vanishing into the void. Another long silence followed. Emperor Ji Tian's gaze pierced through the void, his voice echoing as if from the very end of time. Can he truly touch the Immortal Emperor, or even those above him? He can, more or less. If he can, then what of us? Before he could finish, both fell silent. As Qin Huangquan had said, the weak live in constant fear, and even the strong cannot find peace. Even if one becomes the Heavenly Emperor, one still yearns for further advancement. As the banquet came to an end, the guests dispersed into streams of light, leaving only the courtyard bathed in moonlight. Within the Huangquan Pavilion, the courtyard was piled high with gifts, emitting a dazzling array of colored lights, making the entire courtyard shimmer with brilliance. Outside the door, maids dressed in plain silk robes carried golden embroidered boxes, streaming in like a river to deliver treasures. Qin Huangquan explored the system's new features while casually flipping through the gift list. Suddenly, his eyebrows raised slightly, and his gaze lingered on a few lines of text. The sacred artifact of the Yin clan, the 9-flamed golden crow? Chapter 46. He waits in the river of destiny, waiting for the moment of their appointment. Qin Huangquan gently tapped the Yin clan's fire pattern seal on the gift box. Crimson light like molten lava seeped out from the cracks, scorching the air and causing it to warp slightly. With a soft click, the seal shattered, and a fluffy crimson fireball rolled into his palm. There was no golden crow capable of burning the heavens and boiling the seas. It was clearly a droopy-headed, red-feathered chick. Its feathers were sparse, revealing its pinkish skin, and it had only 3 tail feathers, one of which was charred and curled, resembling wild grass struck by lightning. Cheap? The chick raised its head. Its large, round eyes shimmered with a lustrous glow, reflecting the expressionless face of Qin Huangquan. It tried to flap its wings to approach its mother, but it fell flat on its bottom with a thud, sparks flying from its feathers. Qin Huangquan lowered his gaze and saw the little red chick tilting its head upward, its jade-like eyes brimming with affection, its tiny claws clutching tightly at the hem of his sleeve. But as the maid's figure drew near, the little creature suddenly retracted its neck and tucked its wings, its tail feathers trembling slightly as a few timid sparks of blue flame erupted. I hear it recognizes the first person it sees after hatching as its closest kin. That's quite interesting. It's just too small to be of any use. Keep it. The young man pinched the chick's neck between his fingers and tossed it aside. The crimson velvet ball traced an arc through the air, landing safely in the hands of the maid behind him. From then on, it was cared for by a dedicated attendant, drinking dew from the heavens, pecking at divine crystals, and nesting in a warm nest crafted from rare treasures found nowhere else in the world. When its feathers grew thick and its tail feathers shone brightly, it would be time for it to serve its purpose. Next, the land deeds of the 86 counties of the western frontier's spiritual veins? Qin Huangquan glanced at the gilded jade scroll, uninterested. The gift from the Central Plains Empire seemed grand, but it was nothing special. The territory is prime, but there is no spare energy to develop it at present. Perhaps we could hand it over to the seventh sister? Qin Huangquan stroked his chin and thought, though the seventh sister is indeed a ruthless merchant, she has always been top-notch in management. He swept his sleeve aside and immediately sent a mental message to his seventh sister. He then fixed his gaze on a jade box. He recognized it was one of the dragon hearts given to him by the fifth sister. The fifth sister is indeed straightforward. Qin Wanchuan opened the jade box, revealing 3 crimson-red primordial dragon hearts still pulsating as if alive. Dragon hearts can be used to forge the body and create an unparalleled foundation. But they were useless now. Take them and roast them. Qin Wanchuan handed the jade box to the black-clad maidservant beside him. It was Ye Jianwei. Her slender figure was outlined by her black robes, and her every movement now carried a grace that drew admiring glances. Several small bells hung from the hem of her skirt, jingling softly with each step. Thanks to these sound waves, she could not only see the world but even perceive it more clearly than most people. Yes. In less than half a cup of tea, Ye Jianwei returned carrying a gilded tray. 3 dragon hearts had been roasted to a golden crisp, their surfaces glistening with amber-colored dragon fat, and the aroma formed 3 miniature dragons swimming in the dish. Let's eat together. Qin Wanchuan tore off the fattest piece of dragon heart meat, and as the fat dripped, it ignited tiny golden flames in the air. Ye Jianwei's eyelashes trembled slightly, but she dared not sit down to eat with them. She stood with her head bowed, holding the piece of dragon meat in both hands. As she took a small bite, her lips glistened with golden oil. As the dragon meat entered her throat, a violent surge of blood erupted within her body, reshaping her bones and muscles as if forged by flames. Fine dragon scales began to emerge on the surface of her skin, only to vanish in an instant. Ye Jianwei was even more overwhelmed, her snow-white skin covered in a dense layer of dragon scales. With each swallow, the scales on her body grew brighter, and her toes curled unconsciously, as if suppressing the surging power within her. Young master? She suddenly pressed her hand against her heaving chest, where a golden glow was coursing through her meridians. It's nothing. Try circulating your spiritual energy. Ye Jianwei focused her mind, and the restless golden light immediately calmed down. The primordial dragon heart is condensed from the essence of a true dragon's blood. Though it cannot match direct absorption, consuming it can strip away mortal flesh and forge a dragon's spiritual body. He casually tore off the second piece of dragon meat and spoke slowly. Dragon scales manifest on the skin, serving as dragon armor to protect the body. Ordinary magical artifacts cannot harm it. The golden light flowing through the meridians can transform all toxins into nourishment. Qin Wanchuan wiped the oil from his fingertips. As he stood up, his sleeves fluttered, carrying a lingering dragon's breath. He swept his gaze across the maids in the hall. There's plenty left. You should all have some as well. It's a rare opportunity. The maidservants were startled at first, then their eyes filled with disbelief and joy. They all bowed in unison, their movements appearing respectful, but as they straightened up, they unconsciously quickened their pace. Each of them held the dragon meat in their trembling fingers, wanting to maintain their composure and eat slowly, but unable to resist taking frequent bites, their lips glistening with oil. They didn't bother to wipe them, instead secretly licking them with their tongues. The eldest purple-clad maid's eyes welled up with tears, but she dared not raise her hand to wipe them away. She took small bites, silently repeating to herself with each mouthful, "It's truly wonderful to be by the young master's side." How different from her sisters who served the 8th prince. Last time, they were merely a bit slow while combing his hair and were punished by kneeling on shattered jade for an entire night. Next, these 3. Qin Wanchuan waved his hand, and the flying sword given to him by his older brother Qin Wuda shot out. Along with it was the Dao fruit given by Mu Zhu. And the transparent ancient sword sealed with a drop of blood, a gift from the Li family. Let us look at the one from my eldest brother first. The blade had no edge, yet it seemed capable of slicing through the void. What a fine sword! Qin Wanchuan's eyes lit up. As his fingertips touched the hilt, a surge of vast sword intent rushed into his meridians. This sword has already cultivated a spirit, and it perfectly aligns with his Dao essence. Refine. He took a drop of blood and let it fall. The chaotic flying sword transformed into a stream of light, merging with his spiritual core. In an instant, sword chi surged around Qin Wanchuan, like an inverted starry sky. A lone phoenix flew out on its own, circling around this uninvited guest, as if appraising it. Right, name it. Qin Wanchuan pondered briefly before deciding, Lonely Phoenix. Lonely Phoenix cries to the heavens. Shao. You shall be called Shao. He sheathed the 2 swords. Mu Zhu said that eating it can reveal the river of destiny. I wonder what it's like. Qin Wanchuan lowered his eyes to gaze at the Dao fruit in his palm, its translucent flesh seeming to contain a flowing river of stars. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. As the Dao fruit entered his throat, Qin Wanchuan's thoughts were suddenly pulled far away, as if he had transformed into a droplet of water, falling into the vast, boundless river. He was still himself, yet he felt like someone else. Drifting aimlessly with the current, he drifted for an unknown length of time before his consciousness gradually coalesced. When he raised his eyes, a majestic mountain stood before him. No, it was not a mountain, but a person. The figure stood motionless, yet Qin Wanchuan's soul trembled, as if an ant gazed up at the sky, even his breath halting. With a single glance, it seemed as though heavenly light descended. You shouldn't be here yet. Chapter 47. If you want to become the strongest, you must walk the path of the strongest. The indifferent voice fell, and before Qin Wangchuan could react, a sword light sliced down from the sky. Swoosh! He suddenly opened his eyes, drenched in sweat, his heart pounding like thunder, and found himself back where he had been. That sword strike just now. Qin Wangchuan didn't bother to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. He gripped his sword and rose, instinctively wanting to recreate that moment of enlightenment. However, the momentary return to his senses was enough for the lingering echo of that sword strike to vanish completely. What a pity! Qin Wangchuan murmured, his mind drifting away. Though he had only caught a glimpse of it, it had already allowed him to faintly touch upon some supreme sword principle. Alas, the opportunity had vanished in an instant, and that feeling was impossible to recapture. Unless I faced that person's sword again. Qin Wangchuan murmured to himself. But he knew it was impossible, for as Mu Zhu had said, this fruit only ripens once every 30,000 years. Qin Wangchuan shook his head and smiled wryly, a faint gleam of depth in his eyes. This sword's connection is an unexpected delight. Since it allowed me to glimpse this sword, it must be fate. One day. The tip of the sword flickered, slicing through the night air. I will stand before that person myself, head held high. Receive this sword. As he thought this, Qin Wangchuan finally fixed his gaze on the ancient Li family sword in his hand. This was the final gift. It contained a drop of the Li family's ancestral blood. Though he could sense the sword intent within, it seemed as though something was blocking it. As for the blood droplets inside, they likely wouldn't be easy to extract. It seems I must pay a visit to the Li family. Perfect. The Li family is the ultimate destination for sword cultivators across the world, and their sword tomb is said to house an ancient divine being. Qin Wangchuan tapped the sword hilt with his fingertips. By borrowing the might of the 10,000 swords in the sword tomb, perhaps I can gain some insight. As he pondered, a clear shout suddenly rang out from outside the hall. I'm here. Before the words had finished, the seventh sister, Qin Miayan, burst in, her skirt fluttering, with a jade abacus jingling at her waist. How did you get here so fast? Qin Wangchuan raised an eyebrow. Everything else can wait, but when it comes to money, there's no time to waste. Qin Miayan rubbed her hands together, her eyes shining brightly. Is it really as the transmission said? She stepped closer, eager to ask. All 86 counties are mine? Qin Wangchuan looked disgusted. What do you mean all yours? I said it's temporarily under your jurisdiction. Qin Miayan nodded vigorously. Of course. Of course. Her eyes darted around, and she pressed further. How will the profits be divided? The same 3-7 split. Qin Wangchuan held up 3 fingers. I take 7, you take 3. No negotiation. He had expected Qin Miayan to haggle, but to his surprise, she swiftly manipulated the abacus with one hand. While saying, I won't make much from this, she nodded decisively. Deal. Her straightforwardness caught Qin Wangchuan off guard. Little did he know that Qin Miayan was overjoyed inside. Such a vast territory, so many secret ruins, and so many family clans above. Even with a 30-70 split, the annual taxes alone would be an astronomical figure. After thinking it over, Qin Wangchuan reminded her, don't act recklessly, this deed isn't effective immediately. He had good reason to suspect that his cunning older sister would do anything for money. I understand. Qin Miayan rolled her eyes, twirling her fingertips around her hair, looking careless. These few plots of land are my money bags. Act recklessly? Unless I've gone mad. She suddenly leaned in closer, narrowing her almond-shaped eyes and lowering her voice. You don't know third sister suddenly came up with the idea a few days ago to build some Chuanqiang-class celestial patrol vessel, claiming it's a special flying vessel that can suppress an entire realm. Speaking with a hint of anger, she clenched her teeth. The ancestor actually agreed. Spirit crystals are flowing out like water all from my account. If this continues, I'll lose everything I've saved. In my opinion, it's all just useless nonsense. She suddenly stopped, her eyes darting around, then nodded toward the palace doors. I was so focused on the money I almost forgot the main task. I didn't come alone. Look. Following her gaze, they saw 8th sister Qin Jier hiding behind a pillar outside the palace door, cautiously peeking out half her head. Upon realizing she had been noticed, she hurriedly retreated. But she accidentally bumped into the pearl hairpin on her bun, causing a clinking sound. Seeing this, Qin Miayan curved her red lips into a mischievous smile. Someone, huh? Ever since you gave that gift, you've been so distracted you can't even meditate properly these past few days. Before she could finish speaking, a sudden, loud shout rang out from the distance, like thunder cracking the clouds. Sis! Qin Miayan hurriedly covered her mouth. Alright, I won't say anything. As she turned to leave, Qin Jier tossed a purple jade box the size of a palm from afar, with a note attached to it. Looking up, she saw that the person had already disappeared. Humph, look at you, looking so pitiful. This lady will show mercy and give you another gift. Be grateful. The handwriting was messy, with a tongue sticking out face drawn on it. Opening the box, she found a ring made of void Shin crystal. It contained an internal array capable of holding mountains, rivers, and all things. Hoof. Qin Wangchuan played with the ring, shaking his head and laughing. This girl must regret giving a woman's accessory and is too proud to apologize, so she's using an even more valuable treasure to make amends. Typical behavior of a spoiled little girl. After counting the gifts, Qin Wangchuan sat alone on the top of the Wangchuan pavilion, the night wind sweeping his tied-back black hair. Below, Ye Jianwei played the zither, its melodies drifting through the air. In the distance, the setting sun hung like blood in the sky. The twilight, about to fade but not yet gone, cast a flickering glow in his eyes, making the sword intent within them surge. His thin lips pressed into a cold, straight line. Indeed. I still can't forget that sword strike. If you want to become the strongest, you must walk the path of the strongest. Qin Wangchuan's gaze was deep and piercing, as if penetrating the void, fixated on the unknown path to becoming an immortal emperor. Suddenly, he rose to his full height, his robes billowing in the wind. We'll head to the Li family tomorrow. Chapter 48, Arrival at the Li family. Qin Wangchuan stood on the deck of the flying vessel, his black gold robes fluttering in the gale. Beneath his feet, the Zhenxiao-class celestial patrol vessel shimmered with blue spiritual patterns, and 36 pairs of wing-shaped boundary-breaking sails on either side of the vessel were slowly folding inward. This was the latest generation of flying boats developed by his third sister, Qin Xingni, and was already being deployed on a large scale. Though it couldn't compare to the heavenly patrol throne she had mentioned, its performance was unmatched. Young master, something is following us. Ye Jianwei's earring jingled without a breeze. She tapped her fingertips on the void, and ripples revealed a colossal beast as tall as a mountain. Qin Wangchuan looked over. The cloud-devouring beast resembled a qilin but had 6 wings, with mist continuously spewing from the gaps between its scales. It was currently trailing the flying vessel at a distance of 10 li. Reporting to the young master, "It's a swallowing cloud beast," the guard saluted and reported. This beast usually lurks in the cloud sea and targets lone flying vessels. Ordinary cultivators who encounter it have a 1 in 10 chance of survival. He glanced back at the churning cloud mist behind them and sneered, "With its pitiful speed, it can't even touch the tail fin of our Qin family's flying boat. It'll give up and retreat in a moment." Before he could finish, another guard stepped forward, his eyes flashing with cold intent. "If the young master dislikes it, I will slay it myself. No need to rush." Qin Wangchuan raised his hand to stop him, his gaze fixed on the newly installed diamond-shaped crystals at the side window of the flying boat. Those were the spirit light cannons developed by his third sister. "Try this. Charge." As Qin Wangchuan gave the order, a deafening roar of mechanical gears grinding together echoed from the bottom of the flying boat. 12 cracks suddenly split open on both sides of the deck, revealing the rotating spirit gathering array within. The arrays, resembling living creatures, reorganized themselves and swiftly formed a massive cannon mouth with a diameter of 3 zhang around the rhombic crystal stones. The cloud-swallowing beast seemed to sense something, its 6 wings suddenly spreading as it tried to turn. But a blinding white light flashed from the cannon mouth, and the entire sky was instantly dyed a sickly green. Boom! As the light beam pierced through the clouds, it emitted a dragon-like roar. The swallowing cloud beast couldn't even utter a cry of agony as half its body vaporized instantly, and the remaining parts exploded into a shower of blood in the aftermath. The light beam continued unabated, obliterating a distant mountain peak into dust. "The power was a bit too weak," Qin Wangchuan said, watching the melting rocks, tapping his fingertips lightly. "But this issue can be resolved by adjusting the specifications. It's not feasible now, but if we could increase the scope to 10 times, 20 times, or even 100 times, maybe we could invest some capital in third sister?" Just as he was thinking this, a sudden surge of sword intent swept toward him. As the clouds and mist dispersed, a gigantic sword tens of thousands of feet long pierced the sky, with chains of black iron coiling around its blade, clanging in the wind. They had entered the territory of the Li family. After sailing for a long time, they finally arrived at the Li family's estate. As the flying vessel passed through the final barrier, the entire sword domain suddenly opened up. 9 towering sword peaks stood in a formation resembling the stars in the heavens, with a 1,000-foot-long ancient sword suspended upside down from the peak of each mountain. The black iron chains hanging from the sword tips clashed in the gale, producing the sound of clashing swords. This was the renowned 9 Stars Guardian array of the Li family, famous throughout the heavens. Many renowned sword cultivators from across the world had come to this place to study the art of the sword. At the very center and highest point, a massive crimson sword descended from the void of the sky. Its blade radiated boundless sword intent, and the characters "Heavenly Sword" were engraved upon it. The sword intent contained within the characters satisfied Qin Wangchuan, who nodded approvingly, "I haven't come to the wrong place." Several green sword beams guided the flying vessel. Feeling a sense of foreboding, he raised his gaze and saw a white figure descending gracefully along chains, her robes fluttering in the wind as if she were a fallen immortal descending to the mortal realm. Wangchuan. Li Qingwan's toes touched the deck, and in that instant, even the howling gale surrounding the flying vessel fell silent. Dressed in a moon-white flowing robe with wide sleeves, her face was as beautiful as a painting, her eyebrows and eyes as delicate as distant mountains shrouded in mist. Her phoenix-like eyes were as cold as water, making her entire being seem ethereally beautiful. But when those icy eyes fell upon Qin Huangquan, the cold mist in her eyes suddenly melted away like a red plum blossom suddenly blooming on a 1,000-foot ice cliff, causing the green-hilted sword at her waist to hum and dance with joy. Was the journey smooth? She asked softly. Before Qin Huangquan could respond, Li Qinghuan had already taken a snow-white handkerchief from her sleeve and began to gently stroke it over his body. He couldn't recall what the scent had been before, but now his nostrils were filled with the crisp fragrance of cold plum blossoms. You've picked up some dust. The flying boat was surrounded by a magical array. How could it have gotten dusty? Before Qin Huangquan could speak, he noticed that Li Qinghuan had already extended her cool, delicate hand toward him. He looked at her in confusion, but heard Li Qinghuan reply calmly, "The Li family is very large." "I know it's large, but what does extending your hand mean? Although we are indeed engaged, holding hands isn't a big deal." "But it seems like she has been acting stranger since we announced our relationship?" Qin Huangquan thought to himself, but as he lowered his head, he caught a fleeting smile on Li Qinghuan's lips. "Let us go. Don't make the old ancestor wait." Qin Huangquan let her take his hand, lowering his gaze to look at their intertwined hands. Li Qinghuan's fingers were slender and long, with clearly defined joints, carrying a hint of coolness. The warmth from her palm against his hand effectively offset this. Sunlight filtered through the wind chimes hanging from the eaves of the sword pavilion, casting delicate halos in her hair. The young girl walked lightly, her skirt swaying like ripples on water. Unintentionally, she pressed her body close, her soft curves snugly nestled against his arm. In the distance, 9 ancient swords that bound the world floated in the clouds, their chains swaying gently in the wind. In the morning light, they emitted delicate sounds of gold and jade, as if time itself were gently knocking. What a peaceful and serene moment. Chapter 49, Sword Tomb Enlightenment. In the square in the distance, several maids sweeping the ground froze in place. The lead green-clad maid's broom snapped in her hands with a crisp crack, the sound echoing loudly in the courtyard where everyone sat in meditation. "Miss." Another maid clutched the cloth tightly, her voice trembling. "She took a man's hand voluntarily? What?" Many of the Li family disciples who had been meditating on swords suddenly opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the commotion, their eyes widening in astonishment. "We sword cultivators should not concern ourselves with such trivial matters of love." A person in the crowd remained calm, but the next moment, he jumped up suddenly. "But if it's the young lady, that's different. Where is she? Is this really the sword cultivator who froze 14 states with a single sword strike?" The disciple muttered to himself, his voice faint but not lost on those present. Last year, the young grandson of the Chu family presented a divine weapon to the emperor, but the young lady didn't even glance at him. She even cut him down for approaching a few steps. It was only after Chu Qingyan intervened that things were resolved. Yet now, the maid's gaze was fixed on the intertwined hands, her voice growing softer. Though the whispers were faint, there were many of them. In an instant, the entire Li family seemed to freeze. Whether it was the disciples practicing swordsmanship, the servants sweeping the floors, the wandering cultivators contemplating the essence of the sword, or even the spirit cranes perched on the eaves, all of them instinctively turned their gaze toward the pair of intertwined hands. Their astonishment was akin to Qin Wudao, with a smile on his face, leading a woman into the Qin family. Qin Huangquan listened to the murmurs behind him, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and looked at Li Qinghuan with a gentle gaze. "Just getting close was enough to cut someone down? That's so ruthless. What else are they saying?" He tilted his head slightly, lowering his voice. "It's too far away to hear clearly. Why don't you tell me what they're saying?" The young man's gentle voice carried a hint of laughter. His intention was to make the cold-hearted girl blush a little so he could let go of her hand. But Li Qinghuan's fingertips twitched slightly. Not only did she not let go, but she gently curled her fingers around his hand. "I heard clearly enough." Her voice remained cold, but it carried a hint of unnoticeable softness. "They said." She paused, her voice growing even softer with a touch of shyness. "I've never allowed a man to come this close before." The young girl's delicate fingers gently brushed against his sleeve, as if to brush away non-existent dust, her movements as gentle as if she were arranging something precious. "They also said I." Li Qinghuan turned her head slightly, her ears tingling with a faint blush. "Am different toward you." Although she had already accepted this fiancé, she only regarded him as a younger brother and had no intention of crossing that line for now. For now. Having failed to tease him, Qin Huangquan walked away expressionless. No giggling. Li Qinghuan noticed Qin Huangquan's composed expression and suddenly let out a soft laugh. The laughter was like the sudden cracking of an icy lake, cold and pleasant to the ear, yet it made everyone present gasp in astonishment. The laughter of the eldest Miss Li was rarer than her sword. "What's wrong?" She tilted her head, the jade hairpin in her hair swaying gently, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint that no one had ever seen before, as if an older sister was teasing her younger brother. "The future divine emperor of the Qin family gets shy? No. We arrived." Qin Huangquan stepped into the hall without a trace of emotion. If he had known back then that revealing her true identity would also strip away that layer of cold, self-restrained facade, he never would have spoken so lightly. After a moment's thought, Qin Huangquan paused slightly before whispering. "The Tao should not be so petty. Our engagement is merely a temporary arrangement. If you become obsessed with love and your cultivation falls behind mine, you may lose your status as my fiancé. Before Qin Wangchuan could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a tight grip on his wrist. Li Qingwan's fingers clamped around his arm like iron claws, violently pulling him back into the hall. The sword energy barrier at the palace doors trembled and hummed from the force of her pull. The distance between them suddenly closed, so close that he could see his reflection in her eyes. Li Qingwan stepped forward again with an expression unchanged, but as her skirt brushed against it left behind a series of fine cracks as thin as hair. Those were the traces of the sword intent that had inadvertently leaked from her body. The path of the Tao is vast and broad. Her voice remained cold, but as she raised her eyes, her eyelashes trembled imperceptibly. However, the wind chimes on the eaves suddenly fell silent. When it comes to cultivation, Li Qingwan suddenly turned her head, her tone calm to a fault. I will not lose to you. Qin Wangchuan froze. The woman before him, who seemed as calm as a cloud, now appeared utterly different in his eyes. The tightly drawn corners of her lips, the overly forced calmness, and the sword marks left where her skirt had brushed past all revealed the turmoil within her heart. Was she jealous because he mentioned that his fiancé might be replaced? She's like a cat whose fur has been ruffled but is trying to act aloof. He thought to himself. A crisp clink echoed from the distance. A Li family sword cultivator stood frozen in place, only coming to his senses when the sword slipped from his hands and fell to the ground. Heavens, heavens! His Adam's apple bobbed, his pupils contracted violently, and his trembling fingertips pointed toward the palace entrance. I must have lost my mind. I actually saw. Before he could finish, someone beside him covered his mouth with a hand. Shoo! Do you want to get killed by the young miss? Inside the hall, on the high seat, the usually sternly family emperor held a green jade teacup, which silently turned into dust. That old devil from the Qin family. His eyes twitched. How long has it been? Taking the person away was bad enough, but now he's even taken her heart? After a moment of further entanglement, the two entered the hall, standing side by side, their sleeves overlapping so closely that the distance between them was barely discernible. Li Tianyi's gaze lingered briefly on the faintly overlapping edges of the garment, then he coughed softly, neither too loudly nor too softly. Qin Wangchuan's fingertips twitched slightly, but he felt a faint resistance coming from his sleeve. A strand of sword energy was silently wrapping around his sleeve. Li Qingwan maintained his composure, gazing straight ahead, but the tassels on the wooden sword at his waist moved of their own accord, leaving tiny sword marks on the green stone ground. Those words seemed to have touched someone's sore spot. Even in the presence of the heavenly emperor, she maintained her perfect composure. Yet the wide sleeves that seemed to hang loosely now stood as rigid as iron, locking the two within an intimate yet precise distance. The stubbornness of a sword cultivator is always so subtle. Very well, Emperor Li Tiandi swept his sleeve and turned away. The spiritual energy in the hall suddenly, as per our previous agreement, you may enter the sword tomb to meditate. He tapped his fingertip, and within the light barrier, countless sword tombs emerged beneath the gigantic celestial sword. As the light screen shifted, faint, piercing sword cries echoed from within. How long you can stay inside and how much you gain depends entirely on you. Chapter 50, The Path of Self-Reflection, Why Seek the Sword? The sword is the other half of a sword cultivator's life. The sword tombs are not ordinary burial grounds for swords, but the final resting place for the Li family and all sword cultivators who have fallen in battle. Therefore, every sword within the sword tomb carries the sword intent, obsessions, and even the lingering souls of its former masters. Over time, they may give rise to mad sword spirits. These are not mere spirits but remnants of souls driven by intense obsession. They actively attack the living, dragging them into illusions that recreate their master's final battle. Those with weak willpower become trapped, their souls dissipating. They then take over the living body. Though dangerous, it is also an excellent place for sword cultivation. The group arrived at the barrier surrounding the sword tomb. Qin Wangchuan stood at the edge of the barrier, his pupils suddenly contracting. Before him stood a towering mountain of ancient swords, each one rusted and intertwined, glowing with a dark red hue in the twilight. The entire mountain resembled a mountain of corpses made of piled-up bodies, desperately crawling toward the celestial sword hanging from the sky, an awe-inspiring sight. It seemed as though these were not lifeless objects, but one person after another. In the center of the mountain peak, a narrow path barely wide enough for one person to pass through extended outward. The densely packed sword blades on either side trembled intermittently, emitting a bone-chilling hum. This path is called the Path of Self-Reflection. Li Qingwan helped Qin Wangchuan tidy his clothes while explaining, every 10 steps, you must answer a question posed by your predecessors. This determines how far you can go and where you will attain enlightenment in swordsmanship. She gently traced her fingertip, and Qin Wangchuan's palm held a snow-white, lustrous jade bead and a jade tablet glowing with a faint blue light. Listen carefully. Li Qingwan's voice was extremely low, and her tone was unusually stern. This bead is called the soul-stabilizing pearl. Place it under your tongue to calm your spirit and ward off all evil. But it must only be used after you have completed the path of self-reflection. As she spoke, her fingertip touched the green jade tablet, and a faint crimson pattern began to emerge on its surface, seeming to connect with her breath. If you encounter danger, Li Qingwan's voice suddenly halted. Break it, and I will come to save you. Two white-haired elders had already formed seals in front, and sword chi surged like tidal waves, parting to the sides and revealing a deep, narrow passage. Qin Wangchuan nodded and was about to step forward. Li Qingwan suddenly grabbed his sleeve and whispered into his ear amid the clanging of swords. Opportunity is small, life is great. Be careful. As Li Qingwan finished her last words, her cold, frost-like eyes fixed intently on him, her gaze filled with obvious concern. Qin Wangchuan's lips curved into a faint smile. The smile was faint, yet strangely reassuring. Yes, I'll remember. His voice was steady and unhurried, like a stream flowing gently through the mountains, carrying a soothing strength. After speaking, he gently patted her hand, signaling her to relax. As he turned and stepped into the sword tomb, his figure stood tall and straight like a pine tree, each step steady and sure. The corridor closed slowly behind him, and Qin Wangchuan's figure was instantly engulfed by surging sword chi. Li Qingwan stood where she was, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the back of her hand where he had touched her earlier. It seemed as though the warmth from his palm still lingered there. Inside the sword tomb, Qin Wangchuan's footsteps echoed through the deep, narrow passageway. The ancient swords embedded in the rock walls on both sides suddenly trembled in unison, emitting a piercing hum. The rust-stained blades flickered with faint crimson light, as if countless eyes were peering out from the darkness. Who goes there? A voice, indistinguishable as male or female, suddenly echoed from all directions. Qin Wangchuan did not pause, as his divine bones suddenly glowed brightly. Streams of faint golden divine light flowed out from his meridians, forming a hazy aura around his body. His gaze was piercing, and his voice was as steady as a collapsing mountain. Qin family, Qin Wangchuan. As soon as he finished speaking, several green lamps suddenly lit up ahead in the narrow passageway, as if inviting him to proceed. 10 steps later, the ancient swords on either side suddenly emitted a piercing screech. The rust-stained blades began to peel away, forming 4 gruesome blood-red characters in the air. Why seek the sword? The characters were carved like they had been chiseled with a knife, carrying a sharp, accusatory tone. He did not stop his steps, to control the heavens and earth. As the 4 words left his mouth, the blood characters exploded with a thunderous roar, turning into a mist of blood that filled the sky. 20 paces away, the cracks in the green bricks on the ground suddenly began to ooze viscous blood droplets. Each droplet glowed with a chilling, icy light, winding their way across the ground before coalescing into 4 sharp, blood-red characters. Have you betrayed anyone? The characters twisted like a venomous snake bearing its fangs, exuding an overwhelmingly intimidating aura. I have not betrayed my true heart. He stepped over the blood characters, his footprints igniting with faint golden flames. 30 steps later, the rock wall above his head trembled violently. Countless fragments of rock peeled away, colliding and grinding against each other in midair, sparks flying in every direction. Eventually, they coalesced into 3 sharp stone characters. Do you fear death? Each character was sharp and angular, as if it could pierce the void. Fear death by the hands of the unjust. He raised his head to stare at the characters, his gaze as sharp as lightning. The characters shattered upon impact, their dust scattered by the sword's energy before it could settle. 40 paces away, the entire tunnel suddenly groaned under the strain, tilting at a 45-degree angle. The blades on both sides carvedly into the rock walls, and amidst the flying stone debris, the 4 characters, how sharp as the sword, rushed toward him, each stroke carrying the fierce intent of a sword, as if they were swords drawn from their scabbards. Capable of severing the Milky Way. His voice was not loud, but it caused the tilting tunnel to halt, then slowly return to its original position. The characters carved into the rock walls cracked inch by inch, eventually turning into dust. 50 steps away, all the ancient swords suddenly emitted mournful cries and hung upside down in unison. Countless sword tassels wriggled and twisted like living creatures, forming the words, "Who reigns supreme in heaven and earth," in the air. Within the characters, countless faces contorted in agony could be faintly discerned. The path of cultivation, everyone is supreme. Before he could finish speaking, half of the inverted ancient swords emitted crisp snapping sounds, returning to their original positions as the twisted faces vanished. At 60 paces, the ground suddenly cracked open into countless fissures, and pitch-black mist erupted from the ground, swirling and twisting in the air before coalescing into the 4 ominous characters. Do you believe in heaven's will? Each character constantly shifted shape, sometimes resembling the wails of vengeful spirits, other times the maniacal grins of demons. My will is the will of heaven. As he took a step forward, the hideous faces in the black mist let out agonized screams and disintegrated as if struck by a thunderbolt. 70 steps ahead, the air suddenly rippled, and a water mirror appeared out of thin air. As the mirror's surface rippled, the 4 characters, "What does love mean?" appeared like swimming fish, each crystal clear yet emanating a bone-chilling coldness, as if capable of freezing one's soul. Neither o nor o. He stared at the words in the mirror, his expression calm. The water mirror shattered with a loud crack, and countless ice crystals evaporated before they could touch the ground, leaving only a long, echoing sigh in the tunnel. Qin Wangchuan continued forward, unaware. Outside the sword tomb, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Has he not come out yet? Li Qinghuan stood at the entrance, but there was no sign of Qin Wanchuan, only the morning breeze rustling the fallen leaves on the ground. Several disciples on duty exchanged glances. According to precedent, those of ordinary talent who entered would be forced back by the overwhelming sword intent within a day or two. Those with a bit of natural talent might be able to last 4 or 5 days. As for 6 or 7 days, looking back through history, only someone like Li Qinghuan, an unparalleled prodigy, could endure such a trial. Could it be that the heir of the Qin family also possesses such talent in the way of the sword? Nothing unexpected will happen, will it? A female disciple began to speak, but was immediately glared at by an elder. Perhaps he has gained some insight. Let's wait a little longer. The morning bell rang in the distance, startling a flock of crows. 10 days later, Sword Toon Guard Hall. He hasn't come out yet? The town guardian elder wiped the tea lid across the rim of his cup, producing a sharp scraping sound. This Qin family heir is causing trouble. If something goes wrong in my Li family, we'll be in trouble. Report to the elders immediately. And go to the Sword Tomb. Chapter 51, The Limits of the Path of the Heart, the Way of Heaven and Man. Outskirts of the Sword Tomb. Make way. The Li family elders arrived one after another, and the crowd had already knelt down in a heap. The senior elder at the front narrowed his eyes at the barrier. The entrance, which should have been calm, was now swirling with sword energy. He had intended to force the barrier open, but was suddenly struck by a surge of sword intent, sending him flying back 10 zhang. Something's wrong. Report to the ancestor for further discussion. Before he could speak, Li Qinghuan had already reported the matter to the ancestor. Has he not emerged yet? Li Tiandi raised his eyelids slightly, tapping his fingertips on the jade table, causing the surrounding space to freeze instantly. This brat is truly insatiable. Li Tiandi hummed lightly, flicked his sleeve, and pinched a divination gesture with his fingertips. What had been a casual glance suddenly caused his brows to furrow. The divination symbols were off. Golden light swirled around his fingertips as he recalculated, but the divination remained enigmatic and unclear. It wasn't Qin Wanchuan who was insatiable, but the sword tomb is keeping him here? He sprang to his feet, the desk exploding with a thunderous crash, tea leaves flying like mist. How is that possible? The sword tomb had never actively kept anyone since ancient times. Unless... He suddenly looked up, his gaze piercing through the layers of the palace, straight to the heavenly sword hanging from the sword tomb. The heavenly sword altar is awakening? When Emperor Li Tian appeared above the sword tomb, the entire Li clan could feel the suffocating pressure. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and a sword beam sliced through the clouds. The crowd before the sword mound retreated collectively, but soon realized what had flown out from the emperor's sleeve was not sword energy, but a single drop of imperial blood shimmering with golden light. Open! The imperial blood spread across the barrier, forming a water curtain several feet wide, and the scene within gradually became clear. Everyone stared in disbelief. Qin Wanchuan wasn't cultivating the sword at all. He was still asking the way? Qin Wanchuan had no idea how many steps he had taken, but the sword mountain began to shake, and several swords flew out, forming 4 characters in his mouth. What path do you seek? All paths return to the source, the way where all beings dwell. By what does this path come to be? The supreme and ultimate power. Where is the way? The way is beneath your feet. The smooth exchange of questions and answers seemed less like a quest for truth and more like casual conversation. Does he feel no pressure at all? A young disciple S. Adam S. Applebob, his voice dry and raspy like sandpaper. After all, when he first entered, he had been cautious with every question and had only managed to take 2,000 steps. Judging by this, 5,000 steps? No. At least 6,000 steps. An elderly monk with white beard muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on the figure strolling leisurely through the water curtain, silently calculating the distance and number of steps. But it was impossible to calculate, as Qin Wanchuan had already reached a place no one else could reach. 60,000 steps? A blue-robed disciple behind him trembled, pressing down harder on the brush recording the steps. Even the most talented disciple of the Li family only managed 20,000 steps. Several young disciples nearby turned pale. A teenager who had never entered the sword tomb swallowed nervously and whispered, "Is it really that difficult?" Difficult? A disciple who had once entered the sword tomb let out a bitter laugh, suddenly tearing open his robe to reveal the gruesome sword scars on his chest. See that? I only walked 1,800 steps back then, and it took me 1.5 days to comprehend the sword technique. This sword energy wound took 3 years to heal. His trembling finger pointed at the water curtain, but look at him strolling casually, as if walking on flat ground. Toward the elders. Mastering the sword in 1,000 steps has already been hailed as a once-in-a-century genius. The white-bearded elder stroked his beard and looked at the other elders beside him, speaking solemnly. What about mastering the sword in 10,000 steps? Not just 10,000 steps, he's still going higher. The purple-robed elder suddenly slammed his fist on the table, knocking over the teacups. Perhaps. I say perhaps, he might even reach the summit. Another elder shook his head in disappointment. The sword tomb that even our Li family couldn't climb, and an outsider dares to reach the summit? How laughable. After speaking, he looked up at the heavenly emperor in the sky. He thought to himself, I wonder how this will all end. Li Qinghuan watched the scene unfold, feeling both joy and sorrow. She remembered when she had reached the 21,000th step, her bones had already begun to creak under the unbearable strain. But in the scene before her, Qin Huangchuan stood tall and straight, showing no signs of fatigue. Look at the heavenly sword. Someone suddenly shouted. Everyone looked up to see the heavenly sword, which had hung there for 1,000 years, trembling slightly. Rust-covered fragments of the sword's surface were peeling away, revealing the golden core beneath. What was even more terrifying was that all the rust flakes were burning in mid-air, turning into blood-red flames that swirled around Qin Huangchuan's figure. Li Tiandi narrowed his eyes, his golden gaze flashing like lightning. The trembling of the heavenly sword grew increasingly violent, and the burning rust flakes began to condense into ancient runes around Qin Huangchuan not to aid him. They were blocking his advance. Though the opportunity is great, if we continue, the consequences may be unpredictable. It's best to retrieve him. He gathered his sword intent in his sleeve, a sliver of energy capable of severing a starry river taking shape. Just as he did, the void suddenly split open. A massive hand reached out, instantly dispelling the sword intent. Old Qin. Li Tiandi's pupils contracted sharply as he looked toward the figure beside him, which was gradually taking shape, robes fluttering in the wind, eyes containing the sun and moon. It was Qin Tai. Let him continue, Qin Tai said, standing with his hands behind his back. The temporal rifts lingering on his black imperial robe swirled like dragons. His gaze pierced through the layers of sword tune restrictions, landing on the figure still asking questions, and he spoke without turning his head. Don't even think about it. Li Tiandi's sword intent surged again from his sleeves, causing the imperial might surrounding him to tremble, shaking the entire Li clan. The heavenly sword and the sword tomb are the very foundation of our Li clan. If anything happens, the favor you owe me from the clouds, see back then. Qin Tai finally turned his head, the illusory images of the sun and moon swirling in his eyes, his voice calm yet carrying an irresistible force. It is time to repay it. Li Tiandi's body froze. You intend to use that debt for this? Why not? Qin Tai's lips curled slightly, his gaze returning to the depths of the sword tomb. I have glimpsed a corner of the future. It's an incredibly glorious future. Humph. Li Tiandi snorted coldly, his sleeves fluttering as he withdrew his sword intent. If he dies in there, don't blame me. Rest assured. Qin Tai stood with his hands behind his back, the temporal fissures on his black imperial robe suddenly glowing brightly. Others might not know, but Qin Tai was well aware of Qin Huangchuan's various extraordinary abilities and the great secret he harbored. To say nothing else, his entire body was made of divine bones, which alone could protect him from harm. Their gazes locked in the air, and the invisible pressure caused the clouds within a 10,000-mile radius to freeze solid. Beneath their feet, the tremors from the sword mound grew increasingly violent, as if echoing the imperial showdown unfolding above. Chapter 52, Rising with the Sword, Not Ending with the Sword. Qin Huangchuan kept walking, ascending steadily. Along the way, there were indeed obstacles that hindered him, making his body grow heavier and heavier. But at the same time, something else was aiding him. He did not know what it was, only feeling that after each response, his body was nourished by an unknown force. He kept his eyes fixed on the ground, moving forward relentlessly, unaware of how long he had been walking, until the world around him fell into complete silence. The echoing sound of seeking the way that had been lingering in his ears had faded away unnoticed. At the end of the sword mound stood a figure identical to himself. The same eyebrows, the same build, even the folds of his robe were identical. Qin Huangchuan furrowed his brows slightly and thought to himself, another test? But soon, he noticed something unusual. The spiritual energy flowing around the other person was not a mirror image but was connected to the giant sword in the sky, even carrying a certain ancient and unfamiliar rhythm. It seems you've noticed, the Qin Huangchuan across from him suddenly smiled, his voice carrying a hint of ethereality, unlike that of a human. He raised his hand, and the tip of his finger gently touched the void. The massive celestial sword hanging above his head suddenly hummed, and the rust peeling off its surface accelerated rapidly. The gilded sword body burst forth with blinding brilliance. I am the spirit of this sword. The voice was ethereal, not like a human voice, but more like the echoing resonance of a sword. I have taken your form merely to facilitate communication. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his figure began to ripple with a faint glow, fading away like a moonlit reflection on water. As the light shifted, a white-clad fairy appeared gracefully. Her delicate feet touched the void, her white sleeves fluttering without wind, and her body was surrounded by flickering starlight. The once fierce blood-red runes beside her transformed into crimson petals, blooming into lotus flowers with each step. If you do not like this form, I can return to my true appearance, she said softly, her eyes as sharp as swords, piercing straight into the heart. Qin Huangchuan did not respond, but turned around and looked around him. At that moment, he stood atop the sword mound. Looking down, the once towering sword mountain now seemed so small, with layer upon layer of sword tombs crawling like ants at his feet. In the distance, the Li family members gathered like black dots, looking up at this place with faces filled with shock and disbelief. Even farther away, Li Tiandi and Qin Taiyi stood suspended in the air, their imperial might sweeping across the sky, yet at this moment, they seemed so distant. And above. The massive sword hanging down was mere inches away, its gilded blade shimmering with blinding light. Ancient patterns danced across its surface like living creatures, as if whispering some ancient secret. However, when Qin Wanchuan finally approached, he suddenly realized. This sword was not suspended here at all. It had pierced through this very realm. The sword's edge emerged from the endless void, tearing open an eternal fissure in the sky of this world with a brutally forceful stance. The space around the sword's body twisted and shattered, black fissures spreading like a spider's web, yet held in place by an invisible force, preventing further collapse. It simply existed there, as if an uninvited deity had descended, suppressing this world with absolute power. The sword tip drooped downward, while the hilt. Qin Wanchuan looked up, but could not see the end of it. The hilt seemed to extend into another world, or perhaps it was the very bridge connecting the two realms. This. Even with his composure, he couldn't help but be shaken. This wasn't some heavenly sword. This was clearly a blade of divine retribution from beyond the realms. Is this the end? Qin Wanchuan asked softly. The woman shook her head. For you, perhaps it is the beginning. She tapped her fingertip, and ripples spread through the void. In an instant, the countless ancient swords covering the sword mound trembled in unison, emitting mournful sword cries. In the next moment, countless sword blades rose from the ground, hovering mid-air as if obeying a command, their tips pointing downward, as if bowing in submission to some supreme being. The sword rain dispersed, revealing the truth buried beneath for countless ages. A pitch-black altar blocked the swirling sword intent. The altar was shaped like a 9-pointed star, with each point locked by a broken bronze chain, the ends of which vanished into the void, their destination unknown. The altar's surface was engraved with obscure ancient divine script. These characters were not static but moved across the stone like living creatures, sometimes transforming into dragons and snakes, other times into stars. A white-robed maiden curled the corners of her lips, and as her wide sleeves fluttered, the moving runes suddenly froze, transforming into 9 fierce dragon shadows coiling around the altar. As you can see, she said, her eyes sparkling with starlight, her tone tinged with mockery, this is an altar. Her pale hand suddenly pointed at Qin Wanchuan's chest, and you are the sacrifice. As the words fell, the air seemed to freeze, and the ancient divine script began to swirl rapidly. However, despite the sudden turn of events, Qin Wanchuan's eyes remained as clear as ever, even carrying a hint of calm acceptance. You're joking, senior? Qin Wanchuan suddenly smiled lightly, stepping forward and tracing the divine script with his fingertip. A sacrificial altar of this caliber, to sacrifice someone like me. That would be rather stingy. A minor figure? The white-robed immortal narrowed her eyes. It seems you are unaware of your own special qualities. Before she could finish, the divine script Qin Wanchuan had touched suddenly came to life, coiling upward like a spirit snake and resonating with the divine bones within his body. In an instant, blinding light illuminated the entire sword tomb. Qin Wanchuan, you were born to face this calamity. With a flick of her wrist, the divine script gathered in her palm, forming an ancient chessboard of heaven and earth. The Taoist patterns on the pieces intertwined with the stars. How laughable. Your Qin clan has returned to its ancestral roots through the calamity, yet not a single one of you knows what terrifying existence has emerged from it. With a gentle flick of her wrist, the chess pieces floated into the air, weaving together in the void to form a vast star map. At the center of the star map, a chaotic ocean suddenly rippled. Sit! The fairy's robes fluttered as 2 jade thrones appeared on the altar. I will tell you a story about the beginning of time. Her eyes shone with starlight as she pointed her fingertip at the chaotic sea. In the first year of the primordial era, a human race emerged from the chaotic sea. Their descendants came to be known as the primordial divine clan. From the words of his elders, Qin Wanchuan learned of the world's origins. Such a profound beginning could never be fully explained in a few words. But he still heard the gist of it. In the primordial chaos, before the heavens and earth were separated, a primordial seed of the Tao was nurtured within the chaotic sea. This seed broke through the sea, transforming into the first human. His hair became the Milky Way, his breath the winds and clouds, his hands held the laws of creation and destruction, and his feet formed the cycle of reincarnation. This was the primordial divine clan, the origin of all things. As the tides of chaos surged, more primordial beings came into being. Among them, the most powerful were known as the heavenly beings. As more beings were born, the chaotic sea underwent a transformation, bringing about a great calamity. A foreign force capable of corrupting everything emerged alongside alien races, feeding on the divine tribes. A great war erupted. However, just as the heavens and earth were beginning to stabilize, the celestial beings suddenly rebelled, their swords drenched in blood, the starry sky inverted, and all beings across the 10,000 realms sank into despair amidst their cries. In the final moments of the Great War, the mighty beings of the primordial divine race intervened, swinging a single sword to sever the chaos sea, completely severing the source of the transformation. The sword's light pierced through all worlds and ultimately fell to this place. From that day forward, The heavens and earth were reborn, and the great Tao began to manifest. The white-robed maiden sighed softly, her fingertip gently touching the ground, her voice suddenly growing ethereal. At that time, I fell into a deep slumber and knew nothing of what followed. Later, as time passed, all beings built altars to worship me, yet none could obtain me. Over time, this place became a pilgrimage site for sword cultivators, and even gave rise to clans. She suddenly raised her eyes, her gaze sharp and piercing. In the endless ages, I have been waiting for one person. A sword cultivator of the purest kind. Qin Wanchuan's gaze grew intense, and he realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that could change one's fate. And the sword spirit before him clearly favored him. No, to be precise, she was drawn to his divine bones. If the elder's words were true, perhaps the primordial divine clan possessed such complete divine bones at their birth. At this moment, all he needed to do was nod slightly, and this opportunity would be within his grasp. But I am not a sword cultivator. He raised his gaze, his voice calm yet unwavering in its resolve. How could Qin Wanchuan be a sword cultivator? He had merely used the sword because it was sharp. He could not be considered a pure sword cultivator. As the words fell, she raised her lips slightly, her slender hand gesturing invitingly. I know. I've always known. You are the first to reach this place. Let us play a game of chess together. It's your turn. Her gaze pierced through the river of time, silently watching from the moment the infant first cried. She knew everything about the young man before her. When she placed the piece, her fingertips were like swords when she walked, her spine was like a blade, every movement was a natural expression of the sword's essence. Not a sword cultivator, yet he possessed a rare sword heart. Now that he has come, there is no escape. Chapter 53, How do I know? Well, let me ask you. After countless games of chess, Qin Wanchuan finally learned the name of this elder. Shu Yu. An ancient divine being. She gently swept her fingers across the chessboard, her starry eyes flickering. Call me Yin Yang. The two had once gambled with a chess game. If Qin Wanchuan won, Yin Yang would acknowledge him as her master. In the end, he won. But this bet, in Qin Wanchuan's eyes, was meaningless. She had let him win. And she had let him win by a wide margin. Even if she were a sword from the heavens, at her core, she was nothing more than an object. A weapon without a master cannot unleash its full power and cannot escape the cracks of the 10,000 worlds. Yun Yang claimed she had been trapped here for countless ages, so long that even the divine sword had grown dim and rusted. At first, she would occasionally clean it, but the rust would fade and reappear, like an inescapable loneliness. Later, she grew weary and let it cling to the sword's spine, like scars left by the passage of time. Occasionally, it trembled, but the sword's cry had grown hoarse, leaving only endless loneliness in the throat sigh. She had believed she would spend eternity atop the sword tomb, coldly watching countless cultivators fail on their quest for enlightenment, eventually fading into eternal solitude. However, the appearance of Qin Wanchuan was like a sword light piercing the dawn, shattering the endless night of Yun Yang's long wait. Though it came sooner than expected, it was still a relief. He had done it. At the peak of the sword mound, golden light cascaded down like a waterfall. The next step was to prepare for sword enlightenment. Yun Yang pointed her fingers like blades, and with a single finger, she shattered the jade sword sealed with the ancestral blood of the Li family. The essence blood separated from the sword in an instant, transforming into a small blood-red sword that floated slowly into the air, held effortlessly in Qin Wanchuan's palm. He then crossed his legs and sat down, closing his eyes to begin his sword enlightenment. This was both the art of the sword and the art of the way. Above the vast sky, Yun Yang once again used the jade heaven sword to condense droplets of golden essence, which poured down like a starry river, resonating and trembling in harmony with the divine bones within his body. Each droplet of celestial light that fell upon him sparked cold sword light, layering upon one another until his entire body gradually transformed into an ancient sword sheathed in its scabbard, sinking into a state of selflessness. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. 5 years later. The sword tomb trembled as usual that day. The Li family members gazed at the clan's sacred sword. Its blade had shrunk to 7/10 of its original size and was about to emerge from the layers of the void. Its sharpness was now concealed, no longer possessing the overwhelming might that once pierced the heavens. It should be soon. An elder murmured, watching the scene. It is, another elder nodded, stroking his beard. The pressure has diminished drastically in recent days, and even the barrier has grown much thinner. His expression was complex. This also proves that the young master is about to emerge. Who could have imagined that the 3 days of sword enlightenment would lead to 5 years passing by? The elders continued their discussion. Suddenly, a burst of cheers erupted from the training ground. Everyone turned to look. The battle between the two prodigies of the Li family had already begun. Li Xian versus Li Yu. 9th realm versus 10th realm. Activate the formation. As the attendant shouted the command, the bronze pillars surrounding the training ground erupted with light, enveloping the entire stage in a protective array. Li Xian took a step forward, and the blue bricks beneath his feet silently turned to dust. Within a 10 jiang radius around him, spiritual energy instantly condensed into a silent extinction sword domain. Within the domain, all laws fell silent, and only the sword reigned supreme. The ninth realm of heaven and earth, when broken through, declares to the heavens and earth. For those in the lower 1,000 states, reaching this realm means they can consider ascending to the middle 1,000 states. In battle, one could draw vast amounts of celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy into oneself, even disrupting opponents. At the 10th realm, the heavenly palace realm, one's body becomes a palace, forging a heavenly palace within, greatly enhancing one's abilities. At this stage, one can materialize their domain to assist in battle. Though the battle should have been vastly unequal, Li Xian remained calm and composed. Open. As Li Yu's 9 peaks dominion unfolded, celestial and earthly energies surged toward him like 1,000 rivers flowing into the sea, rushing into his body with overwhelming force. His aura surged relentlessly, and under the enhancement of the heavenly palace within his body, 9 mountain peaks took shape, solid as if they were real, causing the air itself to emit a deafening roar under the overwhelming pressure. The air trembled, and a blinding light erupted at the center of the training ground. Silent extinction sword domain spread like a frost-colored ocean, freezing all spiritual energy and silencing all techniques in its path, while 9 peaks domain crashed down like collapsing mountains, heavy and overwhelming, attempting to crush everything with sheer force. Be careful. Li Yu issued a warning before taking a step forward. And Li Xian's sword drew from its sheath at that very moment. Clang! A frost-white sword light poured down like a Milky Way, tearing apart the vortex of celestial energy Li Yu had summoned in an instant. Li Yu's pupils contracted sharply as he hurriedly activated the 9 peaks domain to suppress the attack. However, the sword light cut through the domain as if it were empty, directly splitting 3 mountains in two. What? Li Yu retreated 10 jiang, but Li Xian's figure followed closely behind, his sword tip terrifying. What shocked him even more was that, under normal circumstances, domains did not distinguish between strength or weakness, they only followed the principle of mutual restraint. But just now, the domain has been broken? Li Yu staggered backward, a flash of shock crossing his eyes before being replaced by battle intent. He dared not take any chances, suddenly halting his advance and standing firm, his palms forming an ancient seal before his chest. 6 peaks unite, suppress. The remaining 6 mountain peaks merged into one, forming a towering peak that crashed down toward Li Xian. This strike was the full force of a peak-level 10th rank cultivator. Ordinary 9th rank cultivators would likely not even have the chance to resist, being crushed into pulp in an instant. But Li Xian merely raised his gaze, and the tip of his sword trembled slightly. Break! As the single word left his lips, the frost-white sword domain suddenly contracted, condensing into a sliver of icy light that sliced upward, cutting through the heavens. Boom! The illusory giant peak was cleaved in two by a single sword strike, and Li Yu's domain shattered completely. He was struck as if by lightning, flying backward and crashing heavily into the defensive array's light barrier, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Li Xian's sword had already returned to its sheath. Instant kill. The entire arena fell silent. You're welcome. After the attendant announced the outcome, Li Xian immediately sheathed his sword and helped the fallen Li Yu to his feet. He transferred a gentle stream of spiritual energy through his fingertips to help the other man stabilize his surging chi and blood. Li Yu pressed his numb right arm but suddenly burst into laughter. What a remarkable display of 9th rank defeating 10th rank. He slapped Li Xian's shoulder hard, his eyes flashing with determination. Your initial sword strike seemed reckless, but you didn't use your full strength. I was caught off guard and lost my rhythm, a clever move. This defeat, I deserve it. But next time, I won't be so careless. Those around them paused briefly before bursting into applause. Li Xian is truly formidable. Defeating an opponent from another realm is as easy as taking candy from a baby. That's right. He should be able to rank among the top 10 in our Li family, right? What do you think? Compared to the young master in the sword tomb, who was stronger? Someone suddenly asked from the side. That's a no-brainer. Of course it's my older brother. Li Han, who had been watching for a while, replied without hesitation. Qin Wanchuan has been practicing swordsmanship for 5 years, yet his cultivation has stagnated. His sword must be rusting in its sheath by now. But my older brother isn't just older than him, he can even defeat opponents from higher realms with ease. Dealing with a 6th realm opponent would be a piece of cake. The crowd laughed in agreement, but at that moment, ignorance! A cold, sharp voice suddenly rang out. The crowd fell silent, turning their heads in unison. There stood a black-clad figure wearing a conical hat, arms crossed, his voice hoarse yet each word as sharp as a knife. Qin Wanchuan is the true strongest. Nonsense, someone shouted angrily. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so boldly? Li Han pushed through the crowd and glared at the black-clad figure. Who can't talk big? If it comes to verbal skills, I could even call myself the best in the world. The black-clad figure sneered. 5 years ago, Ji Wuchen also claimed to be the prodigy of the world. But when he stood before Qin Wanchuan, he nearly lost his will to fight. When it comes to a demon like Qin Wanchuan, don't even mention Li Xian. He sneered, even 1,000 or 10,000 of him wouldn't match a single hair of Qin Wanchuan. My friend, Li Xian had appeared out of nowhere, standing 10 feet away, his sleeves fluttering without a breeze. Is that a bit too harsh to say in front of me? He would normally ignore such a dispute, but that Ji Wuchen was someone he had actually fought before. Ji Xiong is the prodigy of the Ji clan, capable of defeating opponents from higher realms at the age of 5. How could he possibly lose his will to fight against someone younger than himself? To slander him so, dare I ask your name? The black-clad figure sneered, raised his hand to remove his hat, revealing the face of a young man with a sharp, piercing gaze. Ji Wuchen, he said softly, otherwise, how would I know? Chapter 54, The Lost Realm of the Ancients, the Heavenly Realm. Ji Wuchen? A sudden outcry erupted from the crowd. Time had passed, and the once timid 13-year-old boy at the banquet had grown into an 18-year-old prodigy with a sharp demeanor. Over the past 5 years, Ji Wuchen had traversed the lower 1,000 states, challenged 36 cities, and defeated countless renowned masters. Even those who were 1 or 2 major realms above him could not withstand his spear. His name had already spread throughout the 10 celestial courts. However, in reality, ever since he learned that Qin Wangchuan was in seclusion here, Ji Wuchen had been deliberately or inadvertently lingering around the Li family estate. It's really him! A young disciple exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the black-clad figure, seemingly unable to believe he had encountered him here. Ji Wuchen casually put his hat back on and turned to leave. But before leaving, he glanced at Li Xian, a sharp smile curving his lips. If you don't believe me, Li brother, you can go challenge him yourself. He shouldn't refuse. But don't blame me for not warning you. For ordinary people, fighting across realms is already the realm of the absolute geniuses. But even among prodigies, there are differences. At your current level, seeing him is like a frog at the bottom of a well trying to see the moon. Even if you spend your entire life, you won't see the whole picture. With those words, Ji Wuchen turned and left. It wasn't out of malice. He had always spoken this way to everyone since then. No matter how invincible you are, you can't compare to a single hair of Qin Wangchuan. It seemed he had already become half a fanboy. Li Xian stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze following Ji Wuchen's receding figure, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against the sword sheath. Qin Wangchuan? He furrowed his brows slightly. At 25 years old, he shouldn't be so preoccupied with a 15-year-old junior. But Ji Wuchen's words had pierced his heart like a thorn. A prodigy of the heavens, how can one fear battle and retreat? He chuckled softly, his eyes flickering with sword intent. What troubled him even more was that the young man had spent 5 years in seclusion, refining his sword techniques, yet his cultivation had stagnated. Meanwhile, he himself had made tremendous progress in the past 5 years, defeating enemies of higher realms with ease. If the rumors were true, that youth truly possessed unparalleled talent. Li Xian suddenly burst into laughter, his sword sheath surging into the sky, causing leaves to fall within a 10 zhang radius. Then this battle. We must not miss it. Brother? Li Han noticed his unusual behavior and was about to speak. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the direction of the sword mound, causing the entire Li family territory to shake violently. Everyone looked up in horror, only to see the clan's sacred sword suspended atop the sword mound shrinking inch by inch before their very eyes, until it finally vanished completely. What was even more terrifying was that the void left behind by the vanished sword was devouring everything around it. Mountains, trees, and even light were being ruthlessly sucked into the black hole like vortex. That was not merely empty space, but the ancient barrier separating the realms of the 10,000 worlds. As the realm closest to the outer domains, the 10 Directions Celestial Court would be in grave danger if the barrier were to shatter. This is bad, an elder cried out in alarm, those things are coming out. Before the words had even finished, countless pitch-black claws suddenly emerged from the void fissure, each claw tip emitting a corrosive glow that seemed to devour everything in its path. Following them were twisted limbs, spiked backs, and countless pairs of crimson vertical pupils opened simultaneously in the darkness. But they had come to the wrong place. This was the domain of one of the 3 celestial emperors. I'll hold them off. You repair the breach while I'm distracted. Don't take too long, or this area will be corrupted. Just as an elder was issuing orders. Poof! A faint snort echoed like a thunderclap, freezing the heavens and earth in place. The ferocious monsters, still in their attacking poses, instantly turned to dust and vanished. A towering figure descended from the sky, each step accompanied by a flowing aura. He stood with one hand behind his back, the other casually sweeping his sleeve, and the remaining monsters were swept into his sleeve like dust. Ancestor! The Li family members immediately knelt down upon seeing him. The figure did not linger, vanishing directly into the spatial fissure. Moments later, a deafening roar echoed from the fissure, then abruptly ceased. When the Li clan's heavenly emperor reappeared, he held a monstrous head the size of a small mountain in his left hand, and with a flick of his right sleeve. Boom! Hundreds of imprisoned alien creatures crashed to the ground from the golden cages, shattering the training ground. The monsters violently collided with the cages, each impact causing the engraved patterns on them to emit blinding light. Take them for the younger generation to practice on. With that, his figure vanished once more. In the vast sky above, two heavenly emperors stood side by side, gazing down at the sword mound below. Li Tian sighed lightly. Shin, old man, the heavenly sword is the treasured artifact of the Li clan. This favor is a bit too much. The clan's most precious treasure? Shin Tai suddenly interrupted, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. He pointed downward. The person hasn't left yet. Why don't you go tell her to stay? I won't go. Although Yun Yang's power might not match that of the celestial emperor, she was indeed a genuine ancient deity. If she wanted to leave today, who dared to stop her? Moreover, although the heavenly sword was gone, it could be considered a favor to Qin Wangchuan. It's not too much of a loss. At the peak of the sword tomb, the nine-dragon altar. The massive heavenly sword trembled violently before Qin Wangchuan, its gilded blade contracting at a speed visible to the naked eye. To others, the clan's sacred heavenly sword seemed to vanish into thin air, but in reality, it had transformed into a 3-inch long streak of light, silently landing in his palm. When the light faded, a small sword slightly longer than a finger lay there quietly, its blade adorned with the same ancient patterns as before. Yun Yang's fingertip gently touched the sword hilt, and a silver thread extended from it, tying the small sword around Qin Wangchuan's neck. She raised the corner of her eye, a faint smile playing on her lips. Do you need me to call you master? Qin Wangchuan remained expressionless. The elder is joking, he said, running his fingertips over the sword's blade at his neck. We are merely partners, not master and servant. Qin Wangchuan's heart was as clear as a mirror. Yun Yang had not chosen him, rather, he was the only one who could take her away from this place. She protected him, and he helped her escape. That was all. To harbor any improper thoughts would be ridiculous. Now. Yun Yang smiled lightly upon hearing this, her eyes sparkling with even more joy. That word was used very cleverly. It's rare. A hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. An imperial descendant with such a disposition is indeed rare. While remaining humble and composed, he also possesses the defiant arrogance unique to a prodigy. Reaching the pinnacle of power in the future is not impossible. As she thought this, Yun Yang's gaze grew more focused as she studied Qin Wangchuan's physique. Speaking of which, she furrowed her brows slightly. Your immortal physique is vastly different from what I recall. Having broken through to the 8th realm in 5 years of sword cultivation without any formal training is truly defying the heavens. After speaking, she suddenly raised her eyes, a hint of inquiry flashing in her gaze. Have you gained any insights? Qin Wangchuan shook his head slightly. Over the past 5 years, he had used the drop of essence blood from the founder of the Li family to cultivate his sword. Yet that majestic sword light had always flickered uncertainly within his mind. It seemed as though he had gained something, yet it was like trying to see flowers through a mist, always just out of reach. It was hard to say if there had been any real progress. As they spoke, they walked downwards. The once lengthy sword tomb of self-reflection now felt unusually light and airy. At 15 years old, reaching the 8th realm, even in ancient times, that was extraordinary. Yun Yang floated behind him, her slender fingers gently tucking away strands of hair from her temple, her starry eyes sparkling with cunning. But little one, you can still become stronger. What you're cultivating now is nothing but a neutered version of the ancient system. She raised her hand, and a thread of ancient Taoist energied at her fingertips. Let's not even mention the differences in previous realms. Just take the 8th realm. In the ancient era, the realm beyond the 8th realm was not the current 9th realm of heaven and earth, but the heavenly human realm. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly leaned close to Qin Wangchuan, her black hair brushing against the sword pendant at his neck, her breath fragrant like orchids. Only by first reaching the heavenly human realm do you have the qualifications to proclaim it to the heavens and earth. Otherwise, while you can still continue your cultivation normally, your combat power will be worlds apart. Do you wish to know how to reach the heavenly human realm? Qin Wangchuan raised his eyebrows slightly. There was actually a heavenly human realm between the 8th and 9th realms? Typically, reaching the 9th realm, the heaven and earth realm, allows one to declare to the heavens and earth, but in the words of the elder, it is proclaim. Just one word different, yet it might be an entirely different realm. Please enlighten me, senior. First, call Yun Yang over to listen. Qin Wangchuan. Chapter 55, Even among heavenly geniuses, there are differences. There are many reasons why the heavenly realm was abandoned by later generations, one of which is the extremely high risk involved. The path to ascension is not difficult, only 3 things are needed. Yun Yang's fingertips condensed a thread of Taoist energy, sketching out the illusory forms of 3 celestial gates in the air. An ultimate physical body, a clear and enlightened Tao heart, and the ability to knock open the heavenly gates. The first is that your immortal body has already reached the pinnacle of physical perfection. The second is that I have witnessed the steadfastness of your Tao heart. She suddenly turned around, staring at the composed young man before her. The most difficult is the third. At the peak of the 8th realm, one must find the heavenly gate at the intersection of the Tao of heaven and the dragon's fortune. At that time, use your body as the key to knock open the heavenly gate, and you shall ascend to the heavenly realm, proclaiming your achievement to the heavens and earth. Do not underestimate this step. Out of 10 who ascend to heaven, half perish, and there is no resurrection. This is the ancient method of ascending to heaven. There is only one chance. The intersection of the Tao of Heaven and the Dragon's fortune? The immortal Imperial dynasty of Central Plains might meet this criterion. Qin Huangquan silently noted this in his heart, intending to visit the Immortal Empire in the future. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the entrance to the Sword Tomb. At this moment, there were not only members of the Li family but also many from the Qin family. Those unaware might have thought the Qin clan had launched an attack. However, the first person he saw caught him off guard. As Qin Huangquan stepped out of the Sword Tomb's barrier, the mountain wind swept fallen leaves into a whirlwind. His fifth sister, Qin Xingjin, sat under an old tree, with the imperial sword that never left her side resting across her knees. She was staring absently at a withered branch on the tree. She was dressed in snow-white robes, but a few bamboo leaves had settled in her hair, which she did not seem to notice. Qin Huangquan stepped forward and bowed slightly to the white-clad figure, fifth sister. Qin Xingjin's body trembled slightly, as if awakening from a distant sword realm. She turned slowly, her gaze unfocused, and only when she recognized the person before her did she snap back to reality. "Ah, you're here. I was here practicing swordsmanship, and also waiting for you. Did you gain anything from this trip?" Qin Huangquan shook his head. "I see." Qin Xingjin stood up, shook the fallen leaves off her body, and agreed, "I didn't gain much either. It seems that the so-called Li family of the Heavenly Sword is nothing special after all." Upon hearing this, dozens of gazes from the Li family members suddenly pierced toward them. "Not you, big sister. Can't you just criticize them behind their backs?" Of course, everyone dared only think this in their hearts. Qin Xingjing of the Qin family, though seemingly innocent and naive, was indeed a peerless sword cultivator. At a sword fighting tournament years ago, she single-handedly defeated 9 clans, leaving no one daring to step forward. 10 years without drawing her sword, but when she did, it stunned everyone for a decade. Qin Huangquan surveyed the crowd, his gaze as sharp as a sword, eventually settling on Li Qinghuan. He tilted his head slightly, his voice calm. "Where is Ye Jianwei? Your little maid?" Qin Xingjin blinked and replied slowly, "She went to the outer mist forest for her usual trials. During the days you were away, she fought fierce beasts with her life every day. The blood on her body when she returned could probably fill several large vats." Qin Huangquan nodded. Ye Jianwei was indeed that kind of person. She was the future celestial emperor. Even if left to her own devices, she would grow stronger in her own way. Li Qinghuan stepped out of the crowd, her jet black hair flowing like a waterfall in the wind. 5 years had passed, and the once innocent girl had grown into a breathtaking beauty. Her brows were like distant mountains shrouded in mist, her eyes like a cold pond reflecting the moon, and a single ice crystal hairpin on her forehead added a touch of ethereal grace. A moonlit flowing robe danced in the breeze, layers of sheer fabric swirling like mist, shimmering with a cool glow in the sunlight. Despite her ethereal appearance, she thinks of someone every day, hoping he will return soon. She moves swiftly, embracing him tightly. "Just come out." Li Qinghuan whispered softly, her voice as crisp as frost and snow, yet a faint hint of tenderness escaped at the end. Qin Huangquan could feel the person in his arms exhale deeply. The onlookers from the Li family had long since grown accustomed to this. However, some members of the Qin family were left speechless. Li Qinghuan, who had suppressed countless prodigies in his youth. Having grown into a peerless beauty, she had captivated countless talented young men from all directions. Even after her engagement to the 9th prince of the Qin family was announced to the world, she remained the ethereal goddess of the Li family in the eyes of the world until this very moment. Everyone finally realized that the once unattainable goddess would also shed all her coldness for one man, revealing such a tender, feminine side. No wonder he's the 9th prince. Everyone from the Qin family silently raised their thumbs in admiration. Even Ji Wuchen, watching from afar, his eyes lit up with excitement as he clenched his fists. "To have won over this woman, you truly are the one." However, some observant individuals placed greater emphasis on Qin Huangquan's strength, such as Li Xian. Li Xian's gaze was as sharp as a sword, fixated on Qin Huangquan. He thought to himself, "His aura is slightly weaker than mine. He should be around the 8th realm. Has his sword cultivation stagnated over the past 5 years? It seems the eternal immortal body is indeed no exaggeration. However, I can already fight beyond my realm, let alone someone a realm below me." Li Xian thought, his lips curling slightly as his eyes grew more intense with battle intent. "In terms of age, I'm 13 years older than him. In terms of combat experience, he can't compare to me. In this battle I have a 90% chance of victory." Having made up his mind, he took a step forward, lowering his brows slightly, his voice ringing like clashing metal. "Xinju Shizi, though this may seem abrupt, would you be willing to exchange a few moves with Li?" This was the first time Li Xian had ever bowed his head, not out of fear of Qin Huangquan. He simply knew that the other had just emerged from the sword tomb and dared to challenge him so boldly, which was rather inconsiderate. He had never been one to lack tact. But his battle intent had reached its peak, and he couldn't resist the urge to fight. "Li Xian." Li Qinghuan took a step forward, gazing at this defeated foe with a cold gaze, her expression tinged with a protective aura toward her husband. "He has only just emerged. He needs time to recover." But the next moment, he was pulled back by Qin Huangquan. The force was too strong, causing Li Qinghuan to collide with his chest unexpectedly. Her breath caught for a moment. Only then did she realize that the man who had once been half a head shorter than her, whom she had once regarded as a younger brother and her fiancé, could now easily envelop her entirely in his embrace. Warm breath brushed over her hair, and his strong arms held her tightly. This sudden turn of events left her ears burning, and for a moment she forgot what to do. Qin Huangchuan did not notice the change in the beauty in his arms but instead turned his gaze toward the man whose sharp demeanor was evident. All right. I was just about to stretch my legs. Li Xian was taken aback, not expecting him to agree so readily. A hint of respect arose in his heart. Thank you, Prince. Please follow me to the training ground. No need. Qin Huangchuan interrupted him casually. He raised his gaze to the distant boundary wall that had already been sealed, his eyes blazing with sword intent. Let's do it here. It should be over quickly. Li Xian's pupils contracted slightly, and his fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword for a moment. Had he been underestimated? The thought flashed through his mind, but it was quickly overshadowed by a wave of nostalgia. Back then, those who were several realms above him had also looked down on him in the same way. But in the end, they had all become his defeated foes. All right. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as his soul-bound sword slid out of its scabbard, accompanied by a dragon's roar. Come. As always, he remained calm. With a single step, his personal domain condensed within 10 zhang of his body, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged toward him. Although Qin Huangchuan was much younger than him, there was not a hint of complacency in his eyes. Qin Huangchuan did not activate his domain either, maintaining his embrace around Li Qinghuan. His left hand held the sword loosely, and the solitary phoenix sword slowly emerged from the endless void. The tip of the sword gently touched the air, creating ripples of Dao patterns between the real world and the void. Zheng! A clear and piercing sword cry, surpassing the sound of metal and stone, echoed from beyond the heavens. That was not the sound of ordinary metal, but the trembling of the Dao itself. A familiar faint glow flickers at the tip of the sword. Still as faint as fireflies at first, it erupted in an instant into a dazzling river of swords that pierced through heaven and earth. Countless stars were born and died within it, each containing the power to sever the sun and moon. Just as the entire sword river collapsed into a single point of sharpness. Primordial god-slaying sword. With a faint cry, the heavens and earth suddenly darkened. It seemed as though all color had been stripped from the world, leaving only the lingering sword light from the strike slicing through the sky. That was a sword strike so fast that even time itself froze. The domain shattered. A crimson line ran straight down from Li Xian's forehead. Before he could react, Li Xian felt a flash before his eyes, and his vision suddenly split into two in an eerie manner. Ha! Chapter 56, it's time to push the main quest, and quickly. Qin Huangchuan's sword strike was too fast. Not only did the person himself not react, but even the disciples watching the battle were caught off guard. Wherever the sword light reached, everything was split in two. Look at that momentum. Forget about an 8th rank facing a 9th rank. Even if a 10th rank or 11th rank cultivator were to arrive, they would be instantly slain. The blood dripping onto the pristine training ground was starkly vivid, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. Li Xian's body was neatly split in two from the center, and blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the blue bricks beneath his feet red. Bang! The two halves of his body crashed to the ground one after the other, spilling internal organs and blood everywhere. The entire arena fell silent. Li Han's recording brush snapped in half with a crack, and the ink splattered on his robe, but he didn't even notice. His lips trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Big brother? This was what Li Xian had entrusted him with before the battle, asking him to record the entire fight in as much detail as possible so they could analyze it and improve. But now, forget about summarizing lessons. He couldn't even piece the body back together. No, it can't be. Li Han stumbled forward, his hands covered in blood, as he collapsed beside his brother's body. My older brother was a prodigy who could kill enemies across realms and even fight two realms at once. How could he not even block a single sword strike against an 8th realm opponent? Li Han's screams were heart-wrenching, leaving the entire Li family present speechless. If Li Xian was a prodigy who could crush opponents from higher realms, then Qin Huangchuan, who crushed him from a higher realm, must be the prodigy among prodigies. They knew that in the face of absolute demonic talent, the title of prodigy was nothing but a joke. Until an elder shouted, "Bring the Chaos Green Lotus Seed." The remaining ordinary disciples were still in a daze. One sword, just one sword. Liu stood beside him, swallowing hard, his voice dry and hoarse. Li Xian's extinction sword domain couldn't even withstand half a breath. He had fought against Li Xian before and knew how powerful he was. Thinking back to their brief exchange earlier, the term instant kill used by the others seemed utterly ridiculous. This was the real deal. The members of the Qin family, however, were unfazed by this. They knew that the 9th prince was a prodigy of extraordinary talent. Cutting down a renowned prodigy with a single sword was nothing out of the ordinary. But the problem was that Li Xian wasn't an ordinary prodigy. Not only was he 10 years older than Qin Huangchuan. At just 28 years old, he had already dominated his peers, and to this day, he had only been defeated a few times by the demonic Li Qinghuan. But those were merely defeats. He hadn't been instantly killed. Li Qinghuan leaned against Qin Huangquan's chest, feeling the steady rise and fall of his chest. The aftereffects of that sword strike still lingered before her eyes. She looked up at her fiancé's sharply defined jawline and noticed his expression was as calm as water, as if he had just casually swatted away a mosquito. A flash of awe crossed her beautiful eyes. Ji Wuchen stood at a distance, trembling uncontrollably. Under his straw hat, his eyes burned with intensity. He grabbed his disciple beside him and shouted, his voice trembling with excitement, "Did you see that? That's Qin Huangquan. What genius and cross-realm domination. In front of him, they're all just worthless trash." Bystanders looked puzzled, shaking off his hand and muttering, "He's just showing off his skills. What's the big deal? Is he your long-lost father or something? What does that have to do with me?" Ji Wuchen's expression hardened, and when he looked at Qin Huangquan again, his eyes blazed with determination. "I will be the one to defeat him in the future." After saying that, Ji Wuchen quickly shrunk back, afraid of being noticed by Qin Huangquan, but now isn't the time. Seeing his expression, the man scoffed and said, "Enough with the nonsense. That sword strike alone is enough for 99% of people to study for a lifetime. You want to defeat him? If you said that a moment ago, I might have believed you, but now you just look like a little cutie." Yun Yang floated in mid-air, her slender hands gently covering her red lips, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She had thought Qin Huangquan would hold back, but this sword strike was so decisive and ruthless. Her gaze fell on the young man from the Li family. The chaos green lotus seed canceled and reshaped the body. She murmured softly, her starry eyes flashing with understanding, "But the shadow of this sword strike will likely haunt him for the rest of his life." However, as everyone marveled at the sword strike, Qin Huangquan sighed softly. The Taichu Zongshan sword was a secret technique of the Qin family, and it was with this sword that his older brother had wounded the emperor. Though he hadn't grasped the mystery of that sword strike, relying on his extraordinary talent, the Taichu Zongshan sword had already been thoroughly mastered in his mind. But Qin Huangquan cast a gaze filled with regret toward Li Xian's corpse. He truly hadn't meant to do it. I thought someone who dared to challenge me would have something up their sleeve, so I gave it my all. Sorry, brother, I misunderstood you. So you didn't have anything after all. Several days later, at the Li family's Qinglian Sea. Inside the room, as the chaotic liquid in the ancient cauldron suddenly surged, the last faint glow of the blue lotus seed vanished into the boiling mist. Li Xian's naked body suddenly sat up from the cauldron, instinctively touching his chest and forehead. That was the closest he had ever come to death. No, to be precise, he had already died once. After confirming he was unharmed, he exhaled deeply, but the next moment. Damn it! Li Xian cursed for the first time in his life, clenching his fists tightly and roaring into the air, "Ji Xiong! You bastard! Achoo!" Ji Wuchen, who was practicing in the quiet room of the Ji family, suddenly sneezed and instinctively looked toward the Li family's direction. "Let me calculate the time. Li Xiong should be awake by now." He muttered under his breath, but the corners of his mouth curled into a smug smile, "This isn't my fault. I told you weren't a match for Qin Huangquan. Don't believe me? Well, now you see." With that, Ji Wuchen turned his head toward the direction of the immortal Imperial dynasty of Zhengzhou. Earlier, I overheard Qin Huangquan mentioning that he was planning to go to the Imperial dynasty. There's a legendary dragon's secret realm about to open there, and I wonder if he's heading there for that. Why don't I go check it out too? Before he could finish speaking, Ji Wuchen suddenly snapped back to reality. He raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face. "Snap out of it," he growled under his breath. The burning pain on his face brought him back to his senses. Qin Huangquan had already reached the 8th realm at the age of 15, while I'm still only at the 6th realm. The 6th realm was the realm Qin Huangquan had already reached at the age of 10. This was the gap even after relentless training, otherwise, the gap would be even greater. Ji Wuchen clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. A 3-year gap had created a 2-realm chasm. All these years, I couldn't resist sneaking over to the Li family to peek, wasting so much time. I can't keep doing this. Ji Wuchen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. But upon further reflection, he couldn't help but sigh, the immortal body of eternal life shouldn't be so naturally gifted. How did that guy manage to achieve such a feat? 5 years of sword cultivation, and not a single bit of his cultivation has declined. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Forget about peers of his generation, even we elders have been left far behind. There are only 5 years left until the 10-year pact. I'll risk my life to break through the 8th realm before I turn 23. As the bold words fell, a bone-chilling coldness suddenly swept over his heart. But by the time I break into the 8th realm. Ji Wuchen's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice dry and raspy. What level will Qin Huangquan have reached by then? So, is that the only option left? He slowly closed his eyes, and in his mind's eye appeared the scroll of the 9 calamities burning life technique in the deepest recesses of the ancestral hall's forbidden chamber that was the forbidden power of burning one's very essence, and only by cultivating that technique might he have a chance to catch up to him. But the price was that his future potential would be capped, making further progress nearly impossible. It would be like being crippled for the rest of his life. Was it worth it? Ji Wuchen's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light and his knuckles cracked loudly. Whether it's worth it or not, we'll only know after we fight. Qin Wangchuan, the 10-year pact don't think you can win so easily. At the same time, at the Qin family estate. Within the Wangchuan pavilion. Qin Wangchuan sat cross-legged on the black jade platform, his fingertips lightly touching the void as he studied the system's new feature. Targeted simulation. Targeted simulation allows you to freely select any secret realm, ruin, or specific location as the simulation starting point. He read the description and nodded in satisfaction. It's like being teleported directly to the entrance of a dungeon, no need to start the simulation from the beginning. Gaining secret realm experience at zero cost. This was like having a complete guide for a dungeon, complete with a save point. But that would require a large number of simulation runs. Qin Wangchuan rubbed his chin, suddenly remembering that he hadn't checked the system's tasks in a long time. The plot should still be progressing normally. 5 years have passed. Has Yin Qiyue died yet? Chapter 57, Stop meddling in this and that, just push through quickly. Lower Qianzhou Kanglan Sea Realm. Northern Domain, Daoist Palace. The night was deep, and the candlelight flickered. Yin Qiyue, clad in a thin white nightgown, lay lazily before the dressing table. Her black hair was scattered about, with a few strands hanging over the mirror, gently swaying as her fingertips moved across it. 5 years had passed, and the once innocent girl not only survived but blossomed into a captivating beauty. Every smile and frown now exuded mature charm, making her a mesmerizing, alluring woman. Today, the Daoist Palace admitted 3 new disciples with innate spiritual roots. She propped her chin lazily, her fingertips unconsciously drawing circles on the mirror's surface. Interestingly, one of the children has exceptional bone structure, yet his meridians are naturally blocked. After 10 years of cultivation, he hasn't achieved as much as others in 3 months. She suddenly chuckled, a hint of amusement flickering in her sleepy eyes. What's even more peculiar is that after returning home to visit his family, all the meager cultivation he had managed to accumulate over the years vanished completely. In the end, he was even rejected in marriage, and in his humiliation, he blurted out, "Don't look down on a poor young man." Ah! And last night, the old pine tree on the back mountain suddenly gained sentience and insisted on becoming the mountain guardian elder. 5 years had passed, and every night, Yin Qiyue would stand before the mirror, muttering these trivial matters to herself. Though the mirror remained cold and unresponsive, she never ceased. Yet she continued day after day, never missing a single night. Suddenly, the mirror's surface rippled. Yin Qiyue. The cold, clear voice startled her, causing her elbow to slip, and her chin slammed hard against the table. As she winced in pain, she saw the face she had longed for reflected in the mirror. "I was dreaming again," she muttered, closing her eyes and pressing her forehead against the cold mirror. This time, it felt more real than usual. Yin Qiyue. Only when the unfamiliar yet familiar voice of the young man echoed again did Yin Qiyue jolt upright, all traces of sleep vanishing. The mirror suddenly reflected the figure she had been longing for, staring at her. Her jade-like fingers clenched tightly, and Yin Qiyue pressed her face against the mirror, her hairpin swaying violently. "Master?" Her voice trembled with disbelief, even forgetting to use honorifics. The young master she once knew had changed so much, becoming even more handsome and charming. "I thought you had abandoned me. You don't know." She suddenly choked up, thinking of the past 5 years she had spent managing the Daoist Palace with meticulous care. During that time, she had naturally faced life-threatening crises, but fortunately, she had the precious treasure left by the young master. "Qiyue has been. Enough." Qin Wangchuan interrupted her and continued, "Get ready. We need to start pushing the main quest quickly." "Main quest?" Yin Qiyue's eyes flickered with confusion, but it quickly turned into determination. Yes. It didn't matter. As long as the young master still wanted her, she would do anything. That night, Yin Qiyue began her preparations. The disciples outside the hall had never seen the sect master act so out of character. The usually cold and aloof figure was seen rushing toward the treasure vault, holding up her skirt, with the vibrant red skirt spreading out in a joyful arc on the stone steps. "What is the sect master doing?" A young disciple rubbed his eyes, doubting what he had seen. "Is this really the same ruthless and merciless sect master?" "You're new here, so you wouldn't know," a blue-robed senior disciple whispered. "Back when the Asking the Way Palace wasn't yet called that, several immortals once descended upon us. What happened afterward is unknown. All we need to know is that everything the sect master possesses, including this Wendao Palace, belongs to that great being." The junior disciple sucked in a sharp breath. "Possession? Are you referring to forbidden territory?" The blue-robed senior disciple nodded firmly, a fleeting look of deep secrecy flashing in his eyes. The young disciple froze in place, the lantern in his hands clattering to the ground. As the candle flickered, he faintly envisioned the revered sect master being possessed by that powerful figure. Could it be that this stern and ruthless sect master also harbors a hidden passion? Ugh, he suddenly sucked in a sharp breath, shook his head vigorously, and hurriedly banished the blasphemous thought from his mind. A heart as pure as ice, unshaken even if the sky collapses, a heart as pure as ice. Even as he murmured the pure heart mantra under his breath, his fingertips trembled uncontrollably. It wasn't lust, but an unprecedented jealousy. How I envy that great man. The next day, Qingxi Town. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, and dew still clung to the stone paths of Qingxi Town. Yin Qiyue, her face veiled in a plain silk scarf, stood at the town entrance, her fingertips gently caressing the jade token at her waist. The jade token bore the young master's orders from the previous day, and his enchanting voice still echoed in her ears. Go to the Wanbao Pavilion in Qingxi Town, find the shopkeeper Gui Jun, and beat him until he begs for mercy. A cold gleam flashed in her eyes as she took a graceful step forward, and in an instant, she had arrived at the entrance of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Bang! Her delicate hands pushed lightly, and the two heavy carved wooden doors burst open with a loud crash, sending wood chips flying everywhere. Inside the shop, several clerks who had been counting goods were so startled that they fell to the ground. They had never seen such a beautiful maiden before and dared not speak. This fairy. Finally, one of the clerks stammered to his feet, sweat beading on his forehead. May I ask what brings you here? Yin Qiyue's gaze was cold and piercing, her aura intimidating. Where is your manager? Hearing this, the shop assistants dared not linger. A moment later, a middle-aged man with a round face and a slightly plump build came downstairs. Upon recognizing the person in front of him, a fleeting look of admiration flashed across his eyes. But the next moment, he was grabbed by the collar. Mr. Gua? Yes, it's me. The man wiped the sweat from his brow and forced a smile. Are you here to buy any treasures, fairy? Our humble shop. No, I'm not buying anything. Before he could finish speaking, Yin Qiyue had already struck out with a palm. Boom! Wei the shopkeeper was sent flying backward, crashing into 3 rows of shelves, shattering jade and porcelain into pieces on the ground. Then Yin Qiyue enveloped her fist with spiritual energy and delivered a brutal beating. After a stick of incense had burned. Do you surrender? She asked coldly. I surrender. I surrender. Gua Zhanggui spat blood and begged for mercy. Please spare my life, divine maiden. Yin Qiyue nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. As soon as she stepped out of the Wanbao Pavilion, she eagerly pulled out the Tongshan mirror to summon Qin Wangchuan and reported to him with respect, Master, Wei Jun has been defeated. Qin Wangchuan raised his eyes and glanced at the system panel. New task, times have changed. After entering the sect, you received your first task, head to Qingxi Town to purchase spiritual herbs. However, upon arriving in Qingxi Town, you discovered that Gui Jun, the proprietor of the Wanjin Pavilion, has been monopolizing the spiritual herb trade in the town, arbitrarily raising prices and oppressing wandering cultivators. Especially towards those lowly cultivators without any sect affiliation, he has exploited them to the extreme. If this had happened before, you would have turned a blind eye, but now that your strength has changed beyond recognition, you must seek justice. Mission objective, teach Gui Jun, the proprietor of Wanjin Pavilion, a lesson and make him submit willingly. Difficulty, normal. Task reward, simulation attempts +1, primordial essence +75. This mission is actually from the plot when I first joined the sect? Is the system slacking off too? No response means the task is incomplete. What? Yin Qiyue froze. Impossible, he said it himself. Go again. Yin Qiyue's neck tensed instantly, and her earlobes turned a faint red. She had embarrassed herself in front of the young master. She turned around angrily and rushed back to the Wanbao Pavilion. Bang! The door, which had just been propped open, was kicked flying again. Gua, the shopkeeper, was kneeling behind the counter applying medicine. Upon seeing her, he was so startled that he fell off the chair. Lady, how could you? Regardless of the shopkeeper's response, she delivered another round of blows. The shop assistant had already fled in terror, and Gua the shopkeeper was huddled in the corner, trembling uncontrollably. Do you surrender? Yin Qiyue asked coldly. I surrender. I really surrender. Gua Zhanggui cried, take whatever you want, just don't hit me anymore. I want nothing. She gathered sword energy at her fingertips. I just want to beat you, Gui Jun. Gua the shopkeeper froze in shock. What? I'm not Gui Jun. I'm his older brother. Gua Zhanggui was on the verge of tears. Gui Jun is at the Wanjin Pavilion next door. I'm his younger brother. Yin Qiyue, Wanjin Pavilion? Chapter 58, a spark that can be extinguished by anyone. When will you shine upon the world? But it was clearly. Yin Qiyue flipped through the jade token and suddenly recalled a terrifying fact. Last night, when the young master lowered his eyes to give instructions, a strand of black hair fell across his forehead, making her heart tremble and her thoughts drift away. I must have heard wrong. The air froze for a moment. Yin Qiyue's lips twitched slightly beneath her veil as she lowered her head and demanded, why didn't you tell me sooner? She nearly caused another embarrassing incident in front of the young master. While Hui was on the verge of tears, you never asked in the first place. Plus, with your knee to my knee and your fist to my mouth, I couldn't run away or speak a word. He was so wronged. Yin Qiyue took a deep breath and turned to leave. The next moment, she had already arrived at the entrance of the Wanjin Pavilion. Ye Jianwei had no idea what was happening as he was being beaten to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. "Mercy, please spare my life." He struggled to roll over, his face filled with terror. "I don't know what I've done to offend you. Do you submit?" Immortal asked coldly. Ye Jianwei, what? Slap. Another slap sent him spinning 3 times in place, stars dancing before his eyes. "Do you surrender?" "I surrender. I surrender." Ye Jianwei clutched his swollen face and nodded frantically, "I surrender completely." Though he had no idea what had just happened, he knew that admitting defeat was all that mattered. Immortal narrowed her eyes. "Really? I'm truly convinced. Absolutely convinced." Ye Jianwei was on the verge of tears. "If the fairy tells me to go east, I'll never go west. If she tells me to beat a dog, I'll never chase a chicken." Immortal was satisfied and stopped, turning to leave. Ye Jianwei collapsed on the ground, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Is this the karma for making money the hard way? As Ye Jianwei lay on the ground questioning his life, he suddenly heard a familiar set of footsteps. "Brother, brother." Ye Jianwei limped over, with a clear handprint on his face, his clothes in disarray, looking as though he had been robbed on the street. Ye Jianwei widened his eyes. "Brother. You were beaten too? They hit your head." Ye Jianwei was so angry he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "It's all your fault." "What? What does that have to do with me?" Ye Jianwei looked completely confused. "If it weren't for you always swindling people, dealing on the black market, and forcing others to sign indentured contracts, would I have to take this beating for you?" Ye Jianwei grew angrier as he spoke, picking up the abacus from the ground and smashing it against his brother's head. "Let you make dirty money. Let you not learn to be good. Let you drag your own brother into this." Smack! 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 Ye Jianwei covered his head and fled. "Brother, brother. Stop hitting me." Task completed, simulation attempts +1, source +75. This was just the beginning. For a long time afterward, Immortal helped Qin Wangchuan complete tasks. As the tasks became increasingly complex, she even resorted to using the power of the Taoist palace. However, this decision caused the entire Taoist palace to go off the rails. Taoyuan Town Taoyuan Inn. Inside the inn, the place was bustling with noise. Several wandering cultivators gathered in a corner, whispering about the strange events recent in the cultivation world. "Have you heard? The Taoist palace has gone mad lately, running amok everywhere." A gaunt-faced cultivator took a swig of wine, marveling at the news. "That's right," another one exclaimed, slapping the table. "A few days ago, I saw it with my own eyes. A disciple of the Taoist palace, dressed in coarse robes and carrying a mysterious package, deliberately went to the bandits at Black Wind Mountain. Those bandits thought he had a treasure, so they immediately gathered a dozen or so of their brothers and surrounded him." "That's asking for trouble," someone interjected. "A single disciple from the Taoist palace could wipe them all out." "That's the clever part," the speaker said excitedly. "The disciple pretended to be panicked, running and shouting, 'Help me!' He lured the bandits out 2 miles. In the end he dragged out the last word. When they caught up in the woods, the disciple suddenly turned around and, in the blink of an eye, killed all of them." Whoa! Everyone sucked in their breath in astonishment. Fishing enforcement? You're telling me?" The storyteller whispered, lowering his voice. "What is even more brilliant is that the disciple used the same trick again." The bandit leader was furious and decided to handle it personally. The result was, the entire Black Wind Mountain was surrounded by the Taoist palace, the land was turned over 3 times, earthworms were split in half, and even the stray dogs by the roadside were slapped twice. The listeners were speechless, finding it hard to believe that this was the style of a major sect. Better not mess with them. If you ever see anyone from the Taoist palace, it's best to keep your distance. However, at the next table, 3 disciples dressed in plain robes instinctively shrunk back. The young female disciple bit her chopsticks and whispered, "Senior brother, is the reputation of the Daowen Palace really that bad?" The man holding the teacup paused for a moment, hesitating to speak. Another disciple cleared his throat and whispered, "Well, actually, the Wendao Palace used to be pretty upright." "What about now?" "Now." The man sighed, his expression complicated. "Ever since the master started working for that nobleman, the rumors have, been a little off track." The young disciple looked innocent. "Who is that nobleman?" The eldest of the 3, Lu Chen, replied, "It's best not to pry into that nobleman's identity. It's for the good of both you and me. However, although these tasks are odd and varied, it's clear that the nobleman treats us very well." Lu Chen's fingertips gently brushed against the jade pendant at his waist, the icy touch causing a fleeting shadow to flicker in his eyes. No one knew. Within his seemingly worthless body lay an ancient demonic weapon, the Azura soul-slicing blade. This demonic blade devoured his essence day and night, not only rendering him powerless and a laughingstock but also causing his childhood fiancée to publicly tear up their engagement contract. He had thought he would have to endure a century of torment in this dark, hopeless existence, but he never expected that the nobleman would see through his true nature with a single glance through the mirror and bestow upon him the treasure bottle and several pills. Just for this alone, as long as he doesn't violate his principles, he will do whatever the master commands. Oh. The young disciple blinked her eyes innocently and nodded in agreement. No one knew. Beneath her innocent facade lay an identity that defied the heavens. The beloved daughter of the Xiantian Pavilion, across 1,000 realms, an unparalleled prodigy with a clear spiritual vein, had come to this world in turmoil in search of opportunity. Father once said that this world is filled with hidden currents. She absent-mindedly twirled a strand of her black hair. Even those reclusive old monsters have emerged to secretly plot. Could all of this be because of that great one whom even my father speaks of with such reverence? So that's it. The green-robed disciple sitting in the corner suddenly spoke, his fingertips reflecting the plain, ordinary face of an ordinary person. We're just lowly disciples. Why bother with such matters? He chuckled, causing ripples to form on the surface of his tea. All we need to do is follow the sect master's orders. Whatever the sect master says, we do. Still, no one knew. The green-robed man appeared flesh and blood, his expressions lifelike. But if someone with profound cultivation were to focus closely, they would discover that beneath the green robe lay a body crafted from heavenly symbol paper. And the one pulling the strings behind it all could be traced back to the 10-direction celestial court above the 3,000 states. Qin family, the mystic pavilion. Qin Xuanji leaned casually against the jade throne, his fingertips tapping lightly on the table. The reflection of the people from the Taoist palace in the water mirror caused the corners of his lips to curve into a playful smile. Such a small place, yet every one of them is a talent. His deep eyes narrowed slightly, flickering with countless thoughts. Is it a coincidence? Or is this your master stroke? But regardless, ninth brother, such an interesting matter, how could I let you enjoy it alone? As he finished speaking, Qin Xuanji suddenly stopped the ripples with his finger, his voice growing solemn. At first glance, it's just a flickering firefly light that anyone could extinguish, but that fiery momentum isn't it precisely born from such a small flame? Let me see. He gently ground his fingertips, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Can the move you've set in motion turn into a raging fire that burns up to the heavens? Chapter 59, the strongest in the lower realm is no more than an ant. Current source, 37.2x. Remaining simulation attempts, 19. New task, the day of your rise has come. The reputation and strength of Qinglan Holy Land have gradually risen to the top in the northern region, finally catching the attention of the supreme power of the eastern region, the ancient hall. Through several conflicts, you have gradually seen the true colors of this so-called supreme power, nothing but cowards who bully the weak. At this point, Qinglan Holy Land has decided to declare war on them, and a bold idea begins to form in your mind. Objective 1, test your blade difficulty, extremely hard. Slay 20 elite warriors of the ancient hall and survive the counterattack. Reward, simulation attempts +1, primordial essence +150. Objective 2, reverse assault on the upper sect difficulty, desperate. Slay or subdue the current holy son holy daughter of the ancient hall and make them serve you. Reward, simulation attempts +1, primordial essence +200. Objective 3, the battle of heaven's collapse difficulty, unprecedented. Personally end the ruler of the ancient palace in the great battle and gain fame throughout the world. Completion reward, simulation attempts +2. Note, this is a 20-year long-term mission. Hosts are advised to proceed cautiously and within their capabilities. How long has it been since you changed your name? You're still calling yourself Qinglan Holy Land? System, I think you're too immersed in your own storyline. Qin Wangchuan stared at the system interface, tapping his fingertips lightly on the desk. But this storyline is still the classic tale of a lowly disciple rising to become the unrivaled ruler of the world. Of course, that's assuming Qin Wangchuan doesn't die. Shaking his head, he immediately relayed the task to Yin Qiyue. The ancient hall, right? Yin Qiyue's fingers unconsciously tightened around the hem of her robe, her lips turning slightly pale. The ancient hall, a name that filled her with shame whenever mentioned. During the 5 years Qin Wangchuan was missing, Yin Qiyue had been inhaling the fragrance of the pills in the bottle every day, causing her cultivation to advance rapidly. With the treasure mirror in her possession, she believed herself invincible. How could she ever have bothered to look at the ancient palace? However, the truth was the ancient hall actually had some real power. Its master was even hailed as the strongest in the eastern region, with no equal. If it weren't for the treasure mirror holding it back, the Taoist palace would have been crushed like a pebble on the road long ago. Even after seeding 7 spirit mines, the matter was finally settled. Under normal circumstances, no matter what others said, she would never dare to provoke the ancient hall again. But what the young master says is the will of heaven. Not just the ancient hall, even if she were asked to walk through fire and water, she wouldn't hesitate. I'll go prepare immediately, but declaring war and mobilizing troops will take time. Yin Qiyue was speaking, but her words were cut short by Qin Wangchuan's derisive laughter. Before the mirror, her body stiffened, and her breathing halted. Had she inadvertently offended her master? Yin Qiyue immediately straightened her back, bowed her head, and held her breath, not daring to flicker her eyelashes, waiting for her punishment. Declare war? Qin Wanchuan's fingertip tapped lightly on the mirror's surface. As ripples spread out, Yin Chiyue seemed to see the illusion of a starry sky collapsing in his eyes. When you see the sky ablaze with fire, do you need to inform the trees and grass in the forest? Power is the best declaration of war. Location. Just two simple words, yet Yin Chiyue felt an inexplicable dryness in his throat. Was the young master planning to take action personally? She hurriedly turned the mirror in that direction and replied, southeast, the position of Sun, beyond the 9 mountains and the heavenly gorge, across the 3 calamity cloud sea. At Qin Wanchuan's current cultivation level, his divine sense was insufficient to cover an entire realm, and his Taoist arts could not reach that far. However, the divine artifact in his secret stash more than made up for these shortcomings. He quickly locked onto the ancient hall. Yin Chiyue watched helplessly as the young master raised his hand toward the ancient hall, murmuring ancient Taoist incantations. The depths are vast and boundless, dividing the two primal forces. Through countless eons, the form is. In the ancient hall's council chamber in the eastern domain. I hear the Taoist palace is up to something again? An elder crushed the jade tablet in his hand and spoke with a meaningful tone. What's there to fear? Another elder scoffed, tapping his fingertips on the table. Even if she has a treasure, she was still taught a lesson by us and had to compensate us with 7 spirit mines. The hall erupted in laughter, but the ancient hall's master, Mo Tsangming, remains solemn. Don't be complacent. Whether she was truly favored by an immortal remains to be confirmed. It is said that Yin Chiyue from the northern region possesses extraordinary beauty, attracting immortals from the upper realms to take her as their disciple. After several inquiries, the truth remains unclear, but the treasure in her possession is indeed genuine. Thinking this, a fleeting glimpse of suppressed greed flashed in Mo Tsangming's eyes. Who wouldn't want such a treasure? But the death of Qing Lan Zhongzhao, the head of the Xianming sect, was indeed mysterious, and now a young girl has taken his place. It's unheard of. Before we know the truth, we must be cautious in our words and actions. If she does not provoke our realm, we should observe and wait, building our strength in silence. That's true. Everyone nodded in agreement. They then began discussing the purpose behind the recent bizarre actions of the Taoist palace. However, suddenly, Mo Tsangming's body stiffened, his pupils contracted sharply, and he leaped up from his seat, his gaze darting around like a startled beast. Master, someone asked in confusion. Something's wrong. Mo Tsangming's voice tightened as he repeated frantically, something's wrong, something's wrong. What's wrong? Something's wrong. Intent to kill? No. Mo Tsangming muttered to himself, is it the gaze? Someone is watching us. Mo Tsangming's pupils contracted violently, and cold sweat trickled down his temples. He sensed it. A terrifying presence was watching him. Not from outside the hall, not from any specific place, but everywhere. As if the shadows of the entire hall had turned into eyes, and every breath of air had become probing tentacles. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as his gaze swept inch by inch over the faces of every elder present. As if confirming something. The third elder was still stroking his beard with a cold smile, his lips curled in derision. The fifth elder was casually playing with his teacup, his eyes brimming with impatience. Even the enforcement elder furrowed his brows, as if he thought the third elder was making a mountain out of a molehill. Everyone, completely unaware. Only he, Mo Tsangming. Only his skin was burning, his bones trembling, every inch of his flesh screaming danger. You Mo Tsangming's Adam's apple bob, his voice sounding like it was being squeezed out of a cracked clay pot, you really didn't feel anything? The elders exchanged glances, some even snorting in derision. Just as the laughter died down, Mo Tsangming's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of needle tips, and an unprecedented wave of fear engulfed him. The feeling was like the instinctive wail of an ant terrified out of its wits. Run! This scream wasn't human. It sounded like a wild beast cornered and cornered, letting out its final wail as its fangs closed in on its throat. But it was already too late. The sky suddenly split open. A massive black sword forged from spiritual energy descended from the void, its blade wrapped in chaotic chaos light. Wherever it passed, space shattered inch by inch. In the instant the sword-esque glow appeared. All the disciples and elders within the ancient hall were instantly crushed to their knees, their bones groaning under the unbearable pressure. Only Mo Tsangming, the supreme ruler of the eastern realm under the mountain-like pressure, with veins bulging on his neck, forced his head up inch by inch. His eyes were bloodshot, and just as he caught a glimpse of the giant sword's outline, the next moment, darkness engulfed everything. In the final instant before his consciousness faded, Mo Tsangming suddenly realized who had wielded that sword. It must have been a great being from the upper realms. So, there really are immortals looking down upon the Taoist palace. Chapter 60, Targeted Simulation begins, True Dragon's Secret Realm. Master! An elder rushed in, his face as pale as paper, his voice trembling so much it was barely audible. The ancient hall has been destroyed. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, his trembling hands holding out a jade tablet. The entire region. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his pupils trembled violently, has been erased from the map of the eastern region by an unknown powerful being. Where the ancient hall once stood, there is now only a bottomless abyss. Yin Chiyue's lips parted slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief. This was the second time she had truly felt the power of Qin Wangchuan. Separated by an entire region, yet able to erase a top-tier power so effortlessly? Amidst the shock, an unprecedented sense of security began to spread within her heart. The stronger Qin Wangchuan became, the more secure her reliance on him grew in this chaotic world. However, another question arose. Although serving the young master is an honor, if this continues, I will forever be separated from him by a mirror. Yin Chiyue suddenly clenched her sleeves, her gaze involuntarily turning toward the sky, a fleeting glimpse of intense heat flashing in her eyes. It's not enough, far from enough. Task objectives 1, 2, and 3 completed. Current source 40.7 times. Remaining simulation attempts 23. Qin Wangchuan looked at his 40x source and over 20 simulation attempts, nodding satisfactorily. That should be enough. We can start targeted simulations. However, even though it looks like a lot, it's only enough for 11 simulations. Targeted simulation does not consume lifespan, but requires double the simulation attempts. If he had to choose, he'd rather consume lifespan. But it was just a stupid system, he couldn't expect too much from it. Qin Wangchuan immediately clicked the Start Simulation button. Please select the targeted simulation location. A map centered on him appeared on the system panel, with several small dots around it. Let me see. Cracked Abyss Blood Sea, Danshin Medicine Ruins, Ancient Battlefield Burial Ground, Heart Questioning Illusion Realm, True Dragon's Secret Realm. Not bad, system. Most of the secret realms and ruins were unfamiliar to Qin Wangchuan. Although he knew these weren't difficult, he didn't forget that this was information directly provided by the system. How to describe this feeling? It was like a mentally impaired son who had been foolish for 20 years suddenly came to his senses. Relief. Either too far or too small for now, this is the most suitable option, Qin Wangchuan said, shifting his gaze to the True Dragon's Secret Realm. True Dragon's Secret Realm. Information, unknown. Opportunity, unknown. Location, a special secret realm that opens periodically in the Central Plains Empire. Only those with the qualifications are permitted to enter. Hint, given the host's lowly status, the most likely way to enter is to attack someone with the qualifications and impersonate them. Ignore the system prompts as usual, focus on the word special. He tapped the panel information with his fingertips, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. This secret realm, I recall it was a vast world opened by the first emperor, where true dragons once dwelled. Most importantly, this is within the Imperial realm, where not only Imperial fortune but also dragon fortune abounds. Entering to explore and waiting until the realm breaks open will allow you to directly seek out the heavenly gate upon exiting. Killing two birds with one stone. This is the one. True Dragon's Secret Realm, targeted simulation beginning. You are Hong Yi, a disciple of the first-rank noble family of the Central Plains Imperial dynasty, aged 14, with cultivation at the 4th realm. Though young, your extraordinary talent has earned you the reputation as the most promising heir to revive the Hong clan, thus granting you this opportunity to enter the secret realm and broaden your horizons. Your mission is to obtain a handful of 9 dragon divine fire sand to heal the injuries of your clan's supreme elder. Day 0 in the secret realm. While waiting for the secret realm to begin, someone suggested a friendly competition. Your elders whispered in your ear, watch these prodigies closely, they are the ones you will one day strive to surpass. You thought to yourself, I'm a prodigy at home, why would I need to chase after anyone? But you soon understood. The prodigy of the Li family struck first, defeating everyone with a single sword strike, leaving no one daring to challenge him. Most importantly, she was a woman and an exceptionally beautiful one at that. You were stunned, unable to see her sword clearly. From others, you learned her, namely Qingluan of the Li family, hailed as the reincarnation of a sword immortal. Day 1 in the secret realm. You followed the crowd through the light gate, and before your eyes suddenly appeared 9 ancient bronze paths. Each floor tile was carved with a fierce dragon's head, and the dragon's eyes glowed with a faint red light. An elder hands you a map and warns, this is the first gate of the secret realm. Follow the path exactly as marked, or you will die. You nod and take the map, noticing that it details the paths of the bronze ancient paths, all based on the experiences of those who came before. After successfully passing the first gate, you notice that the few familiar faces who entered the secret realm with you are no longer there. Day 2 in the secret realm. With the protection of the elders, you separate from the crowd and head northward in the secret realm to begin your treasure hunt. Day 10 in the secret realm. The eldest guide leading the way at the front of the group is dragged away by a monster disguised as a tree. Fortunately, the others act quickly, and the elder only sustains minor injuries. Day 14 in the secret realm. The number of monsters encountered along the way grows increasingly numerous. Though you are well protected, you can see that several elders are beginning to show signs of fatigue. Don't die, don't die. We must return together. You silently pray in your heart, beginning to hate your own weakness. Day 22 in the secret realm. Someone has died, and no body remains. Day 39 in the secret realm. You woke up as usual at the campsite. After calling out a few times, you realized that the elder who had been taking care of you was missing from his night watch post, vanished without a trace. Some speculate that he was lured away and killed by something in the night, but you don't believe it. After waiting a few more days, the group decides to continue deeper into the dungeon. Though you are reluctant, there is nothing you can do. Day 45 in the secret realm. You arrive at a small palace and, after searching, find a dragon's blood pool. As you immersed yourself, the pool water suddenly began to boil, and your meridians felt as though they were being scorched by flames. A half-broken jade tablet floated up from the bottom of the pool. Those whose 9 meridians are severed may inherit my lineage. An elder looks at you and teases, you've only been in the secret realm for a short time and already found your opportunity. It seems we have a lucky star among us. Day 46 in the secret realm. While resting here, another group of people burst in, intending to steal the treasure. A fierce battle ensued. You witnessed your elders being slaughtered without mercy. The one who attacked was named Tang Hui, a powerful individual. I don't kill children. You can go, he said, pointing his blood-stained sword at you. You were terrified, your mind went blank, and you turned and ran. But the next moment, a voice came from behind you, ha ha ha. He actually believed him. I was just kidding. I'll kill the kids too. You were hacked to pieces, your limbs severed, and hung from a tree, bleeding to death. You are dead. Please select the following reward to inherit. 1. 14 years of life. 2. The Quasi-Emperor Tier Martial Art Technique 3 Talents Fist, along with its key insights. 3. Plus 170 to your Primordial Essence. I choose 3. Current Primordial Essence 42.4 times. Qin Wangchuan looked at this outcome and whistled, pity, but without strength, yet wanting opportunity, there's only one way to fight for it. Generally speaking, losing a few people each year isn't a big deal for a major clan, they can all be revived. I just wonder how much your Hong family is worth. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Tang Hui, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Killing is acceptable, but torturing is not. The strong devouring the weak is natural, but torturing is going too far. Qin Wangchuan had already added him to his death list. If encountered, he must be killed. Next. True Dragon's Secret Realm, targeted simulation begins. You originally came from the Chu family of the War Immortals, one of the 10 great Imperial clans, but due to your ruthless actions, you were expelled from your clan after killing and injuring several of your own kind during a sparring match. You later changed your name to Tang Hui. Qin Wangchuan abandoned his earlier laziness, his eyes brimming with interest. Oh. Chapter 61, True Dragon Transformation Sleeping in the Cocoon. You were born into the Chu family, one of the 10 great Imperial clans, but due to your ruthless actions, you killed and injured several of your own clan members during a sparring match and were expelled from your family. You later changed your name to Tang Hui, and now possess the cultivation level of the 10th realm. You learn from another secret realm that there is an unparalleled treasure for physical cultivation in the True Dragon's Secret Realm. You specifically gathered a group of people and used your connections with the Chu family to obtain the token to enter the secret realm. Day 1 in the secret realm. While waiting for the secret realm to begin, you secretly observe everyone and categorize them into 3 groups: easy targets, those who require some effort, and those who are too powerful to provoke. Upon entering the secret realm, you did not rush in but instead avoided those you couldn't handle and followed the soft targets. Day 3 in the secret realm. You target lone soft targets and kill 7 in a row, obtaining several low-grade pills and spirit stones. Day 5 in the secret realm. Opportunities aren't that easy to come by. Let these little cuties go first. They can scout the area for me, you think to yourself as you continue to roam the outskirts of the secret realm. You targeted a 5-person squad, ambushing and killing 3 of them at night. The remaining 2 fled. You obtain a fragment of the Quasi-Emperor level text Blood Slaughter Palm and begin studying it. Day 15 in the secret realm. You encounter a sword cultivator known as Some Skill, engaging in a fierce battle of 30 moves, exchanging injuries for your life. While looting, you discover a fragment of the secret realm map pointing to Bloodbone Pond. Day 21 in the secret realm. Following the map, you find the Bloodbone Pond, where 3 others are already battling over a dragon blood herb. You lie in wait for 3 days, then strike when they are both weakened, eliminating them all. Day 29 in the secret realm. You refine the dragon blood grass, causing your blood energy to surge. However, the commotion attracts a terrifying demon beast, the blood-scaled python. With quick thinking, you break the leg of one of your companions and throw them at the demon beast to distract it, allowing you and the remaining people to escape. The next day. Though the others did not reprimand you for your actions, their eyes betrayed their deep suspicion. You look down on these weaklings with contempt. Better them than me, you think. We're all here for the opportunity, why pretend to be noble? Day 37 in the secret realm. You continued hunting, but there were few soft targets left. Day 46 in the secret realm. You followed a group of soft targets to a blood pool where they were resting. Without hesitation, you ambushed and killed the strongest among them, then silenced everyone else and seized the opportunity. However, the child in that group was truly interesting. You hadn't encountered such a cowardly rat in a long time. You cut off its limbs and humiliated its fellow corpses in front of it. Day 51 in the Secret Realm. You encounter a secret realm beast tied in the scaled scar domain and are forced to form a temporary alliance with several cultivators. After the beast tide recedes, you ambush your allies, looting the demon beasts and the bodies of the others. Day 59 in the Secret Realm. You found a safe place to digest the loot you had accumulated earlier, but it was actually a trap. You had already noticed that someone in the group was looking at you suspiciously. Day 63 in the Secret Realm. Sure enough, while you pretended to be meditating, someone ambushed you. Fortunately, you had already prepared and easily counterattacked. To avoid trouble, you eliminate the remaining members of the group. Day 71 in the Secret Realm. You followed some untouchable figures through the dragon language steel forest and arrived at the center of the Secret Realm, the Dragon Ruins Forbidden Palace. The palace doors were tightly sealed, with obscure Dragon Clan restrictions floating on the surface. While the others worked together to break the seals, you quietly retreated to a side corridor, your fingertips brushing against the cold dragon scale reliefs. The fragment from the previous secret realm, it's indeed useful. You pull out a bronze fragment from your robe, infusing it with spiritual energy. The fragment hums and trembles, forming a connection with the palace walls. Click. A mechanism clicked, the dragon scales flipped open, revealing a narrow secret passage. A bunch of fools, take your time. You dart into the passageway, the seals behind you closing silently, completely isolating those still attacking the main gate. At the end of the passage was an ancient altar soaked in dragon blood. Suspended at its center was a translucent dragon cocoon, as white as jade, with dark golden dragon patterns flowing across its surface. True dragon transformation, cocoon slumber. There really is a true dragon sleeping here, it's mine. I'll ride the true dragon back to the Chu clan and show those worthless fools what a true powerhouse looks like. You reach out to touch the dragon cocoon, and the scorching dragon breath burns through your arm into your meridians, causing excruciating pain that makes your vision go black. Yet you cannot help but laugh softly. Those people outside are fighting to the death, but they have no idea that the true opportunity has already fallen into your hands. An ancient will awoke from within the cocoon, scrutinizing your worth. With a sigh, blazing dragon flames erupted from your arms, spreading throughout your body in an instant. It's not you. You are dead. Please select the reward you wish to inherit. 1. 290 years of life. 2. The incomplete text of the Blood Slaughter poem by a quasi-emperor, along with its key insights. 3. Origin plus 370. Xin Wangchuan finished watching the entire simulation and shook his head. Claiming to be a strong one, yet engaging in bullying the weak and fearing the strong. In the end, even if you obtain an opportunity, you are unable to bear it, truly reaping what you sow. I choose 3. Current primordial source, 46.1 times. As the primordial energy flowed into his body once more, Xin Wangchuan felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Looking at the panel again, he gained some understanding of this secret realm. There is indeed a great opportunity within, and it may even be connected to other secret realms, but the information we have now is still too limited. What can be done with so little information? Of course, simulate activate. True Dragon Secret Realm, targeted simulation beginning. You are Ye Jianwei, the forbidden child of the hidden divine mountain, a chosen one of the Tao bestowed at birth with the heavenly oracle divine eyes by the Tao itself, occasionally able to glimpse the fleeting shadows of destiny bestowed by the Tao. Divine mountain? Xin Wangchuan murmured softly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect to see this name here. It is said that the lineage of the Divine Mountain traces back to the ancient times, with a depth of heritage rivaling that of the Imperial clans. It once had a high chance of joining the Imperial clans, yet for unknown reasons, it declared its seclusion. He looked at the name Ye Jianwei with a pensive expression. If he's called the Forbidden Child, he must be no ordinary being. For the reclusive lineage to send someone like him. Could there be something else in this secret realm besides the true dragon? He continued to look at the simulated content. Day 1 in the secret realm. You follow the crowd through the light gate and come to a halt before 9 ancient bronze paths that suddenly appear. Your fingers touch the middle path, tracing the markings inscribed there by the heavenly Tao. Kind-hearted people around you warn you that this is a dead end, and entering it means certain death. You sneer inwardly. That's why they say mortals are ignorant. The opportunity is right before their eyes, yet none notice it. But it is precisely because of this that I have achieved greatness. Thanks, mortals. You lead the others inside without hesitation. You are lost in the illusion. You are dead. Xin Wangchuan? He stared at the simulation results with wide eyes, his lips twitching slightly. The forbidden child. That's it? I thought you'd have something up your sleeve, but you're not even as good as a grunt. At least those cannon fodder could survive for a few days. Just as he spoke, Xin Wangchuan casually scanned the simulation results, but his gaze suddenly froze when it passed over the reward section. Please select the following reward inheritance. 1. 16 years of lifespan. 2. Tianyan Holy Body, Tianyan Divine Eyes. 3. Plus 220 source energy. His gaze lingered on the second option for a moment before his fingertips gently tapped the light screen. I see. Qin Wanchuan murmured thoughtfully, the second column of simulated rewards are items that appeared in the simulation, but this time Ji Wenji didn't demonstrate any abilities, so they directly gave him his physique? As this thought crossed his mind, everything suddenly became clear. His gaze shifted to the heavenly evolution divine body. Although Ji Wenji was killed by this physique, it doesn't mean it's weak. The Tianyan Holy Physique ranks among the top 5 out of 3,000 physiques. It is said to be able to receive guidance from the Tao and glimpse the secrets of heaven, making its possessor truly favored by the Tao. The opportunity has already been presented to you. Whether you can seize it or not is up to you. It is a physique with both extremely high upper and lower limits. I choose 2. Qin Wanchuan chose without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 62, The Chosen One of Destiny, Lu Chen. In an instant, the world before his eyes suddenly twisted. Tears mixed with blood fell from his eyes. The once clear world crumbled piece by piece, replaced by a chaotic void. Countless mystical runes swirled through the void, intertwining into obscure, incomprehensible patterns, as if a fragment of the river of fate had materialized before him. Boom! An indescribable agony spread from his eyes to his very soul, as if billions of silver needles were stirring within his skull. Qin Wanchuan let out a muffled groan but clenched his teeth tightly, refusing to close his eyes. The next moment, as if invisible shackles shattered, a brilliant golden light suddenly burst forth from the depths of his pupils, like the dawn breaking through the darkness, dispelling the chaos. He saw it. An illusory river flowed down from an endless height, its waters composed of countless flickering runes, each representing a possibility, a destiny. Normally, even the most powerful beings cannot interfere with this river of destiny, they can only branch off from it. But the Tianyan holy body was different. The river transformed into strands of golden threads, cascading downward. The entire river of destiny had been redirected for him alone. It is not the river that reveals the secrets of heaven. Rather, it is the divine will itself that comes to meet you. As the golden glow in his eyes slowly faded, it transformed into a faint, flickering radiance deep within his pupils, and his vision returned to normal. Yet even so, Qin Wanchuan could still feel that his eyes were utterly different from before. Wherever his gaze fell, the trajectories of lingering spiritual energy in the air, the faint fluctuations of others' fortune, and even certain impending omens all flickered like reflections in water, faintly emerging. Is this the heavenly transformation divine eye? Qin Wanchuan placed one hand over his eyes and reached out to feel the surroundings. The room, which had once been so familiar, was now covered in unfamiliar runes. Qin Wanchuan's gaze slowly swept over the mysterious symbols, his brows furrowing slightly. The meaning of these runes still needs to be explored. And this I can only tell you where the opportunity lies. It doesn't matter whether you can obtain it or not. Remember that. Otherwise, the next one to be tricked to death will be me. As he pondered, a flash of an unusual color suddenly appeared in his vision. That's pretty impressive. You can actually see the red line. Wait a moment. Red lines? Qin Wanchuan's movements froze abruptly. He noticed that his little finger was wrapped in a thin red thread as fine as a spider's silk, with the other end extending into the distance, its origin unknown. It might be her. The image of Li Qingluan flashed through his mind. Shaking his head, he temporarily dismissed the extra thoughts. After getting a better look at those eyes, he glanced back at the system interface. But he noticed that the simulation seemed to still be ongoing. There are other characters available for simulation at the same node. Do you want to consume 2 simulation attempts to repeat this scene? Note, no simulation rewards can be obtained during repeated simulations. Qin Wanchuan's gaze sharpened. Resurrection coins? He then rubbed his chin, weighing the pros and cons. It consumes the same number of simulation attempts as targeted simulation, though no rewards can be obtained. However, if we can find a way to break this deadlock, it would definitely be worth it. Repeat simulation begins. Remaining simulation attempts 15. You step through the middle door, finding yourself in a white void. You lose yourself. You have died. What follows is inevitable confusion, but on the final attempt, Qin Wanchuan finally discovers the method to break the cycle. Simulation restart. Remaining simulation attempts 1. You step through the middle door, and before you lay a vast white void. Unable to endure the agony of endless void, you ultimately chose to give up. You committed suicide. You have been reborn. This simulation has ended. Qin Wanchuan stared at the final simulation results and murmured softly, the stronger the desire to survive, the more one wants to live, the more one loses oneself. Who could have imagined that suicide would be the only way out? Countless times, the emptiness and despair experienced in those simulations flashed through his mind. The agonizing sensation of his consciousness being slowly eroded until he lost himself still lingered deep within his mind. Even now, recalling those moments sends a chill down his spine. But no matter what, the way out is already before us. Qin Wanchuan's eyes flashed with a golden light. Let me see what you're hiding in this dragon's secret realm. With that, he suddenly raised his gaze and looked into the distance, his eyes piercing through the void. Moreover, there are already suspected candidates for the chosen of destiny in the lower realms. I wonder if this secret realm will attract those who bear the mandate of heaven. Soon, the news of the opening of the True Dragon secret realm of the Central Plains Imperial Court spread throughout the 10 Directions Celestial Court. The True Dragon secret realm, rumored to be the origin of the ancient True Dragons, was already a rare treasure for the 10 great Imperial clans, let alone the ordinary top-tier sects. In an instant, the entire 10 Directions Celestial Court was in turmoil, with destiny surging. This was destined to be a gathering of stars that would shake the heavens, as well as a chess game of strategic maneuvering among the great sects of the ages. In the Central Plains, beyond a mountain range, the mist from the 10,000 mountains had not yet dissipated when a figure emerged, stepping through the morning dew. The youth wore a coarse hemp robe, his features striking in their youth. The most striking feature was the faint golden dragon scale mark on his forehead, shimmering with an otherworldly glow in the sunlight. Finally, it's out. The youth looked up toward the horizon, his pupils seeming to hold the flickering image of a dragon. He could not recall how he had ended up in the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, only vaguely remembering that when he opened his eyes, he had been lying in the humble wooden hut of a hunter. From that day onward, he lived in this secluded mountain paradise, cut off from the outside world. The only thing that could prove his past was the broken bronze tripod he wore close to his body. The body of the tripod seemed to have been torn open by sharp claws, missing a corner. Among the weathered patterns, the words Lu Chen could still be faintly discerned. Life was once as still as water. Until a few days ago, his dreams suddenly took a strange turn. An old man with a long dragon horn appeared in his dreams every night, guiding him amidst swirling dragon chi. Go to the True Dragon's secret realm, there lies the dragon clan's lost inheritance. Why? The broken small tripod hanging around his neck suddenly emitted a deep dragon's roar, as if pointing toward a specific direction. It seems I'm on the right path. Lu Chen gently stroked the small tripod, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. This time, he had ventured out of the mountains not only to seek the secret realm mentioned by the old man but also to uncover the mystery of his own origins. Why did a human teenager like him possess the blood of a dragon? Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the forest ahead. Several cultivators flew past on swords, with the leader wearing a jade pendant engraved with the words, Divine Mountain. I heard that this secret realm is said to be where the forbidden child will finally emerge, one cultivator whispered. Humph, after hiding for so many years, it's finally time to see his true form, another sneered. They say he's only around 15 or 16 years old, yet those old monsters have protected him so tightly that no one even knows if he's male or female. Whether he's a dragon or a phoenix, it doesn't matter. The leader of the cultivators' eyes gleamed with determination. Now that the True Dragon secret realm has appeared, we'll see if this prodigy hidden away in the snow is truly worthy of the title forbidden. Lu Chen silently retreated behind a tree to conceal his aura. Once the others had departed, he lowered his head to look at his palm. In the center of his palm, a dragon-shaped pattern was faintly glowing. This was the dragon clan's bloodline responding to its origin, confirming that there was indeed a true dragon's remnant within the secret realm. Grandma said that the people outside are ruthless, willing to fight to the death for a single opportunity. But if that opportunity is truly mine... He clenched his fist, and the dragon scale mark between his eyebrows suddenly glowed. I will never give it to anyone else. With that, his figure transformed into a streak of light and dashed toward the direction of the secret realm. Wherever he passed, plants bowed low, as if paying homage to some ancient bloodline. Chapter 63, The Strongest Who Can Face Qin Wangchuan in Battle, Shu Wuzhou. Li Family Third Sword Cultivation Platform. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, and dew still lingered around the sword cultivation platform. Li Xian sat cross-legged on the green stone platform, his eyes suddenly snapping open. His fingertips gently touched his forehead. The chaos green lotus seed had been used in time, preserving his physical body and allowing him to recover his cultivation to its previous level after only a single realm's decline. However, the chill from that sword strike lingered like a festering wound the sword-like Qin Wangchuan had unleashed still flickered in the depths of his soul. Li brother, it seems you've recovered well. A cold voice echoed from behind him. Li Xian turned to see a gray-clad man standing with his hands behind his back, his features sharp and angular like carved stone, his aura inwardly restrained yet emanating a faint, unsettling sharpness. Shu Wuzhou? Li Xian raised an eyebrow. You actually came to find me? If one were to speak of the strongest among the elder generation of the Chu family, it would be Chu Qingyan. Then the strongest among the younger generation was none other than Shu Wuzhou. Though he had average talent from a young age, he unexpectedly awakened the Nine Hells battle body at the age of 15, and his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. He had once defeated a 10th rank prodigy with only 8th rank cultivation, his strength was unimaginable. Now at the 10th realm, he could instantly kill a 12th realm expert. I heard you were sliced by Qin Wangchuan with a single sword strike, so I came to see the spectacle, Shu Wuzhou said casually, his tone devoid of any mockery, as if merely stating a fact. Li Xian sighed wryly, but didn't get angry. It is indeed laughable. I couldn't even block his single sword strike. Shu Wuzhou's eyes flickered, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, "Is he really that strong?" Li Xian's fingertips paused, and before his eyes once again appeared that sword light that pierced through heaven and earth, a sword strike that could even split a domain. It was so fast that he didn't even have time to react before his consciousness split in two. Strong, he shook his head, his voice low. That's not strong, it's unreasonable. I entered the 9th realm at 28, defeating cross-realm enemies as easily as drinking water. I believed myself to have no equal in my generation. But Qin Wangchuan. Li Xian took a deep breath. He's 15, with 8th realm cultivation, and he sliced me like cutting grass with a single sword strike. Of course, part of it might be due to the difference in techniques. I haven't mastered the sword seal yet, but he used the Qin family's supreme secret technique. His is simply unparalleled. Shu Wuzhou furrowed his brows. Are you talking about the Qin family's heavenly sword, or that sword of Qin Wudao? Qin Wudao always began his duels with the Tai Chu Zanshin sword, leaving his opponents utterly unprepared. Over time, that sword became synonymous with him. Li Xian remained silent for a long time before finally sighing. It's Qin Wudao's sword technique, but I suspect he knows it all. Among our generation, you are the strongest. Perhaps you could even fight him. Shu Wuzhou's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of battle intent. Oh? His sword is too fast to be considered a martial art, it's something even more terrifying. Li Xian slowly stood up, his fingertips tracing the air, mimicking the essence of that sword strike from years ago. But what's even more terrifying is that when he strikes, there's no trace of killing intent. It's as if he's merely brushing away a speck of dust. Shu Wuzhou stared at Li Xian's movements, as if he saw the young man who had wielded that sword. Suddenly, he sneered. It doesn't seem so impressive after all. He turned to look toward the Qin family's direction. Some say talent is the only thing that matters, but my journey has taught me that effort is the most important thing. I want to try. Li Xian shook his head. I advise you not to try. Afraid I'll die? I'm afraid your resolve will crumble. Li Xian patted his shoulder, his tone complex. That guy shouldn't even be measured by the term genius. Shu Wuzhou remained silent, but suddenly asked, I heard he's going to the True Dragon's secret realm? Li Xian nodded. The Li family has received word that the Zhengzhou Imperial Court may uncover a great secret in this secret realm. Qin Wangchuan, with his immortal physique, will not miss this opportunity. Shu Wuzhou's lips curled slightly. That's perfect. You're going to? Li Xian was surprised. You've always looked down on these opportunities for advancement. I used to be disdainful. Shu Wuzhou raised his gaze, his eyes flickering with the intent of a sword, but now, I want to see whether that young upstart is truly that extraordinary. Before he could finish, he turned his gaze to Li Xian. And you? Me. Li Xian's gaze suddenly grew unfocused, the memory of being slain by a single sword strike resurfacing. His fingertips unconsciously traced the long-heeled sword scar on his forehead. But when he raised his head, everything in his eyes turned into blazing battle intent. Of course I'm going. I am indeed no match for you now, and may never catch up. But as long as I'm still alive, I'll keep chasing after you. Shu Wuzhou stood motionless, staring into Li Xian's blazing eyes, suddenly feeling a lump in his throat. He could have mocked him, saying something like, with your current abilities. But the words wouldn't come out. Because he realized that the Li Xian before him, who openly admitted his weakness, was more dangerous than ever before, not dangerous to enemies, but dangerous to the very definition of strength. A swordsman must be straight, sharp, and rather break than bend. If you mock now, you'll be surpassed in the blink of an eye. Hoof. Shu Wuzhou scoffed at his own thought, his eyes blazing with battle intent like molten lava. That's more like it. What is a great era? It must be like this. Among the brilliant stars, my path stands as the peak. The Qin family. After making preparations, Qin Wangchuan was finally ready to set off for the True Dragon's secret realm. He regarded it as an ordinary journey, but others did not share his view. Ninth Prince, this secret realm is no ordinary place, his teacher Qin Wen has said solemnly, whispering his instructions. It is said that the forbidden children of the divine mountain lineage have all been born. And there may even be prodigies from other hidden sects lurking within. Though there's no need to be overly cautious, it ultimately involves various factions. If conflict arises, please exercise discretion. Qin Wenhai hesitated, then sighed softly. His concerns had never been for his own prodigious ninth prince, but for those arrogant prodigies from various factions who were about to cross paths with Qin Wangchuan. As for the older generation, do you think they dare to interfere? If they interfere at noon, the Heavenly Emperor will come knocking on their door by noon and a half. Qin Wangchuan smiled lightly upon hearing this. Master, you worry too much. He raised his eyes, his gaze as vast as a starry sky, yet calm to the point of being unsettling. I know my limits. Following that, Qin Wangchuan and his group prepared to depart. This time, Qin Wangchuan led the group, accompanied by several bodyguards. However, upon learning of his destination, several princes who had previously shown no interest also decided to join the journey. Outside the Wangchuan pavilion, 2 carriages had been waiting for some time. Drawn by 5 snow-white dragons, standing still and even moving their hooves with caution. These dragon foals were a rare breed exclusively bred by the Qin family, with crystal-clear jade horns on their heads and faint wisps of cloud-like mist swirling around their hooves. Such beasts, if released even one, would be divine beasts guarding the gates of top-tier clans, but in the Qin family, they were reduced to beasts of burden. By the side of the chariot, the young elites of the Qin family and their guards had already formed a line and were waiting. These prodigies who could easily found their own clans in the outside world were now merely serving as escorts. On the chariot, two figures, one tall, one short, sat upright. They were none other than the fourth brother of the War Madness clan and the eighth sister of the female Little Ghost clan. Chapter 64, The Secret Realm is about to open, the Zhou family's current fate. On the dragon-drawn carriage, the two figures formed a stark contrast. The burly young man seated on the left suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze seeming to hold a perpetual flame. It was the fourth prince, Qin Kuanga. Too slow. He suddenly punched the carriage frame, causing defensive patterns to flare up across the entire carriage. As martial artists, how can we be so sluggish? A delicate laugh interrupted his bold words. Qin Jianwei swayed her white, delicate legs, and the bells hidden somewhere on her body jingled with her movements. She even deliberately lifted her small foot high, causing the peach blossom embroidered skirt to flutter in the wind, revealing half of her smooth, jade-like calf. Martial artists? Qin Jianwei tilted her head, twirling a strand of hair between her fingers, and gave an innocent yet mischievous smile. Fourth brother, you don't really think everyone is as muscle-brained as you, do you? Just as she spoke, she suddenly felt a gaze on her and turned to see Qin Wangchuan staring at her silently. Qin Jianwei immediately shrunk her neck and rolled her eyes. What are you looking at? Get in the car already. Stop dawdling. Eighth sister, Qin Wangchuan said calmly, you're sitting in my car. Nonsense. Qin Jianwei, pouting, looked disgusted. Of course it's your car. I'll sit in the back, are you stupid? Before she could finish speaking, she jumped off the carriage with a whoosh, but as Qin Wangchuan stepped onto the carriage, she darted back inside, pulled back the curtain, and sat down on the main seat with a flourish. I changed my mind, she said, crossing her legs and swinging her white, delicate feet, the bells jingling. This car is spacious, I'll sit here. Qin Wangchuan remained expressionless, turning instead to the guards outside the carriage. Have you secured the guards? Before the guard could respond, there was a sudden whoosh sound. Qin Jianwei jumped up from her seat like a startled rabbit, covering her little bottom with both hands, her pink face flushing red. You dare! Her large eyes instantly filled with tears, clearly recalling the humiliating experience of being spanked in public last time. My carriage was borrowed by my third sister to pick someone up, she hurriedly explained, her voice tinged with grievance, yet she forced herself to adopt a fierce expression. Do you think I want to squeeze into a carriage with you? Humph. As she spoke, she quietly shifted toward the car door, ready to make a run for it at any moment. But then she thought better of it, feeling it would be too humiliating, and stubbornly added, if it weren't for the fact that you're my younger brother, I wouldn't. Ah! Before she could finish, she suddenly screamed as Qin Wangchuan pretended to stand up. The little girl darted to the back of the car like a whirlwind, curling up into a ball, but still stubbornly declared, if you dare touch me, I'll. She stammered for a while but couldn't get a single word out. Back then, she could still go tell the old ancestor, but now. The fourth prince, Qin Kuanga, looked at Qin Jianwei's cowardly yet stubborn expression and couldn't help but shake his head and snort, eighth sister, with your lack of backbone, you'll probably end up being completely dominated by your ninth brother. It's strange, really. He's such a lawless little devil, yet he's the only one she's afraid of? Of course, he didn't know that before Qin Wangchuan was born, Qin She'er was the youngest and most cherished member of the Qin family. Those stronger than her were too lazy to bother with a little girl, and those weaker dared not provoke this chaotic witch. But Qin Wangchuan was different. He was the only one who dared to pin down this lawless little witch and spank her, and he did it with such force that she couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. Why didn't you just say so earlier? Qin Wangchuan remained expressionless. Sometimes he didn't even bother with this little demon. But she just deserves it. Young master. Ye Jianwei approached slowly, cradling an ancient zither, with a crimson-feathered golden crow perched on her shoulder, its head tilted as it dozed, its sparse tail feathers trembling with each step. She. The little creature suddenly awoke, its golden eyes sparkling the moment it saw Qin Wangchuan. It flapped its wings, which hadn't fully grown yet, and flew toward him like a dandelion seed scattered by the wind. Only to land with a thud on Qin Wangchuan's chest. Cheep cheep. The little creature didn't seem embarrassed at all. Instead, it excitedly circled around him, its pink claws kicking against his chest as it tried to burrow into his collar. You ugly thing! Qin Jianwei was so angry she stomped her feet, forgetting her earlier timidity. I fed you 3 months worth of divine fire crystals, and you won't even let me touch you. Ye Jianwei couldn't help but chuckle. It only lets the young master touch it. Qin Wangchuan picked up this red rag, watching as a few sparks of fire burst from its fluffy fur. Just as he was about to toss it aside, the little creature suddenly let out a soft chirp and spat out a crystal from its beak, containing endless fiery power. It was indeed a divine fire crystal. It was exactly what it had been secretly saving as its ration. Is this a gift? Qin Wangchuan picked up the fire crystal with a strange expression, then curved his lips into a smile. Never mind, I'll take you out to play. The little golden crow, seeing that he had accepted the gift, immediately chirped excitedly, sparks flying from its fluffy feathers. But when it was placed on his shoulder, it pecked at the hard shoulder bone in dissatisfaction. Cheap! It protested with a single cry, flapping its sparse wings and flying awkwardly onto Qin Wanchuan's head. Now it was like having a moving red velvet hat on his head. The little creature strutted proudly through his hair, clearly preparing to make a nest and go to sleep. Get down! Qin Zhaoer found it increasingly annoying and shouted, reaching out to grab it. Qin Wanchuan's eyes darkened, and his long fingers clamped down on her slender wrist like iron claws. What are you doing? Qin Zhaoer, struggling to free her wrist, realized she couldn't break free. She huffed angrily, fine. If you want it to stay there, let it stay. But don't blame me when it poops on your head later. She puffed out her cheeks, looking like a wronged little wife. This wasn't just any bird, it was a legitimate golden crow. How could it possibly defecate? Qin Wanchuan gave her a dismissive glance and tapped the carriage wheel with his fingertips. Let's go. With just one word, the entire procession moved in perfect unison. The white jade stallion reared its head and let out a long, piercing cry, its hooves creating ripples in the air as it carried the carriage over the reflection of the starry sky, heading straight for the Central Plains Imperial Court. Before the 10,000-foot-tall gates of the Central Plains Imperial City, the flying chariots and precious carriages of the prodigies from various sects poured down like a river of stars, illuminating the entire sky with dazzling light. On either side of the heavenly gates, golden armored guards stood like a forest, their aura of killing intent piercing the heavens. Upon the 9,999 jade steps, a slender figure stands motionless. A golden phoenix-tailed skirt outlines her graceful form, with 9 phoenixes embroidered in gold thread on the hem, shimmering in the sunlight. It was none other than Princess Jiang Xuanli, the eldest princess of the Central Plains Empire. The princess has personally come here to wait, someone whispered in astonishment. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Not only beautiful, but her demeanor was also extremely noble, and behind her stood the Central Plains Imperial dynasty, one of the 7 continents. Capturing her would be equivalent to securing a realm of the 10 heavens. At this thought, the various factions' intentions began to stir. The holy son of the Tai Sugate descended on a jade-green flying boat, adjusted his attire, and approached with a smile, bowing his hands. Princess Jiang, I have heard much of you. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Xuanli's gaze swept past him indifferently. She didn't pause her steps, walking straight past him without even glancing at him. The holy son of the Tai Sugate stiffened, awkwardly withdrawing his hand. Just as the holy son of the Tai Sugate retreated with a sullen expression, a purple aura suddenly appeared in the sky. A gilded flying chariot broke through the clouds, with several feathers hanging from the chariot's front, shimmering with mystical patterns in the sunlight. The Imperial clan has arrived. The Zhou family has ascended, whispers echoed through the crowd. Chapter 65, The Phoenix Sings for the Dragon, awaits the Qin clan. A handsome young man dressed in a feather-patterned robe landed gracefully, unfolding his feather fan with a swish. The fan's surface faintly revealed intricate feather patterns. Zhou Yuni adjusted his snow-white feathered robe in the direction of Jiang Xuanli, then fiddled with his auspicious feather fan. Upon noticing she did not respond, he stepped forward. Xuanli Fairy, Zhou Yuni used a deliberately affectionate title, his feather fan swaying gently, casting a faint glow. Since our parting at the Heavenly Mechanism martial arts display, your fairy-like aura has grown even more radiant. Jiang Xuanli didn't even turn her head, merely raising her hand slightly. 2 golden armored guards immediately stepped forward, their halberds raised, the tips glinting with cold light. Zhou Yuni's fan-waving motion froze, and even his hand holding the folding fan remained suspended in mid-air. As his gaze swept past, the gray-robed old servant behind him immediately knelt and presented a gilded silk-lined box. Even before the lid was opened, the scent of medicinal herbs wafted out. Your Highness, this is our clan's treasured 9-turn divine feather. Jiang Xuanli finally turned her head, her gaze as sharp as a frosted blade, sweeping across Zhou Yuni's face. Just as Zhou Yuni thought he had finally caught the attention of this beauty. 9-turn mystic feather pill? She curved her lips into a mocking smile. It seems that the person from the Qin family spared your Zhou family last time, as you still have such a precious treasure to offer. The Zhou family members' faces turned ashen. That old scar, which had yet to heal, was now torn open, bleeding profusely. Qin Tiandi had destroyed a third of the Zhou family's ancestral lands with a single glance, and half of their clan members had been killed or injured. Even the ancestral feather that protected the clan had been severed. Not to mention the compensation that followed. They had almost paid everything they owned. Though they were still far better off than the neighboring Wang family, the Zhou family now held only the title of Imperial clan, with no real power to back it up. This woman! If it weren't for the support of the Imperial court behind her, who would bother to kowtow to her? The maiden speaks too harshly. Zhou Yuni forced a smile, but sweat trickled down his forehead. That was merely. It was only because the 3 elders of the Zhou family personally came to apologize that you were spared? Jiang Xuanli casually stroked the golden phoenix on her sleeve, her icy tone brimming with venom. The crowd below the jade steps erupted into chaos. Everyone knew the Zhou family had suffered such a great calamity, but even a starving camel is bigger than a horse, and now they'd been exposed in public for such a shameful act. Zhou Yuni paid no heed to the reactions of others. He had come with a mission. Xuanli Fairy. He wanted to try to win her favor, hoping to bring her back to the Zhou family as a bride. But his intentions were too obvious. She was born to be matched with the strongest in the world. How could she lower herself? Even when the Zhou family was at its peak, she looked down on them. How could she possibly consider the now decaying Zhou family? Step aside. Jiang Xuanli swept her sleeves aside with a cold, crisp voice, causing Zhou Yuni to freeze in place. The jeweled box clattered to the ground, and a pill the size of a lychee rolled into the dust. The hem of her skirt, embroidered with a golden phoenix, brushed past Zhou Yuni, leaving a faint, chilling fragrance in its wake. As she passed by the 9-turn mystic feather pill, she suddenly stopped. The corner of her black palace robe lifted slightly, revealing a sliver of ankle as white as jade. Her toes rested on 3-inch golden threaded high heels, the shoe body entirely gilded, with intricate phoenix patterns winding around it. Her jade-like foot gently lifted, and under the breathless gaze of the crowd, the heel landed precisely on the pill. Click! The faint sound of shattering echoed clearly in the silence. As the golden threaded sole applied pressure inch by inch, the priceless elixir was gradually crushed into a rainbow-colored powder. Finally, the heel twisted, and even the remnants vanished without a trace on the green stone floor. Jiang Xuanli gently flicked her sleeves, and the golden hairpin in her hair swayed slightly, reflecting a cold, sharp glow in the sunlight. She cast a glance at the multicolored powder lingering on the ground, her lips curving into a faint, mocking smile. "Oh dear," she murmured, her voice devoid of any remorse, "I slipped." Zhou Yuni's face turned ashen, his knuckles turning white as he gripped the feather fan. This was a blatant insult if the Zhou family had been around earlier. Regardless of his thoughts, Jiang Xuanli had already turned away, her golden phoenix-tailed skirt sweeping through the air with an air of authority. The jade belt at her waist remained motionless, exuding the dignity of royalty. Without looking back, she raised her hand. "Someone come." 2 golden armored guards immediately stepped forward. "Take Zhou Gongzi to the storeroom," she said in a cold tone, as if discussing a trivial matter. "Bring 2 9-turn divine feather pills as compensation." Everyone present sucked in their breath in shock. "Destroy 1 and send 2. Zhou Yuni's chest rose and fell violently. This wasn't compensation at all. It was clearly a statement to everyone. The depth of the Central Plains Imperial dynasty far surpassed the current Zhou family. Jiang Xuanli cast a glance over her shoulder, her phoenix eyes brimming with unhidden scorn. "If this were the Zhou family of old, I would have feared them threefold." The golden silk phoenix-tailed skirt on her body rippled with each step, creating layers of ripples. Alas! The Zhou family of today is no longer what it once was. To eliminate 2 imperial clans with a single stroke, this is the Qin family. Several more renowned prodigies stepped forward to pay their respects, only to be ignored as well. Jiang Xuanli stood quietly at the peak of the jade steps, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon, as if waiting for something. "Who could possibly be so important that the princess is waiting like this?" the crowd whispered. Suddenly, "The Qin family of immortality has arrived." Someone shouted, and everyone turned to look. A white jade dragon steed shattered the void and arrived, followed by 9 gilded chariots crushing through the clouds. The Qin family crest on the chariot axles formed a dazzling band of light resembling a starry river. Especially the lead chariot, whose axles alone were inlaid with 9 netherworld black jade, worth more than a century's worth of savings for a first-rate noble family. Jiang Xuanli suddenly came to a halt. This princess, who had always been as cold as ice at the assembly of the 10,000 clans, now found her breathing irregular. "Your Highness." The female attendant beside her was about to remind her of her posture, but saw the princess suddenly regain her composure. She raised her hand to adjust the 9 phoenixes holding pearls on her hairpin, then repeatedly checked to ensure her attire was proper. In the distance, the holy son of the Tai Su Gate watched the scene with a grim expression. His knuckles were white from clenching his fists. The invitation he had personally handed over 3 days ago had yet to receive a response, and when he had dared to approach her earlier, she had merely brushed past him without a second glance. It was utterly humiliating. What was even more infuriating was that Jiang Xuanli's current demeanor and attitude toward him were as different as night and day. But what could he do? That's the Qin family. He swallowed the bitter taste in his throat, his anger and frustration turning into a bitter smile. He was like this, how much more so were Zhou Yuni and the other prodigies? Boom! The dragon steed crushed the last remnants of the clouds, and the chariot landed steadily before the jade steps of the heavenly gate. Jiang Xuanli hesitated not a moment, lifting her skirt and descending the jade steps swiftly, followed closely by 100 golden armored guards. The curtains of the chariot parted, and Qin Wangchuan stepped out slowly, his expression calm. "Prince," Jiang Xuanli placed her hands before her, her brows slightly lowered, her voice 3 parts softer than usual. "Xuanli has been waiting for you for a long time." The entire crowd was in an uproar. This princess, who had never bothered to show any courtesy even to the crown prince of Zhengzhou, was now using the word awaited toward a junior? What was even more shocking was the slight tilt of her neck as she bowed. It clearly carried a hint of flattery. But when she looked up, she suddenly caught sight of a flash of red. A young bird perched in Qin Wanchuan's hair and couldn't help but smile. I suppose this is the 9-flamed golden crow that the Yin family sent to the prince? Coincidentally, I happen to have a few high-quality divine fire crystals. They would make a fine match for it. Have someone fetch them. No need. Qin Wanchuan raised his hand to stop her, then glanced at the crowd, looking for familiar faces. But saw none. Instead, most of them stared at him as if he were a ghost. Where is the entrance to the secret realm? Jiang Xuanli heard this, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, then she smiled brightly. The secret realm will not open for some time yet. She took a step forward, her gilded skirt swaying and casting delicate ripples of light. If the young master does not mind, why not accompany Xuanli to Tianke City for a visit? Chapter 66, The Secret Realm Unentered, the treasure obtained first. No need. Qin Wanchuan refused again, only asking, are you also entering the secret realm? Jiang Xuanli's eyes darkened slightly as she shook her head gently. As the eldest princess of the Imperial court, Xianli is not permitted to enter according to the rules? This specially opened secret realm was originally established to gather the most talented individuals from across the land. If she, as the eldest princess of the Imperial court, were to participate personally, it would effectively mean the top prize was already decided, leaving no room for excitement. But before she could finish speaking, the curtain of the carriage was suddenly torn open. Welcome, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Xin Jia, her voice high-pitched, held her skirt and jumped down from the carriage, deliberately imitating Xian Li's earlier bowing posture with remarkable precision. But her cunning eyes curved into crescent moons, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Jiang Xuanli saw her emerge from Qin Wanchuan's carriage and raised an eyebrow in surprise, but quickly composed himself. The smile on his lips did not waver, and he turned gracefully. She curtsied gracefully toward the carriage behind her. Fourth prince, eighth prince, it's been a while. Ha 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 ha. Qin Kuanga jumped down from the carriage with a loud laugh, his muscles straining against his brocade robe. You sure know how to talk. You're nothing like that princess from the Nine Heavens Empire, who couldn't even speak properly and ended up settling things with fists. Open the way with fists? Qin Wanchuan listened with a peculiar expression, seemingly recalling that scene. That was her own fault for not seeing the writing on the wall. Jiang Xuanli swept her sleeves gracefully and continued, speaking of which, the palace recently acquired 3 new treasures. He gestured with his hand, and the 2 golden armored guards behind him immediately bowed and stepped back. Soon, 3 gilded jade boxes were presented. She raised her delicate hand, and the first jade box opened with a soft click, revealing a set of crimson armor as red as fire. The armor patterns resembled dragon scales winding around, with a faint, scorching heat emanating from it. This one is the Xianyang battle armor, forged from divine iron from beyond the realms, perfectly suited for someone as bold and heroic as the 4th prince. Qin Kuanga's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. What a fine piece. Jiang Xuanli smiled and nodded, then turned to Qin Zhaoer. This second item is the 9 Heavens Linglong Bell, said to be forged from fragments of an ancient divine artifact. Its bell tolls can captivate the soul, and it complements the 8th princess perfectly. The jade box opened, revealing a string of crystal-clear silver bells lying quietly inside. The bell's body was engraved with intricate patterns, and just looking at it made one's heart race. Qin Zhaoer snatched it up, tossed it casually in her palm, and sneered, "Pfft, a cheap trinket." As she spoke, the lustrous jade bracelet had already slipped onto her slender wrist, making her skin appear as white as snow. She suddenly raised her hand and shook it, causing the golden bells on her wrist to jingle softly. Finally, Jiang Xuanli's gaze shifted to Qin Wanchuan. As for the third item, her fingertips gently touched it, and the last jade box slowly opened. Inside was a completely black ancient edict, engraved with obscure and difficult to decipher runes, with a faint aura of immortality swirling around it. Jiang Xuanli's lips curved into a smile. This is what the first emperor left behind, a longevity edict. The essence within may aid the crown prince in his cultivation. An elixir of immortality? Qin Wanchuan reached out to take it, but upon closer inspection, he found it seemed useless. But that made sense. Immortality and the immortal body were 2 entirely different things. At least it was a kind gesture, so he decided to accept it for now. This isn't some new treasure. Princess Jiang must have brought out her most prized possession. A senior elder from the sect murmured enviously, his eyes brimming with admiration. Among the crowd, the holy son of the Tai Su sect naturally noticed this, but could only envy and resent. As for Zhou Yuni, he had already hidden himself, afraid of being discovered by Qin Wanchuan. Have the elders lost their minds? Zhou Yuni crouched behind the stone railing, staring at Qin Wanchuan, who was surrounded by admirers, his Adam's apple bobbing. Send me to befriend him? This unwarranted disaster was caused by him. How can I befriend him? And we have to bring back a token. What am I supposed to use? The strongest person in the Zhou family was called the first feather, followed by the second feather and the third feather. Zhou Yuni's status in the Zhou family was not high, and he couldn't even make it into the top 10. But the problem was that everyone ahead of him had been killed by the Heavenly Emperor. He had no choice but to step forward. Zhou Yuni was trying to come up with a plan while muttering to himself, I can't even get into the core group. Why should I risk my life? I'll just come up with some half-baked plan to get by. The commotion wasn't limited to just a few people. It seems the princess has already decided to side with the Qin family, a young nobleman murmured. It's not just about choosing sides, the female cultivator beside him whispered. I heard that Princess Xuanli wanted to compete for the marriage contract with the Qin family, but it was snatched away by someone from the Li family. But I think the princess hasn't given up yet. Zhang Xuanli's move was, on the surface, to send each of the three a gift. But everyone could see that the first two were merely token gestures. The one she truly sought to please was Qin Wangchuan alone. As the crowd discussed, a sudden surge of spiritual energy echoed from the distance. Within the empty space of the heavenly gate, a pavilion made of green jade and glass materialized out of thin air, with wind chimes tinkling in the void. The crowd was stunned. This was an external domain. Ordinary domains merely exist as extensions of their hosts, rising and falling with them. Only those peerless geniuses could condense their domains into tangible forms and manifest them in the physical world. This was the manifest domain. Li Qingwan's figure appeared within the pavilion, her slender hands gently caressing the railing. As her fingertips brushed past, the emerald waves outside the pavilion froze in an instant. Hundreds of ice shards erupted from the frozen lake, and the prodigy didn't even have time to react before being blasted out of the pavilion. What was most terrifying was, she was a sword cultivator, and her sword hadn't even left its sheath. The ice surface melted back into water. Li Qingwan's toes lightly touched the lake, and she landed on the water's surface. Her cold eyes swept across the crowd. Who else dares to come? Her voice was not loud, but it caused the surrounding cultivators to smile wryly. The secret realm was about to open, and no one wanted to waste their strength here. Let alone the fact that over a dozen renowned prodigies had already fallen at her hands who dared step forward now? She sure is bold, Qin Kuanga muttered in a deep voice, his rough tone standing out sharply in the silence. Li Qingwan's eyes flashed like lightning, instantly locking onto the source of the voice. What had been a gaze as sharp as a sword melted like snow upon touching Qin Wangchuan. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she exhaled a wisp of white mist from her nostrils before dispersing her aura and walking toward this side. After exchanging glances with Qin Kuanga, Qin Jier, and Zhang Xuanli, her gaze finally landed on Qin Wangchuan. You're a bit late. Li Qingwan said. There was an incident on the way. Qin Wangchuan shrugged, glancing at Qin Jier at his back. Qin Jier, however, snorted disdainfully and refused to respond. She still couldn't stand the sight of that bird and insisted on taking it down. She was then slapped 3 times on the butt by Qin Wangchuan and finally settled down. The onlookers turned their heads, their eyes involuntarily drawn to the scene. The youth in the dark gray flowing robe stood casually, yet his entire body seemed shrouded in a faint, ethereal glow, making it difficult to look directly at him. Most of them had no qualifications to attend the 10-year banquet and had never seen Qin Wangchuan before. This was their first encounter. Is that the 9th young master of the Qin family? They say he once sliced Li Xian of the Li family with a single sword stroke. Shoo! Keep your voice down, I just saw Li Xian nearby. The female cultivators were in a frenzy, and several young ladies from prominent families stood there dumbfounded. Oh my! A young girl in a pink dress covered her heart, her cheeks flushing red. Yes, so handsome. Is it really that impressive? A male cultivator beside her rolled his eyes in disdain, stroking his chin as he looked toward Qin Wangchuan. Though he is indeed extraordinary. It was far more than just extraordinary. Backed by the Qin family, powerful in strength, handsome in appearance, and with a demeanor that ordinary people could only dream of. Envy. Qin Wangchuan cast a glance downward, and wherever his gaze fell, the female cultivators below felt as though they were bathed in spring breeze. They waved their sleeves and fans, and some bold ones even removed the jade pendants from their waists and held them high above their heads, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. Someone like Tang Hui is like a dragon in this secret realm. It's best to eliminate him outside. On the other side, Li Xian and the others were also quietly observing the scene. Chapter 67, Tang Hui, don't look back, I'm behind you. What do you think of him after seeing him in person? Li Xian stood on a high building, looked down at Qin Wangchuan below, then turned to ask Chu Wujiu beside him. Chu Wujiu lay lazily on the ground, propping his head up with one hand. The other hand casually tossed a copper coin. He squinted his eyes for a moment, then curved his lips into a playful smile. It seems exactly as I expected, not much to write home about. The coin clinked as it flew up and landed back in his palm. Chu Wujiu added casually, we can win. Li Xian heard this and did not question it, but merely gave the seemingly careless fellow beside him a meaningful look. After all, 3 days ago, he had witnessed Chu Wujiu single-handedly suppress a 1,000-year-old dragon that was about to transform into a Chang. This secret realm is likely to be quite interesting. In another intricately carved and ornate pavilion, a young man dressed in plain white robes leaned against the railing. His fingertips gently traced the bronze ancient edict hanging at his waist, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Wangchuan in the distance. 1,000 years of seclusion in the azure void, a single thought to burn mountains and rivers. Hidden for thousands of years, it is finally time to see the true strength of this so-called Imperial clan. The youth murmured to himself, and a green jade divination slip in his sleeve shattered silently. The ninth son of the Qin family will make an excellent stepping stone. Behind him, in the shadows, an old man bowed and said, "Young master, the ancestor has instructed." "I know," the youth interrupted, raising his hand. A faint blue flame suddenly ignited at the tip of his jade-like fingers. "However, it is also time for the world to know of the existence of the Qingming ancient clan, is it not? But then again, you of the Ji clan, are you certain there is a great opportunity here?" "Of course." A cold voice echoed from the shadows, pausing before continuing, "But that opportunity is mine." Ji Jianwei stepped forward slowly, his moon-white robe adorned with obscure star patterns. What caught everyone's attention most were his eyes deep within his pupils. Countless golden runes seemed to be constantly appearing and disappearing. Those eyes, capable of seeing the hints of the Tao, now reflected the figure of Qin Wangchuan. Whether it was an illusion or not, he could sense a familiar aura emanating from the other. It was as if the heavenly derivation holy body? No, that's impossible. According to legend, he has already attained the immortal body of eternal life. How could he possess two such body types? Ji Wangji shook his head and looked at Gu Yuan beside him. "I don't care if your Qingming ancient clan wants to make a name for yourselves." The runes in his eyes suddenly swirled rapidly, his voice carrying a hint of danger. "But dare to touch my destiny." Ji Wangji had sneaked out on his own. He wanted nothing but his destiny. This domineering demeanor caused the maids behind him to gaze at him with starry eyes. The young master is truly different. I understand. Gu Yuan smiled lightly and nodded, but as he turned away, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. "Since I've come, I won't leave empty-handed. Not only will I trample the Imperial clan, but I will also claim the opportunity." On the distant ceremonial platform, elders from several factions emerged one after another from the void. As the hues of dawn danced, powerful auras collided before silently converging. Qin, one of the Qin clan, stood with his hands behind his back, his white beard gently swaying in the wind, but his gaze remained fixed on Qin Wangchuan. The opportunity planted by the first emperor himself has ripened. I wonder which family it will fall into. The speaker was the imperial preceptor of the Central Plains Empire, the overseer of this secret realm. Even many reclusive clans have emerged. What exactly is this opportunity? Another elderly figure spoke up. It was a senior member of the Ji family. Although Ji Wuchen was not present, the Ji family would not abandon this significant opportunity. The imperial sage shook his head and sighed. "It is difficult to say for certain, but ancient texts mention it as an unparalleled treasure for physical cultivation." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the crowd of prodigies. "When that treasure matures, it will be today." "Ha, a physical cultivation artifact?" The elder of the Chu family chuckled. "Isn't that tailor-made for my clan's Chu Wuzhou? When it comes to physical cultivation, no one can match him." "Old man Chu, you're speaking too confidently." Qin Wen has stroked his beard and smiled. "My son Wanchuan's mastery of physical cultivation is also extraordinary. Though he hasn't practiced physical cultivation before, obtaining this treasure will allow him to begin later." The Li family elder interrupted promptly. "Your son Wangchuan already has an extended sword heart and an immortal body. What does that have to do with physical cultivation?" "Sword heart?" The elder of the Chu family's expression changed slightly. He glanced at the other elders, whose expressions also shifted, and thought to himself, when did Qin Wangchuan acquire another sword heart? Qin Wenha did not respond, merely shaking his head with a smile. Qin Wangchuan's cultivation in physical cultivation was no joke. After all, his entire body was made of divine bones. Even without cultivating his physical body, his physical strength alone far surpasses that of these younger generations. However, his mastery of Taoist arts was too extraordinary, and he had never engaged in a fist-to-fist battle with anyone, so his true potential had yet to be uncovered. The national preceptor, noticing the tense atmosphere, changed the subject. "Speaking of Chu Wuzhou, I'm curious, is the Qin family's immortal physique stronger, or is the Chu family's battle intent forge superior?" "That's a no-brainer. Chu Wuzhou and Qin Wangchuan aren't of the same generation. There's no point in comparing them." "That's not necessarily true," Qin Wen has said, stroking his beard with a smile. "There are too many variables in the secret realm. Moreover, in the secret realm, there is no such thing as stronger or weaker. It all depends on who can seize the opportunity first." Just as they were discussing, the entrance to the secret realm suddenly burst into brilliant light. 9 dragon-shaped illusions swirled upward, and the ancient stone door slowly opened. Clang! As the bell's echoes filled the sky, the true dragon secret realm officially opened. At the entrance to the secret realm, 9 dragon-shaped illusions swirled upward, and the ancient stone doors slowly opened, releasing a torrent of spiritual energy that surged forth like a tidal wave, causing the gathered prodigies to stir with excitement. "It's open! Charge!" In an instant, hundreds of figures transformed into streaks of light, rushing toward the gates of the secret realm. Some summoned their magical treasures, others performed teleportation techniques, and some even burned their essence blood, all to gain the upper hand. Li Qinghuan and the others were among them. But, she glanced back. Qin Wangchuan was not in a hurry to move. He stood with his hands behind his back, outside the crowd, while the disciples of the Qin clan behind him stood silently, as if cut off from the chaos. Just as the stone door swung wide open. Tang Hui! Qin Wangchuan suddenly shouted loudly, his voice thunderous, piercing through the chaos. While everyone was busy entering the secret realm, a figure concealed beneath a cloak at the rear of the crowd instinctively turned its head. It was this very instant. Clang! The lone phoenix sword drew from its scabbard. The primordial god-slaying sword. The sword's glow poured forth like a starry river, crossing 100 zhang in an instant and striking down with relentless force. Puff! Tang Hui didn't even have time to react before his head flew off, and before the blood could even spatter, it was vaporized by the sword's intent. The companions standing beside Tang Hui suddenly fell silent. They turned in horror. They saw Qin Wangchuan slowly sheathing his sword, his expression calm, as if he had merely crushed an ant with a casual flick of his finger. How dare you attack here? Tang Hui's companion's face turned deathly pale as he trembled, pointing at Qin Wangchuan, his voice distorted by shock and anger. Before and after the opening of the secret realm, the Imperial court has strictly forbidden deadly combat. Who are you to dare to defy the laws of Zhengzhou? The speaker was not from the Imperial clan but merely a desperate outlaw Tang Hui had gathered from various places, naturally unable to recognize Qin Wangchuan. He had thought these words would stir up public outrage. Before he could finish, a cold, clear female voice suddenly rang out from behind. Noise! Jiang Shuali walked out slowly, her golden silk skirt sweeping across the ground without touching a speck of dust. She cast a faint glance at the questioner, her eyes as cold as frost, causing the other to choke on their words. Then, she turned to Qin Wangchuan and nodded slightly. The young master should enter the secret realm first. This place. I will handle it. There was indeed a rule in Zhengzhou that no one could fight to the death before or after entering the secret realm. But at this very moment, the one who established the rules was standing right there. Chapter 68, Entering the Secret Realm, Lu Chen arrives late. Qin Wangchuan raised the corner of his lips, then I shall thank the princess. No sooner had the words left his lips than his fingertips gently lifted, and the character slash began to take shape in the void. In the blink of an eye, a slashing sword chi erupted suddenly. Tang Hui's stunned companions had their heads severed, their bodies crashing to the ground like torn cloth. After completing this, Qin Wangchuan slowly stepped forward. The remaining people who had not yet entered the secret realm watched the scene with expressions of shock and disbelief. Li Xian stood at the entrance to the secret realm, a look of gravity flashing in his eyes. There's a hint of my Li family's sword seal in that. He didn't use this move last time. Chu Wujiu leaned against a stone pillar, still lazily tossing a copper coin. Just by watching, the sword at the beginning pales in comparison to that monster Qin Wudao. The sword afterward is decent, but its power is average. Let's go. Not far away, Ji Wangji had already stepped into the secret realm's gates, golden runes swirling madly in his eyes as if he were calculating something. But soon, his brows furrowed slightly, as if he had touched upon some forbidden knowledge, and he immediately stopped his calculations. He muttered under his breath, strange. The aura of the same origin that he sensed from Qin Wangchuan grew increasingly intense. If he wasn't going mad, then Qin Wangchuan truly possessed the heavenly transformation holy body. But as he thought this, Ji Wangji shook his head violently. It was impossible for two Tianyan holy bodies to appear at the same time. If there were, then he, the forbidden son whom the Ji family had waited countless years for, would be a laughingstock. Don't dwell on it. Take the treasure and return immediately. We must prepare for the divine path. Let us go. With that, he stepped into the secret realm. Guyuan didn't say anything, but merely sneered at Qin Wangchuan before following him inside. Once inside, many others had already begun selecting one of the 9 dragon paths to enter. Those with maps moved more easily, while the few without relied on luck. An even smaller group, such as Ji Wangji, ventured onto the central dragon path. There were runic symbols left behind by the great Tao. Others noticed his intentions and warned him, hey, don't choose that one. It's the well-known dead end. Ji Wangji glared at the person. As if to say, mind your own business. He turned to look at Guyuan behind him and asked, I'm taking this path. What about you? Guyuan shook his head. I don't have your constitution. I'm afraid of dying. I'm not going. That suits me just fine. Then this opportunity will be mine alone. After speaking, Ji Wangji turned to give a few instructions to the maidservant and bodyguard before walking alone into the central path leading to certain death. Little did he know that once he entered, he would never come out again. Outside the secret realm, Qin Wangchuan walked forward slowly, glancing around before fixing his gaze on Tang Hui's corpse. In the past, he would never have harmed the others, but, come to think of it, it was you who taught me to act decisively. He lowered his gaze and asked without turning his head, is there any possibility of resurrection? The guards behind him stepped forward and bowed, Your Highness, this man's 3 souls have scattered, 2 are gone, and all 7 spirits are extinguished. I observed with the yin-yang eye, and there is absolutely no possibility of resurrection. Qin Wangchuan spread his fingers slightly, and Tang Hui's storage pouch flew into his palm. His divine consciousness darted like lightning, and all the items within the bag were projected onto his mind. The bronze fragment was emitting a faint, cold glow, as if silently summoning. The edges of the fragment bore traces of time's erosion, yet under the sunlight, they refracted an eerie, mysterious glow. Let's go. Without another word, Qin Wangchuan swept his sleeves lightly. Before the others could react, he had already transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the entrance of the secret realm. The guards, Qin Kuanga, and the others followed suit, entering the secret realm one after another. Is there a treasure? Qin Jiao's golden eyes lit up, and she lifted her skirt to rush forward, but she suddenly stopped 3 steps away. Ugh, what's that smell? She pinched her nose and backed away repeatedly, her face filled with disgust. She instinctively moved closer to where Qin Wangchuan had been standing. Strangely enough, despite her usual aversion to the scent of perfume and incense, she found her brother's scent pleasant. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but it was simply pleasant. You too. Qin Jiao pointed at the 2 guards and ordered harshly, search them and take everything of value from them. The 2 guards searched carefully, flipping through the storage bags with caution. Every time they found something, they would present it to Qin Jiao for inspection. Just this junk? She glanced at the items in the guard's hands with disdain. This jade tablet is. Ugh, it's still junk. She just lifted a jade tablet glowing with a faint green light when she looked up and saw that Qin Wangchuan and the others had already turned into streams of light and entered the secret realm. Her red lips puckered in frustration. Wait for me. She hurriedly gave chase. Upon entering the secret realm, Qin Wangchuan stood at the entrance of the dragon path, his gaze fixed on the ancient, obscure runes etched into the stone wall. What others saw as a certain path to death, he saw as a clear path. A guiding path that could only be perceived by those with a special constitution. 9 brother, are you really going to enter this deadly path? Qin Kuanga furrowed his brows, his rugged face rare in its expression of concern. Qin Jiao tilted her head and stuck out her tongue. Suicide seeker. Let him go. The dragon's secret realm has opened several times, and no one who went in has ever come out, and there's no way to revive them. Let us see how he dies. Qin Wangchuan's fingertips gently traced the runes on the stone wall, and a strand of golden light grew brighter upon contact. He withdrew his hand and said indifferently, it doesn't matter. I'll go in alone. You all go explore other areas first. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Kuanga suddenly roared, I was sent here by my second older brother to protect you. What kind of opportunity could be more important than your life? Second brother? Qin Wangchuan pondered for a moment before saying nothing more. He gently plucked the sleeping little golden crow from his sleeve. Ye Jianwei silently stepped forward and took the young bird. Master, be careful. The brief instructions held 1,000 unspoken words. Qin Jiao saw that he had really gone inside and stomped her feet in anger. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Zhou Yuni was sneaking around, considering whether to follow him inside. Master! They've all gone in. The servant boy tugged at his sleeve in panic. Nonsense! I'm not blind. Zhou Yuni slapped the servant's hand away, sat down on the ground with a frown, and started drawing circles. The elder insisted I flatter Jiang Xuanli, but he didn't even glance at me. It's not a big deal, but there's the matter with Qin Wangchuan. He suddenly jumped up, frantically pulling at his hair. There's a whole group of them. How am I supposed to steal anything? Zhou Yuni's habit of slacking off and joking around was particularly famous in the Zhou family. Fearing he'd slack off and fail his mission, they had him bring back the token. The servant timidly suggested, maybe we should go back? Go back to hell. Zhou Yuni kicked a pebble away and sighed deeply. If I fail this mission, my head will become the token. Let's go. After the two entered, a young man dressed simply arrived just in time. It was Lu Chen. Lu Chen gazed at the majestic gates of the secret realm, a hint of longing flashing in his eyes. This is the true dragon's secret realm. Who is this country bumpkin? A sharp voice suddenly rang out from the side. A young man in fine robes, fanning himself with a folding fan, stood nearby with a mocking expression. You're probably just a country bumpkin who doesn't even know the secret order. Do you think you're worthy of entering such a secret realm? Lu Chen slowly turned around, revealing a pair of eyes as sharp as swords beneath his tattered cloak. Whether I'm worthy or not. He slowly made a gesture of invitation. Want to give it a try? Chapter 69, Hello, Lu Chen. The elegantly dressed youth's expression changed abruptly, a flash of cruelty crossing his eyes. You're asking for death. He flickered his wrist, and 3 inches of icy blades suddenly sprang from the joints of the folding fan. It turned out that each fan bone concealed a hidden blade, and now 18 cold gleams erupted like the tail feathers of a peacock. The 3 spiritual patterns wrapped around the sword tips lit up simultaneously, weaving a deadly sword net in the air. This was the Lu family's secret technique, the 1,000 Feathers Sword Fan, ranked among the top-tier spiritual artifacts. Ding ding ding! Lu Chen's 5 fingers, like dragon claws, pierced through the sword net and precisely gripped the main blade. The blade, sharp enough to cut through gold and jade, only managed to spark a string of sparks against his palm. With a crisp snap, the fan bone forged from spirit steel was crushed into a twisted shape. Before the flying fragments could hit the ground, Lu Chen's figure had already darted forward like a ghost, closing in on the young man. His dragon claw-like fingers hovered 3 inches from the throat of the youth in the brocade robe. Though they did not make contact, the fierce claw wind pressed 5 red marks onto the youth's neck, forcing his Adam's apple to bob but daring him not to swallow. Now. Lu Chen's voice remained calm. Who do you say is unworthy? The onlookers were in an uproar. That young man in brocade robes was a direct descendant of the Lu family of Central Plains. How could he be subdued in a single move by an unknown upstart? Though subdued, the young man in brocade defiantly raised his neck and sneered, "Dare you strike? Imperial law forbids deadly combat before and after the secret realm." Lu Chen shifted his gaze and saw several golden armored guards in the distance, their hands on their sword hilts, their fierce auras already locked onto him. Those guards were all at least at the 15th realm in cultivation, and crushing him, who was only at the 7th realm, was as easy as crushing a chick. Hoof. Lu Chen coldly snorted, releasing his fingers. The claw marks left a final red trail on the young man's neck. Ha ha ha. The elegantly dressed youth staggered backward, clutching his neck and grinning savagely. What good is having some strength? Without a secret order, you still can't enter the secret realm. He proudly waved the jade token at his waist. Someone like you, a wild cultivator, can't even touch the gates of our noble families. Noble family? Lu Chen suddenly smiled. He slowly straightened his tattered cloak. How do you know? I can't get in? The crowd grew restless at his words. A few seasoned cultivators exchanged glances. Could this kid know Princess Jiang? The national preceptor does often distribute secret orders to wandering cultivators. It can't be. The murmurs abruptly ceased. Lu Chen walked straight toward the entrance of the secret realm, and the green stone ground beneath his feet rippled with strange patterns. What was astonishing was that when he entered the 10-step range of the gate, the entire secret realm suddenly roared and trembled. 9 dragon-shaped beams of light shot into the sky, and the ancient runes on the gates of the secret realm lit up one after another. A golden path stretched out from under Lu Chen's feet, leading straight into the depths of the secret realm. The elegantly dressed man collapsed to the ground, the fragments of his fan swept aside. The secret realm is actually actively guiding him? How is this possible? Lu Chen glanced back at the stunned expressions of the crowd, the mocking curve of his lips vanishing in an instant. It seems that so-called noble families are nothing special after all. He said no more, stepping onto the golden light and disappearing into the secret realm. The moment Lu Chen entered the secret realm, an unfamiliar yet familiar sensation washed over him. He furrowed his brows and murmured to himself, strange. Every blade of grass and every tree here seems familiar. Before he could think further, faint strains of a lute began to echo in his ears. Following the sound, he saw a blindfolded woman playing the zither by the dragon path. The music penetrated his ears and heart, and the melody caused the surrounding spiritual energy to condense into tangible petals, creating a harmonious and soothing sound. Playing the zither in a secret realm? Lu Chen muttered to himself, what an odd person. Looking up, he saw 9 dragon paths winding and twisting. In an instant, his gaze was drawn like a magnet, fixated on the central dragon path. The dormant blood in his veins suddenly stirred, as if an ancient call pierced through time and space, summoning him from the depths of his soul. Just as Lu Chen was about to step onto the dragon's path, a snow-white jade foot suddenly appeared before him, its tip gently touching the void, creating ripples that spread out in circles. This path is closed, you know. Lu Chen looked up to see a golden-robed maiden seated atop the dragon path's archway. She wore a golden cloud-patterned silk robe, with a crimson dragon sash hanging from her waist. Beneath her skirt, a pair of snow-white feet, as delicate as jade, swayed leisurely, exuding an air of superior disdain. The girl idly played with the phoenix blood gems embedded in her nails, not even bothering to lift her eyelids. If you don't want to die, get out of here. You worthless creature. Lu Chen's eyes grew cold. Who was this young girl, daring to be so rude? Just as he was about to erupt, he sensed the profound aura emanating from her, completely different from the person outside. He forced himself to suppress his anger. Miss, I merely wish to pass through. Hoof. Qin Zhaoer suddenly turned to look at him, the 9 heavenly bell on her wrist jingling softly. Her face was so delicate and alluring, but the words that came out were venomous. Are you deaf, or just born a lowly creature? She suddenly lifted her leg, her delicate foot sweeping through the air. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. Lu Chen was sent flying backward, a red mark appearing on his face. The young girl withdrew her foot, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, her lips parting to reveal 2 small fangs. Do you understand now? Take one more step forward, and this lady will chop you to pieces and feed you to the dogs. Qin Kuanga, standing nearby with his arms crossed, was about to speak, but saw his sister suddenly change her expression. But Qin Zhaoer, with an innocent smile, her eyes curved like a crescent moon, I'm in a good mood now. You can come in. Lu Chen's fingertips brushed over the scorching wound on his cheek, his pupils contracting slightly. That kick was clearly meant to kill. If it weren't for his unique physique, his head would have exploded by now. These people are clearly working together. If they were to attack me, I would be dead for sure. He suppressed the surging killing intent once more, lowered his gaze to hide the cold glint in his eyes, and bowed his hands reluctantly. Thank you, miss. Finally, Lu Chen stepped into the central dragon path. The next moment, a sudden surge of immense force struck him, sending his entire body flying backward. Qin Zhaoer laughed so hard she could barely stand. Ha 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 ha. Fourth brother, look at him. He's as pitiful as a dog. She wiped the tears of laughter from her eyes. This dragon path is only for my brother to walk on. What are you? Qin Kuanga scratched his head. Little sister, you're being a bit too arrogant. Qin Zhaoer stuck out her tongue. Hey, he won't leave even if I tell him to. It's not my fault. Ye Jianwei remained expressionless, his Qin playing on. Only the little golden crow on her shoulder was mimicking Lu Chen's falling posture, causing those following behind to laugh. Lu Chen steadied himself, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. But what dominated his expression was confusion and bewilderment. How could that be? The guidance came from this ancient path, only I should be able to enter. What's going on? Before he could finish speaking, the entire ancient path suddenly began to tremble. A youth of extraordinary appearance and demeanor emerged from within. The tip of his raised finger was still floating with a fragment of bronze. Lu Chen's gaze narrowed sharply the moment it met the bronze fragment, and the small bronze tripod hanging around his neck began to tremble violently. He abruptly lowered his head, his pupils contracting sharply. The ancient patterns on the fragment perfectly matched the missing part of the bronze small tripod around his neck. My small bronze tripod. Lu Chen exclaimed in shock, his fingertips trembling as he touched his chest. This mysterious artifact that had accompanied him since his awakening now emitted an eerie glow from its edges, identical to that of the fragment. Lu Chen's pupils contracted sharply, and the reason why he couldn't enter the dragon path was finally revealed. He suddenly looked up, his eyes blazing with a terrifying intensity. You stole my opportunity? He stared intently at the shards on Qin Wangchuan's fingertips, his spiritual energy surging uncontrollably around him. He clearly intended to act. However, Qin Wangchuan was not entirely unaware of the young man before him. The fragmented memories from the illusory realm surged forth like a tidal wave about this secret realm, about the bronze tripod, and most of all, about the seemingly ordinary youth before him. A meaningful curve formed at the corner of his lips, his voice soft as if reciting an ancient prophecy. Hello, Lu Chen. Chapter 70, I will take my destiny. Hello, Lu Chen. When Qin Wangchuan stepped into the dragon path, the scene before him suddenly shifted. Amidst the hazy mist, an old man with white hair and a long dragon horn stood with his hands behind his back, his weathered voice echoing through the void. Lu Chen. Qin Wangchuan's pupils contracted sharply. The voice of a child was coming from his own throat. He looked down and saw the chubby little hands clutching the bronze tripod. His body had somehow been replaced with a small brocaded jacket embroidered with dragon patterns. Of course, you are Lu Chen. The old man turned around, his cloudy eyes seeming to pierce through time and space, mistaking Qin Wangchuan for the young boy. His withered fingers gently tapped the air, and scenes unfolded like scrolls. When the secret realm reopens, that will be the time for you to return home. A majestic imperial city emerged from the scroll, with golden palaces shimmering in the sky, surrounded by several true dragons. The old man's voice grew even deeper. This is a sealed memory. Here, you will learn the truth about your origins. You were the last prince of the ancient imperial dynasty, a half-human, half-dragon hybrid. At that time, the heavens and earth underwent a great upheaval, and even the true dragon clan could not escape the catastrophe. The scene suddenly shattered into a torrent of blood. Qin Wangchuan saw a woman with golden dragon horns on her head, entrusting an infant wrapped in swaddling clothes to her clan members, tears of blood falling from her dragon eyes. The true dragon clan sealed you within the temporal fissure, intending to retrieve you once the calamity had subsided. The old man sighed deeply, but little did we know that this wait would have no end. With no other choice, we sealed your body and memories within a dragon's cocoon, to be opened in the future. The old man spoke slowly, and another scene appeared before his eyes. The scene of the confused Lu Chen entering the dragon cocoon. For safety's sake, and to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, we left a contingency plan in this world. Even if thousands of years pass, even if we are all gone, this image will still guide you. And she who was sealed into the dragon cocoon with you will protect you in the future. This is the forbidden treasure of the true dragon clan, the shape-shifting divine weapon. Sacrificing one's body to become a divine weapon is a taboo, done solely to protect you. The scene shifted again, revealing two dragon cocoons. The first was Lu Chen, while the second was indistinct, only visible as it pulsed rhythmically. Qin Wangchuan reached out to touch it. The moment his fingers touched the cocoon, both his fingers and the cocoon itself dissolved into a mist of starlight. The light particles intertwined and swirled in the air, then back together in an instant, as if their previous dissipation had been an illusion. Not even a remnant soul, just a fragment of memory left behind by a powerful being, programmed to activate when someone entered. Upon witnessing this scene, he instantly understood everything. So the dragon cocoon I saw in Tang Hui's simulation was left here for this man named Lu Chen? The secret realm opens every year, just to summon him back home? As he pondered this, Qin Wanchuan's expression grew increasingly peculiar. The entire secret realm is opened for him? This plot. If I'm not mistaken, this Lu Chen must be a man blessed with extraordinary fortune. And I, by sheer coincidence, ended up walking the path he was meant to take? Of course, it wasn't entirely by accident. Without the system, he would never have been able to enter this place. Just as he was thinking, the next moment, the scene froze as if the footage had ended. The old man turned to face Lu Chen and spoke. If everything had gone smoothly, you would have obtained the divine weapon before arriving here. But that was under ideal circumstances. After endless ages, even we couldn't predict what unexpected events might occur, such as you awakening prematurely, or you separating from the other dragoness cocoon, or this world shattering. Therefore, this is the final contingency plan. After speaking, the old man suddenly reached out and touched Qin Wanchuan's forehead, and an incredibly complex pattern instantly appeared on his forehead. It quickly faded away. Along with it, the old man's body vanished as well. Even as he vanished, his voice echoed in his ears, "Go, Lu Chen. That child has been sleeping eternally in the Forbidden Palace, waiting for you since the moment of his birth. Endless years of waiting, all for you to come and awaken him." Qin Wanchuan touched the mark on his forehead that had already faded. "Is this a key?" The mist suddenly dissipated, revealing a path. The bronze shard opens the Forbidden Palace, and this mark opens the dragon's cocoon. Tang Hui only obtained one, so he died, and I. He took out the bronze fragment and placed it in the palm of his hand, letting out a low laugh. His voice carried a hint of coldness and arrogance. But I possess both. The gates of the Forbidden Palace open for me, and the secrets of the dragon's cocoon are in my hands. As for that unknown Lu Chen, one can only say his fortune was unlucky. With that, Qin Wanchuan followed the newly opened path and walked into the void. Sacrificing one's body as an offering, transforming into a weapon, and forging a living dragon into a divine guardian, such a method is both ruthless and ingenious. A shape-shifting divine weapon that evolves alongside its master, such a weapon, in this world, would likely make even the great emperors envious. And now, Han's death taught him a lesson. What heaven gives, if not taken, will bring misfortune. A sharp gleam flashed in Qin Wanchuan's eyes. This opportunity is mine. He didn't know how long he had been walking when Qin Wanchuan finally saw the exit. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a plain-clothed youth staring at him in astonishment. To be precise, he was staring at the bronze fragment in his hand. The bronze tripod hanging around the other's neck, missing a piece, fit perfectly with the bronze fragment in his hand. In an instant, Qin Wanchuan guessed the other's identity. He called out, "Hello, Lu Chen." Lu Chen heard this and his gaze first fell on the collapsing dragon path behind Qin Wanchuan, his pupils suddenly contracting. The passage that had been calling out to him was now completely severed. There was clearly no possibility of entering it anymore. He slowly raised his head, his voice suppressing a torrent of anger. "It was you who took my opportunity." Qin Wanchuan looked at the young man before him, tense and on edge as if facing a mortal enemy, raised an eyebrow, and nodded directly. "It was me. Give it back." Lu Chen's voice thundered like a clap of thunder. Qin Jire's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her jade-like fingers, hidden within her gilded sleeves, clenched into a fist. But upon catching a glimpse of Qin Wanchuan's expression, she coldly snorted and turned away. Qin Kuanga had somehow appeared in mid-air, sitting cross-legged with one hand propping up his cheek, looking as though he were watching a famous actor on stage. He even pulled out a handful of spirit melon seeds from his storage ring and began cracking them open. However, the sound of the qin grew increasingly intense, shaking Lu Chen's mind until he felt dizzy. Qin Wanchuan's slender fingers idly caressed the bronze fragments, showing no sign of anger. Opportunity is predestined. Once it falls into my hands, it becomes my fate. He swept his sleeve, tossing out a green jade pill bottle. There are 10-9 turns disaster avoiding pills inside. Consider it compensation. Immortal cultivation opportunities have always belonged to whoever obtains them. Qin Wanchuan considered that this fortune had originally belonged to Lu Chen. Additionally, seeing his turbulent fate, he offered compensation to cultivate a virtuous connection. What he gave was certainly not trash. The 9 transformation calamity avoiding pills were supreme elixirs even among the Imperial clan, guaranteeing Lu Chen entry into the 10th realm at the very least. However, Lu Chen didn't even glance at the pill. His gaze was like a poison-cold blade, fixed firmly on Qin Wanchuan's throat. That gaze was as though he were looking at a mortal enemy. I don't want your pill. I only want what rightfully belongs to me. Chapter 71, Casting a Long Line to Catch a Big Fish. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, his heart sank heavily. This is bad. Cold sweat broke out on his back and his fingertips twitched slightly. The man before me has a calm aura, and I can't gauge his cultivation level. But the few behind him are all top-tier experts, their strength likely far beyond my imagination, and yet I dared to speak to him so boldly. Lu Chen berated himself for his impulsiveness, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed once. Out of the corner of his eye, he scanned the surroundings for possible escape routes while secretly activating the dragon bloodline within his body. He took a half step back with his left foot and clenched his right hand into a claw, ready to fight to the death if necessary, or flee if the opportunity arose. His entire body was tense, as if facing a formidable enemy. Yet, in the eyes of Qin Wangchuan and his group, Lu Chen was nothing more than an insignificant ant. Just as the situation reached a critical moment. "Finally found you." A clear voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Before Lu Chen could turn around, a hand with prominent knuckles had already firmly gripped his shoulder. His body stiffened, and he instinctively tried to break free, but the person grabbed him forcefully and turned him around. A young man dressed in a sleek black outfit had appeared beside him at some point, wearing a carefree smile on his face. "We agreed to go dragon carp hunting together. Why did you come here first?" Lu Chen's pupils contracted slightly. He didn't recognize this youth at all. He was about to resist. Gu Yuan spoke first, his voice echoing in Lu Chen's mind, "If you don't want to die, cooperate with me." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's body stiffened, and his resistance weakened. "Excuse me, everyone," Gu Yuan turned to Qin Wangchuan and the others, bowing respectfully. The mocking expression on his face vanished, replaced by a perfectly timed apology. "This youngster is new to the world and lacks proper manners. He has offended you all. Please forgive him." As he spoke, he took out a jade box from his robe and presented it with both hands. "This is the family treasured black gold dragon pill. Please accept it as a token of my apology." Qin Wangchuan saw this and his lips twitched imperceptibly. Gu Yuan believed no one knew his true identity and thought he could play the role of the underdog to gain an advantage. But earlier, when entering the secret realm, Qin Wangchuan had clearly seen him standing alongside Ji Wangji. "He's clearly from the Gu clan," he thought to himself, but Qin Wangchuan merely replied indifferently, "It's no problem." Qin Zhaoer snorted lightly. The fingers in her gilded sleeves twitched slightly, and the jade box flew into her hand. She casually opened the box, furrowing her brows slightly. "Trash." With that, she flicked her fingertip, and the box landed in the mouth of the small golden crow perched on Ye Jianwei's shoulder. The little creature didn't refuse, gurgling as it swallowed the pill whole. The fiery patterns on its feathers glowed brighter. Gu Yuan maintained his bowing posture as he stepped back 3 paces, then turned and grabbed Lu Chen. "Let's go." His tone returned to its usual carefree and mocking manner as he walked, complaining aloud, "You're always running off." But in a low voice, he whispered, "If you don't want to die, follow me obediently." Lu Chen was filled with doubt and fear, but given the current situation, he had no choice but to comply for now. Just as they were about to leave, Qin Wangchuan suddenly reached out and grabbed. With a whoosh, the bronze tripod hanging from Lu Chen's chest flew off his neck and landed steadily in Qin Wangchuan's palm. He gently tapped the body of the tripod with his fingertips, and the missing corner fit perfectly with the bronze fragment in his hand. "You!" Lu Chen's eyes widened in fury, and half of his true dragon blood boiled within him. Just as he was about to charge, Gu Yuan had already prepared and pressed him down. "Good eyes," Gu Yuan smiled, "this broken tripod is a waste on my good-for-nothing brother. Then it won't be here to bother everyone else. After all, it wasn't his property." Even if Qin Wangchuan were here and Lu Chen were left with nothing but his underwear, Gu Yuan wouldn't say a word. Saying this, he forcibly dragged Lu Chen away at a fast pace. Only after they had walked several miles and confirmed that Qin Wangchuan and the others weren't chasing after them did Gu Yuan release his grip. Lu Chen staggered a few steps before steadying himself, his eyes still blazing with anger. "Who are you? Why did you save me?" "Save you?" Gu Yuan's expression suddenly changed, and the humility from before vanished. He flicked his sleeves, and a powerful aura surged around him, causing nearby rocks to crumble and roll away. "Do you think you're worthy?" Lu Chen's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively assumed a defensive stance. "At least you have some spirit. It wasn't a wasted trip after all." Gu Yuan sneered, "If it weren't for me just now, you'd already be dead. Do you know who Qin Wangchuan is?" Seeing Lu Chen clench his lips and remain silent, Gu Yuan suddenly stepped forward. "Let me put it this way, among the 3,000 states and countless families, the Qin family ranks among the top 3. Killing an ant like you wouldn't even require lifting a finger. Clans again." Lu Chen lowered his head, his Adam's apple bobbing, a seed planted deep within his heart. Then he raised his head and sneered, "So what? Are you asking me to be grateful? Interesting." Gu Yuan withdrew the green light and studied him with interest. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Do you want to avenge yourself? He destroyed my dragon path and stole my small cauldron." Lu Chen's knuckles turned white as he spoke, each word forced out between clenched teeth. "This grudge must be avenged, or I will not rest in peace." Gu Yuan suddenly clapped his hands and burst into laughter. "Excellent. That's the kind of bloodlust I want." The laughter abruptly ceased, and his gaze turned fierce. "I can help you, but remember, from now on, you must obey my orders." "On what grounds?" "Because of my strength." Gu Yuan's fingertips suddenly emitted a wisp of green flame, pressing against his throat. "If you refuse, I'll kill you now. But if you agree, you may still have a chance to reclaim your little cauldron in the future." Lu Chen clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. He realized he was being used as a pawn, but at the moment, he had no other choice. Have you made your decision? Gu Yuan casually brushed his sleeves. My patience is limited. Lu Chen took a deep breath and looked straight at Gu Yuan. I agree. But there's one condition. You have no right to make demands. Gu Yuan coldly interrupted, sliding a scroll of dragon scale map from his sleeve. The deepest part of the secret realm is a place called the Dragon Ruins Forbidden Palace. Even Qin Wangchuan will show a weakness there. We will act then. Everything we obtain along the way is yours, except for what's inside. Lu Chen remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. Deal. Lu Chen stared at Gu Yuan's back, his eyes flickering with a dark glow. That place is also guiding me. Anyway, it's just a matter of each taking what they need. Once we get there, I'll act according to the situation. Having an extra bodyguard along the way isn't a bad idea. Gu Yuan turned his back to Lu Chen, a sinister smile curving his lips. Qin Wangchuan must be dealt with, but I'm not foolish enough to confront him head-on. I'll need to find a few more scapegoats to create an opportunity. When the time is right, that will be my moment to act. The night wind whistled, sweeping up a few withered leaves and drawing an invisible boundary between the two. At the same time, on the other side, before the dragon's tongue steel forest, the air was filled with the chill of sword energy. Li Qinghuan, clad in snow-white robes, held a 3-foot-long sword pointing diagonally at the ground. Though the blade had not touched blood, a chill intent to kill spread outward. She stood alone at the entrance to the only path leading to the Dragon Void Forbidden Palace, with the ancient steel forest stretching thousands of feet behind her. Each stone tablet was engraved with obscure and incomprehensible Dragon Clan script. With just one person and one sword, she blocked the main entrance to the Forbidden Palace without relying on the Li family guards behind her. The opportunity in the secret realm is for those who are worthy. Each must rely on their own abilities, a cultivator said, clutching his blood-soaked shoulder as he staggered backward. His eyes flashed with a hint of resentment. But the maiden blocking our path is unbecoming of one of your kind. Li Qinghuan didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. The tip of her sword trembled slightly, and another icy white sword she sliced through the air. The cultivator frantically summoned his protective artifact, which shattered upon impact, sending him flying dozens of feet backward, crashing heavily onto a dragon-patterned steel. Get out of here! Her cold voice carried the chill of ice shards, startling the restless cultivators behind her into taking 3 steps back in unison. She ran her fingertips along the sword's edge, her gaze piercing through the chaotic crowd as she murmured toward the distance. Not here yet. This barely audible murmur was caught by several cultivators using their treasures, causing them to turn pale with horror. They exchanged glances, seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. The sword immortal, who seemed like a god of death, was actually waiting for someone? Block the entire dragon path. An old man's Adam's apple bobbed as he whispered, his voice trembling, just to wait for one person? Chapter 72, The Tragic Forbidden Child, The Path to Immortality begins. Qin Wangchuan merged the small cauldron with the fragments and examined them carefully. It was indeed a magical artifact with an ancient aura, though not a divine treasure. Just as he took a few steps forward, a hesitant call echoed from the distance behind him, "Young master?" Turning to look, he saw an old man with a deathly pale face shaking his head. No, it's not the young master. Trembling hands held a shattered life token, Master Ji. How can I explain this to the clan leader? Another plain-clothed maidservant knelt directly before the collapsed dragon path, wailing. Young master. She dug her fingers deeply into the soil, her hair disheveled. You said it was safe. How could he not come out? Qin Wangchuan paused slightly, reaching out to stop the guards who were about to step forward. Glancing at the 3 golden characters Ji Wangji fading on the life token, the corner of his lips curled into a faint smile. It was clear that Ji Wangji, the so-called forbidden child, had already perished inside. Forcing fate only leads to ruin. Qin Wangchuan shook his head, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. What a pity for such a fine physique. Long after Qin Wangchuan had turned and left, the gray-robed old man trembled as he pulled out a tortoise shell from his robe. The tortoise shell was covered in cracks, a unique communication talisman of the Ji family, capable of transmitting messages even within the secret realm. The old man bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the tortoise shell. The blood droplets traveled along the cracks, gradually outlining a star chart. At the center of the star chart, the life star belonging to Ji Wangji had already faded out. Master. The old man's voice was hoarse and terrifying. The young master has fallen. He fell in a strange, isolated space. The space has collapsed, and there is no possibility of retrieving the body. Without the body, there was no hope of resurrection. From the tortoise shell came the sound of shattered porcelain, followed by a deathly silence. The old man's cloudy eyes suddenly burst with a terrifying gleam, fixated on the direction where Qin Wangchuan had departed. His trembling fingers traced an eerie symbol in the pool of blood, which then flew toward the tortoise shell, intertwining with the lingering aura of Qin Wangchuan. But the old man suddenly lowered his voice, speaking rapidly as if afraid of being interrupted. This servant has sensed the aura of the heavenly transformation holy body on another person. As soon as he finished speaking, the other side finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Who? The ninth son of the Qin family, Qin Wangchuan. This old servant dares to suggest, perhaps we could seek a favorable connection with the Qin family and explore the path to immortality together? Ah! Before the dragon language steel forest, everyone was still blocked here. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and the distant sound of collapsing trees echoed through the air. Startled, everyone turned to look, only to see a colossal creature charging toward them at breakneck speed. It was a gigantic elephant, entirely crimson red like blood. Standing over 3 zhang tall, its 6 curved tusks were still dripping with fresh blood and flesh. As the demon elephant's massive feet stomped down, several 7th realm cultivators who failed to dodge in time were instantly reduced to meat paste. Only those at the 8th realm managed to narrowly escape. It's a mature blood-toothed demon elephant, an elderly cultivator's voice trembled. This beast isn't just thick-skinned and tough, the hardness of its 3 sets of tusks rivals that of a divine artifact. We have lingered here too long, our blood aura has attracted the demon beast. Prepare for battle. With each step the giant elephant took, the ground was left with a burning footprint. As its long trunk swings, several cultivators are sent flying. However, the next moment, a clear and resonant suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. Zheng. The sound of the zither was like silk, tracing an invisible path through the void. The massive body of the blood-toothed demon elephant suddenly froze, and 6 hair-thin cracks appeared on its tusks. With a deafening explosion, the giant elephant's head split cleanly in two, the cut smooth as a mirror. Scalding demon blood poured down like a waterfall, burning the ground and sending up plumes of green smoke. Everyone turned in horror to see a blindfolded woman holding an ancient zither, her fingertips still resting on the strings. How? A single strike killed the blood-toothed demon elephant. A purple-robed cultivator's Adam's apple bob, his voice dry as sandpaper. Who is that woman? Her figure is graceful, her eyes are covered, and she holds the 9 heavens ringed zither. There's no mistake. She must be the personal zither attendant of Prince Qin Zhouxing. With that kind of power, are you telling me she's just a maid, or a Qin attendant? The young cultivator's voice trembled, and he unconsciously took a half step back. That strike just now, even my senior brother might not have been able to. Shoo! The senior disciple beside him hurriedly covered his mouth, his face pale as he gazed toward the distance. That's the Qin family, one of the 3 great clans. Sure enough, amid the murmurs of the crowd, Qin Wangchuan and the others slowly emerged. Look over there. Who are those 2? Everyone looked over and saw Li Xian using his fingers as swords, effortlessly slaying a blood-toothed demon elephant. Beside him, Zhu Wujiu was even more formidable, simply flicking a copper coin from his thumb, which instantly pierced through several demon beasts. Li Xian of the Li family? Who's the one beside him? Zhu Wujiu of the Chu family. Don't you know? He's the 2nd most prodigious talent after Chu Qingyan. Many prodigies watched their moves in awe. Few dared to call themselves prodigies in their presence. One hailed from the Li family of the Heavenly Sword, capable of fighting across realms with ease. The other came from the Chu family of the War Immortals, bearing the 9 Hells battle body, whose power surged several-fold with each hell he broke through, famed for defeating enemies across 3 realms. Amidst the crowd's admiration, Gu Yuan, a figure cloaked in a hooded robe, sneered coldly. Just a bunch of ignorant fools who've never seen the world. He then casually moved, and the mere flick of a green flame he cast behind him reduced several demon beasts to ash. Oh! That blue flame! Who are those few people? Some people naturally noticed this scene. However, these individuals were all cloaked, with faint runes flowing across their garments, obscuring their features. The most striking figure was another young man who had also intervened. Though he was also among the cloaked figures, every punch he threw sent a low, rumbling dragon's roar echoing through the air. Those powerful punches, infused with dragon might, could shatter the thick hide and bones of demonic beasts, sending flesh and blood flying everywhere. To crush demon beasts with bare hands. Though his hunting efficiency couldn't match those who had acted earlier, in terms of visual impact, watching one demon beast after another, as large as small mountains, being blown to pieces, it was undoubtedly the most breathtaking sight. Qin Wangchuan also looked up and immediately recognized the identity of the person. It was Lu Chen. True to his reputation as the chosen one of destiny, he is always making a name for himself. Though he thought this, Qin Wangchuan did not step forward to expose him. As the chosen one of destiny, he naturally had his share of opportunities. The small tripod from before seemed useless, but he guessed it must be meant to be used by Lu Chen. Though the divine weapon within the dragon-esque cocoon is powerful, it's only in the side hall. There must be even greater treasures in the main hall. Let you lead the way for me. Meanwhile, Lu Chen withdrew his fiery gaze from afar and glanced secretly at Qin Wangchuan. I can feel it, something is calling to me from within the main hall. It's the inheritance. Once I obtain the inheritance and my strength increases, I will make you, Qin Wangchuan, kneel and return the small tripod. He was still dreaming, unaware that he had already become a pawn in Qin Wangchuan's plan. The battle raged on. Imperial clan disciples could sweep aside opponents, while noble clan disciples could defend themselves. As for the scattered cultivators, they could only end up as fodder. Their starting point is our ultimate goal. Some inexperienced wandering cultivators, witnessing this scene, felt bitter and their resolve began to waver. The more demon beasts they slew, the more concentrated the blood energy became. Endless demon beasts poured out of the forest, even startling some powerful demons. Sure enough, the next moment, the entire dragon speech steel forest suddenly trembled violently. Chapter 73, You Call This the Way of the Zither? The dragon clan's ancient inscriptions, dormant for 10,000 years, suddenly burst into blinding crimson light, as if warning of something. Boom! The ground suddenly split open, revealing a 100-foot-deep abyss. A massive claw covered in scales emerged from the swirling black mist. As the black mist gradually dissipated, the true form of the monster was revealed. A terrifying half-dragon, half-human creature. It had the head of a dragon, with a human body below the neck, and its entire body was covered in bronze-colored dragon scales. Most terrifying were the two pairs of bone wings unfurled on its back, each flap sending a foul-smelling toxic wind sweeping through the air. Fallen dragon. An elderly man who had seen much in his life collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling as he said, "The ancient texts record that this is a forbidden creature that feeds on dragons. If there's a fallen dragon, then there must be." Before he could finish his sentence, he died from inhaling the toxic wind. Regardless of what lies below, the aura of this single fallen dragon alone has reached the 10th realm. In this secret realm, the highest level one could reach was the 10th realm. Beyond that, one would need to consume a pill to enter. Let alone those of the same realm. Demonic beasts are far stronger than human cultivators. This will be a tough battle, Li Xian said solemnly. He estimated he had only a 50% chance of defeating this demon beast. Not necessarily. Zhu Wujiu, with his 10th realm cultivation, seemed unconcerned, but his gaze shifted toward Qin Wangchuan. He intended to use this demon beast to test Qin Wangchuan first. Grumble. The fallen dragon let out a deafening roar, its tail echoing with ancient reverberations. Its gaze first landed on Lu Chen in the crowd. It sensed the dragon energy surging toward it from within Lu Chen's body. Just as Lu Chen prepared to fight to the death, the fallen dragon suddenly seemed to catch the scent of something even more delicious. It slowly turned its gaze toward the Qin family's direction. More accurately, it fixed its gaze on Qin Wangchuan. This time, it didn't use its legs but spread its two pairs of bone wings and flew toward them. Those who witnessed the scene immediately had expressions of shock, unconsciously holding their breath and focusing their attention. All believed that an earth-shaking battle was about to unfold. Meanwhile, on the ceremonial platform outside the secret realm, the national preceptor, as the responsible official for this event, was undoubtedly able to observe the magical artifacts within the secret realm. The dragon-patterned ancient mirror floated in the air, reflecting the bloody battle within the secret realm. "So many have died," an elder said, looking at the Li family elder. "Even the fallen dragons have crawled out of their graves. This disaster is all because your family, Li Qingluan, blocked the path. You must take responsibility. Take the blame? This is their destined calamity." The Li family elder's hair stood on end, then he turned to Qin Wenhe. "In my opinion, it's all your fault, Qin family. It's all because you were waiting for him." Qin Wenhe, known as the Imperial preceptor, usually spoke with the elegance of a scholar, but this time "You're the one talking nonsense. My family's Wangchuan is the true chosen one, destined by heaven." The elder of the Ji clan raised an eyebrow, his expression peculiar. "Is that the point?" As the crowd murmured, someone suddenly pointed at the dragon realm and spoke. "Oh, look, your family's chosen one is about to make his move." "But this..." An elder suddenly stopped stroking his beard, his brows furrowed. "Strange. He hasn't activated the Taoist incantation nor drawn his sword. Why has he picked up a zither?" His words trailed off abruptly, and the entire ceremonial platform fell into complete silence. Dozens of gazes darted toward Qin Wenhe like arrows, and a ridiculous thought exploded in everyone's minds. "Wait. Your family's Qin Wangchuan practices the way of the zither?" "He does indeed practice the art of the zither, though he has never used it before." Before the dragon language steel forest, Qin Wangchuan took the ancient zither from Ye Jianwei's hands. Qin Zhao's phoenix-like eyes widened in astonishment. She knew he was extraordinary just by watching him play the zither, but when had he learned it? Even her own sister, who occasionally dropped by the Wangchuan pavilion to cause trouble, was unaware. Qin Kuangde crossed his arms and continued to watch the show. Ye Jianwei's lips curled into a faint smile. Only she knew that the young master's musical prowess far surpassed her own, and he wasn't just an ordinary genius, he was a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy who could master anything he heard. The piece she practiced daily, the young master could master after just one listen. It was truly terrifying. Qin Wangchuan's fingertips gently traced the strings, and the body of the Qin suddenly glowed, as if in response. As the dragon plummeted within 3 zhang, he abruptly plucked the strings. Zheng. The first note sounded like a phoenix crying out to the heavens, and the gray-white pupil in the fallen dragon's left eye exploded in response. Gah! The demon beast let out a pained roar, its poisonous wings flapping wildly, sending a torrent of toxic mist into the sky. Qin Wanchuan's right hand suddenly turned into a blur, plucking the string 6 times in rapid succession. 6 sound blades intertwined in the air, forming a chain that bound the fallen dragon tightly. As the chains tightened, the fallen dragon let out agonizing cries, its scale sparks flying in every direction as the chains closed in. Qin Wanchuan raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. No wonder it's a forbidden beast that feeds on dragons. If it were an ordinary demon beast, it would have been reduced to countless fragments under this single strike. Yet it had withstood the blow using only its dragon scales. Seeing that escape was impossible, the fallen dragon suddenly raised its head and let out a piercing dragon's roar, spitting out a vibrant crimson dragon pearl. The moment the dragon pearl appeared, the entire world trembled. The sound blades and chains melted away like snow under the sun, disintegrating into nothingness. What was even more terrifying was that the surface of the dragon pearl began to emit threads of crimson light, which suddenly shot toward Qin Wanchuan in a dazzling beam of light. Qin Wanchuan remained composed and plucked the strings of his zither once more. This time, several notes of the zither transformed into a single character in the air. Control. In an instant, a sound barrier materialized before him. The seemingly terrifying beam of light, though it stirred up ripples of air, failed to breach the barrier, which was as thin as a cicada's wing. This was the result of Qin Wanchuan fusing the 6-character sword technique with the sound of the zither. If fingers can form characters, then so can Qin melodies, and indeed, all things in the world can. It is the underlying Taoist essence, not the medium itself. Even the fallen dragon, hailed as a forbidden end, couldn't help but pause for a moment upon seeing this. How could this seemingly weak human being block the full force of his life-giving dragon pearl? And it was a direct, head-on clash? It couldn't understand or comprehend. It even wondered if all of this was just a dream caused by being buried for too long. However, Qin Wanchuan did not give the fallen dragon time to react, plucking the strings of his zither once more. This time, it wasn't chains. The sound of the zither transformed into a sword chi that rushed forward. Wherever it passed, space shattered, laws became chaotic, and even light was sliced into fragments. The scales of the fallen dragon, which were far beyond the level of a divine artifact, were easily cut open like thin paper. SSS-grade. Though everyone saw only a sword light, the once mighty fallen dragon was torn apart in an instant, its body split into 4 pieces. The cuts were smooth as a mirror, and even the spurting dragon blood was vaporized mid-air by the lingering sword intent. Shock. Silence. Before the dragon language steel forest, a deathly silence fell. No one had expected Qin Wanchuan to have such mastery of the zither. Some wandering cultivators dropped their magical artifacts to the ground with a clang, while the eyes of the holy sons turned blood red as they strained to see through the sword strike, unaware that blood was seeping from the corners of their eyes. Several elderly cultivators collapsed to their knees, their robes soaked through with cold sweat. Is this the way of the Qin? The holy son of the Taisu sect's voice was hoarse as he suddenly turned to look at the crowd, his eyes flickering with the last glimmer of hope only to see the same stunned, speechless faces. Chapter 74. The great demon shifts form and appears 4 of them. Transforming into a form through Qin music was not an uncommon feat. Even Qin cultivators of great strength could achieve it. But the crux lies in it was too small. Qin Wanchuan was already a cultivator of both law and sword. How could he still be a Qin cultivator? How is that even possible? Gu Yuan's expression grew solemn, and he remained silent. As a member of a reclusive clan, he naturally knew more than others. This Qin Wanchuan is stronger than I imagined. Thinking this, a certain ambition flashed in his eyes, but the taller the mountain, the better it will support my path to the heavens. Lu Chen's lips turned slightly pale, his eyes filled with astonishment, caution, and deep confusion. He looks younger than me, yet he possesses such overwhelming power. Qin Wanchuan was too strong, so strong that Lu Chen felt fear for the first time in his life. After all, even when he had faced 3 great demons in the 10,000 mountains and emerged unscathed, he had never felt this way. It seems I must collaborate with Gu Yuan to have any chance of reclaiming my small cauldron. Standing beside him, Li Qingluan, who had been planning to intervene until just now, also had her beautiful eyes trembling. She knew his sword techniques and spiritual arts were formidable, but she had never seen his Qin playing reach the point of transforming into a sword. Outside the secret realm, the crowd on the ceremonial platform had fallen silent. Using the Qin to convey the way. The national preceptor plunged the dragon-headed staff in his hand deeply into the ground. Qin Wanchuan, no wonder the princess is so infatuated with him. Qin Wan has stroked his beard and nodded, feeling proud inside, but he still comforted the others. Don't be too discouraged, everyone. My son is outstanding, after all. He is Qin Wanchuan, after all. Having said this, Qin Wanha did not elaborate further. What was unfolding before their eyes was merely a glimpse of Qin Wanchuan's true power. The supreme Tao heart within him had yet to be fully revealed. His innate ability to foresee the future was even more deeply hidden. Not to mention that he had previously, by sheer coincidence, consumed a creation divine fruit. In his presence, so-called prodigies were nothing but a joke. In the future, this era of great contention will likely be the stage for my Li Qinghuan and your Qin Wangchuan, said an elder of the Li family with a sigh, only to be immediately interrupted by an elder of the Chu family. Are you out of your mind? What about my family's Chu Qingyan? Ah, aren't we talking about the younger generation? You're making me fired up. My Li family. Stop, stop. Qin Wenhe flicked his sleeves and suddenly laughed aloud. Everyone, hold your horses. If we're not talking about the present generation, I'd like to speak of another student of mine. He tapped the table lightly with his fingertips, his voice brimming with pride. If my disciple Qin Wudo is ranked second, who dares to claim first place under the emperor? After speaking, Qin Wenhe's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he slowly swept it across the crowd. I doubt anyone dares, do they? Sigh. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, unable to utter a single word of rebuttal. Qin Wudao was indeed a monster. But upon further reflection, something didn't add up. The older generation had Qin Wudao, and the younger generation had Qin Wangchuan. Then what about the Qin family? At this point, the crowd stopped thinking further and instead shook their heads and whistled in admiration. Envy, envy. Before the dragon language steel forest, the deathly silence was suddenly shattered. This is interesting. A hoarse voice echoed from the abyss, accompanied by the metallic grinding of chains being dragged. Everyone turned in horror to see four black figures slowly rising from the abyss where the fallen dragon had emerged. The first was a snow-white nine-tailed demon fox, each step it took causing ice lotuses to bloom beneath its feet. The second was a corpse dragon bearing a bronze ancient coffin, from which foul-smelling black blood seeped through the cracks. The third was a monstrous creature with a human face and a spider's body, its 8 compound eyes flickering with an eerie purple glow. The last was a golden cicada no larger than a child, its wings covered in countless mouths and pupils. How many tens of thousands of years have passed? The nine-tailed fox licked its claws, mockingly glancing at the collapsed cultivators on the ground. I never expected to have a meal so soon after waking up. The ancient coffin behind the corpse dragon suddenly shook violently, emitting a dull thudding sound. I hate the sound of a zither. Which little insect was playing it just now? It was him. The human-faced spider extended its sharp appendages, pointing directly at Qin Wangchuan, while droplets of corrosive venom fell from its mouth. I can smell it, a scent more fragrant than dragon meat. The golden cicada fluttered its wings lightly, and the pupils on its wings contracted simultaneously, emitting a crisp laugh like that of a child. Ha ha. This time I woke up just in time for the blood feast. For surging demonic energies intertwined and rose into the sky, coalescing into a blood-red net that obscured the heavens. The fallen dragon that had previously left everyone despairing now seemed like a cub in their presence. 11th realm, a shape-shifting demon? Someone let out a bitter laugh. Below a fallen dragon must be a great demon, but how can there be 4 of them? Such a thing has never been heard of before. We're doomed. Despair swept over the crowd like a tidal wave. The focus was not on the overwhelming pressure of the 11th realm but on the meaning behind the 4 figures behind them, who spoke in human language. The ability to speak human language signified that they were nearly at the pinnacle of demonic cultivation. These were shape-shifting demons among demon cultivators, comparable to the supreme beings of the human race's 13th realm. Though the 4 before them only displayed the cultivation level of the 11th realm, this was merely a weakened state after their prolonged slumber. With just a few blood sacrifices, their strength would recover rapidly. This is why everyone is despairing. The wandering cultivators stumbled backward and fled, shouting, "Run!" As soon as they took a step, the golden cicada's compound eyes flickered, and everyone instantly felt as though they had fallen into an ice cave. An invisible pressure sealed off every inch of space. The nine-tailed fox's tail tip swept lightly, freezing the retreating cultivators in place with instant ice. What a bore, it said, narrowing its eyes at the frozen expressions of terror in the ice sculptures. Boom! The black mist from the ancient coffin of the corpse dragon swept past, instantly turning the nearest cultivators into desiccated corpses that collapsed to the ground. The venom of the human-faced spider corroded the ground into honeycomb-like holes, and its 8 compound eyes locked onto Qin Wangchuan simultaneously. This one, we'll save for last. Just as it extended its jointed legs, the golden cicada suddenly flapped its wings. Swish! A golden light flashed, severing several of the human-faced spider's front limbs at the base, spraying dark green blood everywhere. Ah! The human-faced spider let out a piercing scream, its 8 compound eyes widening in disbelief as it stared at the golden cicada. The golden cicada remained suspended in midair, its eyes on its wings shifting slightly. Its voice remained clear and crisp, yet carried an undeniable chill. He's mine. With that, another golden light flashed. As the golden light flashed, the human-faced spider's 8 compound eyes contracted simultaneously, instinctively trying to retreat. But it was too late. No. Master. With a dull thud, the human-faced spider's massive body exploded into a cloud of dark green blood mist. Before the blood mist could touch the ground, it was completely absorbed by the golden cicada's pupils. The entire process took no more than 3 breaths. The golden cicada emitted a satisfied smacking sound. To become the nourishment for my molted shell is your honor. The nine-tailed fox's tail froze instantly, and the corpse dragon dared not utter a sound. The 2 great demons exchanged glances, their eyes filled with intense fear. The golden cicada was the strongest among the 4 shape-shifting great demons. Originally, there were 4 great demons, but now only 3 remained. This dramatic scene reignited hope in many hearts. Take advantage of their infighting escape. Chapter 75, If you think you can cut me down, go ahead and try, human cub. Ha! Amidst the chaotic screams, everyone scattered in all directions, but were swiftly killed in an instant. Facing an 11th rank demon, even disciples from prominent clans could barely protect themselves. Chu Wujiu showed a serious expression for the first time, stretched his body, and walked forward, saying, "It seems it's time for me to step in. It wasn't fair for us to just watch him fight. I should let Qin Wangchuan see what I can do." Just as Chu Wujiu was about to step forward, his wrist was suddenly grabbed by Li Xian. His eyebrows furrowed slightly as he followed Li Xian's gesture and looked in the direction he indicated. "Our little princess is stepping in." The two looked over and saw Li Qinghuan draw her sword. With a single step forward, the heavens and earth shifted abruptly. Listening to the rain sword pavilion. As the void trembled, the familiar lake center sword pavilion descended once more. The icy lake was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the fine rain falling from the sky. Every raindrop was imbued with a chilling sword energy. Li Qinghuan stood with his sword in hand, his robes fluttering like a crane. The sword rises. No flashy moves, just a casual raise of the hand and a single strike. Clang! As the sword's cry echoed across the domain, the entire ice lake erupted violently. Gigantic waves transformed into countless ice blades, each reflecting blindingly cold light. Even the corpse dragoons still slaughtering the cultivators couldn't raise their ancient coffins to block the strike. The bronze coffin, along with its body, was cleaved in two by the sword's strike. The two halves of the dragon's corpse slowly slid down, the cut smooth as a mirror. On the ice lake, the rain continued to fall. The fleeing cultivators suddenly froze in place, their faces still frozen in expressions of terror, their pupils filled with the sword light that had split the heavens. This. They were so stunned by the sword strike that they couldn't speak. Though they knew this divine maiden blocking their path was powerful, they never imagined she could be this strong. Even an 11th rank demon was effortlessly slain. Chu Wujiu's eyes flashed with a fierce light. What a formidable listening to the rain sword pavilion. The Li family has hidden their strength well indeed. After expressing his admiration, a question arose in his mind. He suddenly turned to Li Xian and asked, "Speaking of which, I don't seem to have heard of Qin Wangchuan's domain." Qin Wangchuan's domain? Li Xian's eyes suddenly grew unfocused as his memories returned to that banquet when he was 10 years old. He had been present and witnessed Qin Wangchuan enter the 6th realm and then unleash his domain. Though I don't know the exact name, I recall it resembled 2 clouds. 2 clouds? Just as he was puzzled, a crisp bell sound suddenly rang out from the direction of the Qin family. Before Qin Wangchuan could act, Qin Zhaoer had somehow already appeared at the front, pointing at the 9-tailed fox and shouting, "This big white fox is pretty impressive. Everyone, stand back, let this lady handle it. I'm going to capture it and make it my mount." As she spoke, her slender fingers brushed against her right ankle, and a string of ancient bells immediately appeared. No wonder I could hear the bells ringing but couldn't tell where they were coming from. It was actually a magical artifact that could hide its true form. She now had 2 strings of bells on her body. One was on her ankle, the 9 heavens Linglong bell gifted by the eldest princess. The other was the 100 weapons bell given to her by her older sister. She removed the ancient bells from her ankle and placed them in the palm of her hand. The small bells swiftly transformed in her grasp. Each crisp bell ring was accompanied by the flickering shadows of weapons, at times transforming into a 2-meter-long spear with flickering cold blades, at other times into a fierce, heavy drum like golden hammer, and even a blood-red sickle with an eerie curve appeared consecutively. What should I use this time? She tilted her head, her eyes darting around. The bell suddenly emitted a clear, trembling sound, and a massive black axe materialized in the glow, growing larger and more solid. "This one will do." As her slender hands gripped the handle, the dark golden patterns on the axe handle suddenly came to life. A 6-foot-long axe spear materialized with a thunderous roar, its black iron blade adorned with writhing crimson patterns. Though it was a weapon taller than her entire body, it felt as light as a feather in her palm. She spun on her toes, her skirt fluttering, and the axe blade spun in her palm like a golden windmill. With a casual swing, the heavy axe spear instantly transformed into a blur of afterimages, charging toward the 9-tailed fox. "Take this." The axe blade sliced down with a whistling wind, and the 9-tailed fox's eyes flashed with cold light. "You insolent little girl." Its 9 tails stood erect simultaneously, and a surge of cold air engulfed it, instantly freezing the ground into a wall of ice several zheng thick. In the next instant, the ice walls shattered, but the axe's momentum remained unabated, charging straight toward the 9-tailed fox's main body. The 9-tailed fox hurriedly swung 3 tails to block the attack. Swoosh! 3 snow-white fox tails snapped in 2, spurting blood. The 9-tailed fox staggered backward, its eyes flashing with horror. Impossible! How could a mere human possess such brute strength? It stared intently at Qin Zhaoer's slender figure, its voice filled with greed and disbelief. "Could it be, you're some kind of special sacred body? As it spoke, a brilliant light flickered at the severed tails, and 3 brand new foxtails began to regrow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Among the onlookers, someone exclaimed in shock, "We're doomed. This kind of demon's blood energy far surpasses that of ordinary demons." But Qin Jier merely tilted her head, flashing a confident smile. "Even if you grow a few more, it won't matter." Before she finished speaking, she had already closed in again, swinging her massive axe in a sweeping arc, creating a howling wind. Swish! 3 more fox tails snapped off in response. The 9-tailed fox finally showed fear in its eyes, hesitated for a moment, then turned to flee. But the Qin family guards had already sealed off the area. "You were pretty cocky just now," a Qin family guard sneered. "Now you want to leave? Too late." The hunter and the hunted instantly switched roles. The massive axe swung once more, and the 9-tailed fox let out a piercing wail. Damn humans! It was well known that the tails of the 9-tailed fox clan were the embodiment of their cultivation. What was being cut was not just a tail, but their very cultivation. Qin Jier stopped her actions, tilted her head, and thought for a moment, "Become my mount, and I'll spare your life." Dream on. Without another word, another axe swing came down. This time, it surrendered. "Stop. I'll submit." It had no choice but to submit, otherwise, it would die. The 9-tailed fox trembled all over, its eyes filled with humiliation. In ancient times, it had once been a mighty being, but during the turmoil of the True Dragon clan, it had unfortunately been caught up in the chaos. It had finally captured a fallen dragon and used its dragon energy to help itself fall into a deep sleep, hoping to become invincible in the future. Who would have thought that one day it would be captured by a human girl and made into her mount? But upon seeing the blood-stained giant axe, it finally lowered its proud head. "That's better." Qin Jier casually thrust the axe into the ground, lightly touched the ground with her bare feet, and flipped onto the 9-tailed fox's back. She leaned back slightly, her rounded hips tracing an alluring curve beneath her red robe. Her snow-white bare feet crossed and rested on the 9-tailed fox's fluffy tail, and her 10 pearl-like toes curled playfully. "Remember that." Qin Jier leaned forward, her fingertips tugging at the 9-tailed fox's ear, her red lips curving into a dangerous smile. "If you dare to drop me, I'll pull out every single one of your tails." After speaking, her face instantly broke into a bright smile as she turned to Qin Wanchuan and boasted, "Look, isn't my new mount beautiful?" But everyone's attention was elsewhere. "Impressive, right? I taught her." Qin Kuanga leaned close to Qin Wanchuan's ear, raising his eyebrows in pride, his tone brimming with boastfulness. He then gave Qin Wanchuan a knowing wink, looking eager to try himself. "If you want to learn, I can teach you too. Fourth brother can give you private lessons anytime." Qin Wanchuan glanced at the exaggeratedly large axe, then looked at Qin Jier, who was swinging it with great skill, and his lips twitched. "What on earth are you teaching him?" His gaze shifted back to Qin Jier. It must be said that her peach blossom-like, alluring figure was truly extraordinary. She picked up anything she learned with remarkable speed. She had even copied his sword seal, though its power was pitifully weak. Compared to the intricate cultivation of spells, Qin Jier's talent in physical cultivation was clearly far more astonishing. Just as Qin Jier subdued the 9-tailed fox, the golden cicada suddenly flapped its wings, and the countless pupils on its wings simultaneously emitted blinding golden light. "Be careful." Li Qinghuan sensed something amiss and immediately swung his sword to block. Though she was unharmed, the force still sent her flying back several zhang. At the same time, the remnants of the zombie dragon suddenly transformed into a rolling black mist, which was completely absorbed into the golden cicada's body. At the same time, the golden cicada repeated its trick and charged toward the 9-tailed fox. Qin Jier reacted swiftly, blocking the 9-tailed fox with her massive axe. A loud clang echoed as a golden light was forcefully blocked, but she too was forced to retreat several steps, her palms trembling. "That strength." Qin Jier's eyes flashed with astonishment. This golden cicada's power was on a completely different level from the other great demons. "What a pity, what a pity." The golden cicada laughed like a child, though it's still a bit lacking. "It's enough for now." It slowly rose into the air, its cicada wings shimmering with an eerie glow. "As fellow great demons? Don't make me laugh. These 3 worthless creatures are merely reserves I've raised for when I awaken." As soon as the words left its mouth, its exoskeleton suddenly cracked open, revealing golden patterns. "This is the moment I shed my shell and take on my true form." Its exoskeleton peeled away inch by inch, revealing the gradually forming outline of a human figure. A terrifying aura surged upward, causing the entire sky and earth to tremble. However, just then, primordial burial sword. A cold voice rings out. Qin Wanchuan, who had drawn his sword, the solitary phoenix, at some point, now holds it aloft, its blade blazing with blinding starlight. However, faced with this terrifying strike, Jin Chan remained unfazed. "Foolish." Its shell's mouth curled into a mocking grin. "If I complete my molting, I will indeed enter a period of weakness." As it spoke, the golden patterns on the golden cicada's shell suddenly shone brightly, but in contrast, during the molting process, the hardness of my shell far exceeds its usual state. "But you're just an 8th-rank human cub. If you think you can cut me, come and try." Before it could finish speaking, the golden cicada's gaze suddenly split into two. Even its once arrogant tone twisted into a comical sound. Ha! Chapter 76, The True Treasure Within the Dragon's Abandoned Palace. No! This can't be. The outer shell exploded with a loud bang, revealing the incomplete, broken body inside. The golden cicada vanished in an ear-piercing screech of disbelief. Standing there letting others cut you down? I've never seen anyone so foolish. Qin Huangchuan sheathed his sword, his tone calm. Besides, no matter how high a realm you once reached, no matter how hard your outer shell was, now, you're nothing more than an 11th realm demon cultivator. As he spoke, he walked over and grabbed it with his hand. The shattered demon core fell into his hand, which he casually tossed into the mouth of the little golden crow. The little creature flapped its wings joyfully, emitting a crisp chirp-chirp sound. It clutched the demon core with its tiny claws, as if it had found a priceless treasure. After carefully pecking at it twice to ensure it was safe, it suddenly swallowed it whole with a gulp. It let out a satisfied belch, expelling a small burst of sparks tinged with starlight, then drifted dazedly into Qin Huangchuan's hair, curling into a fluffy golden ball and falling asleep. The world fell into complete silence. Everyone was stunned. Though it currently possessed only the 11th realm of cultivation, as a shape-shifting demon once rivaling the 13th realm's supreme beings, its power was by no means to be underestimated. Just like that, one sword strike? Gulp! Someone swallowed hard, the sound echoing clearly in the silence. Starting with a signature move, just like his older brother. Chu Wujiu whistled in admiration, but turned to find Li Xian beside him looking off. Why are you covering your head? Li Xian shook his head with a complicated expression. He looked at Jin Chan's corpse, as if he saw himself from back then in it. In an instant, a complex resonance welled up in his heart. He dared to stand there and let him cut him down. He deserved to die. Li Qinghuan's grip on her sword tightened slightly, and a complex expression flashed in her beautiful eyes. Qin Zhaoer, however, blinked at the astonished expressions of those around her and quietly signaled the nine-tailed fox beneath her to approach Qin Huangchuan. The nine-tailed fox's pupils contracted sharply, and a storm of emotions raged within her heart. I've attached myself to a powerful ally? It silently lowered its head, no longer feeling the earlier resentment, but instead feeling a surge of relief. As for Lu Chen and the others, they had already silently crossed the Dragon Speech Steel Forest and were heading toward the Dragon Ruins Forbidden Palace. However, his actions did not escape the notice of Qin Huangchuan, who had been watching this side the entire time. Before the main gate of the Dragon Ruins Forbidden Palace, the weathered bronze patterns glowed faintly in the dim light. Lu Chen slowly removed the hood of his cloak, his fingertips tracing the ancient dragon-shaped relief on the door, a fleeting look of confusion flashing in his eyes. I recognize this place. He murmured softly, his voice barely audible, as if he were speaking in his sleep. Gu Yuan stood behind him, his expression shifting between shadow and light. Along the way, Lu Chen seemed to have foreknowledge, skillfully avoiding all the forbidden traps. Even the hidden doors and mechanisms not even recorded in ancient texts, he could precisely locate the way out. This kid must have something valuable on him. Gu Yuan stared at Lu Chen's back, already making up his mind in silence. Once Lu Chen no longer held any value, he would eliminate him without hesitation. Boom! At that moment, the sealed door suddenly opened on its own, and a vast dragon's breath swept toward them. Lu Chen's robes fluttered without a breeze, and faint golden streaks of light flickered between his hair. Gu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. He clearly saw that Lu Chen's shadow twisted for an instant in the dragon's breath, transforming into a winding dragon silhouette. Let us go. Lu Chen stepped into the hall without looking back, his tone calm to the point of being terrifying. The true inheritance is inside. The hall was empty and desolate. Although the seals on the doors regenerated each time the secret realm opened, they were not difficult to break. Generations of cultivators who had entered this place had plundered the entire hall, even prying the night pearls embedded in the walls from their sockets, leaving only pitted indentations behind. But Lu Chen paid no heed to the ruins. He stared straight at the dust-covered true dragon statue at the center of the hall, murmuring, "It's calling to me." Thud. He knelt heavily on the ground, causing an echo to reverberate through the silent hall. Lu Chen knelt on the ground with his forehead pressed against the floor. The golden dragon scales on his forehead suddenly glowed brightly, as if resonating with something. Gu Yuan furrowed his brows, about to speak, but saw the ordinary-looking statue suddenly burst into brilliant golden light. What is this? Golden light poured down like rain, bathing Lu Chen in its glow. His pupils gradually turned a lustrous golden hue, and the dragon scale mark on his forehead grew even brighter. With a soft click, the stone wall behind the statue slowly parted, revealing a deep, dark passageway. It's inside. Lu Chen stepped directly into the passageway. It was a square corridor, with walls densely covered in murals. He placed his fingers on the walls and gently traced the patterns. Strange memories flooded back like a tidal wave. The battlefield echoing with dragon roars, the blood-stained throne, and the old man who had sealed him within the dragon's cocoon. So that's how it was. Lu Chen muttered to himself, his golden eyes reflecting the vicissitudes of 1,000 years. I remember now. Hey! Gu Yuan frowned as he looked into the deep passage, sensing an unsettling aura approaching. What's ahead? Upon hearing Gu Yuan's question, Lu Chen snapped back to reality. I almost forgot about you. He tapped a certain spot on the wall, and a dragon-patterned stone slab suddenly descended from the passageway, crashing down and sealing Gu Yuan and the others outside. Boom! The deafening crash of the dragon stone echoed through the passageway, causing Gu Yuan's face to contort in an instant. Lu Chen! His enraged roar shook the stone walls, and he punched the massive rock covered in dragon patterns. The direct descendant of the prestigious Gu family had been outmaneuvered by an unknown upstart. Young master, please calm down. The attendants rushed forward, trying to break through the stone. No, wait. Gu Yuan suddenly calmed down, turned around, and smiled sinisterly. This is for the best. Let's go. Lu Chen paid no attention to what was happening behind him and walked straight out of the passageway. At the end of the passage, 100 dragon-shaped stone statues surrounded a massive altar. These statues took various forms, but all exuded a brutal and murderous aura. At the center of the altar, a golden dragon scale egg, as tall as a person, floated quietly above the altar. The eggshell was wrapped in chain-like patterns. The overwhelming dragon's might was enough to crush weaker cultivators, but Lu Chen moved forward as if he were in his element. Just as he stepped onto the altar. Snap, snap, snap. Crisp claps echoed from the darkness. At the exit of the dim passage, Qin Wanchuan's figure emerged silently like ink spreading in water. He tilted his head, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, his tone familiar as if greeting an old friend. Surprise? Chapter 77, Transforming Divine Weapon, Dragon Silk. Qin Wanchuan. Lu Chen nodded, unsurprised that he had come here. It seems those dragon-severing stones couldn't stop you after all. You mean the traps in the passageway? Qin Wanchuan shrugged indifferently, glancing around him. His slender fingers casually tapped his own eye socket. Where there's a lock, there's a key. It's just a matter of finding the right place. His gaze swept over the dragon-shaped statues around him, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Just like now you brought me here, didn't you? Thanks. Lu Chen's golden eyes narrowed sharply behind this seemingly casual greeting lay a deadly trap. But that was before. Qin Wanchuan, I know you're strong and your background is terrifying. Lu Chen's golden eyes gradually brightened, but his voice remained eerily calm, so I don't want to make things irreversible. Return the small to me, and I'll forget about what happened earlier. I don't want to kill indiscriminately either. Qin Wanchuan nodded with a smile. Leave now and give me the opportunity here, and I'll pretend I never saw you. Opportunity in life is obviously more important. After speaking, he looked deeply at Lu Chen, but that's probably impossible, right? Of course. Lu Chen paused mid-sentence as the entire altar suddenly trembled violently. 100 dragon-shaped stone statues opened their blood-red eyes simultaneously. Their stone bodies emitted a bone-chilling cracking sound as the outer stone skin peeled off, revealing the inner dark golden dragon scales beneath. Roar! Amidst the deafening dragon's roar, the statues transformed into 100 dark golden dragons soaring into the sky. At the same time, the ground beneath the altar surged like waves, and countless dragon scale-shaped floor tiles shot into the air, forming a sky-obscuring killing array. Lu Chen stood at the center of the dragon formation, his golden eyes reflecting the figure of Qin Wanchuan. His voice was as cold as ice. Since there's nothing to talk about, you'll die here. Without hesitation, he ignored the horrifying scene unfolding behind him and walked toward the golden dragon scale egg at the center of the altar, its golden glow flickering. Dragon scale armor. Lu Chen's breath rose and fell in sync with the golden glow of the dragon egg. Only this object can bear the weight of the dragon silk. So that's it. A familiar voice suddenly rang out beside his ear, so close he could almost feel the warmth of the breath. Lu Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Qin Wanchuan had appeared beside him, half a step away, gazing upward alongside him. Is it called dragon silk? Qin Wanchuan tilted his head slightly, the corners of his lips curving into a faint smile. He held the bronze tripod that had once belonged to Lu Chen in one hand, murmuring, what a fitting name. The dark golden dragons, which should have been tearing everything apart, ignored him completely, allowing him to stroll through the killing array as if he were in a garden. The stone statues are malfunctioning? He suddenly turned around to see that the Qin family members had already begun battling the dragons. The stone statues were fine. That meant something was wrong with Qin Wanchuan. Qin Wanchuan then clarified the situation for him. It's just that these stone statues guarding the entrance aren't very smart, Qin Wanchuan said, glancing back at the dark golden dragons. His tone betrayed no emotion. It seems they identify anything with dragon energy as their own kind. Lu Chen blurted out instinctively, where did you get dragon chi? He stopped mid-sentence. He saw that Qin Wanchuan's body was faintly covered in dragon scales. Have you eaten a dragon's heart? Before he could finish, Qin Wanchuan's index finger gently pressed against his temple, the tip glowing with a cold sword-like glow. Lu Chen's muscles tensed instantly. He could feel a dangerous force gathering at the tip of Qin Wanchuan's finger, capable of piercing his brain in an instant. It seems you've regained your memories. Qin Huangquan's words still echoed in the air, but Lu Chen's golden eyes had already contracted into pinpricks. Whoosh! A speck of golden light erupted from Qin Huangquan's fingertips, instantly piercing through the void. Lu Chen's vision suddenly froze. He saw a droplet of his own blood suspended 3 inches from his nose, its crystal-clear surface reflecting Qin Huangquan's handsome face, still smiling. Then, you must die. As the words, which sounded like a sigh or a lament, fell, the blood droplet finally hit the blue brick with a soft thud, shattering into 12 crimson petals. Lu Chen had originally thought that Qin Huangquan would hesitate due to the importance of the opportunity. At least he wouldn't act before finding the dragon brocade, but he never expected this man to show even the slightest hesitation. He would never understand, even in death, that Qin Huangquan had known everything all along. 100 dark golden dragons, having lost their master, suddenly froze and transformed back into stone statues. Even as the chosen of destiny, he had hesitated for half his life in the mountains and was no match for Qin Huangquan in a single battle. If he hadn't regained his memories, Qin Huangquan might have spared Lu Chen for a bit of fun. But an ancient dragon's son who had regained his memories was too unpredictable. Moreover, whether it was Qin Huangquan's illusion or not, he always felt that after killing Lu Chen, there was something extra on his body. Is this fate? Qin Huangquan snorted lightly and walked slowly toward the dragon scale egg at the center of the altar. As his fingertips brushed against the golden patterns flowing across the surface of the dragon egg, the eggshell shattered with a sound of unbearable strain the moment he touched it. With a crack, the dragon scale egg shattered, transforming into pieces of dragon scales that covered Qin Huangquan's body. He could feel it. The hardness of these dragon scales was not only several times harder than the dragon scales he had obtained after consuming the dragon heart, but they also possessed a special effect. All that effort for this? Qin Jier panted as she walked over, clearly displeased. Those stone statues, as ancient relics, were still quite powerful, even she found them difficult to handle. Only her fourth brother could resist them with ease. Of course not. Qin Huangquan touched the treasure armor on his body, then scanned the walls around the altar. If he was correct, there should be a secret passage nearby leading directly to another dragon cocoon, the dragon silk. Sure enough, under the gaze of the Tianyan divine eye, a symbol appeared on the wall. The moment his fingertips touched the symbol, the entire stone wall rippled like water, revealing a deep, narrow passage. The dragon-shaped reliefs on both sides of the passageway lit up one after another, and the golden light flickering in the dragon's eyes illuminated the path ahead. Take Lu Chen's body and all those stone statues back to the Qin family. After giving the orders, Qin Huangquan and his group entered the passageway and arrived at the side chamber. At the end was a vast space, but from afar, it appeared completely empty. As Qin Huangquan approached the dragon cocoon holding the bronze cauldron, an abrupt change occurred. The small bronze tripod suddenly trembled violently, and the ancient patterns on its surface lit up one by one, transforming into beams of golden light that shot into the void. In the center of the previously empty side hall, layers of spatial ripples suddenly appeared, slowly fading away like a curtain being torn open. As the spatial restrictions were completely lifted, the sealed dragon cocoon finally revealed its true form. Curled up inside the cocoon was a young girl with skin as white as snow, hair as black as ink, and a single red scale at the center of her brow, both demonic and breathtakingly beautiful. Her eyes were tightly closed, as if in deep slumber. With each breath, dragon chi surged within the cocoon, washing over the surrounding space like tidal waves. The dragon scale armor obtained earlier automatically emerged as it approached the girl, each scale resonating and trembling in unison, as if preparing to welcome her. So that's how it is. Qin Huangquan's eyes flickered with sudden understanding. The small cauldron is the key, and the dragon scale armor is the proof. At this point, he couldn't help but marvel at the wisdom of his ancestors. To obtain such a precious treasure, one must undergo 3 verifications: the person, the cauldron, and the armor. But even so, it has ultimately fallen into my hands. It's not that Lu Chen and the ancestors were too foolish, it's just that the simulation was too twisted. Qin Huangquan placed his palm on the surface of the dragon's cocoon, and the dragon scale armor instantly emitted a dazzling golden glow, resonating strongly with the breath of the young girl inside the cocoon. Hum! The entire side hall trembled violently. The young girl slowly opened her eyes, her golden vertical pupils fixated on Qin Huangquan, while the crimson scales between her eyebrows shone brightly. You've come! The girl's voice was ethereal and faint, yet carried the unique majesty of the ancient dragon clan. It felt as though she had traversed endless ages, finally waiting for this moment. Qin Huangquan's lips curved slightly, his gaze calm as water. I'm here. As soon as the words left his mouth, the girl's breathing in the cocoon grew, dragon energy surged like tidal waves, and fine cracks spread across the cocoon's surface like a spider's web. The next moment, the girl's body suddenly dissolved into a dark golden dragon pattern, coiling up Qin Huangquan's arm like a dragon returning to its nest. The dragon scale armor seemed to respond to a call, automatically transforming into a black inner armor that seamlessly merged with the flowing light. Whoosh! The golden light gradually faded, and Qin Huangquan's original clothes vanished, transforming into a dragon robe with a black base and golden patterns. A lifelike dark golden true dragon coiled upward from the collar, its head proudly perched on his right shoulder, and its tail wrapped around his left wrist. The dragon patterns were not lifeless, each scale opened and closed slightly with his breath, exhaling a suffocating dragon's might. Vaguely, a low dragon's roar echoed through the void, shaking the very souls of those present. As the dragon's roar fades, a vast sea of cultivation energy suddenly surges into Qin Wanchuan's body. It was the power the young girl had cultivated over countless years of waiting, now fully merging with him. The barriers of his cultivation realm shattered like thin paper, spiritual energy surged and roared through his meridians, and every inch of his flesh underwent a transformative metamorphosis under the dragon's chi. He could clearly feel his cultivation realm surging upward at an unprecedented pace. Just as the spiritual energy within Qin Wanchuan was about to break through the final barrier, a chill suddenly swept over his neck. A cold, clear female voice echoed in his mind, like ice-cold spring water flowing over scorching lava. Yunyang awoke from her slumber, her tone filled with rare astonishment. Breaking through at this moment would sever your path to immortality. Chapter 78, Insufficient Strength, Compensate with Strategy. The Heavenly Realm. Upon being reminded by Yunyang, Qin Wanchuan suddenly recalled this crucial barrier. If he forced his breakthrough here now, he would indeed enter the ninth realm smoothly, but he would also miss that heavenly gate purification, causing his divine bones to remain untapped. Realizing this, he immediately began to suppress his power. However, the vast dragon clan cultivation within him continued to surge uncontrollably, as if it were about to tear his body apart. I will assist you. The jade sword pendant hanging around Qin Wanchuan's neck, which had been dormant for years, suddenly trembled, and the sword blade erupted with a blinding cold light. In the next instant, a pale figure stepped out from the sword. Yunyang's slender fingers were as white as snow, and as her sleeves fluttered, the temperature around her plummeted, freezing the surging dragon energy into tiny ice crystals. Who is this woman? Qin Jiao's eyes widened, and she froze in place. Our Qin Jigongzi sure knows how to charm people. He even hides a beauty in his sword pendant. Qin Jiao pursed her lips, her fingertips unconsciously tightening the sleeves of her robe, her tone laced with 3 parts jealousy and 7 parts annoyance. You flirtatious carrot. You've been spoiled rotten. Yunyang didn't even spare Qin Jiao a glance, her delicate hand gently touching Qin Wanchuan's body. A powerful force surged forth from the center of his mind, severing the surging stream of spiritual energy and temporarily sealing it within his meridians. Even so, the dragon maiden's power continued to flow endlessly, as if it had no beginning or end. I can't hold it back anymore. Yunyang's eyes darkened, and she suddenly turned and swept her sleeves. Go! A frost-white sword she sliced through the air, shattering the thick stone wall and creating a large hole. The light from outside poured in instantly. Qin Wanchuan hesitated not a moment, channeling his spiritual energy, and darted out through the breach into the side chamber. Hey! Qin Jiao and the others behind him could only stare in disbelief, completely unaware of what had happened. However, the side chamber collapsed shortly after, reburying the opening once more. Meanwhile, outside the Forbidden Palace, many people noticed the commotion. Gu Yuan stood among the crowd, a sinister smile flickering in his eyes. Lu Chen, though skilled, could outmaneuver him, but he was no match for Qin Wanchuan. This was the intuition of 2 equals. Therefore, the true opponent was only one person. Qin Wanchuan, Qin Wanchuan. He murmured softly, this opportunity is not something you can take away. Having made up his mind, Gu Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze slowly sweeping over the hundreds of cultivators present. His voice, infused with spiritual energy, echoed across the wilderness. Have any of you sensed the unusual dragon chi within the Forbidden Palace? Before he had finished speaking, whispers began to rise from the crowd. I definitely felt it. It must be a treasure emerging into the world. Not just that. I faintly heard the dragoness roar. Gu Yuan's lips curled slightly as he continued, someone took advantage of our absence while we were fending off the beast tide to commit such a despicable act, stealing the opportunity that rightfully belongs to all of us. Who is it? A bare-chested giant leaped to his feet, his massive axe gleaming in the light. We are fighting here with blood and sweat, yet someone dares to commit such a despicable act. Anger grew on everyone's faces, while a hint of smugness flashed in Gu Yuan's eyes. At this moment, that person is likely enjoying his good fortune alone within the palace. He spoke softly, his voice tinged with just the right amount of resentment. The rules of the secret realm have always been that those with destiny obtain it, but Gu Yuan suddenly changed the subject, his voice growing cold. Such despicable actions are truly despicable. If we see someone enveloped in dragon chi breaking out of the hall, why don't we join forces to eliminate that despicable person first, then discuss the distribution afterward? What do you think? That might not be a good idea. A frail cultivator spoke up timidly. What if it's a member of a prominent family? Before he could finish, a burly man with a bushy beard slapped him on the back of the head. Nonsense. Just because they're from a prominent family, they can steal and cheat? Exactly. Another female cultivator sneered. We're risking our lives here, only to end up as their pawns? The crowd erupted into chaos. Who cares who he is? If he got the opportunity, he should at least give back the other items. Right. At least leave the storage pouch behind. I agree. Gu Yuan watched the growing uproar and stepped back silently. He noticed that several cautious cultivators had quietly slipped out of the crowd, but the eyes of most of the cultivators were ablaze with greed. Gu Yuan coldly swept his gaze over the crowd of cultivators blinded by greed, sneering inwardly, a bunch of fools, they're just fit to be cannon fodder. He had already made up his mind. If Qin Wenchuan was exhausted, he would seize the opportunity to claim the opportunity. If he still had strength, he would immediately retreat and flee. Either way, it was a surefire win. In the end, he never truly intended to take Qin Wenchuan's life. As the heir of the prestigious Qin family, if anything were to happen to him under his watch, that would be a major problem. But to let this prodigy suffer a silent defeat, to take away his opportunity, and see the smug expression on Qin Wenchuan's face turn to anger. Just thinking about it made Gu Yuan feel exhilarated. If word got out, how satisfying it would be for others to hear. No matter how extraordinary your talent may be. He narrowed his eyes, crushing a black jade chess piece between his fingers until it turned to dust. Today, you will stumble at my hands. As for the Qin family's retaliation, that was not within his considerations. Gu Yuan didn't believe that a mere junior squabble could provoke the Qin family's higher-ups to intervene. Just as he was thinking this, the dome of the Forbidden Palace suddenly exploded with a deafening roar. A figure wrapped in dragon pattern shot into the sky, radiating dazzling golden light like a celestial fire, bathing the surrounding 10-mile area in a blinding golden glow. The blinding light formed a natural barrier, preventing outsiders from glimpsing its true form. But Gu Yuan was well aware the only ones who had entered the depths of the Forbidden Palace were Lu Chen and Qin Wenchuan's group. The figure soaring through the air could never be the ordinary Lu Chen. The answer was obvious. As expected. Gu Yuan turned his head and smiled coldly in triumph. All the cultivators present had their eyes turned toward the golden light, their gazes turning into greedy crimson. Someone shouted first. Dragon Chi soars to the heavens. It must be a treasure of the ages. Seize the treasure. Charge. Like pouring cold water into a hot oil pan, hundreds of cultivators erupted instantly. Gu Yuan quietly stepped back 3 paces, watching with satisfaction as the crowd turned into a torrent rushing toward the golden light. So easy to control, thank you very much, fools. Qin Wenchuan was flying toward the exit of the secret realm, coldly watching the cultivators surging toward him like a tidal wave below, about to intervene. Don't waste time. Yun Yanya's cold voice suddenly rang in his ears, force your way out. But how could he break through the blockade of hundreds of cultivators without using spiritual techniques? Just as he hesitated, a faint whisper echoed in his ears. The voice was ethereal and dreamlike, seeming both distant and near, as if echoing from ancient times or rippling from the depths of his own bloodline. Qin Wenchuan focused his ears, and the voice grew clearer. Contract. Follow me. Recall, the dragon. The voice carried a rhythm that was impossible to resist, as if it were a call from destiny. Qin Wenchuan felt dazed, his lips parting involuntarily as he followed the voice and uttered that name. Long Shao. Chapter 79, Sufficient Power, all kicked away. In an instant, the world fell silent. As his true name was uttered, the dragon patterns on Qin Wenchuan's robes suddenly detached, transforming into a 100-foot-long golden dragon that soared into the sky. The golden dragon circled once in the air, emitting a clear dragon's roar, before suddenly diving downward. Clang! As the dragon's shadow merged with Qin Wenchuan's form, it transformed into a semi-transparent dragon-shaped battle armor, covering his entire body. A pair of crystalline dragon horns appeared above his head, their tips wrapped in purple lightning. The faint dragon tail behind him swayed, causing ripples in space with each movement. His entire body was enveloped in a translucent dragon-shaped aura, and every gesture exuded the majesty of a dragon. Is this the shape-shifting divine weapon? Qin Wenchuan looked down at his newly transformed attire, feeling the ancient dragon's might emanating from the armor. He had expected it to be a divine weapon or a legendary artifact, but instead the true form was a suit of armor. But this was far from ordinary armor. The armor had become his second layer of skin, rising and falling gently with his breath like a living creature. Deep within the armor, the young girl's spiritual essence merged with his own. It was not merely a connection of blood, but a bond of souls. It felt as though 2 independent souls had achieved perfect harmony in that moment. Every breath she took became a part of his strength, and every thought he had received an instinctive response from her. Qin Wenchuan, who had never cultivated his body, now clearly felt the blood surging within him like a raging torrent. His physical strength continued to rise under the enhancement of the dragon armor. At this moment, he was terrifyingly strong. Below, hundreds of streaks of light approached at that moment, various magical artifacts and divine weapons slicing through the sky like a swarm of locusts, rushing toward the golden figure. The bare-chested giant at the forefront grinned savagely, swinging his massive axe. The blade was engulfed in blood-red flames. Get out of the way. Qin Wenchuan's flight did not slow down, but instead grew even faster. With a casual kick. Boom! A brutal, unyielding force erupted, sending the man and his axe plummeting like a meteor, crashing into the ground and creating a 10-meter deep crater. One after another, the second, third, Those cultivators charging forward were like moths drawn to a flame, being swatted down one after another like insects. Bang! Bang! More and more people charged forward, only to be struck down one after another. The relentless assault of hundreds of people couldn't even slow down the golden figure by a single moment. What was even more terrifying was that they never saw how they had been defeated. At that moment, Qin Huangquan moved with the grace and power of an invincible being, resembling a young supreme being walking among mortals. Those from the Qin family who had just crawled out of the rubble and were about to rush to his aid froze in their tracks upon seeing this scene. Does the crown prince really need reinforcements in this state of invincibility? That was the question. From the distant mountain peak, Chu Wuzhou stood with his hands behind his back. When he recognized the figure bathed in golden light, his eyes flashed with intensity. "You're quite the one, Qin Huangquan." But upon seeing the direction Qin Huangquan was flying toward, his expression suddenly changed. Something's wrong, he's leaving the secret realm. Chu Wuzhou had originally come to challenge him to a duel. If Qin Huangquan left, wouldn't he have come all this way for nothing? Li Xiong, wait here for a moment. Chu Wuzhou laughed loudly, his purple robe fluttering in the wind. "I'll be back soon." Before his words had even finished, his entire body had already transformed into a dazzling purple rainbow, shooting skyward. The purple glow was astonishingly fast, crossing 10,000 feet of empty space in the blink of an eye, directly heading toward the golden light as bright as the sun. Li Xian's pupils contracted slightly. He saw the purple rainbow and the golden sun about to collide, as if an earth-shattering explosion was about to erupt at any moment. He clenched his fists instinctively, thinking, 8th rank versus 10th rank, the two prodigies of Qin and Chu facing off. This is going to be a battle that shakes the heavens and the earth. Looking forward to it. The next moment, a crisp bang suddenly echoed through the air. Qin Huangquan didn't even turn his head. The palm wrapped in the dragon-patterned illusory shadow casually slapped the air, as if swatting away an annoying mosquito. The purple rainbow, which had been as powerful as a rainbow, returned at a speed several times faster than when it had left, carving out a 100-foot deep gorge on the ground. Li Xian stared in disbelief at the scene. He had expected to witness an earth-shattering showdown, but this was it? Or had he simply misinterpreted what he saw? Perhaps the one who had been struck away wasn't Chu Wuzhou at all? With these doubts in mind, he rushed to the spot where the purple rainbow had fallen. The moment he saw clearly, his heart sank. There lay Chu Wuzhou, his expression blank, embedded in the rock in the shape of the character, with a clear palm print on his chest. Cough. Chu Wuzhou coughed up a mouthful of blood, his calm eyes flashing a hint of bitterness. So, the gap is this big. When Qin Huangquan sliced through the 11th realm golden cicada with a single sword strike, he realized he was no match for Qin Huangquan. That was an 8th tier against an 11th tier. A 3-realm leap in a single strike. How could he, a 10th rank cultivator, possibly stand a chance? Though he understood, he couldn't help but feel resentful. He had hoped to take advantage of the chaos and perhaps stand a chance in battle. At the very least, he should be able to exchange a few blows. But he never expected the opponent to even bother turning his head, casually swatting him away with a single slap. Just as he was thinking this, Li Xian's figure came into view. "You're telling me you've actually fought such a monster head-on?" Chu Wuzhou glanced at the golden figure growing increasingly distant, then looked at Li Xian, feeling for the first time what it truly meant to be separated by an insurmountable chasm. He spat out a mouthful of blood, struggled to his feet, and gave Li Xian a thumbs up. "Even I only dared to attack in the chaos. You dared to face him one-on-one. You, Li Xian, are the true strong one." Li Xian also looked in the direction where Qin Huangquan had departed, feeling the terrifying aura. "That's why I died once." And at that time, he didn't look that terrifying. His gaze shifted back to Chu Wuzhou, his expression growing complex. Don't underestimate Chu Wuzhou just because he was kicked aside like a stray dog in front of Qin Huangquan. But if you were to take him out alone, he'd be an unmatched demon across countless realms. Even I. Thinking this, Li Xian suddenly sighed deeply and naturally sat down beside Chu Wuzhou. "It's not that we're too weak, it's that he's too strong. Are you making excuses?" "Humph, you're right." Chu Wuzhou remained silent for a moment, his gaze still fixed on the golden glow fading into the horizon. Finally, his voice raspy, he asked, "Can we catch up?" Li Xian remained silent for a long time as well, until the golden light vanished completely from the horizon. He then slowly uttered a single word. "Impossible. What should we do?" Chu Wuzhou clenched his fists tightly, though blood seeped through the cracks between his fingers. "Should we just admit defeat?" A mountain breeze swept up fragments of rock, swirling between the two of them. Li Xian suddenly chuckled, "Not necessarily." He raised his hand, and bloodstains seeped through his palm as well. "As long as they're human, they'll eventually let their guard down. We can't catch him now, but in the future, we might be able to catch up." Chu Wuzhou asked, his voice filled with a soul-searching question, "But if it were you, would you let your guard down?" "No." Li Xian answered decisively, then deflated like a deflated balloon. "We need an excuse, don't we? Otherwise, our resolve will shatter." Meanwhile, Gu Yuan had already gathered his men and was preparing to flee. He watched Qin Wangchuan, who looked invincible, his lips trembling. Monster. It was no longer a matter of whether the higher-ups of the Qin family would intervene. Provoking this man meant that he alone could one day annihilate the Gu clan. Gu Yuan took a deep breath, calming his racing heart, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Such a figure. He murmured softly, either eliminate him with a single strike to eliminate all future threats, or keep our distance. A cold smile curled the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, Qin Wangchuan doesn't know who's secretly stirring the pot. Better to come here for nothing than to do something wrong. Retreat. Gu Yuan suddenly swung his hand, and his cloak fluttered as he turned to leave. However, just as he turned, a large hand suddenly slammed down on his shoulder. Who? Gu Yuan stiffened. Turning his head, he saw a series of fierce, menacing faces. They seemed to be the people around Qin Wangchuan. What was his name? Qin Kuanga. You're the one causing trouble behind my back, aren't you? I've been watching you the whole time. Qin Kuanga was about to confront him when his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure in the Gu family's ranks. His eyes widened in shock. Second brother? As the incredulous exclamation fell, a man who had been inconspicuous in the Gu family's ranks slowly removed his cloak. It was none other than Qin Jia's second young master Qin Xuanji. Chapter 80. Since you dare to act, then let us eliminate them all. Upon realizing it was indeed Qin Xuanji, Qin Kuanga's spell-like eyes widened even further. Second brother, didn't you say you had important business to attend to, which is why you sent me here to watch over ninth brother? Qin Xuanji didn't even glance at the pale-faced Gu Yuan, casually brushing off non-existent dust from his sleeves. Isn't this the important matter? The ninth brother is still young, and this is his first time entering the secret realm. We should be extra careful. Qin Kuanga hummed in response, then suddenly voiced a guess. Could it be that the eldest brother has also come? Impossible. Qin Xuanji interrupted him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Our eldest brother's cultivation is too high. He can't enter the secret realm. Before he could finish, he suddenly raised his gaze toward the sky, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. So, it's the Dao Fei Shin. Outside the Dragon Ruins Forbidden Palace, the clouds churned like a sea. Hundreds of cultivators who had either attempted or already attacked Qin Wangchuan knelt down simultaneously, the sound of their knees shattering, the green stones echoing in unison. Before them, a figure clad in black sat motionless like a mountain, his robes not even stirring, not even a strand of hair moving. An invisible pressure descended like the sky collapsing, causing the spines of the crowd to creak under the unbearable weight. Some had blood seeping from their 7 orifices, others had their bones twisted out of shape, yet not a single one dared to resist with their cultivation. This cultivator. A young man in green robes, unaware of what was happening, trembled as he spoke. Bang! Before he could finish, the man's head exploded, sending a spray of red and white matter onto the pale faces of those around him. The headless corpse remained kneeling, with blood gushing from the severed neck like a fountain. Dead silence. The cultivators kneeling in the front row had their pants soaked through the urine that had just seeped out, was crushed into mist by the overwhelming pressure. Some ground their teeth, swallowing the blood-tinged foam, but dared not utter a sound. Many did not know who stood before them, but those who had heard his name would never forget it. Qin family. Wu Dou. If one were to call Qin Wangchuan a demon, then the man before them was a complete monster. But why was he here now? And why was he attacking them? They dared not ask. No one dared to ask. Within the Gu family's ranks, Qin Kuanga scratched his head, a rough yet honest smile spreading across his face. Speaking of which, second brother, what do you think these people are up to hiding here? They're just petty tricks that aren't worth mentioning. Qin Xuanji shook his head inside, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. I thought there might be some fun to be had, but I overestimated them. What should we do with that brat? The two men's voices echoed through the silent forest, as casual as if they were discussing what to have for dinner. Gu Yuan listened, his pupils suddenly contracting, a bone-chilling coldness running down his spine. He hadn't noticed at all that among the personal guards he had carefully cultivated, an outsider had somehow infiltrated their ranks. And it was none other than Qin Xuanji, the second young master of the Qin family. Gu Yuan had, of course, heard of this man. Compared to the legendary Qin Wudao, he was nothing more than a minor figure. But what sent a chill down his spine was how long this Qin Xuanji had been lurking within his ranks. Was it during the Dragon Pond treasure hunt? Or when he saved Lu Chen? Or, even earlier? Could it have been before entering the secret realm? Cold sweat trickled down Gu Yuan's spine. The Gu clan had been secluded for too long, and he now realized that he had underestimated these Imperial clans. Qin Xuanji was busy adjusting his sleeves. Without looking up, he replied, "What else can be done? Children competing for dominance is acceptable, but touching those who should not be touched. Eliminate them." The words were spoken casually, but they sent a chill down Gu Yuan's spine. He stared intently at the two Qin family members before him, his throat tightening. They were discussing his life and death right in front of him, as if he were nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter, not the future heir of the Gu clan. Just as I thought, Qin Kuanga suddenly grinned, revealing his sharp white teeth. The one who came in with this kid earlier. I saw there was another group. I just don't know whose family they're from. Qin Xuanji nodded. The Ji family from Shin Mountain. What should we do with them? Eliminate them as well. His voice was soft, but it sent a chill down Gu Yuan's spine, and his mind echoed with a thunderous roar. They know everything? What was even more terrifying was that the two of them were talking as if he didn't even exist. Not even a single glance was cast his way, as if they were discussing how to crush an ant after dinner. You? Gu Yuan's voice trembled, and even he could hear the fear in it. Are you going to start the Immortal War? The Immortal War. That was a title reserved solely for immortal factions engaged in a life or death struggle. Once initiated, it would shatter the heavens and split the earth, with rivers of blood flowing until one side was completely annihilated. Gu Yuan's breathing grew, his chest rising and falling violently. He couldn't believe that the two before him dared to target two immortal clans at the same time. This was no longer a declaration of war, it was an act of utter contempt. However, what shocked him even more was the Qin brothers merely glanced at him indifferently before continuing their conversation. It's the Ji family, but I think that kid must have entered the dragon path and never came out. He's probably dead, right? Qin Kuanga stroked his chin thoughtfully. Qin Xuanji nodded. Yes, probably dead. The two continued their conversation. Staying here any longer would mean certain death. Fear washed over him like a tidal wave, and Gu Yuan's muscles tensed to the limit. Just as he turned around, before the word run could leave his lips, the world suddenly turned upside down. In Gu Yuan's final vision, his headless body remained frozen in the act of fleeing, spraying blood that in the air. His consciousness began to fade, but he could still feel his head being held by a cold hand. It was Qin Xuanji. When had he struck? Immortal battle? Qin Xuanji's voice seemed to come from a great distance, tinged with mockery. You don't even know the alliance? You must think too highly of yourself. These were the last words Gu Yuan heard. Alliance? The alliance between the 10 great Imperial clans boils down to one thing. Unless one party initiates hostilities, the 3 heavenly emperors cannot intervene in matters involving the Imperial clan alliance. In short, the 3 heavenly emperors protect the 10 clans. However, the Gu family, the Ji family, and other miscellaneous family factions are not included. Once the celestial emperors intervene, the immortal war will end immediately. Even if the celestial emperors do not intervene. With the Qin clan's foundations alone, crushing 2 hidden immortal clans would be as easy as snapping one's fingers. Immortality is a thing of the past. Now is the era of the Imperial clans. I wonder what my 9th brother means by this. After speaking, Qin Xuanji sighed lightly and gazed toward the sky. At that moment, Qin Wangchuan had already broken out of the secret realm under the watchful eyes of Li Qingluan, Li Shen, and Chu Wuzhou. Everyone was watching this scene, except for one person. In the underground ruins of the Dragon's Abyss Forbidden Palace, Zhou Yuni emerged from the rubble, covered in dust and dirt, clutching a lustrous jade pendant in his hand. I've hit the jackpot. He wiped the dust from his face and examined it carefully in the dim light. The front of the jade pendant was engraved with the ancient character Qin, while the back featured a dragon in Phoenix Style 9. The jade pendant of Qin Wangchuan. Zhou Yuni's eyes sparkled with determination as he ran his fingertips over the smooth surface of the jade. I told you following him would be useful. Though I don't know why it was lost here, as long as I can return it, that's all that matters. Let's go home. Once this mission is complete, I can at least rest at home for a month. Chapter 81, Ascending the Heavenly Path, Knocking on the Heavenly Gate. Time returns to earlier. Outside the secret realm. In the ancient dragon pattern mirror, the scene of Qin Wangchuan slicing the golden cicada with a single sword strike froze, plunging the entire altar into a brief silence. The family elder's teacup shattered with a loud crack as he stared intently at the figure in the mirror. 8th realm slaying the 11th realm? Qin Wan has stroked his beard with a smirk, his eyes brimming with pride. My son Wangchuan is a prodigy of unparalleled talent. Crossing realms to slay demons is as easy as drinking water. What's so remarkable about that? Nonsense. The elder of the Chu family slammed the table. It's clearly because this golden cicada has just awakened and is still in its weakened state. Its strength is barely at the 10th realm. And your family's primordial burial sword is a brutal sword technique that prioritizes might over precision. It didn't even bother to dodge. In my opinion, your family's Qin Wangchuan's true strength is probably around the 10th realm? Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions varied. What do you mean, around the 10th realm? Even if he's weak, he still killed someone 2 realms above him in an instant. Qin Wangchuan is currently only at the 8th realm. After reaching the 9th realm, his domain manifests, further boosting his combat power. Not to mention the 10th realm, Heavenly Palace realm, where one can create their own unique rules within their domain. At this thought, everyone's expression suddenly became extremely intriguing. Wait, has anyone here seen Qin Wangchuan's domain? Don't even mention seeing it, I've never even heard of it. The elder of the Li family turned to look at Qin Wanha and asked, Old Qin, what kind of domain has your heir cultivated? Xin Wanha heard this, raised the corners of his mouth, and revealed a meaningful smile. To be honest. He surveyed the crowd, his tone calm. I haven't seen it either. After all. To this day, no one has been able to force him to use his domain. Xin Wanha saw the silence and felt a secret satisfaction. Look at that, other prodigies have to give it their all just to fight across realms. But my Qin Wanchuan can do it effortlessly. This is the difference. As the scene in the treasure mirror shifted, it soon reached the moment when the dragon's qi manifested itself. Look at the commotion. Li family elder suddenly pointed at the mirror. It's bigger than the previous few times, isn't it? Upon hearing this, everyone focused their attention and looked in the same direction. In the mirror, the scene shifted. Qin Wanchuan broke through the palace ceiling and flew out, surrounded by surging dragon energy. A dark golden dragon-patterned battle armor gradually took shape, covering his entire body. An ancient taboo, a shape-shifting divine weapon? The elders of the Chu clan's pupils contracted sharply, and their voices rose abruptly. Such a forbidden object still exists in this world? Ha ha ha. Qin Wanha laughed loudly, his laughter shaking the pillars of the ceremonial platform, causing dust to fall. Everyone, what do you think? My son, Wangchuan, not only slew an 11th-ranked demon cultivator with his sword but also obtained the treasure of the true dragon clan as his master. This is the will of heaven. You old fool, Qinwen. Li family elder gritted his teeth. Your Qin family already has Qin Wudao suppressing an entire generation. Now you bring forth Qin Wanchuan? Do you intend to monopolize the world? Dominate? Qin Wanha shook his head and smiled lightly, his tone calm. Not at all. It is merely the favor of heaven. Hearing this, the crowd muttered under their breath, this old fox, taking advantage and still acting innocent. Just then, the scene in the mirror shifted. Chu Wuzhou transformed into a purple rainbow and charged toward Qin Wanchuan, only to be casually struck down with a single palm, crashing into the ground. Whoa! The elders of the Chu clan sucked in a sharp breath, their faces turning ashen. Earlier, they had said the two weren't of the same generation and weren't even comparable. Indeed, there was no comparison. He had been sent flying with a single palm strike. A 10th rank against an 8th rank, yet suppressed with a single palm strike? The Ji family elder muttered to himself, seeming unable to believe it. Old Demon Shu, it seems your so-called Nine Hells battle body still needs some more training. Facing the mockery of the crowd, the elder of the Chu family's face darkened, but he had no words to respond. Chu Wuzhou's strength, he knew all too well. A prodigy who could defeat an enemy 2 realms above him was so easily defeated by Qin Wanchuan. This was merely the current gap, the future would only widen further. The national preceptor suddenly furrowed his brows, pointing at the mirror. Where is Qin Wanchuan heading? Everyone looked up to see Qin Wanchuan transform into a golden streak of light, shooting straight toward the exit of the secret realm. He's leaving the secret realm? Li family elder exclaimed in shock. The treasure has been obtained, why not continue exploring? Could it be he has other plans? The elder of the Ji family narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Qin Wanha smiled without speaking, but a fleeting glimpse of depth flashed in his eyes. This 9th son of our clan has always acted unpredictably. His actions this time must hold deeper meaning. As Qin Wanchuan burst out of the secret realm, Qin Wanha was about to step forward, but saw that the golden rainbow did not slow down at all. Instead, it sped up even more, straight toward the skies above the immortal Imperial palace of the Eternal Dynasty. What is that? Everyone looked up and saw a faint, illusory gate suddenly appear in the sky. It seemed to exist yet not, surrounded by a golden glow, as if it did not belong to this world. As Qin Wanchuan approached, the gate suddenly trembled, and a staircase made of dazzling golden light descended, its steps extending all the way to his feet. As if to welcome him. The path to heaven? The national preceptor's staff clattered to the ground, and his usually composed face betrayed shock. This is impossible. All the ancient texts regarding this have been destroyed. They were well aware of the heavenly path and the once existent realm of the celestials. But it had been classified as a dangerous taboo. How did Qin Wanchuan find out? The heavenly path has been formed, there's no way to stop it. Old Qin? Qin Wanha watched the scene unfold, his pupils contracting slightly, but at that moment, he could only sigh deeply. Perhaps he can do it. In ancient times, the heavenly realm was a life and death barrier that stood before countless prodigies. Those of extraordinary talent and brilliance often vanished forever the moment they stepped through the heavenly gate, not because they fell, but because they were completely swallowed by another world. Once vanished, there was no chance of revival. What was even more terrifying was that the heavenly gate did not test cultivation, nor did it assess potential, it only judged one's heart and mind. Few could pass through it. At this moment, Qin Wanchuan had already taken the first step onto the celestial ladder. Boom! The dragon's fortune of the entire imperial city suddenly boiled, merging with the great Dao's fortune, and surgedly toward that figure. Even more terrifyingly, with each step he took, the heavenly gate grew more solid. From the depths of the sky came a dull knocking sound, as if warning mortals not to open this forbidden gate. Clang! Clang! With each step upward and each knock, the imperial city's earth veins trembled. Jiang Xuanli stood atop the palace walls, her phoenix-like eyes reflecting the figure ascending the steps. As the eldest princess of the Imperial dynasty, blessed with the dragon's fortune, she naturally knew of the heavenly gate and understood what stepping onto the heavenly path meant. It was a taboo even her own father had never dared to touch. Her jade-like fingers clenched tightly, her nails digging deeply into her palms without her even noticing. Jiang Xuanli watched the figure growing ever taller, her heart churning with indescribable emotions. Clang! Another knock echoed, causing the golden hairpins in her hair to jingle. May the Emperor! Before she could finish, Jiang Xuanli suddenly realized her slip. As the eldest princess of the Imperial court, she should have been the most composed and self-possessed. Yet at this moment, she felt like a novice cultivator newly entered into the path of immortality, her heart racing at the sight before her. She took a deep breath, but her gaze remained fixed on the celestial gate there. Qin Wanchuan's figure was already nearly touching the very top of the gate. Yun Yang's voice echoed in her ears. The trials behind the heavenly gate are different for everyone, but one thing is certain. The path to heaven tests one's true heart. Qin Wanchuan's fingertips touched the heavenly gate, causing the gilded doors to ripple like ripples on water. The touch was icy cold, yet oddly familiar. It was exactly like the mystical door of the Wangchuan Pavilion, which had been pushed open countless times. So that's it. He suddenly smiled softly, a flash of understanding in his eyes. I think I know what's inside. Guess? Yun Yang was stunned. He removed the small golden crow from his head and handed it to Yun Yang, then decisively pushed open the heavenly gate and stepped inside. Squeak! As he pushed open the heavenly gate, golden light surged like a tidal wave, flooding his vision. As the light faded, the sensation in Qin Wanchuan's hands had already changed. The gilded heavenly gate had somehow transformed into a mystical gate, and he remained in the position of pushing it open. Looking up, he saw the familiar forgetful river pavilion. Qin Wanchuan even caught the scent of familiar cedar incense. It was the incense he had personally blended, and even the shape the ashes should form after burning were etched into his memory. You're here. The 5-year-old Qin Wanchuan sat cross-legged, holding a scroll, with ink still wet on the desk. Chapter 82, Breaking Through Two Realms, Domain Revealed. 5-year-old Qin Wanchuan put down the scroll in his hands, lifted his innocent face, and his pitch-black eyes gleamed with a depth beyond his years. You know very well that I am not an illusion, he said softly, his voice clear yet calm, his small hand pointing to his own cheek. I am the past. His fingertip turned to the Qin Wanchuan across from him. You are the present. Finally, he pointed toward the swirling mist in the corner of the hall. He is the future. Following the gaze of the past, Qin Wanchuan's pupils contracted slightly. In the corner of the forgetful river pavilion stood a blurry human silhouette. It was entirely black, devoid of features or clothing, merely a dense mist that had solidified to the point of being almost tangible. When Qin Wanchuan's gaze fell upon it, the black mist paused briefly before silently approaching and slowly sitting down beside the 5-year-old child. There was no sound, no movement, as if a segment of time had been cut away. The 5-year-old Qin Wanchuan tilted his head. Don't worry, this is normal for him. After all, if you can't get out, you have no future. After speaking, the past spread his hands and gazed intently at Qin Wanchuan, inviting him to sit down. Qin Wanchuan's gaze flickered between past and future for a moment, then the corners of his lips curled into a knowing smile. He swept his sleeves aside and sat down, his robe brushing against the table and stirring a gentle breeze. Actually, before opening the door, I thought I'd return to my original world. After all, he was a time traveler. Past propped his chin with one hand and gestured in the air with the other. Once you enter this realm, this is your body. There is no original. The past anchors the true self. The present reveals the truth. Qin Wanchuan. The child's voice suddenly lost its innocence. Why are you so desperately pursuing power? Qin Wanchuan tapped his fingertips lightly on the desk, producing a crisp sound. To avoid ending up like Han Han, unable to control my own destiny. And to fulfill my path. The past suddenly stood up, barefoot on the desk, looking down at him from above. Then, what kind of power is needed to achieve that? Qin Wanchuan raised his gaze to meet the dark eyes. I don't know. Perhaps it is endless. Past suddenly laughed, his laughter echoing through the chamber. Endless humph. He leaned forward, almost touching Qin Wanchuan's nose. What are you truly pursuing, the power itself, or the feeling of being acknowledged by power? Qin Wanchuan, have you lost yourself in power? Qin Wanchuan did not respond immediately. The sound of wind outside the chamber rustled the window panes, emitting a faint whimper. No, he finally said. Past straightened up, his small hands behind his back, pacing back and forth on the desk. No? He suddenly stopped, tilting his head. Then let me ask you again. Do you still remember why you began your cultivation in the first place? Qin Wanchuan paused slightly. The candle flame on the desk flickered, casting a fleeting, dazed expression in his eyes. Moments later, Qin Wanchuan's gaze gradually focused, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile, as if awakening from a dream. I remember. He suddenly picked up a bamboo slip lying on the table, unfolded it, and placed it on the desk. Inside was a map with several coordinates circled in black ink. The ink had long since smudged, but the words "I want to go" were still clearly visible at the edge. When I first arrived in this world and heard that there were not only 3,000 dojo realms but also countless other worlds of various sizes, I thought to myself. His fingers traced the dried ink on the map, his voice filled with long-lost excitement, thinking that this vast expanse of heaven and earth. Of course I had to see it with my own eyes, to travel through all the heavens and worlds. But Qin Wanchuan's arm holding the map suddenly froze, and the light in his eyes faded like a receding tide. I forgot. The map slipped silently from his hands, lying flat on the table. The crude map suddenly seemed unusually glaring, with the smudged words "Wannago" appearing like some kind of mockery. At first, he thought that having power was the key to seeing the world. That's why he had been training so hard. But later, I don't know when, I forgot. If it weren't for him reminding me, I might have never remembered. Past suddenly pressed his small hand on the map. You forgot in just 10 years. The child's voice was as light as a falling leaf. It seems like a lot happened. The black mist-like future swirled silently, with countless silhouettes of mountains and rivers flashing through the fog. Qin Wanchuan's fingertips tapped the map lightly, emitting a dull thud. It's only been 5 years. His voice was low as he detailed everything that had happened over the past decade. The turmoil at the 10th birthday banquet, the death of Han Han, the 10-year pact with Ji Wuchen, his enlightenment of his own path, and his sword training at the sword tomb, among other things. The past listened intently, nodding frequently. The path you've walked has always been about pursuing strength. A child's voice suddenly tinged with laughter. But you've walked too fast, too far, and forgotten why you started. But what does that matter? As the words fell, Qin Wanchuan and the past locked eyes in the air, like two rivers merging at that moment. Both spoke at the same time. One voice was clear as a stream, the other deep as a bell. The past seeks truth, the present proves the way. And the future remains shrouded in mist. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Qin Wanchuan suddenly froze. His pupils contracted slightly, as if he had caught a fleeting glimpse of enlightenment. The past tilted its head to look at him, a faint smile playing at the corners of its mouth. So that's how it is. Qin Wanchuan murmured, then looked up at the past and spoke earnestly. The question you asked earlier. What I seek is power itself. Because my path. The candle flame on the table suddenly surged, illuminating the burning obsession in his eyes. Power vast enough to swallow all the heavens and worlds. To avoid becoming Han Han, and to ensure that no one like Han Han ever appears again. The past suddenly smiled. That's right. It doesn't matter why you started, what's important is to walk the path before you. But there's one thing I need to correct. You haven't forgotten. The child's voice suddenly grew soft, yet it carried a power that seemed to pierce through time. He raised his hand and pointed to Qin Wanchuan's chest, but there's no need to remember. Those clear eyes blinked, and his voice was light yet unwavering. After all, you have greater goals to pursue. It is a path that encompasses all heavens and returns all laws to their source, so fear not and press on. The echoes of their voices lingered in the hall, and the bodies of past and future began to glow faintly. I should be going now. Past stood up and gave Qin Wanchuan a thumbs up. The gesture was childlike, exactly the same as the one he had made to his teacher when he was a child. The entire Wanchuan pavilion suddenly froze. The bamboo slips on the table, the drifting incense, and even the flowing light and shadow all came to a standstill in that moment. Past transformed into countless specks of light, while the black mist-like future condensed into a jet-black stream of light, intertwining and disappearing into Qin Wanchuan's brow. Everything vanished, leaving only a gilded door floating in the void. 8 ancient characters, shining like gold, were inscribed on the door. Beyond the heavenly gate, the true heart is revealed. When he opened his eyes again, he was still standing at the end of the path to heaven, his palm pressed against the gilded door, as if everything that had just happened was nothing more than a fleeting illusion. However, the surging power within him told him that it was no illusion. Clang! A bell tolled from the heavens, a sound unheard since time immemorial, shaking the 3,000 realms and causing all the reclusive old masters to open their eyes simultaneously. On the stargazing platform of the Immortal Dynasty, the heaven-summoning bell, forged from the essence of the Tao, rang without wind, its toll carrying a will that sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it. Someone had knocked open the gates of heaven. As the bell tolled, the dragon's energy of the Imperial city surged into Qin Wanchuan's body. The boundary barriers that had been suppressed collapsed with a thunderous crash, and spiritual energy surged through his limbs like a torrent, propelling him directly into the legendary Heavenly Realm. The Heavenly Realm, the threshold for cultivators from the lower realms of the ancient world to ascend. In this realm, one does not cultivate spiritual energy or build domains. The sole pursuit is heaven-human communion. Once one succeeds in ascending to heaven, from then on, a single thought could move the heavens, and every gesture carried the weight of the Tao. And at this moment, Qin Wanchuan had achieved it. After reaching the heavenly realm, the spiritual energy in his chi continued to surge. A crisp cracking sound echoed from within his body. His bones, flesh, meridians, and even his soul underwent a profound transformation at that moment. His aura continued to rise, until... boom! The young man's figure suddenly blurred, as if resonating with the entire heavens and earth. The 9th realm, heaven and earth realm, was attained. A domain spontaneously emerged and materialized, revealing two vast seas of clouds. One above, vast and boundless, as if encompassing all the stars in the heavens. One below, thick and boundless, as if bearing the mountains and rivers of all worlds. This was the domain that Qin Huangquan had never before revealed. Heaven and Earth. Chapter 83, The Changing New Era, and the Zhou family's gradual deviation from the path. Zhang Xuanli stood atop the palace wall, her phoenix-like eyes reflecting the strange celestial phenomenon in the sky. Her fingertips dug deeply into her palm, yet she felt no pain for in her eyes. There was only that figure standing between the clouds and the sea. Your Highness. The old nurse's voice trembled. He did it, he reached the heavenly realm. I know, Zhang Xuanli interrupted softly, her voice hoarse. This is... She paused, then parted her crimson lips. A new era is upon us. On the ceremonial platform, Qin Wenhe looked up at the sky, his heart finally settling. Breaking through two realms in succession is indeed terrifying, but if it were the ninth prince, it would be expected. The heavenly realm? Your young master is truly daring. The elder of the Ji family spoke with a dry voice, clearly displeased. Not only does he have the courage, but he actually has the ability to back it up. Everyone else shared similar thoughts, feeling both envy and jealousy. In the distance, countless old masters in seclusion were awakened by the bell tolls. One ascends to heaven, 10,000 follow. Now that the heavenly gate has opened, those who follow will be as numerous as fish crossing the river. This world is about to change. As long as one person achieves the heavenly realm, proving that this path is viable, no matter how perilous and unpredictable it may be, those who follow will be guided by an unseen force, rushing forward one after another to embark on this path to the heavens. Given time, a second, a third will inevitably emerge. This is not a coincidence, but the inevitable law of the Great Way. Over time, the term celestial prodigy will be redefined. Qin Huangquan would never have imagined that his casual breakthrough had ushered in a new era. Above the heavens, Qin Tai gazed down at Qin Huangquan's figure and murmured to himself. It is time to make a decision. The title of Qin family heir has never been merely a simple designation. Every heir has equal inheritance rights, access to the Qin clan's most elite resources, and the opportunity to study the most advanced martial arts techniques. Talent, strength, character, and opportunity, every aspect is a brutal test. All for the sake of competing for the supreme title of Divine Son. That is the true and only heir of the Qin clan. The true dragon's secret realm came to an end amidst the tolling of bells. Qin Huangquan of the Qin clan made his first appearance since the banquet at the age of 10, and everyone wanted to see if this youngest prince of the Qin clan could reach the heights of Qin Wudao. But the truth surpassed everyone's expectations. The forbidden divine weapon of the true dragon clan recognized its master. He broke through the heavenly gate, becoming the first to achieve the heavenly realm since ancient times. Breaking through two realms in succession. Each of these extraordinary feats, which could be boasted about for years, had all been achieved by him. Many speculated that Qin Huangquan might even surpass Qin Wudao. After witnessing Qin Huangquan's extraordinary abilities, the Immortal Dynasty faction led by Zhang Xuanli completely pledged their loyalty to the Qin family. Of course, the most astonishing development was the Zhou family. In the ruined hall of the Zhou family's ancestral land, Zhou Xian, the eldest elder of the Zhou family, held a jade pendant in his hand, his knuckles turning white as he stared intently at the 9 engraved on the back of the pendant. It was clearly Qin Huangquan's personal jade pendant. This. His throat convulsed, his voice dry as if he hadn't drunk water in ages. He looked at Zhou Yuni in disbelief and asked, "Is this really the token you brought back?" Inside the hall, the other Zhou family elders exchanged glances, their faces filled with disbelief. Zhou Yuni's abilities were not outstanding within the Zhou family. In fact, he could even be called a master of slacking off. Assigning him the task of flattering Zhang Xuanli and Qin Huangquan had been a hopeless endeavor from the start. Yet, to their surprise, Zhou Yuni had actually brought back Qin Huangquan's personal jade pendant. This couldn't possibly be a simple matter. In formal settings, a personal jade pendant often symbolizes an extremely close relationship, even a master-servant or brotherly bond. Could it be that Qin Huangquan has intentions toward him? Zhou Yuni lowered his head, his tone calm. "I took it. Finding something isn't the same as taking it." He didn't think there was anything wrong with it was just a jade pendant. "Alright, you may go." Zhou Yuni looked up in surprise upon hearing this. Then, "Elder, what about the promise you made earlier?" Zhou Xian waved his hand dismissively. "Of course it still stands." "Thank you, Elder." After Zhou Yuni left, the elders, who had been calm moments ago, immediately revealed their true colors. "Let me see. Is that really Qin Huangquan's personal jade pendant?" "That's right. There's a big 9 on it. How did we not notice this kid was so capable before?" Second elder Zhou Ming muttered to himself, then suddenly slammed his fist on the table. Could he have been hiding his true abilities? "I think so too. This kid has always acted like a useless fool. Perhaps we've misjudged him." The third elder was so excited that his beard was trembling. Zhou Xian took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, but his hand holding the token was still trembling slightly. If it were Qin Wudao's jade pendant, it wouldn't have excited them so much. But this was Qin Wanchuan's jade pendant. At its core, the disaster that had befallen the Zhou family was all because of him. He had originally planned to align with other factions to weather this crisis, but since Qin Wanchuan had made it clear he was on their side. Send out the orders, Zhou Xian said in a firm voice, his tone leaving no room for argument. Prepare a generous gift immediately and send it personally to the Qin family, to be delivered directly to Qin Wanchuan. From now on, whenever an opportunity arises, whether it be major festivals, breakthroughs in cultivation, or even rumors of good news, prepare a generous gift. Additionally, he paused, a gleam of sharpness flashing in his eyes, appoint Zhou Yuni as the first deputy. First feather. The elders were startled at first, then their eyes gleamed, and they exchanged glances. I agree. I agree as well. After all, they now had only one thought, to do everything in their power to curry favor with Qin Wanchuan. The Imperial clan is not irreplaceable if we don't act now. Those immortal factions would be eyeing this position greedily. A few days later, Zhou Yuni had just stepped out of his palace when he sensed something was amiss. Lord Shouyu. Several people bowed respectfully, their eyes filled with unprecedented reverence. Zhou Yuni nodded casually, muttering to himself, the clan has finally chosen the first feather? They moved pretty quickly. He continued walking forward, but noticed that every clan member he encountered along the way, whether they were attendants, disciples, or even the arrogant direct descendants who usually looked down on others, had all stopped in their tracks and bowed to him. Greetings, Lord Shouyu. Zhou Yuni slowed his pace, furrowing his brows. Such a grand reception for the new first feather? Until a familiar collateral relative approached him with a fawning smile. Brother Yuni, no, first feather. Please look out for me in the future. Zhou Yuni finally realized something was amiss. He grabbed the other person by the arm. Wait, what did you just call me? Lord Shouyu. The other was even more surprised. The elders announced it a few days ago. You didn't know? Zhou Yuni froze in place, his mind exploding. Me? Shouyu? Did those old men go mad after their homes were blown up? Zhou Yuni had a secret. He didn't like the 10 Directions celestial court, he preferred the lower realms. So he often used borrowed artifacts to condense his divine form and travel to the lower realms. That was why he preferred to stay in his room. But now that he has become the first feather, when does he have time to play? No way, I won't do it. Zhou Yuni immediately went to find the elders. He had intended to refuse firmly, but they were holding Qin Wanchuan's jade pendant and kept saying, you're truly worthy of him. At first, we really thought you had stolen this thing, but it turns out you actually have some real talent. You actually managed to handle Qin Wanchuan, you really are something. The conversation then turned to rewards. The resources were unmatched, unrestricted access to the scripture hall, an endless supply of rare treasures, and 3 bottles of Tianyuan Dan delivered to his cave every month. Even more remarkable was the elder's solemn promise, unless the Zhou family were to collapse, no one would ever be allowed to disturb his secluded cultivation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuni's expression changed instantly. No disturbances? Doesn't that mean he could use seclusion as an excuse to sneak down to the lower realms for some fun? At this thought, Zhou Yuni immediately abandoned any notion of explaining himself. As for the origin of the jade pendant, he neither admitted to finding it nor denied that it was given to him by Qin Wanchuan. Let them figure it out on their own. Enjoy it first, worry about it later. From the distant pavilion, the elders watched his calm as a mountain figure and sighed with satisfaction. Unfazed by honor or disgrace, this young man truly possesses great talent. Chapter 84. At this moment, the stars were shining brightly. The Immortal Empire, the Imperial Palace. Though the true dragon's secret realm had come to an end, the palace grounds were more bustling than ever. Beneath the majestic palace walls, crowds gathered, and powerful figures abounded. They had gathered here for one reason alone: the legendary heavenly realm. Qin Wanchuan has made the method of ascending to heaven public, and all may come to seek it. Some cultivators who had reached the peak of the 8th realm flashed intense light in their eyes, breathing heavily, clenching and releasing their palms, clearly torn inside. The heavenly realm. It is said that those who enter this realm can manipulate celestial phenomena and even integrate the might of the Tao into their own path. An old man in gray robes murmured softly, his eyes filled with longing. But what is the cost? His companion coldly asked. Not to mention that we must sever our own cultivation realm to ask the heavens. If we perish within, there is no way to revive. The path of cultivation is inherently defying heaven. If one dares not take such risks, how can one hope to reach the pinnacle? A woman beside him sneered, her eyes flashing with a hint of cruelty. Further away, some even more powerful cultivators remained silent. Most of them were already at the 9th realm, and some even surpassed the 10th realm. Yet faced with the true threshold of the heavenly realm, they hesitated even more than those at the 8th realm. The slightest misstep could mean eternal damnation. A middle-aged man with an ancient sword on his back murmured, his fingertips gently caressing the sword sheath as if weighing the pros and cons. Another sighed. But if we do not fight, we will forever remain inferior to others. The wind whistled mournfully. Above the Imperial Palace, clouds churned in the sky, as if even the heavens were watching this moment of change. Li Xian and Shu Wuzhou stood side by side on a high platform deep within the Imperial Palace, overlooking the surging crowd below. The realm of heavenly beings. Li Xian murmured, his eyes flickering between determination and hesitation. What's wrong? Have you also been tempted? Shu Wuzhou chuckled, fingering a copper coin, his tone playful. Tempted? Li Xian shook his head. I was just wondering if, by not taking this path, we might still have a chance to catch up to those true prodigies. Catch up? Shu Wuzhou scoffed. Qin Wangchuan entered the 6th realm at 10, slew an 11th realm demon cultivator at 15. And is now the first to step into the heavenly realm. Admit it, we can't catch up to someone like him. Li Xian fell silent. Yes, the gap is too vast. I wasn't talking about him. Besides. He raised his head, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. If we don't fight for it, we'll forever be left to look up at him. Shu Wuzhou paused, the copper coin suspended mid-air. He narrowed his eyes, as if deep in thought. Just then. Tap, tap, tap. A steady set of footsteps approached. Both turned to look, and there, walking slowly toward them, was a familiar figure. It was Ji Wuchen. He was still clad in his black brocade robe, but his once jet-black hair was now mostly gray, and his brows bore an indescribable air of world weariness. Ji Xiong? Li Xian's pupils contracted in shock. They had only been apart for half a month, yet Ji Wuchen seemed to have aged a century, his vitality appearing to have dried up completely. You? Shu Wuzhou frowned, about to ask. Ji Wuchen merely shook his head, saying nothing more, and walked straight toward the edge of the platform, his gaze fixed on the center of the Imperial Palace. That was the very spot where Qin Wangchuan had attained the heavenly realm. Is this the place? He asked softly. Li Xian and Shu Wuzhou exchanged glances and nodded slowly. Are you going to challenge it? Shu Wuzhou asked cautiously. Ji Wuchen did not turn back, merely replying indifferently. My current cultivation is insufficient. But when I reach the peak of the 8th realm. He paused, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. I won't hesitate. If I dare not fight for it now, I have no right to walk the same path as him in the future. As the words fell, Li Xian and Shu Wuzhou felt a jolt in their hearts. After a moment of silence, Li Xian took a deep breath, and all traces of hesitation vanished from his eyes, replaced by a resolute expression. That's right. If we don't fight now, how can we fight later? Shu Wuzhou flicked his fingertips, and the copper coin flipped before landing steadily in his palm. He grinned, his battle intent boiling. Then, let's fight. As he spoke, Li Xian's spiritual energy surged around him, and he immediately severed his cultivation, causing his 9th rank aura to swiftly drop to 8th rank. Shu Wuzhou fared much worse. Having been at the 10th realm, self-sacrificing to the 8th realm came at an enormous cost. However, fortunately, it did not damage his core essence. Everyone knew this wasn't a futile act, it was a rebirth through reincarnation. Above the Imperial Palace, the skies suddenly darkened. The path to the heavens had been opened. The same scene unfolded in other Imperial courts. Northern Domain Great Yan Dynasty. The 3rd prince stands on the jade steps in white robes, with the celestial ladder descending above his head. Your Highness, please reconsider. An elderly minister kneels on the ground, his voice trembling. The heavenly realm has been sealed as a taboo for a reason, the risks are too great. The 3rd prince raised his hand to interrupt, no need to say more. He gazed toward the Central Plains Imperial Dynasty, his white hair fluttering in the wind. If Qin Wangchuan could walk that path, why can't I? Southern Region Xianyu Imperial Dynasty. Princess, think twice. A group of attendants knelt on the ground. You have reached the 13th realm. If you sever your cultivation now, you will surely damage your source. Suan Zhao's fingertips gently traced the hilt of the sword at her waist, her expression indifferent. So what? She turned and left, leaving only her icy words echoing in the wind. Damaging the source is better than letting the heart of the path be tarnished. If others can do it, so can I. Qin Wangchuan had already returned to the clan. His grandfather and the others naturally had a few words of caution for him regarding his reckless adventure. Fortunately, the old ancestor said nothing. He had narrowly escaped a crisis. In the courtyard, the divine seed had already sprouted and grown into a small tree, its branches swaying gently. A pot of clear tea sat on the stone table, its aroma wafting gently. Qin Wangchuan sat in the courtyard, tapping his fingertips lightly on the table, his thoughts growing heavy. The position of divine son. He murmured to himself. Not long ago, the old ancestor announced a decision to select one divine son from among the 9 princes. Once the chosen one was determined, the remaining princes would all be demoted to disciples. Given the odds, the title of divine son was most likely to fall to his eldest brother. This was no surprise. The eldest brother had been born hundreds of years before him, possessed extraordinary talent, and boasted an invincible primordial holy body. He was already the pillar of the Qin family's future. Qin Wangchuan didn't have any objections. What are you thinking about? A cool voice drifted over, and Li Qingwan walked up the stone steps, the scent of winter plum blossoms following her. Qin Wangchuan raised his gaze and saw that she had changed into a plain white long dress, her eyes as clear and cold as frost. Nothing, he said indifferently, moving his fingers to push the already brewed tea toward her. Li Qingwan sat down across from him, her fingertips gently touching the teacup, causing the tea to ripple slightly. But her aura at that moment was no longer as vast as before. Instead, she had just crossed the threshold of the heavenly realm. Indeed, following Qin Wangchuan, Li Qingwan was the second person to break through the heavenly gate and ascend to the heavenly realm. When she severed her cultivation, she did so without a moment's hesitation. I don't quite understand why you would also sever your cultivation to ascend to the heavenly gate? Li Qingwan remained expressionless, merely nodding slightly. Aren't you afraid of failure? Qin Wangchuan asked again. Were you afraid when you climbed the heavenly path? She countered, her tone calm yet unwavering. Qin Wangchuan shook his head. I don't think I'll fail. Neither do I. As the words fell, the two exchanged glances and both burst into laughter. What is called a heavenly prodigy is not merely an empty title. It was a crown bestowed by others, but even more so, it was a medal they had carved for themselves. Walking paths no one dares to tread, striving for realms no one dares to contest, standing atop the pinnacle where all look up in awe. That is what it means to be a prodigy.